422. Firm retiracy. The awful rumbles only a few miles away force the earth below me to tremble as if in fear of the war. I stumble for a moment as I glance at my mother. Aniwai. She shakes her head, telling me without words to forget about this city, apathy, the home of those who were neither good nor bad in life. But I can't just look away that easily. After all, the city of undead, their eyes aflame with pale fire instead of mortal orbs, faces an onslaught from a horde of demons. But these aren't the typical demons that I know. These malformed demons exude a shadowy pallor that casts its own eerie light, infecting the very air with their malignant presence. I spot a half-dozen different kinds of motherbound in just a moment, from fallen to taintrots, impaling and destroying all that they come in contact with. Yet, with each and every passing second, the battle worsens, approaching that of an earthquake. The war erupts with ferocious intensity, shaking the very foundations of the earth and sending perilous rocks cascading from the depths above. I backstep, narrowly evading a crashing spike from the high ceiling above the underworld. The ground continues to shiver beneath my feet, and the tumultuous conflict threatens to engulf everything in its path. Yet, amidst the chaos, I find myself torn, grappling with the decision of whether to intervene in the strife that unfolds before me. I need to go help my father. Aniwai will likely get pissed too if I take this step forward, but intermittently, a transparent dome materializes, deflecting the onslaught of major, sweeping motions of dark light and various powers, including the infectious light emitted by the demon-infested army. I recognize the barrier immediately as Birdie's, and I even spot her amongst the chaos and ruined buildings. Violet chains streak her arms and legs, marking her as a virtue. I break out a slight smile as she isn't alone in her might. Nearly a dozen mighty undead angels join the fray, their formidable strength upending vast swathes of ground and buildings as they clash with the demonic invaders. Some explode with poisonous waves of liquid, while another emits spikes of bones in every direction that protect them from the dark light. The powers are varied, and I can't help but think of Eli. That tiny little thought blooms into a dangerous worry. I know him. He would not miss this opportunity. That bastard. He has to be here somewhere. I scan the buildings and undead of apathy for Eli, but I can't find him anywhere. Not that I was expecting to find the greatest genius of mankind so easily. Still, amidst their ranks stands a distinct figure, a familiar middle-aged man with one brilliant flaming eye that blazes with unparalleled intensity. This enigmatic figure commands the main road of apathy, where the vast gate lies broken and breached, with unwavering authority, his gaze instilling fear in any who dare to approach. Those who venture too close are swiftly brought to their knees before meeting their demise beneath the crushing weight of his authority. His soul, his dominion, erupts with unfathomable strength with each and every beat of my rapid heart. For now, it seems as though they are handling it, but I can see that in the distance, more demons are coming. Most are below the 7th sigil, meaning easy prey for someone like Isaac, but not all are. I see a half-dozen more powers, 2 virtues, and a dominion. That's all to join the same number of demons, minus the dominion. This means that the undead will soon be outnumbered on almost every level. Is this that important to you, little one? Anawai's sudden question surprises me, and I glance right up at her as, in the corner of my eye, Virgil sharpens his daggers, fitting them into their hidden pockets once done. He's preparing himself as if he knows how this will go. Nevertheless, I answer my mother honestly, not even taking Otto or Marion's concern for the city into consideration. Yeah, I know some people there. Plus, we have to do everything we can to stop them, right? You don't want a world ruled by her, do you? The ogre's eye droops in thought before she nods succinctly, drawing her massive cleaver from her back that's formed of her own solid ether of glass. The demon strides toward the city, not an inch of concern for friendly fire. No, I do not wish for that conclusion. I do not believe this will help all that much, but I can see this is meaningful. As such, I will make it meaningful for myself as well. Wraith, protect him. That is your only duty. Virgil nods to Anawai's words, and I give him an odd look as he listens to her like a subordinate. The masked man shrugs lightly before vanishing into the darkness between realities. Flickering away, he leaves me with Silas, Otto, and Marion. The two should-be twins hurriedly follow after my mother as Silas ignites a cigar beside me. He exhales smoke into the underworld's already stale air with a purposeful drag that seems to hold no pleasure or meaning. You going to follow him? It was your idea. I squint at Silas, finding his constant mood swings to be odd. Though, he seemed to stabilize since entering the new fields. No Man's Land isn't too far, too. I wonder how he'll be when we get there. I'm happy he's better. For a while there, I thought he was going to end it all. That worry is mostly gone. But as I see the flickering red flame in front of his pale sockets, that emotion lingers. He's still not all right, and I don't think he will be, ever. I wish I could do something. But he's his own man. All I can do is be here in cases he needs me. Nodding, I begin to walk toward the city. However, it doesn't stay as a walk for very long. With a short mental nudge to Blodwyn, bone grafts appear over my skull, covering me with a narrow, interlocked helmet, and as the bone grows, my heartbeat accelerates, and, with every beat, my footsteps fall harder, and harder, and harder. Before I even know it, I'm half a dozen feet from the first building. With another step, I'm past it, bringing my living manacles to bear as they are more extensive, more durable, and more deftly manipulated than ever before. My ether practice has been futile. I reach my arms out, latching onto one of the few tall structures around, a building that resembles Isaac's home in heights. Commanding my chains, I soar toward it, landing upon the peak of the building with bent knees. Breathing deeply, an inhale that fills my lungs with ether and my body with unknowable power, I search the surroundings of the city. I'm an 8th sigil, right? That means I should find one to fight. If I don't, that's giving them the chance to attack weaker people, converting even more into motherbound. But as I investigate the city, a long-forgotten sensation runs through my spine, that of forced, unnatural, inhuman fear. Iva? I thought she was dead? What? Frantic, I scan the horizon, my eyes locking upon a slow-walking figure. Demons rush past her toward the city, but the fallen supreme commands her own pace. Fuck, they got her? Her? I close my eyes, compelling myself to calm down. I need to relax. I won't be fighting her. I'm not ready for that. Even if I'm immune to her dominion, I just became a virtue, and I'm not even 100% confident winning against a virtued motherbound, seeing as they are stronger than the average sigilled. The boons that the dark light from the mother below bestows do not play around. Still, this means Isaac will have to face her on his own. I'll just have to believe in him. Isaac was the longest-standing supreme in history. He's not weak. He is strong. The battle with Eli taught me a valuable lesson. Numbers can win fights, but only if the numbers added are of sufficient might. And in this place, against motherbound that can convert people to their depraved cause, it'd take quite a mighty figure not to drop to Iva's woes. While my brain works in thought, my eyes continue searching, and I quickly find an old friend, only she's in terminal danger. Blodwyn hides our ether with his power as I bend my legs, preparing for a great leap. Birdie, reverent shield. My long-dead heart phantomly pounds in my chest as I confront the abomination wreathed in swirling darkness that emits a sickly light. It stands twice as tall as me, with 4 sets of horns and rippling muscles like that of a bison. With every fiber of my being, I resist the urge to recoil, knowing that even a trace of that corruptive energy could spell the end of my individuality if it is able to overcome my soul. But I refuse to yield to fear, steeling myself for the harrowing battle ahead. After all, this is my home. This is the last life I'll ever get. I cannot waste it. Many days are rough, without any of life's pleasures, but it's not all bad. Luxuries still exist. Fun still exists. It's all about the outlook. Summoning my power, I conjure transparent barriers with deft precision, shaping them into domes and walls to shield myself from the insidious influence of the demon's aura. Thanks to my virtue, I have a greater and more precise control over the ether within the power. With a diamond-shaped shield clasped firmly in one hand and a spear gripped tightly in the other, I prepare to face my adversary head-on. Still, the streaming dark light melts through my barriers with little effort. Damn, this is going to be close. Huh? Where did you go, Warren? We need you right this instant. No, now's not the time to be focused on anything but this foe. As the bull-like demon charges toward me with thunderous force, I meet its onslaught with a swift combination of barrier and shield, stepping toward it instead of away. Remembering the many lessons with Isaac about warfare, I narrowly deflect its horn aside just in time. A single horn of its 8 digs deep into my shield, piercing through my barriers, but I don't give up or relent. Sidestepping and using the momentum from the clash, I evade its follow-up with its claws. Then, with a swift and decisive motion, I lunge forward, driving my spear toward its ear with ether exploding out of the back of my arm. The strike lands true, piercing through the demon's flesh and drawing forth a gout of blood and darkness. The creature cries out in pain, speaking in the language of that awful god. It always blows my mind that these things are intelligent upon the 7th. But before I can capitalize on my advantage, a wave of pure, unadulterated terror washes over me, suffusing every fiber of my being with a primal fear that threatens to overwhelm my senses. Unlike anything I've ever experienced, this sensation transcends mere mortal fear emanating from some distant, unseen source. Around me, other undead warriors succumb to their knees, their resolve shattered by the overwhelming dread. I know many of them are iron-willed, people who shrug off death and decay. Nevertheless, they fall in front of their own foes, readying themselves for the slaughter like hares in front of a wolf. Though I struggle to maintain my composure, I refuse to succumb to the paralyzing grip of terror, clinging to my last vestiges of strength as I brace myself against the onslaught of primal fear. My knees buckle, yet I stay standing, staring at this demon directly in the eyes. It's not enough. I can't move my arms at all. My shield falls to my side, hanging on merely to the strap tightened enough to cut off any circulation if I were to have any. My spear, however, taps against the stone beneath me while this bullish demon rears back a mighty claw. Again, I push, leveraging all my will to force some ether to emerge, some anything to stop the awful dark light from taking me. Still, nothing works. I meet my death with open eyes, consoling myself with the knowledge that I did my best. I did the best I could, it's true, but how is someone supposed to resist the vicious dominion? A quarter second passes, 10 times the span of time needed for my life to end and for another to begin. Yet, what I expect to occur does not come to pass. Instead, a brilliant, radiant, and multicolored string of thick chains wraps around that bullish arm of the demon, hauling it into the air. My eyebrows shift slightly, still affected by the dominion, but my savior is unaffected. They land with a crash beside the demon, lashing out with some more linking steel cables before kicking the fallen away with enough force to shatter the facade of the building across the street. When the dust settles just enough for my capable eyes to see, I find Wyatt Graves, the young man I thought I'd never see again, holding out a hand to me as the mask of bone on his face recedes into a smile. "Hey, it's been a while, huh? Let me help you out." Unable to take his hand myself, the young man clasps my open hand. The instant he does, I feel as though he takes something from me, something negative. A weight is immediately lifted off my shoulders, and I feel great. I feel, unconsciously, I attempt to breathe, forgetting for a moment that there is no purpose in doing so anymore. Nonetheless, I can almost feel the taste of fresh air entering my lungs, of vast meadows, endless blue skies, calming rivers, orbiting moons, peaceful horizons, and everything in between. Instinctively, I know a solemn fact. This is no longer the boy I once knew. Even if he hadn't done this act of freeing me from this fear, I could discover it in his eyes. The last time I saw him, those eyes were simple orbs, nothing special within them besides the light of life. Now, they swirl with magnificent, ever-changing palettes of color. Merely seeing his eyes add a vibrancy to my own undead vision. A split second after our hands touch, I kick up the spear from the ground. Doing so, I find that the demon is already emerging from the wall. Nodding to Wyatt, I acknowledge the young man despite having no idea how he got here again. Help the others nearby from the fear. Then come back and help me kill this one. Wyatt returns the gesture, but he doesn't leave as I just asked him to. The young man simply breathes in deeply. For a split second, the vibrant colors re-emerge as I see dozens of chains emerge from his body, latching onto the undead nearby, focusing upon the chiefs, both the 7th and 6th sigiled ones. Quickly, Before even the bullish demon returns, they begin to stand back up, though some are already converted by the dark light, the brief instance where they were unable to move, costing them their undeaths. Sighing, I step in front of the demon as it curses us, charging for Wyatt. My shield twists for its claw, while my spear darts for its neck. Humans and corpses, learn your place. With a roar, the horns upon its head jut out, shooting toward my skull. I bounce on the balls of my feet, just enough to dodge the trajectory of 2, but there are 6 more that I can't possibly evade. Thankfully, I'm not alone. Swirling chains deflect 5 while a fist from the side dents the final with enough force to send it reeling into the earth beneath us. Still, the demon's claw crashes into my shield. I sink to one knee from the force despite the barrier I had placed as I focus most of the power on protecting myself, Wyatt, and the surrounding undead from the infectious darklight. It isn't foolproof, but it's far better than not having any protection. My whole body trembles with exertion as I leverage my spear and shield to throw the claw off of me. Meanwhile, Wyatt is already upon the demon, slashing him with one bladed arm while the other draws a colt that sends a shiver down my spine. Diving forward, I join him to guarantee that the shot lands. Sliding beneath another horn that regenerates with a slimy fluid, I stab the demon in its knee. The flesh contorts around the sigilled weapon's tip, attempting to devour it, but a cold shred of steel lines up with the demon's gut before it can honestly do anything else. Roars surround us in every which way the instant Wyatt pulls the trigger, a bleak river of flowing death connecting the young man to the demon. The demon's flesh hollows out and shrinks as it falls to the ground, barely alive. Surging forward, I sink the head of Taliesin into its skull, poking the end out the other side. Yet as the thing wholly perishes, the roars only grow in volume. I turn around to find nearly every motherbound in the surroundings staring Wyatt and me down with an apocalyptic intent. I shuffle toward the man as I watch 2/6 sigilled motherbound, newly converted undead, have their heads severed from an appearing shadow. That same shadow spins slightly as his clothes billow beside Wyatt. Breathing heavily, the man behind a mask warns us both. I don't know why, but Lily just angered half the horde. That scary one is still walking toward Isaac, but just about all the rest are on their way. I'll slow them down the best I can so you guys can take them 1 or 2 at a time. Squinting, I don't recognize the man, but I do notice that he's living. So Wyatt brought more than himself. I suppose that only makes sense. Wyatt nods to his ally before the masked man vanishes again. Okay, just be careful. Don't get caught. I tap the young man with the shaft of my spear as the nearby chiefs retreat toward us. Reese, the man I brought here with me from my position in Heights, is the closest one to me. Keep formation. If any of you are affected by anything, ask this man for help. He can cleanse you of ailments. Does that include Darklight, Wyatt? Hoping against hope, I cling to the little bit inside of my flesh that he flushed out with a simple touch. As long as it isn't too much, yeah, I can take it from you and then cleanse myself of it. A brilliant grin crosses my lips as a dozen angels, some newly turned, some not, rebound toward our faltering line of 5. We might just stand a chance until Isaac is done with Iva. 423, Bime by Light. Virgil Flickering Wraith Boon. I navigate the treacherous terrain of the besieged city of Apathy, my movements fluid and silent as I traverse the ruined rooftops. My feet tap off the barely hanging walls and bricks by pure practice. This isn't the first time I've danced over a dying city, not even close. Death hangs heavy in the air, the cityscape overrun by the motherbound, wreaking havoc upon the long-dead inhabitants. The god, sharing the same name, also hovers above, even if I can't see her. Yet, amidst the chaos and destruction, I remain undeterred, my focus fixed on the task at hand. Screams of pain and horror resound in every which way, some that I swear I can even recognize, a few that I remember causing. My jaw tightens as I press onward. They are the past. With each leap and bound, I propel myself forward with an unwavering goal, my path leading me straight toward a cluster of formidable demons. Like a shadow in the night, I glide effortlessly over the rooftops, my movements shrouded in secrecy. Night whips and mask cover me from sight as I recall my fight with Wyatt. I'm proud of him, but it still hurts to lose, to see him finally overcome me. I've kept up for a very, very long time, All others that were with us at that time slipped, fell behind, and reached their limits or died. Still, I won't let that happen to me. I made a promise. In fact, I made multiple regarding that young man. As I approach my targets, several angels that are on the path toward Wyatt and Bertie, I slow my pace, coming to a halt against the cold stone of a nearby wall. With acute precision, I observe the demons passing below, relying solely on my heightened hearing and spatial awareness to discern their movements. Years of doing this exact thing have prepped me for this very second. In the recesses of my mind, I conjure a mental image of the 5 demons, each possessing unique sizes and potential abilities. I don't know what each can do, but there are 2 human-sized ones, one smaller, more pygmy-like, and 2 large ones. I'll focus on the more diminutive ones first. They are usually easier to kill. With a firm grip on my daggers, I steady my breathing, allowing a moment of calm to wash over me before I make my move. I'm always calm. It's something I'm proud of, but sometimes I need more. My heartbeat sinks to a minimum, perhaps not even a beat per minute. My blood flow crawls at a tiny pace as I manually stop my breathing. One good strike. I learned 1,000 things during my fight with Clarence, as I'm sure he did for me. It is now time to put it all to the test. As I lean against the brick wall, the shadows of the demolished buildings covering me, I hear a slight caw, one that reminds me of a raven. Raising an eyebrow, I search over my head, only to find nothing. Shaking my head, I refocus. It could just be some skill nearby. The scythe from hand slides off my back as I ever so slightly move, not making a single sound with a dual usage of mask and muted, a better silence that I recently developed. I hear a crack of a rock as the group of demons pass me by. Perfect. The short one is in the back. With precise timing, I dart out from my concealed position, springing into action as I lunge toward the unsuspecting demon. Night whips lung me forward as I have a silhouette rush in front of me. The short demon twists, somehow anticipating my attack. Its claws surge forward, shifting into 2 massive lions, still attached to the demon's wrists. Unfortunately for this demon, its wrists bite at my identical-looking silhouette. The ether explodes into a puff of darkness upon being infected with dark light. Letting go of those streams, I leap from the clouding darkness with 2 outstretched hands. Both daggers find their mark, sinking deep into the side of the creature's turned neck. A guttural cry of agony escapes its lips as it thrashes in pain, blood spilling from the grievous wounds. Before the other demons can aid this one, a scythe hurtles through the air, finding its mark and delivering a lethal blow to the wounded demon's spine. As it collapses to the ground, dying but not quite dead, I unleash a torrent of nightmarish tendrils of darkness, each one lashing out as a measure of guarantee. This thing needs to die before I retreat. The tendrils snake and writhe through the air, attempting to pierce the flesh of the demons fallen under the Motherbound's control. Unfortunately for me, however, the remaining 4 are unfazed by my attempts. Instead, they reach for me as a group, dark light emerging from all over. Sensing danger closing in, I sidestep with lightning speed, allowing the momentum to funnel the ether for flicker. In an instant, I vanish from their sight, re-emerging in a fog of whiteness. Like tightening a fist, the muscle hard to describe for my power, I hold on to it for longer, letting it burn my ether at an incredible rate. Yet it's not without a boon. I walk during these few moments, only a scarce 3 steps, but it's enough. Releasing the skill, I re-emerge on the opposite side of the demons. For left, can I do that? I can probably kill one more if I send it all the way. But what then? These are angels, Virgil, powerful figures that can kill thousands in minutes. But so am I. I stand a chance against 4. I've faced worse odds, far more miserable, that's for sure. And down here, in the underworld, it's always nighttime. The sun cannot pierce the veil of rock above to affect my ether. In the darkness of the street, shadowed by rubble, I extend my hand forward, a pulsing light originating from my palm. Then, as the demons begin to turn toward me, I ram my thumb into my heart, allowing the light to intertwine with my heart. The shadows in the vicinity vanish before the radiance that stems from my heart, spewing from my very veins. The demons are given less than a fraction of a second to react as I surge forward, a streaming river of white. My feet tap the rocks, shadowed turning into something, other as I feel warm inside. Unlike the continual coldness I am used to, my hands gain warmth as, beneath me, my boots melt onto the ground. My clothes sear and scorch from the luminance, the blinding aura. The demons squint despite their own dark radiances. Reaching to my rear, I grasp onto the haft of a weapon, and as I accelerate to my pinnacle, wrapping sand edges around my limbs and under my flesh, air crackles. But it doesn't break. Hushed stops the air from even reacting to my presence. And so, faster than sound can even shift, without the air to respond, I bring the scythe across my body as I pass by another demon. Time resumes its normal pace as I stumble, faltering in my attempt to change direction. Ahead, however, sinks to the street, rolling noisily along the clattered stones and spilled blood. My light fades slightly, the glimmering sheen lowering as seconds pass. But the demons do not mind their dead brethren enough to stop. The remaining 3 charge at me, cursing me all the while. Murderer, she will make you pay. Ghost, no, what is he? Bastard. Light, no. Darkness, so odd. He's not real. Kill him. My breath comes out in ragged gasps as I realize I've already used the vast majority of my ether saturation. My head is spinning as light roars through my arteries, peeking out at my fingertips, still bound by gloves. Nevertheless, those gloves fall to the wayside as I sidestep a demon's rabid charge. They are skilled, even through their corrupted instincts, but they have not killed as I have, fought as I have, warred as I have. Only Clarence could tie me in a duel. Yet that was many days ago already, and I learned from every passage. Now, I would not fare so poorly. So, I dodge and weave, using my agility and ability to predict the next move to prevent myself from losing my head or soul. Around the human-sized one after me, threads spring to life, emerging from nowhere but the air. Inside those threads, however, are tightly constricted constructs of dark light. Not wanting to get hit by them, I swerve, only to be forced to flicker away from another. Immediately, the battle becomes risky, something not under my control anymore. Even with Shadowless, it's not enough to keep up with 3 fallen at once. I dip, duck, flip, flicker, and vanish, but it's not enough. They chase me, even when I disappear into the other world. I prevent myself from garnering any significant wounds, but within a single short minute, things become worrying. The dark light is pushed out by flickering, but the other human-sized one has some kind of toxin in the air-like blades they manipulate. I'm resistant to poison from my training, but this is no venom I've ever been exposed to. It's slowing me down, diverting my light. Not good. Deflecting a blade of air with a dagger, I send the scythe at the big boy of the demons to distract it for a second, but my right hand is what falters first. The blade of air somehow transforms into a concussive blast a moment before impact, sending me sprawling onto the cobbled stones. I spin on the ground, reorienting myself, but I'm not fast enough. The big boy is on me, dropping a colossal fist toward my face. There goes another flicker. I don't have many opportunities left. Reappearing behind the 3, they already are facing me, knowing where I'd go. I've become predictable. Huh? Yeah, I have. I should change that up a bit. Take some more from that kid's playbook. I charge forward, calling the scythe to my hand. It soars through the air, cutting a wound on the side of the big demon. I tolerate a miniature smile as I immediately order the scythe to detonate the wound. Blood explodes outward as I meet the sharp-nosed one with the equally sharp blades of air. My scythe deflects a bulge of air, and I use my other hand to toss a dagger at them. Then, I send sand edges for his face, but it's quickly rebuffed by the other human-sized one using its threads. I leap back, realizing it's just not going to work. I don't have enough firepower. I don't have a single skill that can simply overwhelm. Wyatt has his explosion, Bonfire has with incineration, Lennon has whatever the fuck he can do with those invisible swords, and even Quakita has that thing her claymore can do with blood. Illuminate is good, but it's just not good enough for angelic foes. Yes, it can hurt them, and a perfectly timed one might even kill one. But to overpower 3, I continue to fight as I mull over this conundrum, adeptly feeling my time in such a heated battle drawing to a close. The seconds are running thin. Slowly, I begin to make mistakes, something I don't usually do, and it earns me a backslap from the big boy. I attempt to offset some of the force with my daggers, but I feel my arms crack as I drop the weapons. Tumbling head over heels, I leverage the scythe to block an airy blade, but that ends with the scythe hundreds of feet away. Even while rolling in pain with broken arms, I flip onto my feet, sliding a few more inches before I regain balance. Then, I stare at the three rushing for me. Dark light is already seeping into my arms, but I have some time. I can flicker when I'm done here, but I need to come up with something. I could run to Wyatt for help, yet only if I must. I want to improve, to follow him into whatever hell he embarks. I do so because I know, deep down, that I owe him for changing my life for the better. But not just that, he helms a potential that I cannot fathom. Even if my bones break, my skin ruptures, and my veins explode, I won't give up on him. Actually, that gives me an idea. I remember watching Blodwyn fire a bullet of blood from his veins while I took care of him. I had him take it up a notch, and the Arca evolved it into a stream of blood with the force of a bullet. He could twist and drag it, but only for a short time. After all, there is only so much blood in the body at once. I clench my fist as the three demons rush me, with the big one in front. I breathe heavily, letting out gasps of air that turn the area around it into foggy mist. Shadowless still flows through my veins, as I've improved the skill over time, both from general practice and time spent as an angel. It's time to raise this up a notch. I can do this. I know I can. I'm a killer. So it's about time I learned a new way to kill. There is no one here to save my life. If I want to live, I must do what I have always done. Kill. These beings enjoy killing, but they are not. They do not possess the eyes. Sand edges form on my right hand as I poke holes at the tips of each of my fingers on that hand. Like pressurized canisters of air, reminiscent of Earl's contraption in Wyatt's arm, I force the light in my heart to swirl, circulating painfully before heading toward my hand. The light carried and bolstered by ether as it is made of ether condenses, turning a pure, untainted white. I feel something shift internally as my steam wafts from my veins. Then, a blinding pain emerges from within my body and mind as flesh contorts, sublimating and joining that light. Screaming in pain, the echo of my voice joining the cacophony of war. I clutch my other hand onto my wrist as if to mentally force it all to stop. It all hurts so bad. The agony of my body not only turning to gas but something far more energetic nearly cripples me. Despite it all, the muscles in my hand twist as I instinctively form a claw, bending my arm as if I had claws to strike with. And a dozen feet from the big boy, I swing my arm, the light bursting from my fingertips. 5 beams of light stream from my hand, one from each finger. My hand passes to the other side of my body without resistance. Only I can tell that the insides of my shoulder, arm, and especially my fingers are charred to all hell. But within that glorious, unending light, the sheer brightness creates miniature shadows, places where the light is more diminutive. Those shadows quickly creep back into reality, overcoming all as the street returns to darkness. Silence reigns for a moment as I blink twice and stumble forward with limp arms, surprised by the lack of roaring before me. Stunned by myself, I witness the 3 demons slide into 5 parts, sectioned and seared by my own light. I fall to my knees with a pounding headache. Another raven's caw resumes. Squinting, I gaze upward, only to find a falling inky black feather. That feather slides to the floor before me, landing upon a puddle of blood. It spins on the dense liquid, staring at me. When I blink, however, it is gone, and in its place is a dark orb with a shadowy exterior that seems to devour all light. I reach forward, taking the orb as something simply calls me to it. The moment I do, my vision twists, showing me 1,000 visions and futures, or perhaps even alternate realities, all at once, but I only remember 3. 3 distinct and important frames for me to latch onto. The first has light bulging from my veins after I am grievously wounded, burning away my own darkness. And from the fumes of the pyre, I heal, recovering as the night relinquishes to the day. On top of that, the fumes turn physical, a fog that moves around me like a roving beast. This one bestows me a slight smile as I instinctively know I will be able to do this, that this is my Sigils' next improvement. The second has a colossal crash of a building, something the mass of a whole castle, head toward me, but the instant before impact, I vanish. And then, I reappear unfazed 1,000 feet away, fixing my mask on my face. Again, instincts speak to me. Or perhaps it's my own sigil. This is what my virtue becomes. And the third, it's bizarre. More like a challenge, a testament, even. It doesn't even include me. Only an idea of something patched together, but near impossible to decipher wholly. It is a sun setting and rising at once, a moon rising and setting alongside its counterpart. It sinks profoundly into my heart as I know, partially, that this is important, that this is very important to me. Is this my proof? Or how I accomplish my next absolution? Or both? I don't know. The moment afterward, an idea or a pair of words enters my mind. It is simple. It is mine. Gast, the shunned light. This is my sigil's name. This is my sigil. The second title has switched after many months, becoming something far different. Thoughts run at 1,000 miles per minute, and I quickly fall upon a single conclusion as I recall the burst of shadowless I just did a second or two ago. Even in that bright light, shadows persisted, invading my targets underneath the beams of death. My heart sinks for some reason, as it all feels so futile. It'll never go away. Never. There will always be something else, some other danger, some other darkness. My weightless mind sags. I let disappointment and resignation fall over me for the first instance in a long, long time. There will always be a darkness to accompany a light. But that's okay. If there were never any darkness, then the light wouldn't be very bright, would it? Its radiance wouldn't matter. It would all simply be gray. And oh, how boring that would be. I'll have to learn how to use the light without shadowless, in the dark while using it. That will be quite the step forward. If shadowless is a Zil, then what will come next will be even greater. I can already imagine it. The loop of darkness enhancing light and vice versa. It'll rapidly grow beyond my capability to control its growth. But that's how those things are born. No man or woman is meant to handle such complexity. It is simply godly. Air enters my thoughts as I gradually return to form. I'm not sure about my future, so I can only focus on the now. What I do know, however, is that God had one last gift for me. Or at least I think that's what happened. There is always a chance I hallucinated that in pain, and that I simply had that much resonance to pull a sigil from thin air. Yeah, right. I'm not Wyatt. That was a gift. I wonder how I got it, though. My feet stabilize onto the hard stone as I also recognize the fact that I just grasped onto plasmic ether, though I don't know what kind that was. It wasn't fire, dust, or lightning. That's for damn sure. It was bright and hot, but it wasn't lightning. I know that much. Stumbling forward, I find a lack of sigil in one of the 5 demons I killed. The second one, where did it go? Oh, I see now. Why was it so easy for me? Is it because of the god's death? It has to be, right? It must be. Groaning in pain as another demon turns the corner. This one seems to be a far lower sigil. I shamble to my scythe. This green-skinned horror rushes toward me with a long sword in its hand, the edge vibrating dangerously. The moment it gets close, however, I twist away, decapitating it with the scythe. The head soars through the air, landing atop a ruined structure. Another one down. How many more to go? I was planning on only slowing the groups after Wyatt, but all plans tend to hit shit with Motherbound involved. I tried to escape. Didn't work. So, I had to win. Sighing, I head back toward where I last saw him. I don't think I'll lose so fast anymore. A note from Broken Saint. So, I've been doing a whole lot of final planning for the last bit of the story, as Volume 11 is mostly written. Previously, I said I would need a 13th volume, but I'm not so sure anymore. It doesn't make much sense with what remains. So, instead, the 12th will likely be the final one. Only longer than usual at 60 chapters or so. Maybe less, maybe more. Feels weird to make an update like this, but I wanted to. TLDR. I'm not exactly sure how long the story will be, but I don't think it'll need that 13th full volume. I don't want to drag things out or do things too quick, so I'm going to leave it somewhat open. 424, Between Hay and Grass. Lenin, Bladeless Monster, Hull. Why are you so sure Eli will be heading into hell? I press Kate for a question as she prods the diminutive fire we have set up to cook some rations we brought. The native woman hums a tiny melody before bringing the meat on her stick to her mouth, ripping the sustenance off roughly and speaking with her mind to mind. I just know it. He won't go to any of the 3 undead cities, especially not the fallen ones. There is a chance he infiltrates Heights to enter the Isaac's archives, but I don't think he'll take that gamble. He needs a Surza to reach any higher in strength, but he doesn't have the time to learn one from any book. He will have to manifest one himself. I nod to her telepathic thoughts, adding my own verbally before taking a bite myself. It's been challenging to mold my dominion to carry things, but I can handle it. Chewing from a shaky, invisible hand is better than not eating at all. And to create his own, he'll have to do what all others who want to get stronger do. Push himself beyond his limits, meaning that hell is his only destination. Swallowing her chunk of sustenance, my companion agrees with a hum. But despite our thoughts, we both know a cruel truth, and Miet doesn't let us forget it. You two aren't strong enough. Neither am I. We need to go hunting. Both of you are ready for 8th sigils, so kill an extra for me. I shake my head, wiping my nose with my shoulder. It really is quite chilly down here in the underworld. No sun bodes ill for the warmth of a place. Sure, we can get on that. But what are we going to hunt? The motherbound? Demons not affected by dark light are quite rare round here. Kate's head dips lowly before she waves a hand toward the fire. A burst of energy comes from her, dousing the heat entirely as she leaps to her feet. Her eyes flicker to behind me, far above and over my shoulder. Seems like we won't have to go very far. Mies sees 30 or so half a mile away, rapidly approaching. There is even an angel. Almost scary how common they are down here. Standing, I agree with some of her statements. It isn't scary, but there sure are a whole lot of them. The abundance really gets my blood flowing. I stride in the direction she points to, climbing the high hill with my soul itching for a fight. Hopefully, someone has a soldier. I want another. If I can't use the skills from a sigil, I'd at least appreciate the physical enhancement it will bring. In only seconds, I crest the hill, finding a large group of varying creatures with a sickly light covering their entirety. My jaw tightens as I feel my muscles grow taut. Exciting. Fuck. Is it really so hard to find a soldier down here? I don't want a rogue or anything else, only a soldier. Kate is a bit more joyful as she drags a groaning and grievously wounded demon behind her, smiling because it holds an abbot within its flesh. She'll take it when we're in a little bit of a safer situation. Wyatt, after all, did warn us not to enter the cabin without some preparations. I'll trust him on that one. Not that I was planning to ever let it retake me. I don't need a lighthouse anymore. Our walk, more like a controlled sprint over the vast plains, dunes, and mountainous regions of the underworld, passes quickly. Heights and Apathy were easy to leave behind with Kate and my speeds. But as we approach another city in the distance, a constant rhythm of shivers runs down my back, unrelenting and ominous. Gazing ahead, I stop Quakete with an edgeless blade, tapping her on the forehead as I take in the sight. What used to be the most depraved city in all of humanity, both dead and alive, has somehow turned even worse. Demons, humans, and a variety of races, all distorted awfully by darklight, walk mindlessly through the city, ignoring all the blood and gore. Only the vastly stronger ones, which I can tell are angels, seem to have any sense of individuality. Still, from my experience with Fallen, they are only partially of their own mind. The mother below still controls them. Closing my eyes, I let my soul roam, my senses and instincts taking over for several minutes. It's not a skill. It doesn't even include any ether or sigil. It is simply experience with life and death made manifest. Air fills my lungs, stale and cold. Then it leaves lively and warm. Again and again, I let ethereal danger flow upon my skin. I trust no sense more than my gut. Several powers, at least a dozen. All of them are dangerous, and I can simply sense that they exist. Beyond that, I delve deeper, not using any sense other than an imaginary one. Yet, I trust my gut more than even the most precise mathematical instrument. For virtues, shining segments of danger poke out amidst the monotony. Yet, they are not the most radiant threat. A pair of more exciting existences reside within the core of this depravity. 2 dominions, 2 demigods, 2 beings far, far beyond anything I can grasp. I may have a dominion, but I'm not even a virtue. There is a difference between merely having and swinging a sword and being one with one. The knowledge, the experience, the instinct, And the limitless ideas are what make the distinction. Kill the demon, take its sigil, and refuse the cabin. Forge your own path, Quakate Comanche. Do not fret over whether it will be wrought with darkness or not. Kate meets my eye as Mia is likely informing her of all the threats alongside me. She knows what we are about to face. Still, she scrunches up her face. My last name is Summers. I nod to her, not really caring. I lay upon what is more important. Do not shirk from what must come. This city? It is a warm-up to kill Eli. 18 powers, 4 virtues, 2 dominions. Only if we can manage to butcher all of these will we be able to put down that man. Both Mia and Quakate stare at me with complete surprise, as if they cannot fathom the sincerity in my words. They are childish. They understand this world, but they do not truly inherit all that it means. Humanity has lost it all once before. Not that either of us really cares, but it means every success is fraught with untold struggle. Madman, you want us to kill all of those? And for her to not even know her sigil's name? All of them? How? We're just going to die, Lennon. I smile at them both, devising a plan shortly. Of course, I won't simply charge in. I'm confident, not brain-damaged or suicidal. We can do it. Bit by bit, brick by brick, life by life. Advance. Then, we'll lure angels out a few at a time, slowly weakening them. Eventually, the bigger ones will come out to investigate, and we'll kill them as well. The end goal is at least 1 dominion. Otherwise, how will we ever kill Eli? Kate sighs, but Mia still rages against the idea. She argues that it's stupid and irrational that we should take fewer risks and hunt in no man's land, where the demons are more spread out. Perhaps that is a good idea, but I like mine more. My companion shifts, dragging the bound and armless demon to her, as she slides the legendary demon's bane from its sheath. The moment she does so with the intention to kill the abbot, however, the ceiling far above us, formed of high-up rock and stalactites, begins to tremble. And as it does, Mia screams in pain. Ah! What's happening? My head. Curiosity rises as I wonder how an artifact has a head, but the thought lasts for only a second. Then, I fall to a knee from a piercing pain stringing its way through my skull, scraping out my brain like an ice pick. Not even meaning to, I cut open the front of my face, a line of blood running down my forehead and over my right eye as I bring my dominion under control. Fuck, what is this? Damn it. I slam into the ground only a second later as blood slides out my eyes, ears, and mouth. Kate isn't much better, but I know something that might help her. Twisting my head on the coarse dirt, I shout at the woman, "Take it, now!" With my scream, I notice that the entirety of depravity is experiencing the same effects. It's difficult to tell from this distance and from the fact that I'm on the ground now, but I hear the screams of pain. What is this? Elizabeth Stroudwater. The sky darkens in the middle of the day as I catch Richard's eyes. We both nod together as we instinctively know what's happening. It was not supposed to rain today. It isn't even cloudy in the slightest. Another god is dying. The world is reacting to the fallen divinity. Using Earl's recent invention, an improvement on Eli's wires that transmit information through code, I quickly tap out a warning that is delivered rapidly to the rest of the city. Blaring, near-deafening warning sounds come from every corner of Onyx Gate as Rich leaves our command center. I watch the angel sprint to the tallest building nearby, dashing up the side of it using the pair of jumpers given to him. He moves fast, far faster than I ever could, but it's not fast enough. The only warning the people of Onyx Gate get before my head slams against the table are those sirens. And I don't even feel the physical pain, however. All the sensations that enter my blackening vision are the incredible, mind-breaking rungs of pain that lash through me. All the recent training, the fact I made it to the 4th sigil doesn't even matter. Nor does the fact that I took a wayfarer, one just as rare and equally as enticing as Wyatt's philosophers or Earl's gamblers, matter in any way, either. The days and nights I've spent gruelingly pushing myself to the brink of exhaustion, only to do it again after sleeping for 4 hours. I've already mastered steel and gaseous ether. My arms are lead, my legs barely working, and my eyes darker than black. But none of my training matters. None of my suffering matters. Nothing matters before a god, or even a god's demise. Mixcoatl, the lingering thought, the forgotten impulse. I've done plenty of research on gods recently. We even broke into Vincent's study, as well as Eli's. The one that is ripping apart my brain can only be this one. My brain is barely even functioning, but I'm still able to ramble like this only because of my recent struggle with unconsciousness every day. Then, the instant I finish training, I go back to helping Rich and Tomas with the city, recruiting, giving out food, and all the other necessities that are required. Despite it all, I move even with the flickering darkness at the edges of my vision. Every piece of my being screams in pain. My jaw tightens so far that my teeth crack. In fact, one of them splits in half, only managing to make things that much worse. Shuddering, I crawl to the exit of the tent. I need to get to the amplifier. Everyone must be in so much pain. How many will die from this? I'm a fourth sigilled, and I feel like I'm about to die. What about the children? My nails dig into the hard stone, breaking easily as I drag myself out of the tent, staring up at the building Rich is painfully hanging over the edge of. I need to get there. I can help everyone with my voice. I shuffle some more along the bricks, but the pain only grows. The sky above, the dark clouds part as a purplish aurora sets over the sky. I knew God's dying would be destructive, but after the last few, I didn't think it would be this disastrous. Blood spills from my eyes as my vision turns red, but I keep pushing, dragging my body by my broken fingernails. It hurts. Everything hurts. Is that? Oh, Lennox. He's curled up, smacking his head with his hands over and over again. I need to do something. Anything. Fuck. I reach up, fumbling drunk with pain, to grab a railing on the side of the building to pull myself up, but I fail, unable to leverage any weight. My head hits the stone, and everything swims so much worse. Lennox is churning around my head as I can't focus. It's all so dizzy. It hurts so much. More teeth crack until I finally fall limp. I can't do anything. I'm too weak. Even Rich could barely move. And he's an angel. I'm just a girl. A town girl way out of her league. Without any effort, I roll onto my back with the struggle ending. It's all so pointless. The agony in my head only accelerates to a furious rumbling, like the screeching of a descending deity. All the colors in my pupils are reddened, turned utterly incarnadine from the blood vessels in my eyes bursting. I've absorbed much of Earl's rambling and research, learning so much about the human body, and so I know vaguely what is happening to me right now. My brain is being torn apart by psychically boosted ether, the segments of my brain bursting and pushing against my eyes. I'm going to die like this, aren't I? We just accomplished something extraordinary, ripping Onyx Gate and the entirety of the territories from the estates. But now, I'll die, and so will so many others. It's not fair. Why is nothing fair? Who gets to decide all this? Why did Vincent have to kill this god? This one? Why not any other one? Why is this what happens when Mixcoatl dies? My hands clench with the pain, digging the torn nails deep into my flesh. The pain doesn't even register. I've gotten good with a sword. I've gotten even better with a gun. But none of it matters to these godly horrors. It's not fair. I suppose it never was, huh? Was how my parents died fair to them? Eaten by monsters and demons after a peaceful day? My little and older brothers died without even managing to run away. Without a stroke of luck, the only two to escape from our hometown would have been Earl and Leonard. And even then, they would have shortly died if not for Wyatt, who would have likely succumbed to his wounds if not for us. It's never fair. It's never been fair. And why would it be? It's much better for the ones who set the rules if things aren't fair. It'd be better for me if I could set the rules too. This singular thought sinks deep into my mind as it slithers through the crevices in the agony, creating a tiny paradise of hope. If only I had the power to change things. But I don't. Yet, that doesn't mean I don't try. The ether from my voice can strengthen others, imbue them with ether, and grant them courage. If I am to die from this godly scream of psychic death, then I'll at least grant some others some comfort in their final moments. Blinking with strenuous effort, I think of the many children in Onyx Gate, the mothers, the fathers, the many who possess no power for themselves. A strangled cry comes from my throat as I open my mouth, failing to utter even a single human word. But that's already too much for me. With several broken teeth, the noises come out as a wheeze for the second time. But I don't give up. Pushing my ether into my lungs and jaw, I force the words out with all the effort I can, not caring that it will tear apart my insides. Don't be scared. The 3 words are loud, louder than anything I've ever managed to release. As they leave my throat, I realize the city is utterly quiet. I don't hear any groans of pain or movement. I can see Lennox hitting himself, but it's turned so soft that it's inaudible. But with my words, his head rises softly, and that beating gains some energy. It's working, even if just a little. Blood leaks from my mouth and dribbles to the floor as the passage from my teeth to my lungs is scrambled like a stew. I don't care. Again, I scream, letting out the words that need to be said. It will pass. The words leave alongside blood. However, Lennox moves a little more as the shout echoes off the buildings into the city. Closing my eyes, I do it again and again and again. All the while, I imagine a child just like Lennox, only with none of the personal power and all of the fear and insecurity. Hold on. I can hardly breathe from the path being so damaged, but I continue. It will get better. Another tooth cracks, and I feel vessels within my eyes explode as the pain in my brain only worsens. Just hold on. A little while longer. I feel as though I brush against something, an invisible barrier or limit. It's ethereal, hard to describe, impossible to describe. In fact, other than the part that it exists, I ignore it. I need to help them. I need to do something. Only I can help now. A little longer. Then something shatters. I feel an abrupt pull, something hauling me to the beyond, to a beyond, but it sends a chill down my spine. Clenching my fists, teeth, and toes, I resist, focusing on the pain. It's difficult, even harder than moving with the psychic pain, but I don't stop. I just speak again as if to convince myself, you are safe. And with it, my vocal cords rip in twain, the final word possessing a deep tone impossible for a woman to emulate. A second later, however, the pain vanishes, even as the aurora above persists. Something settles within my heart, a pair of words that I grasp before everything goes dark. Declarative Overseer. 425, Nosy Parker. Wyatt Graves. Kneeling on the shattered cobblestone beneath me, I cough out some more blood. Blodwyn is frantically reconstructing our insides, but the injuries still leak out. For now, though, we're okay. We're fine. Dead bodies lie all around Birdie, Bonfire, and me. Most of them were demons, their dark light that had twisted them into attacking us still coiling around them. But not all of them are demons. In fact, only one other undead survived besides the 2 twins resting atop some rubble. Patrick, that's it. That's his name. He can't remember his last name as he's been dead for so long. It doesn't help that he died many times before becoming an angel down here. He's not quite right in the head, but Birdie vouches for him. So when he collapses beside me in exhaustion, sighing with lungs that don't need to breathe, I don't say anything. I merely watch him while patting the regenerating hole in my lungs. These demons don't fucking play around. We lost 3 powers in less than an hour. 3. That's almost as many that died during the entire siege of the estates. Bimala, the Dewey, Grimes, and Callahan angels. Oh, and Clarence. 2 more. Haha, that's depressing. Down here, it is so very different. I slide onto my back, using some torn-up stone as a frame, while I stare out toward the front of the city. Aftershocks still skate over to us from Isaac's battle with Iva, but I don't want to go anywhere near that. I hurt all over. My saturation is almost filled, and none of my friends are feeling up to another battle either. Virgil, I haven't seen him lately, but I'm sure he's okay. I know I beat him recently in a fight for the first time, but if I were to place us in an authentic battle, where death was the end, he'd win 10 out of 10 times. Virgil Boone would never face me up close. He'd run away, disappear, then re-emerge right when I lowered my guard. I'd die before I even knew it. He's probably just watching from the darkness in case of an ambush. Still, the number of angels dying here, both powers and virtues, is astounding. So many more are here than on the surface. It's not an order of magnitude higher, say 20 to 200, but it's at least double, if not triple. Though, it does make sense. The gift of undeath is that, a gift. It allows those who would have the potential to go further but were stopped to reignite that flame, to try again, to reach for the beyond once more. It is an incredible boon, even if it has some downsides. I hate this shit, man. Demon after demon. Motherbound after motherbound. Will it ever end? I died thinking it'd be better, but fuck, this shit is atrocious. Wyatt, right? Patrick offers a pale, long-deceased open palm to me. I furrow my brows slightly but accept the offer, shaking his hand. He returns a light smile, the flames in his sockets billowing marginally enough to notice. This man, his power is weird, but his chains are even odder. His fetters are primarily gathered around his feet, and he seems to only ever kick enemies to kill them. Yeah, nice to meet you, Patrick. Heard your name during it all. The undead nods with another sigh, scratching an open wound on his face as his eyes pivot toward the front of the city. No matter how much he scrapes the laceration, he doesn't care. It must be some kind of comfort thing for him. I don't know. Undead are weird. Silas is suicidal and depressed, while Lennox is too cheerful even in the face of death. Death and time change people. Patrick continues to show it. There he goes, our invincible leader. Hopefully, he will kill that bitch today. They fought before, and she always came out as the loser. Whore. I hate her. Killed several of my friends, and Isaac just told me to let it go. Dick. I'd prefer if he died as well, if you know. We wouldn't quickly die in return. I stay silent as the man complains more and more. Bonfire groans as he rolls onto his side, gradually waking up after fainting. To his credit, though, he held on until after the fight to pass out. Patrick flicks his gaze to Bonfire, tapping my shoulder. You sure he's fine? I'm no augur, but I sense a fuckton of dark light in him. Like a hole. Yeah, he's fine. If he isn't, I'll help him out just as I did for you. Patrick nods sharply, his head bobbing up and down several times. He's right, though. Bonfire is becoming a risk, but I don't think I'm capable of helping him yet. I need more practice with my newest skill. Plus, Rapturous is not nearly enough to cleanse of that dark light. While I'm lost in thought, Patrick stands abruptly, dropping a hand toward me once more. I raise a questioning glance at him, and he answers me immediately. Come, let's go see the two Supremes kill each other. Might as well watch. If one eye dies, we die. If the bitch dies, then I guess we rest? Well, you'd get to sleep, a having mule. His insults, or what he considers to be insults, don't make any sense to me. So, I shrug and follow him, not finding a fault in his logic. Might as well watch. All the other angels have either retreated or fallen. Same with the majority of the lower sigilled. The only fight still burning is that between dominions. So, I step after him, careful not to trip on any rubble. Then, as I stride past Bonfire, I yank the fumbling man to his feet. He gives me a dopey smile, and I smack him lightly. Hey! I stare at him, still grasping his torn shirt roughly. You were looking stupid. Bonfire purses his lips, squints his eyes, and shakes his head. Nope, I don't know what you were talking about. Sighing, I tap him again, this time with the link of the chain still hanging from my hip. Then, I speak to him quietly enough so that Patrick, or anyone else, won't hear. Man, you can't be doing this anymore. I need to be sure you are yourself. You need to be wholly serious until we fix you. Bonfire's lips wriggle slightly, and I can see the edges of his eyes shift, emotion begging to be released. But the maniac for fire bites his lip and nods instead of being genuine. Yeah, I'll work on it. Sorry. Now, I start to feel a bit bad as he stares at the ground. Damn it, Emmett Knox. How can you be both so strong and so dumb? Slapping him on the back, I yank him to accompany Patrick and me. The road is littered with bodies, demon blood, and empty sockets of the fallen undead. Darklight swims along the floor, wiggling toward our boots, but I force it all away with my living manacles. The things work pretty well against the Dominion, as they seem to come partially from my soul. I step over all the signs of catastrophe, and Patrick flings his leg to his left, obliterating a surprisingly intact wall, only for orange blood to spew out from the inside. He seems to have found another one. Leaning, I look inside the hole he created with his soul. The demon is already dead. I don't even know what sigil it was. Whatever. It's not like it matters. Damn thing wasn't strong enough to survive a kick, so it was likely just a survivor. We continue along the road, killing multiple more motherbound, both demons, humans, and even one Nahullo. Seeing one of Abraham's lineage? Kind? None of those sound right. Anyways, seeing a Nahullo down here makes me worry and wonder about the other underworlds. other sections of the underworld. According to Silas, every race has their own afterlife, a section beneath the earth dedicated to them and them only. Dogs, bears, birds, etc. Everything is separated and segmented. Humans have their own, and so do the Nahullo. I wonder if the other sections have already fallen. Surely not, right? Or else demons would have started to emerge from the gates of death, right? I'm not sure. Maybe there are more requirements. I don't know. My eyes slightly trail upwards as I feel instinctively pulled toward an answer that I'm not qualified for. Nope, not looking at death. I'm good. I'll keep my eyes down here. Oh shit, that's not much better. A wave of pressure suddenly slams into the three of us as Bonfire, Patrick, and I are physically shoved backward by Isaac's dominion. The oceanic tides of the force surround the man-worm through the air like an indomitable presence. I can see it. The raw power and control he wields through his soul alone. But he doesn't just use his soul. Like a master, he weaves ether into every move. And only as his soul meets Iva's bloodied fist do I truly recognize the surroundings. All the colors in reality fade to white and black as I fall to a knee, scarcely preventing myself from flying backward despite our quarter-mile distance. I thought that would be enough. Guess I thought wrong. The buildings around me are long gone, a detail I failed to notice as I was lost in reverie. A foolish thing, but I can't help it. Observing dominions is intoxicating, to say the least. It's like watching the most beautiful and captivating dance. Ripples of pressure, like air but far harder to detect and thousands of times stronger than a gust of wind, press my feet into the rock below. Cracks emerge as I sink to my shins in the earth. Bonfire and Patrick have already fallen back, but I can't. I need to see more. More. It's all so. Even Iva's dominion is amazing. The way she weaves it in and out of her strikes. It's not simply fear. It's aggression. Perhaps even intent? No. It's dangerous. She can control one's sense of danger. Interesting. And why am I immune? I watch more closely as Isaac misidentifies a feint for an actual strike, and then vice versa, earning a tight puncture wound in his chest. His dominion is featureless, however, and it forces him to the side to evade a follow-up. Height's Supreme retaliates with enough force to level a city, his soul stretching out and flattening the vista behind Iva. In response, Depravity's Supreme raises her arms, ether building upon them as I watch the skin turn blue for a moment, like that of hardened crystal. Azure Rampart. Johnny mentioned that skill to me once. As the fight continues, I realize something about myself and about Iva. I'm not immune to her dominion. I'm only immune to its weakest effect, the ability to instill crippling fear, a focused genre of danger sense. Iva's dominion can do so much more than affect fear. She is manipulating Isaac's sense of danger, fucking up his combat experience and gut. He is hit by far too many attacks that he should surely dodge while not attacking when he should. I am only able to discern this as I can see when she flexes her soul, prodding Isaac with her dominion. It's such a unique way to use one. Not that I know all that much about them. I'll ask Isaac more when this is over, because I'm sure he'll win. Stop running. Fight me like a man, you coward. All you've ever done is run and hide. She showed me that you are nothing but a sniveling hypocrite. He's taken some damage, much of it mental from the insults, but Ivo is far worse. She is like a rabid animal, the dark light still setting in and enhancing her, but not necessarily for the better quite yet. Meanwhile, Isaac battles like a calm river. He swerves with the rain, falls with the droughts, and rages with the storms. But in the end, he is unshaken. It takes time for a motherbound to truly show their expertise, one of their few weaknesses, I suppose. The one-eyed takes advantage of her weaknesses, of her overindulgence in violence, an eagerness to kill. Iva, from what I know, was a complete psycho, but she wasn't suicidal like this. Nor was she as diabolically hateful. She should be retreating, knowing she can't win, but she doesn't. The dark light hasn't settled in long enough to manipulate her that intricately. The demigod was sent here for something, and she seems unable to return without it. So, I watch as Isaac slowly but surely wears her down, breaking her bones piece by piece, gradually outdoing the regeneration from that awful radiance. The environment shudders underneath their war. A battle between demigods reshapes the underworld, creating hills, valleys, and deep gouges along the terrain. It's not as mind-numbing as the battle upon the surface where Vincent ascended, but it's enough to shake my insides. I can't even move as I witness this cataclysm. Within each of their strikes is the total power I could bring out with multiple gasps shoved into a single fist. And these aren't their sigil skills that evoke such might. These are dominions, powers, and zills of their own, making with their skills acting as support. However, even as Iva falls to her knee, spitting out a chunk of her insides as she stares up at Isaac, the middle-aged undead never once shows his power to the woman. She dies, conjuring a long crimson weapon of her own blood, rumbling with incredible danger. Yet, the spear never lands on her foe. Instead, it falls to the earth as Isaac rips off her head with his oceanic vortex. The awful skull of the woman soars through the air, but it never reaches the ground. Isaac lunges forward, obliterating the woman in her entirety as the dark light within swells. Manipulating his soul like 1,000 fists, he pummels the woman, shoveling her dead body more profoundly and plunging deeper into the rocks of the underworld, only stopping when she can no longer be seen. Then, as I realize I have been holding my breath this whole time, Isaac limps to me, or toward me as I'm the closest to him. I let out the air I've held as the one-eyed tosses that incarnadine spear to me. It slams into the cobblestones beside me, sinking an inch into the rock. Peering up to him, I see the eye-patched man give me a soft smile. Good work. Let that be your reward. Iva's power could create bonding weapons, though she was limited in number. If you don't want it, find someone who does. She survived so long because of their durability. I nod softly, but I open my mouth, desiring something else other than a weapon. I don't need one. After all, I'm not all that good with any weapon other than my fists. It's all Marshall taught me. Not that what he did was a bad thing. I'd argue I'm really good at hand-to-hand combat. Without ether, not even Virgil can beat me solely with fists, and he's the best fighter I know. Could I perhaps have information instead? I'm not too skilled with weapons. I posit my question, and Isaac laughs heartily, his chest rising up and down despite his wounds. For a moment, I see a bit of Marshall within him, the joy despite the roughness, but it quickly vanishes as a mask of seriousness covers Isaac's face, one that contains not a hint of genuine emotion. He is not Marshall. None can be him. None. Sure. Ask away. I don't have much time. Nodding, I dig myself out of the rock as Isaac stares at me without even breaking a smile. Yup, definitely not Marshall. The old general would be cackling at me right now. Not him at all. What are dominions? I saw that yours is some kind of force while Iva's was about danger. I know someone who could control invisible blades while another could steal powers. Isaac's brow over his one glorious flame flickers with interest at my brief mention of Eli's dominion, but he doesn't linger or question me in return. He simply answers me while applying some sort of serum to his wounds. Dominions are the force of souls made manifest. Souls possess power, just like any muscle, and a dominion is a soul flexing that muscle. Just as powers are different for all, so are dominions. Many think they are similar, but they are not. Dominions are vastly more powerful and wide-ranging, but they have harsh restrictions as well as the ability to grow. Restrictions? Isaac gets tired of my struggle while listening and uses his soul for a demonstration, busting me out of the stone imprisoning me. Powers can have restrictions, too, but for the most part, the only thing that holds them back is either one's ether or one's body. For dominions, there is a limit to how much they can be used and how far. Souls, after all, get tired, too, and they all have limits to their reach. Iva cannot affect those more than a mile away, and she cannot present a higher danger than she could exhibit. This means she cannot pretend to be a god to scare someone off. I will not tell you mine, but I can guarantee that the figure who can steal powers must have an extensive series of restrictions, from time to distance to replicability. That guess is based off how difficult it would be to steal a power from someone, which would translate to a soul's expenditure. I nod again, finding it all to make sense. The instant Isaac sees my understanding, he begins to walk away. I know he has more important things to do, but it still hurts to see him leave this rapidly. As he walks away, though, Bonfire, Birdie, and even Patrick are approaching this way. I don't let him go without another question as he tosses the spear to Birdie. How do I fight one then? They all seem so overpowering. Isaac's single eye blazes with a profound light before he vanishes, leaving nothing but swirling air as Birdie juggles the crimson spear in her hands. Get your own. Or figure out their restrictions and cripple them. I sigh, committing his words to memory as Aniwai rumbles from behind me, her footsteps loud and unmistakable. She's going to want to get moving soon, isn't she? Huh. Okay. First, though, there is something I must do. While we still have time, how about we get you to your 8th, buddy? Exhilaration spews from my partner, our heart beating with newfound energy despite our exhaustion. Waving to Aniwai, I stride toward Iva's fallen corpse, knowing that she must have a sigil for Blodwyn in there somewhere. 426, belly through the brush. I stretch my body, enjoying the sensation of Blodwyn's virtue. It's pervasive throughout our whole body. Doing it now was the best choice as our trip to the cathedral was uneventful. All the previous horrors were gone, leaving it as just an empty building. Looking down at my left hand, I see my veins are differently colored. Our blood. It's no longer mere crimson. Flakes of black intertwine with the usual incarnadine, creating a splotched view into my veins like that of ink. If I didn't know any better, I'd think it was a corruption or infection or something. But no, it is Blodwyn fusing with my body and soul more and more. Tightening my fist, I feel the vigor and corded strength within. No, we're pretty damn strong now. Smiling, I turn and follow the others as Aniwai hurries them along. And in less than an hour, we're already out of Apathy, rushed to find my father, but not without a series of warnings from Birdie as she sprints to us, still wounded all over. The chief is always worried about us and makes sure to let me know what we're walking into. I can't help but smile at her genuine care, the grin made by Virgil's recent advancement even more exhaustive now. Iva is dead, but depravity is still under her control. There are dozens of angels there, and Isaac even mentioned a dominion or two, and not just any, ones that have fully implemented the dark light. They'll be more potent than Iva, more lucid, and far more capable. Watch out. If you want to make it beyond no man's land, you'll have to pass that city first. I nod to her, understanding the risks. Aniwai also pays attention, making notes with her eye in the air. She moves it as if writing, and I can instinctively know it's her way to preserve her memory in some specialized way. I thank Birdie and turn around to continue through the underworld, but the woman grabs me by the arm. Her brows are furrowed, and her hands are bloodied, but her eyes are brilliant flames, both literally and not. The chief's voice lowers to a whisper, as if she doesn't want anyone to hear what she has to say other than me. I'll do what I can to convince Isaac to accompany you. I know you well enough that I can figure you'll end up being pulled into fighting the forces within depravity. It'd be good to take back the city, too. There is much in the town that we can use. Plus, it's a strategic point. So, just don't rush into anything. Take your time, scout things out, and wait for us. I'll get him to come, I promise. Birdie's words are heartfelt, and I can see the genuine care on her face. Yet, I can't help but wonder why she cares so much. Sure, we've met before, but we never did get all that close. Why? How come you? The woman's gifts within her sockets flare, as if to be a non-verbal warning. She leans in close, murmuring into my ears. Hell is breaking loose, and the living have appeared. I'm not religious, but there couldn't be a better sign for salvation even if a god tried. I don't want to die, and even less so, I don't want all the people, dead and alive, behind us to die. I still have family, even if I might not know or remember them anymore. I know they are out there. My heart can feel it, and I like you, all of you. Be a shame if you all up and died like a bunch of rats. Then, Birdie pats me on the shoulder, stepping away from our group with a wave. Patrick is behind her, arms crossed as if annoyed to all hell. The two quickly return to Apathy, likely heading to speak with Isaac. Pursing my lips in thought, I walk back to my group, and Bonfire immediately asks me what is happening. She told me to be careful and take our time. Beyond that, probably better if Aniwai tells us mentally. Good call, little one. He is right. There are surely scouts somewhere nearby that are watching, listening, and probing for information. I would not be surprised if a dominion of some nature was watching us even now. The virtue will do her best to have Isaac follow us to depravity, at the very least. The others nod with Anawai's words, and even the two twins seem to agree that we should keep this quiet and only in the non-physical channels of communication. As we walk, though, the conversation quickly changes as if not to draw attention. What's it like being a virtue? Virgil's eyes flicker over from above his mask to greet mine. Even this deep into the earth, he wears clothing so tightly bound around his form. I wish he would lighten up a bit, but I know that won't ever happen. It's just who he is, a broody, quiet, emotionless man who is my most dependable friend. Wouldn't you like to know? Oh wait, you do. I grin at him as we climb over some rock. I even catch the corners of his eyes lift slightly, the semblances of joy leaking out. See, Aaron, I can get him to smile. Of course, I see that you're trying to play catch up, but seriously, is it good? The advancements, I mean. Virgil gained his sigil in a similar way to how I did. Only his sigil was born out of help from a fallen god, and thanks to the proximity of the priest he got. Mine was simply pure, raw resonance that pulled a sigil from a vast, incomprehensible distance. Because of how he advanced, I know that there will be some mysteries for him to solve, namely his path forward and what his new sigils bestows him. Yet, Virgil doesn't seem too worried. It's fine. The bits I know are wonderful, but as for the ones I don't, I'll figure it all out shortly. The visions weren't too confusing. Though watch this. Virgil bounds forward with a single step, only to vanish and reappear hundreds of feet away, less than a second later. My jaw nearly drops as I see the incredible leap in potency of his virtue. From a mere few feet to a massive distance, he can now flicker out of any incoming danger. From this distance, I can see his shoulders heaving up and down. For a second, it appears to be from exertion, but as we approach Virgil, I notice that it isn't. It's laughter. He's chuckling, holding his chest as he laughs heartily, something I so rarely see from him. Bonfire joins in, with his own style, tossing a ball of fire at Virgil, who vanishes in place once more. The shadow appears behind Bonfire, slapping him along the back of his head. Stumbling forward and almost falling flat on his face, Emmett shouts backward, "Oi, why did you do that?" Emmett Knox rubs his head sheepishly, laughing off the pain with a grimace. He then steps back away from Virgil, raising his hands in self-defense. Hey, it was to test your new stuff, I promise." A long, drawn-out sigh comes from my mother as the immense demon reaches down a grand palm. Bonfire screeches as she picks him up like a baby and holds the struggling man in her grasp. That's enough. Let's get on the move. Let me go. Damn, Wyatt, tell your mom to stop. Hey, I'm talking to you. You bastard. I'll eat your cards. I join Aniwai with a sigh as I spot Otto slide behind Aniwai, shuffling carefully not to be spotted as he attempts to free the fiery man. Virgil simply scratches his head with his hand before entering the shadows, becoming invisible to everyone who takes their eyes off him for even a second. This is going to be a long road. Maybe fighting Motherbound really isn't the worst thing ever? I'm a dumbass. Of course, it's the worst. Cradling a broken arm, Blodwyn helps set the bone and fuse it back together while fires simmer all around us. The process is at least twice as fast as before his virtue, and along the lines of insanity. Just watching the flesh and bone molt into form throws me off every time. The heat is toasty but rapidly dropping as they melt the Darklight and Motherbound into nothingness. The road to depravity isn't physically long, but with all the obstacles, it's going to take us a while. Not easy to heal. This Darklight is invasive, hard to expunge. He says that, but he's still doing it quite fast. Nonetheless, I agree with my companion, knowing what he means wholeheartedly. Darklight is one hell of a bitch to take care of, even with Rapturous. The skill works well for Darklight from weaker foes, but when it comes to angels and the like, it takes far too long to extinguish. Marion and Otto, however, have been showing off their strength far more since we left the cities. They are both massively versatile. Otto can turn any object into a lethal weapon. His ropes no longer even need knives at the end of them, while Marion can copy one power at a time from any that he has seen in the past day. He often copies Otto, as they spend the most time together, but recently, he's been copying Virgil's, finding Flicker to be insanely oppressive when used by two people at once. One person disappearing and reappearing to stab you in the back is bad enough. Two, Yeah, might as well die. Without them, these battles on the road would be far worse. They may be a bit weaker than us, but the gap between virtues and powers isn't colossal. Eli might have been a virtue back then, but he was not a normal one. The aid the two twins can provide in a skirmish is invaluable regardless. I offer Otto some of the jerky that I brought, and he accepts it gladly. However, I notice Marion's sadness as he does so, obviously lamenting the fact that he is dead and can no longer enjoy such simple delights. Silas has long settled into the depressive nature, not even glancing at me. Being unable to help them in any way is frustrating, infuriatingly so, but there is nothing I can do. We rest for a few hours after the battle before packing up and moving toward that distance wall of moving crimson once more. A day passes before we take another break, despite the fact we fight dozens of times. Most skirmishes last seconds, the demons or motherbound humans dying in just a move or two from Aniwai or Virgil. But some persist far longer if angels are among the participants. This break, however, is not because of any battle. Instead, it's because we've made it to Depravity, the city on the border of my vision. Aniwai can see it too, forcing us to halt in pure caution. Her nose twitches, the bulbous thing frenetically scanning the surroundings as I can feel her mind grasping outward. The demon's hands stretch out to either side as the happy-go-lucky environment fades on the flip of a coin. Her mental voice growls out to us all. Motherbound are nearby, hidden but not so much that they can hide from my mind. Two on the right, below that rock. Another one, in the air around us. Invisible or formless. Not sure. Little one, remove the two from the rock. Shadow, reduce his noise. I'll pull the one from the air. Highest caution. All of them feel like angels. Everyone, kill them as swiftly and as quietly as possible. I nod to the danger, the ether already roiling through my body. Not that anyone else can tell. Blodwyn is, after all, muting our ether all at once. So, as I rush forward to the rock Aniwai alludes to, a grand thing of stone shaped like a malformed egg, I inhale a deep breath, bringing my shoulders back mid-run and unfurling my fingers in the exhilaration. Air, and the ether in it, surges into my lungs, filling me with strength. Virgil is right beside me, laying a hand against my back as his dark, tenuous ether coats me. Immediately, everything quiets down to a far greater degree than my silence ever has. A thin smile grows as I direct the ether into my left arm, allowing it all to explode out without much regard for the limb. Then, I dive, stretching my hand into and underneath the rock as I practically cut through it with the raw sharpness and speed of my body and ether. It's been a long time since I mastered wet, and Hone is far stronger than when I first learned it. Rock explodes as my flesh does, too, the bone and muscle unable to withstand such strenuous forces, though the arm isn't dissolved to nothing. The virtues from Blodwyn and me, blood and bone, help keep it all together. The noise, however, from the explosion is limited, even as I'm sent hurtling away from the rock. A taut rope catches me, Otto only a few feet away. With the help, I land back on my feet before the blood from my harshly injured arm even splashes along the ground. Fortunately, and expectedly for me, Blodwyn heals the arm in but a moment. My left arm is the easiest thing for him to regenerate, likely because he is beyond familiar with it. The dust clears from the annihilated rock, but flames have already engulfed the region. Bonfire lets his heat run rampant while a swirling cloud of dark light is brought to bear in the sky by Aniwai. Her grasping hands, reminiscent of Abraham's force, compel the formless angel to the ground. And she's not alone. Marion joins in, copying her skills with his power, only far weaker without her experience and mental enhancements. Nonetheless, the motherbound slams into the earth with an audible groan despite not having a mouth. I glance back and forth between the formless angel and the cloud of fiery dust, with Virgil creeping around the edges and Otto searching for the escapees from said cloud. I'll help Ma, Aniwai. The slight disparity in thoughts in my head lasts for only a moment before I rush down the angel, already brandishing a blade from my prosthetic while Blodwyn encourages me with Podum. Get it. With one down, the other two will be easier. Agreeing with Blodwyn, I stab for the formless creature crushed into the earth using the blade forged by Earl and a dozen of my chains. The blade, despite having the vibrating ether of Hone coating it, slides right past the being. Yet, my chains do not. They wrap around the being without form, and with a swift restriction, the being rapidly gains form. It looks like a mantis, with two long-bladed arms on both sides, but it has the lower body of a human. I don't let my surprise hold me back, however, as I immediately strike at its thrashing form. My blade pierces through its skin, drawing sickly green blood tainted with a blackish white. But as with all mother-bound, it heals rapidly. Aniwai strikes at its mind, too, as even Marion joins, adding even more pressure to the being. It quickly falls between the mental and physical assaults, but this seventh sigil power is a mighty foe. In a one-on-one, it'd probably cause me some trouble. I'd be unsure of my victory a week or so ago. Darklight truly does make a creature more dangerous. Regardless, the moment it dies, we move to aid the other three. Virgil is tightly locked with another human, one that Silas, standing on the sidelines, recognizes and shouts out to us all. The man is Pete, the axe. Dumb name, but he holds some real strength. Be careful. I levy my focus onto this Pete, as I realize he must have been recently converted. Good. He won't be as enhanced as the other ones, then. My friend deflects a disastrous axe with both daggers and his scythe that splits a cavernous hole into the floor as Virgil grunts at the effort. Not to mention, he's sent rolling in another direction. However, he flickers away the moment his foot finds purchase in the rock. Expecting him to reappear when he's needed, I rush at Pete while Aniwai and Marion join Otto and Bonfire against the other angel, a virtue by the looks of their violet chains. With Pete, I stab at him with the blade from my arm, using my living manacles to pierce his long-dead flesh from different angles as well. But this guy is fast, very fast, especially with the dark light twisting around his legs, and each swing holds the strength of a full explosion. I don't know how Virgil deflected such a thing, but I don't even let myself get hit at all, evading backward again and again. This guy is only a power, but the dark light complements him nicely, something he's already settled into with the bursting muscles and torn skin. Phew. He'd likely be a virtue if he had any more time to settle with the substance. It's also hideous to look at, and when Virgil ambushes Pete from the rear, I take the second to fashion a ballista using my figments of madness. It comes into being swiftly, faster than before, and I aim it at Pete while he's distracted by my friend. Before I squeeze the trigger, however, Pete's flaming sockets blink, staring right at mine. I see you. My heart beats faster for a second, and Blodwyn tosses an idea at me. Use insight. He's about to do something, so stop it. A minuscule part of me is embarrassed by Blodwyn already coming up with a better idea than me, but he's not the one actively fighting, now, is he? Nevertheless, I do as he says, throwing my soul at him and grasping at his eyes with insight. For a moment, I feel a colossal struggle, a weight 1,000 times heavier than me pushing against my being, but I force my own weight, bringing the entirety of my soul to bear. Instantly, I know that this only works against those with vastly weaker souls. An angel like this will break free in but a moment, and as I see from his eyes for less than a second, I yank the trigger on my ballista. A split second before impact, I relinquish my hold, and the ballista crashes through Pete's skull, obliterating his head. Yet, the dark light, twisting and crawling, begins putting him back together. Virgil is there, however, not to let it happen on his watch. Flashing steel, divergent darkness, and even a bit of flickering light dice Pete into pieces while I take a moment to recuperate. Gasps then ballista wear me out as the ether they take from me seems to scale with my sigil, growing in might as I do. Fuck, I killed him, but it shouldn't have been that difficult, even if he's a motherbound. I know why though. My ether is too far behind. Blodwyn, Painsforge, and our powers alongside our virtues are what is carrying me here. I need to improve my ether control, bad, or else I will be wasting my strength. But I don't rest for long on my laurels or my failures. Turning, I find Aniwai shouting at us all as the virtue begins to run, a demon shaped like a humanoid walking deer. It falls to all fours, galloping away at a pace I know that I can't catch, one that even Virgil would be hard-pressed to meet. Before it gets anywhere near depravity to alert the others of its kind, as angels don't seem to have direct connections to their god, I spot a shifting dominion, a swift lash of a soul. Then, a head rolls. Two humans, a man and a woman, come sprinting over from a nearby hill. Both of them have violet chains wrapping around their forms. I sigh with both relief and exasperation as Lennon Hull slices the motherbound into 1,000 pieces before delivering us a broad smile. Ah, just in time. Beneath that smile, however, I see blood leaking from his orifices. No, not leaking but instead dried. What the hell happened to them? 427. Addle-headed. Why do you 7 bastards look so cheerful? And why is that one alive? I ain't ever seen him before. Lennon Hull's words are slightly slurred as his jaw leaks blood, just as his eyes, ears, and nose do. Nonetheless, the man still demonstrates that unfathomable level of confidence he always has, as if he is simply the best, that no one can ever beat him. Armless, severely injured, and without a weapon, he greets us without a singular worry in his tone, only feigned annoyance. I answer the man first, not letting Aniwai or either of the 2 best friends get the chance to. I'm sure one of them will muck it up, somehow. What do you mean? Why do you look so ragged? Did you fight Eli recently, or something? And this is Otto. The other one is Marion. Old friends. You can trust that I trust them. Halting my promise of trust due to Lennon's raised brow, I settle for the next best thing. This ex-swordsman only believes in himself. Even Kate, the person he's with the most often, doesn't seem to bear any special privileges with the man compared to anyone else, other than being able to follow him anywhere, which I guess is a privilege in itself. Lennon, however, circles back to my curiosity, and so does Kate. Even Mia is bewildered as she speaks over the man. The only other Wendigo I know of exhales deep, awful breaths of air as they attempt to recover from whatever happened to them. The fuck? Did you not feel that god dying? The brain-splitting pain? Huh. You have to be shitting me. Was that just for us, Quakete? No way. You guys didn't get hit with that? Aniwai, surely you did. Or did you feel something? I twist my head to face my mother as she shakes her head slowly, gradually moving her palm upon her chin. As she does so, the demon adjusts, shifting into a more diminutive, more easily hidden form. But as if to mock me, she retains a height advantage, standing a half-foot above me, the tallest in the group. If only Abraham were here, he'd change that statistic. We all look to her, including Bonfire, who doesn't care much for this kind of stuff, the serious stuff, and wait until she speaks. When she does, after several moments of investigation into the air, each word is carefully weighed and spoken with purpose. A god's demise, you say? Mind pain? It could only be Mixcoatl. The lingering thought, the forgotten impulse. Interesting. The only reason I can think we didn't feel the damage is because, Isaac, we were under the shelter, the dominion, of a demigod. It is a worrying thought, though, that her death reached all the way down here. We should feel the effects soon, Arca. Despite only being a soul, you should make the requirement to be enhanced by the fall. Strong mentalists are rare. Talented and strong ones? Even more so. Anawai's ramble is long, but no one interrupts her, not even Lennon, with a snarky quip or rumbling ignorance. The man listens with the same focus he delivers to every battle. Locked eyes, pursed lips, and taut muscles appear and don't fade until my mother is done speaking. When her words are over, though, Marion pipes up. The clever man spouts a series of phrases that twist all our skulls. So, Isaac, just being nearby protected us? Is that really how it works? That's good to know. Does that mean that a god's death is just a massive pulse of their dominion that reaches out into the whole world? My jaw hangs open as it makes sense, and Marion continues only to set it in stone for us all. Even Aniwai nods sharply, agreeing wholeheartedly. I mean, it adds up. Only another dominion can counter a dominion. But surely gods have something special, just like each stage of angel. Do you know what it is, Aniwai? My mother shakes her head, not knowing the answer and instead only knowing a few rumors. Still, I trust these rumors more than anything else, as she has lived a long, long life. Nothing in stone, no. I've spoken with Leviathan many times about what it might be, and she believes it has something to do with merging all the aspects of angelhood and ether into one. I'm unsure if that's completely accurate, but it seems like the road desolation went down. I scratch my head as I don't quite understand what she means. After all, I don't know any of Vincent Harvey's skills. Besides, the one, the endless devours all. A shiver runs down my spine as I recall it. The magnificence, the everything it had. The sand converted everything it touched into more sand. No, not even sand. Into tiny insects, hell-bent on devouring everything to create more of their kind. It even made Vincent turn into his own sand. Virgil proposes the question we're all wondering to the demon as she starts to grow a bit restless. I can tell by the way her eye is moving, darting over our heads as if searching for threats. She must sense demons not too far away. We should hurry this up. Why do you think he combined them? What even are his three? Aniwai spits out a hurried answer, still doing her best to complete the request but moving on immediately afterward. His power and dominion are legendary, known throughout the whole world. The former allows him to turn anything he touches into vigor, ether, or simply raw strength for himself, while the latter enables him to create tiny beings that can funnel his skills for him, allowing the two to work in sync. As for his virtue, I'm unsure, but it has to be something related. As for something equally important, his Sirza, it involves duplicating those tiny beings, creating more and more of them to amplify his might. The swarming wastelander, the executioner of dust, remember? Ultimately, he turned into those very beings, devouring a god to toss himself into the skies above. Now, we must move. Those we killed still alerted more, even if a bit slower, through their network of minds as I was tampering with their connection. I'm left grappling with Vincent Harvey's strength as we sprint away from the approaching demons. Lennon and Kate don't argue with Aniwai. Instead, they follow closely as she leads the way. We quickly find a cave, a small indent into the underworld's crust that we delve into. With only a second inside, Marion covers it with some sort of film of ether, while Virgil cloaks it with a controlled form of mask. The two working in sync should be able to hide us for a little while. Once inside, Aniwai cracks her neck, showing some discomfort from being adjusted to such a size. Not to mention, we're cramped to all hell inside here. Regardless, Lennon immediately enters his war mode and starts spouting out madness. Depravity is only an hour or so journey over the mountain for Wyatt, Virgil, and my speeds. We should attack it. They have two dominions, and it'll be good practice for killing Eli Weiss. Wait, I'm not saying we attack them both at once. We should try and lure one out and take him out. We all stare at Lennon in awe, besides Kate, who has evidently heard this plan already. She scoffs and holds her head tightly. Mia even insults the guy. He must think he's invincible. Don't agree. Please don't. While he's partially right, it would be a good setting to grow stronger. You mustn't forget that it's a dominion, a demigod. All of us together would struggle to kill one, let alone with multiple angels protecting them. Hordes of lower sigils, and another demigod. I nod along with Mia's thoughts but freeze as Lennon's eyes lock onto Kate's eye. The Arca virtually petrifies, too, as the monster's gaze doesn't seem to falter at all. A moment passes where even Kate's hands tremble, but she breaks past it. Leave her alone, Lennon. She's just speaking her mind. No need to terrify her. Hull simply harumphs and returns to his plan of attacking depravity. I listen for many minutes, and so does everyone else, not wanting to draw his ire for something as stupid as being impatient. His entire idea hedges on the point of luring out demons bit by bit, killing whatever they can and weakening the forces brick by brick. He seems to think that if we kill enough, a demigod will come to investigate, wherein we can ambush and kill him together. Meanwhile, Mia and Aniwai are to scramble their connections, slowing the response times. In essence, the plan doesn't have very many flaws, but Virgil immediately picks it apart. What if the demon's method of communication is stronger closer to the city? What if they simply alert your strength, and then the next one to come brings enough to wipe us all out? Too risky. We should just pass it right by. We're here to kill Eli, find Killian, and save Abraham. None of those three things include clearing out a city of Motherbound. I nod, finding it all to make sense. Yet, there is one key point that everyone seems to be missing. These Motherbound. They hound us down like deer in the winter to a game hunter. Not just that, she hates me. The mother below hates and wants me so badly. I know she does. Her kids have told me. I'm positively certain she wants Lennon, too. A fight where I'm spotted won't end simply. We've probably been fine so far because we've been too far for them to be sure of who I am or who Linen is. After all, only the demigods could tell who I was quickly. I think you're all forgetting something. Heads turn to face me. For a split second, my heartbeat increases with the attention, but it is quickly brought to bear. This isn't much, just some friends. They hunt us, and we can't just hide from them. Even if we try to sneak past, I'd bet 10 out of 10 times we'll get caught. There is simply too much ground to cover. We are going to have to fight this city. And while we likely won't have to fight the whole thing, the MO, she has a vendetta against me. A demigod. I can just feel it will come after us. So we should prepare to kill one. The first to agree with me is my mother. She nods profoundly, articulating my point even further. Graves attract danger. I can sense several powers around us, sniffing around for something. They are likely trying to confirm it is Wyatt they saw before. We should attempt to sneak past but stand and fight if we're caught. There is no running from a ninth sigil. For now, rest. I will keep watch. You humans need far more sleep than a demon anyway, even when angels. Aniwai volunteers to be on watch duty as the rest of us sleep, but Virgil clears his throat. I already know what he's about to say before he does so. I only require sleep an hour a week, and I slept a wink yesterday. Rest up yourself, Aniwai. You're one of the strongest here, if not the strongest. We need you at your best. The ogre grins with a profound smile of pointed teeth, but it is not composed of malice. Instead, it is joy and gratitude. Wonderful. I shall nap then. Aniwai's eye closes, and she snores instantly, not waiting for a second to do so. Such control prevents the chuckle that would otherwise emerge from my throat at such a sign. It doesn't halt bonfires, though. He bursts into cackling, infectious laughter that spreads to the rest of us. Even Virgil and Lennon join in on the fun of listening to Aniwai sleep. I smile as a wave of ether washes over me, making me mind-bendingly tired. Something pulls me to dreamland as I remember Aniwai's many skills. Little one, you really shouldn't be laughing at me. A thunderous, booming voice amongst a valley of lilies emerges and shocks me. I'm asleep already? Looking around, I find my mother staring down at me, bearing her usual height. But we aren't alone. There is another with us. After all, this dream is neither Aniwai's nor mine. I haven't had my own dream in a long time. They are all shared with someone else. A little girl with an abyssal-stained skirt and a bloody dress laughs joyfully at having another finally join her mindscape. I turn to find her sprinting at Aniwai with open arms, giggling all the way like a demented spirit. Aniwai, I've heard so much about you. What? Who are? Aniwi shifts to face Lily as the tiny girl slams into the far larger woman. But it is the ogre that reels from the impact, not the colt. Aniwai releases a shocked gasp, falling to a single knee while Lily backsteps with a giggle. Aniwai's crashing knee shakes the lilies along the grass, vibrating this whole realm. Despite the attack, my mother doesn't retaliate. She simply stares at Lily as the girl hugs her leg and knee, the demon far too large for her. A few seconds pass in awkward silence, something I know Lily doesn't even notice with her lack of interpersonal communication. I'm the only one she talks to, and we often go hours without a single word in spite of being inches away. Within these seconds, I worry that Aniwai will attack Lily or do something far worse. But all I can do is wait as my mother's lone eye trails the tiny girl. After those seconds pass, Aniwai's body begins to adjust, shifting to meet a more typical size. As she shifts, the demon speaks aloud to the colt. You are truly grand, Lily, the blooming spider lily. The other shore flower is growing up to be an unparalleled jewel, aren't you? I'd expect nothing less from his second and final creation. Lily bursts into tears a second later, wailing about missing Killian. Her words are almost illegible, and I've never seen her even so remotely emotional. Through it all, though, I can decipher that Aniwai references me as my father's first creation. It feels weird to be hinted at like that, but it is even more bizarre to watch an Arca cry. Not even Aniwai knows what to do. I suppose I should expect that, though. She's only started to be motherly. And now this? Her hands are stone cold, frozen, hovering around Lily but not touching her as the small girl falls to the ground, crying even more. Sighing, I reach up and scratch my head, walking toward Lily. I crouch down to her, hugging her tightly while glancing up at Aniwai. She raises an eyebrow at me while I mouth some words at her. Hug her. It'll make her feel better. Aniwai tilts her head, not fully understanding, and because she doesn't understand, she won't listen to me. Instead, she has to know first what is occurring. To comprehend better, she initiates a mental pathway for us to speak. What is wrong with her? Patting Lily, I urge her again, not taking no for an answer, nor am I allowing ignorance to slide. She is lonely. Hug her, and when we leave this place, talk to her. If you can enter this, you can speak to her. Anawai's single eye widens as I think she finally grasps the issue. But that thought only lasts for a second. All the while, Lily furthers her breakdown while I try to make her feel better. Gradually, I get frustrated with this nonsense. Lonely? What is that? You know what it is even if you've never felt it. Now stop deflecting. Hug her. My mother's hands tremble and her knees shake harrowingly before she finally relents, falling to the ground. Only, she doesn't hug the kid like I asked. She places a palm against Lily's back. Here, this is my last memory with him. I don't know what Aniwai does, but a second later, Lily stops crying, and instead, the colt releases a warm smile with closed eyes as if asleep. I peer back up at Aniwai, utterly bewildered by her act. Maybe she's not so bad at this after all. 428, Bard Barons. Soft, near unnoticeable streams of ether cloak my form while silence goes to work. All the while, I crouch behind a man-sized rock, awaiting Virgil's command. However, Blodwen's dual use of mute makes even the remnants of silence impossible for anyone other than me to notice. The main weakness of silence is that someone or something with perceptive enough senses toward ether can find me even if they cannot hear me. But with Blodwen, that point is alleviated wholly. Furthermore, he's gotten better at using it since his advancement to Sanguine. Why does this have to sound so cool? No, that doesn't matter. What does it is that I can only be found if someone smells me, touches me, or visually sees me. The last part makes me wish I still had a Dumbril. Its skill made it a dozen times more difficult for anyone to spot me. But that's not something to harp on, as Earl can likely make something do a similar effect when I see him next. After all, I expect him to be an angel by then. I know it's unreasonable, but as I sit here, waiting for Virgil to lure out the demons in our way for us to ambush, I can't help but hope Earl manages it. As for why Virgil is the one luring these bastards out, it's because he's the fastest of us all, bar none. From flicker to simply hauling ass on his feet, none can compare that I know of to him. He's even faster than Kai Vincent by several levels. The only difference is that he doesn't break the air when he moves, thanks to his many skills in suppressing sound. I count time using my heartbeats as I scan the surroundings, unable to find anyone else in their hiding spots, the most surprising of which is Bonfire, as he manages to hide from both Blodwen and my senses. Though, he's with Marion, so the redhead is probably doing something to help, possibly even copying one of Virgil's skills to a weaker degree, as the red-haired fellow is adept at learning on the fly as well. As I consider that, my thoughts rewind to Eli Weiss. His dominion is similar to Marion's power, but far, far better. It can copy multiple powers, and none of their mights are reduced. Each and every one of them is full strength, and perhaps even beyond that due to Eli's expertise. But I don't get to ruminate on the demigod that we've already killed once his frantic, empowered footfalls approach us. I hear half a dozen with my ears, failing to notice Virgil's own footsteps due to their utter deafness. The original plan was to pass through everything as quietly as we could, only fighting the Dominion if they rushed us, but that soured quickly. Only a half hour into our careful journey, Aniwai detected more searching for us. So, Virgil came up with a plan to kill as many as possible. There are only a few angels in this group, but there are many, many lower sigils that are going to slow us down. Aniwai and Marion are going to take care of them, though. She's really good at what Virgil calls crowd control, something he had to do a few times to quell rebellions as a damned. A spot of darkness passes by my location, and I prepare to emerge from behind my rock. Ether swirls in my body as I flow it for breakneck and hone upon my arms. Blodwen groans in exertion as our heart accelerates massively, taking advantage of both Podum and Pain's Forge at once. Not easy to mute with all this ether we're using. I nod softly to him, knowing the struggle. He's basically compressing the ether, making it denser and harder to leak out. It makes it easier to use things like gaseous ether if it's inside our body, but still, I'm sure it's a pain to achieve in general. Just a few more seconds. Let the other ones funnel through, and then we'll snap onto the closest angel. Blodwyn mentally nods back to me as I toss several coordinated arbalests into my feet. The ether coils dangerously for anyone without a durable body like mine, and I hear the final motherbound pass by me. A rumbling explosion of force shakes the rock I'm hiding behind as night-black flames inundate the air above and wash around my cover. The heat is scorching, but I dart out from my position before I get too badly burnt. My arbalests detonate all at once as I see the tiniest smidge of violet through the flames. With the several dozen constructs of ether in my feet, I feel an awful wrenching force that practically tosses away the air near me, the sound blasting away all the excess fire and smoke. Then, I'm staring eye to eye with the virtue. It's another human, a woman this time. She has a scar that runs down the right side of her face, reminding me of a centipede. The woman recoils in shock, bringing her arms to defend herself as I lash out with the blade from my prosthetic. I'm saving the bullet inside, and the bomberl gave me for a more near-death fight, like one against Eli or a Dominion. The woman responds with a blisteringly fast reaction, her arms turning into shifting, vibrating blades of bone. The sudden surprise of a power doesn't give me time to stop my attack as metal meets bone. For a moment, our strengths contest as dark light seeps from her marrow, invading my insides. Immediately, I push ether through my body to clear me of it, but that's not the main issue here. The more pressing matter is the fact this motherbound, this fallen angel, is only growing stronger with each passing instant. We only lock blades, or more accurately, arms, for less than a second, but the segments of that time are broken up in my senses as she overwhelms me quickly. I stumble back from the force as I realize this must be her virtue, or something of the like. The longer she enforces strength, the more she can leverage. That could become lethal very quick. If I give her too much time, my thoughts earn me another attack as I retreat, figuring out what to do in my head. I dodge, preferring not to meet her physical might any more than what is absolutely necessary. As I do so, I glance around, finding most others already locked into combat or currently heading to attack. Except for one. Virgil is nowhere to be seen. Forcibly, I prevent the smile from crawling onto my lips as I redouble my efforts against this angel. A voice entering my mind from on EY. This comes from Marion. That's Cassandra. She's called the Rampaging Bull. The longer she fights, the stronger she gets. My mother gives me an acknowledging mental motion of approval before closing the connection. Yes, exactly. I'll help in a little. These bugs have more durable minds thanks to the sickly light. Shouldn't be an issue, though, freezing their communications. A half-hundred wreath of blades come vibrating for me as Cassandra's arm shifts the bone blades along her arm with a hair-raising pace. Ironically, the bones move similar to a centipede's legs, just as her scar reminded me of. A stray thought begins to wonder about the connection before I grimace and form a wall of madness, bolstered by several chains that I toss behind it. The two-part defense is because my whole world wobbles as I feel my arms go numb and my back slam into something with a sharp pain. Groaning, I return to reality as I roll over, feeling a dozen broken ribs and far worse in my arms. The prosthetic is warped, the metal dented with shifted colors, while my left arm is, it's gone. Another wreath of bone comes for my skull before I manage to recover from the impact. I leap to the side with a hasty arbalest, scarcely avoiding the earth-shattering arm of Cassandra. I stumble hazardously on the crumbling rock, still winded and recovering, as she continues to follow me. I lash out at her with a dozen living manacles, tapping her with multiple that I tug on to weaken her. Cassandra is beyond physically strong, but she isn't all that fast, besides her reactions. Unfortunately, my tightening of her chains hardly does anything. Grimacing, I leap backward again as she gains ground against me, but my left arm is already almost back. Blodwyn is fighting alongside me at his maximum as my fingers curl the instant they return. A ballista begins forming before I'm struck again in this game of cat and mouse. I twist the impossibly made crossbow toward her arm as Cassandra intends to cut me in half. Thankfully, she doesn't break through the 6 figments working in tandem alongside a bunch of living manacles. Additionally, Blodwyn has figured a way to compress our blood to fire it out alongside our flesh, adding both an additional way to attack and defend. Though, for a juggernaut such as this, the scent bullets aren't all that effective. Despite the many-layered shield, I hurtle away from her into a nearby hill. Dirt, grime, and blood flows down my face as the bone is shattered along my skull. Again, Blodwyn gets to work. I give him a quick thanks as he resets my shoulder, elbow, and wrist back into place. Then, I point the ballista at the charging Cassandra. She scoffs, pointing at me with her other arm that begins rotating with similar bony blades. You wish to match me? She will have your head. Crazed madness comes from the motherbound's mouth as I return my own form of madness. Pulling the trigger, the air cracks and waves from two different directions as I watch a projectile crater at me. Time slows to a crawl as I feel my body and mind move on their own. My legs break under the strain of my movement, multiple arbalests exploding all at once while I inhale ether through my heart, then detonate it out my legs. I can barely fathom how I do it all at once, but that's what Shiver is for. The instinctual, hard-to-replicate evasions that will save one's life. As I feel the pain weave its way up my legs, I find the entire hill behind me utterly gone. Not torn to shreds or reduced to a smaller mound, but gone. Instead, it is replaced by tiny shards of bone that resemble the aftermath of an explosion. Air enters and exits my lungs rapidly as I turn my attention back to Cassandra. Surprisingly, the ballista did in fact land on her, something I did not expect due to how she counterattacked instead of dodged, but it only broke one of her arms. I fall to the ground as I hold my body up, my lower half reconstructing itself by the second. To all others I've hit with a ballista, it's been a sure kill or cripple. This? My eyes can hardly believe what I'm seeing. This bitch was turned alongside Iva? What the fuck kind of monsters lived in depravity? Haha, you broke my forearm. It's been a while. The last person to do that was Iva. Hey, you sure, Ack? Cassandra's rotten and malformed mind, thanks to the dark light, calls out to me, but a trio of blades sinks into her back as she holds the broken arm. Virgil manifests with his scythe and daggers before vanishing once more using flicker as Cassandra backhands him. Thankfully, he gets out of there in time before getting hit, as he would not be getting back up. The virtue howls in pain and anger, falling to a knee with a flood of grimy dark fluid expelling from her insides. I shamble toward Cassandra to help Virgil, but the man pounces without hesitation. I gave him a sliver of opportunity, and he bit on it ruthlessly. Daggers slip into Cassandra's side as she lashes out with lethal force, but that force never lands. Virgil dances away from her, staying just out of range after injuring her considerably. I wobble toward them, feeling strength return to my legs as Cassandra begins to slow, Virgil's poison kicking in. Yet, the angel isn't too hampered as her virtue's rising force battles against the poison and her wounds. I leap back into the fray the moment I can, so both Virgil and I assault the virtue. I dive in, stabbing into her spine with a blade, while Virgil roundhouse kicks her in the jaw. Before she can catch him, he flickers, leaving her forced to deal with me. I backstep as she roars, more akin to a beast than a woman with dark spittle flying out. With the sound, she lunges for me, only for a knife to slide along her heel. A strangled cry resounds as I punch her right in the jaw with my left as she turns. The battle continues like this for several minutes, the damn angel refusing to die. Even Anwy joins in, crushing Cassandra's flesh but unable to break her bones or her mind. More time passes, and together, we all attack her as one, from Lennon's formless swings of death to Kate's dual-natured assaults. But it's taking too long. The motherbound in front might not be wise, but there are grossly intelligent ones out there. This feels like one of Eli's plans, or like something Earl and Elizabeth would cook up. Guys, I think this is a trap. Aniwi glances at me, and then her eye widens. She throws a palm forward as Cassandra rolls along the rocks away from us. The little one is right. More minds are approaching. I was too focused on quickly killing this one. How incorrigibly tough. Leave her on the pale lady's door. We need to go. Now. I don't even consider for a moment that she or I are wrong and turn around to retreat. But as I do so, I notice Bonfire's body language and eyes don't seem to follow us. Cursing, I wrap several chains around his right leg as he sprints for Cassandra's form. A high-pitched gasp comes from Bonfire as he slams flat on his face, and I can't help but laugh shortly as we run away, heading around Depravity as fast as we can. Let me go. I'll follow this time. I promise. I release the chains as Emmett Knox regains his balance and detonates a fiery wave beneath him to keep up. Lennon is the first in the group, leading the way as he, instead of running around a boulder, cuts it in half to save time. We follow behind him and curve around a mountain as Aniwai guides us with her mind, using Mia's input as well. I blindly put my faith in the two as my senses cannot pass beyond mountains, ravines, and valleys. The range in which my mother's mind can sense others is extreme, and I can only assume it is from an extraordinary amount of training. As I sprint through the winding valleys and treacherous mountains that surround Depravity within the underworld, a sense of unease gnaws at the edges of my consciousness. They are following us, yet I cannot see him. All I know is that we are weaving around Depravity, attempting to get past it without being forced to fight again. Seeing as a virtue was the bait, the figure chasing us is likely a dominion, a demigod. Despite my frantic pace, I cannot shake the feeling of being pursued by that demigod. It leaves me constantly searching for danger, despite knowing that I would be warned of it first by Aniwai or Mia. As I look around, I realize that something has changed. The ominous cloud of death is no longer visible to me. Above, the sky, or what passes for it in this subterranean place, is a suffocating expanse of pitch blackness, devoid of any hint of light or hope. I give it a long look before it seems to move. I open my mouth to say something, but before I can, an unnatural fog descends hurriedly, swirling around me with menacing coils of smoke. As it envelopes my body, I feel a chilling sensation creep over my skin, sapping my strength and draining me of energy with each passing moment. Aniwai. I shout for my mother as I hear nothing, not even the sound of my own voice. My heartbeat is dulled, mute to my ears. The only noise within my mind is my constant companion. I don't sense any blood nearby, Wyatt. It's just us. With a sense of mounting worry for my friends, I come to a sudden halt, my heart pounding in my chest as I realize the gravity of our situation. I can't hear, see, feel, or even smell anything. We're lost in this darkness. I fish my hand down to my hip, drawing the legendary Colt as Lily's voice enters the silence as well. The cool sensation of her grip calms my beating heart, and I pull the trigger at the ground. Yay. Oh, it's kinda dark. After this, 3 more rounds exist within her chamber, but it's worth using the 4th right now. I might need her if I'm ambushed. Plus, with all this chaos, another is likely to form soon. The bullet slams into the earth without any noticeable effect on the dirt I can barely see, totally unlike any other shell fired from a Colt. Instead, a ghostly river of darkness exits the barrel, gradually forming into a smiling young girl with her skirt twirling with her body and pushing away the fog. Unfortunately, though, the fog only recedes a foot or so, and it's largely positioned upon her, not me. I wonder if she can control that or not. Or is it simply to do with her unique abilities tied to the cardinal? Can you try and push the fog further away? We're still forced to mentally communicate as all the sound is gone, even where the fog doesn't touch. Lily stares at me and blinks thrice before shrugging. Dunno. Great. Absolutely great. I should have spent more time teaching her how to control ether and create new skills on the fly. I'll have to do that instead of relaxing in the near future when I sleep. I reach forward and bring Lily closer to me as I start counting down the seconds in my head. She's got a few minutes before she returns to her Colt, maybe longer, as no energy was wasted in siphoning life. But as Lily taps her toes beside me, the clouds around us shift, slicing for my neck. Yep, it has to be a Dominion. 429, Mushhead. In the suffocating grip of the swarthy air, all senses are rendered useless. Sound, smell, touch, and taste are devoured by the oppressive void. But amidst this bleak abyss, I find solace in the presence of Lily, her diminutive figure clad in a crimson skirt and dress, her fanged smile offering a glimmer of reassurance. As the fog recedes partially around her, granting us a slight reprieve, we stand closer, scanning our surroundings for any sign of danger. The little girl is quiet as her eyes scan the darkness, receding back to her usual temper despite the situation. I don't press her, though. She'll speak when she has to. I start moving only a few seconds after she emerges from the barrel of the gun, striding toward the direction that I think I remember my friend's position. And Lily, as always, clings to my hip, only this time. It is both the Colt and the girl that do so. She holds tightly onto me, showing weakness all around. Though, I know the truth. Those fingernails and claws hide a terrible strength. Yet, even as we cautiously navigate the shifting mists, each step made slowly and carefully, a sudden onslaught of peril descends upon us. Or, more accurately, onto my soul. The hair on the back of my neck trembles, an awful sensation that runs down my spine as I feel my head crack from the speed at which it moves automatically. Ether shoots down my spine to loosen the muscles and bones as a solidified spike, made of the fog, opens a thin line of crimson on my neck. A line of blood that I cannot feel. So that answers the question. Within this fog, there are no senses. Not hearing, not seeing, not smelling, and not even touching. If I hadn't moved with Shiver, I'd be skewered through the back of my spine. To make matters worse, I wouldn't even know until Blodwyn notified me of the damage. I spin around, checking Lily as I see an identical spike entering and exiting her neck already. My heart sinks at the sight, but the young girl merely gazes up at me inquisitively. What's wrong? Lily is unfazed as I take a step forward, the spike sliding out without any blood. My eyes widen as I see the wound made of a dark liquid that quickly closes back up. Right. Not a real body. She's fine. A fraction of a second has passed since I dodged the first spike, but I immediately have ether soar through my body, activating almost all of my skills. Breakneck, Struggler's Defiance, Rapturous, Living Manacles, and even Insight as I attempt to peer through the fog a little more. As I funnel ether into my eyes, I see a shifting behind the cloud of shadows around us. Shit. The fog itself seems to come alive a moment later, twisting and contorting into razor-sharp blades that slice through the air with lethal precision. Lily, unaffected by the physical threat, seamlessly transforms the wounds into a black liquid, effortlessly evading the deadly onslaught. For me, however, evasion is not so simple. With no warning or indication of the impending danger, I rely solely on Shiver to guide my movements. Each dodge is a desperate gamble, executed with split-second timing as I narrowly avoid the slicing blades that threaten to cleave me apart. As I move through the fog, my body bends, contorts, twists, leaps, dives, sprints, runs, and every possible human action. Lily is undeterred by the danger, following after me without care for herself and only for me. Yet, there is little she can do for me. She can't predict or stop the spikes as they are too fast. All Lily can do is follow me. As I run for my life in the fog, I wonder what kind of life would create this manner of dominion. What awful suffering would lead to this? Because at this point, I'm certain dominions come from one's experiences in life. They are based on one's power and don't deviate all too far from it, but they are most definitely caused by one's life. Between Eli's ability to copy powers, something he struggled to do with Ailes and seemed to always wanted, to Lennon's formless blades, giving him a sword no matter the situation. Furthermore, if I remember correctly, Eli's power is something regarding information gathering, a tool he used to learn from others about their skills. I can see how that develops into stealing powers. And even between the two Supremes, Isaac and Iva, their dominions hold secrets about their lives, their personalities, and their experiences. The vortex of control and power that is Isaac compared to the domination of danger that Iva possessed. It is obvious they both overcame some primal, instinctual ledge to become something more significant. I just don't know what it is yet. So, Lily and I continue through the fog. Each second feels like an hour, and injuries build. Not that I can notice them, though. Only Blodwyn can, and he's constantly giving me updates. Right leg, use the left. Oh, left arm, roll with the right. Stomach, keep your arms down. Blodwyn heals us as fast as he can, but I know it's hard for him to keep it up for very long. I backstep and twist to evade a trio of spikes with Shiver, while keeping my arms down so my organs don't spill out. The next second, however, a line of light, like that of an infinite blade, cuts through the darkness and part of my left hand. Instantly, without regard for the falling bones and blood, I dart in the direction the light came from. The fog is still falling into the spot, like water on a beach, but I stay on it, hounding through the gas without hesitation. Lily, let me know if you sense anyone. Lily nods beside me, still keeping up in spite of my speed that, if we were outside of this fog, would split the air. I can't help but be impressed, yet also sad. This virtue of hers is so powerful. It's just a shame it is so short. She has, at most, a minute longer before returning to the Colt. She can stretch it, according to her, but it'd slow down her recovery on firing another bullet afterward. 3 seconds after I call out to Lily, she responds, "A little to the left. Watch out, go under that spike. Now forward." I follow her directions until I'm met with a blinding light. It's so all-consuming that I squint with insight just to see the figure it's coming from. Virgil. His many layers of clothing, masks, and hoods are shredded by the spikes of darkness, while I see the instant of him being slammed by an elbow into the face. Nevertheless, his whole form shines radiantly, even the veins beneath his skin illuminating the fog. The luminance is enough to push the fog back enough for the size of an arena 10 or 12 feet wide, of which is centered around Virgil. My friend whips his head back as he stumbles backward in a daze, still managing to deflect another strike with his instincts, and I dart out toward the figure before him. They bear no visible clothing, but also let out no skin. Instead, a shifting shadow roams their body, like that of fabric. Furthermore, the shadows seem to consist of thick hair waving in the air. Nonetheless, beneath those hairs is an awful color, a deep, midnight purple. Before my foot even hits the ground inside the lit area, Virgil recovers against the demigod's strike. His nose is crushed, and an eye looks as though it is blinded while a gash covers the entirety of his face. Unlike most others, when hit, he does not cower or retreat. He does not look for safety. Instead, he does what he believes is necessary, his mind an oiled machine. Virgil's boots slam back into the earth, stabilizing his position as the light beneath his skin flickers, vanishing for the most minute span of time. I can't help but wonder what he will do without his light or knives, his hands empty of any weapons, and his scythe nowhere to be seen. Then, the brilliance reemerges with 10 times the color as his head snaps back to meet the shadow's fist. A forehead, the headbutt perfectly placed upon the top of the skull, the hardest part on a head, meets an illusory, hard-to-place claw, and in the next moment, all turns white. My eyes reopen to hands shaking me. I groan, wanting to sleep a while longer, but the screams bring my mind back into place. Instantly, my eyes lock on Lily, her skin turning translucent, showing the river underneath. Wake up, 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 wake up. The knife, wake up, reaches me as I roll over, coughing out blood. A secondary groan meets me as Blodwin also wakes up, and I can feel his pain. That clash. Ow, that hurts so much. Is Virgil okay? He took that to his forehead. My eyes flit around, finding the fog pushed back over 100 feet while the shadowy figure faces 4 figures. Lennon, Kate, Bonfire, and Marion. Otto, Aniwai, and Silas are nowhere to be seen, but Virgil is right beside me. I crawl over to him, releasing a breath of relief as I feel his heart still beating. It's slow, unhurried, and defiant, but it exists. Thankfully, my senses have returned, if only dulled. As I look over Virgil, though, the thankfulness sinks. His skull is shattered, and even the forehead, the most impact-resistant bone in the body, is broken. All of Virgil's skills and enhancements were only enough to save his life. Way back in Bent, Marshall said Virgil was the only one he couldn't teach, for there was nothing to be taught. His whole being is a weapon. Using his forehead like that was dangerous, but something tells me without it, he would have died. A missing eye, a crooked jaw, and a slightly caved-in skull. Those are only the injuries on his head. I reach forward, feeling my body still recovering from that clash of light, and let my living manacles wrap around my friend. It'll be okay. Impacts shake the earth beneath me while Lennon does the vast majority of the work against this demigod. Bonfire, Marion, and Kate are all strong, but Lennon's always in a different league. Just from the corner of my eye, I can see he's the one always in the fight. Others get thrown back, forced to recover with their skills, like Bonfire's fire that closes wounds, Marian's healing skill that must be copied, or Mia's mental force that also seals injuries. Lennon Hull? The bladeless monster doesn't relent for a single moment. He's not nearly at this figure's brand strength, whoever or whatever it is, but he's certainly trying to be. With my eyes, I can see his dominion raging against the fog, cutting it every instant, keeping it at bay. What's interesting about this ninth sigiled figure they're facing is that his dominion is around him, not from him. It's odd. None of the other ones I've seen are like that, though I've only witnessed a few. As my chains finish coiling around Virgil, I tighten my jaw, preparing for what is to come. Then, I shove my ether toward him, taking his weakness and bestowing it upon myself. Crimson washes over my vision as I feel my body tense, every muscle spasming in pain. The agony remains as I hold onto Virgil, pulling more and more from him as I observe his flesh recover and mine recede. My skull caves in, my right eye vanishes, and my nose cracks. My legs open into dozens of cuts, while some of my intestines vanish. A few bones of my spine disappear, and I hit the floor. Wyatt, are you all right? Do it slower. It is hard to help like this. Lily and Blodwyn both reach for me in their own distinct ways. Lily bends down and attempts to pick up the Colt in my holster, but her hands phase right through it. I know what she wants to do, but Lily is unable to do it. She cannot pick up herself. Damn it. Instead, I curl into a fetal position, the pain arcing throughout my whole form as dark light surges through me. The remnants from Virgil's fight, both the wounds and the dark light, wage a war against my already strained body, yet I refuse to fall unconscious. I keep my remaining eye open as Blodwyn fights against the pain. I stare at Virgil's recovering form while the others battle the dominion after us. Aniwai, Otto, and Silas are still not here. They must be somewhere else, fighting something else. There is no way they are dead, right? My thoughts spiral as I watch Kate slam into the ground, shattering the rock beneath her. The figure laughs as he deflects Lennon's formless blades and nullifies Bonfire's flame with his darkness that devours the fire. Marian's attack is the only one that gets through, a sting of psychic force that is copied from my mother. Nevertheless, the Dominion doesn't seem to care. He only seems saddened by what is happening. It is such a shame you all have to die. We would be such friends if only Mother didn't want you all dead. Come, if you all surrender, I'm sure she'd find it in her forgiving heart to induct you into our family. The offer is genuine, something that I wholly feel. The figure's face becomes visible for a moment as he reaches out toward us, presenting an open claw. A demon. It's a demon, and one with such a human-like face it is almost appalling. But the human features that would pass for something androgynous are nightmarishly dark hairs that wave around the edges of its face, lining the neck and chin. They seem to proliferate down its body, a natural defense of some kind. The fog even falls back partially, giving us some more breathing room as Lennon limps back at the figure. I can see his dominion shift and swerve like a living, breathing creature. It comes into formlessness as an invisible arm and blade leveraged at his right arm. In the end, he returns back to his roots. And why would I take that offer? I'm doing just fine right here. You can't kill me. An echoing fit of laughter rings out alongside the fog, originating from every direction as the gaseous cloud undulates. Then, the demon strides forward to meet Lennon, the two only a few feet apart. I perhaps may fail. There is always a chance, and it is something I have come to understand when following Mother's orders. But beyond me, Sitko, there are many, many more. Chook's reigns are not far. My brother should be here any moment now. My vision shivers underneath the force of healing Virgil, but I keep my focus, watching both him and Lennon. Yet, I miss Bonfire's bold-ass lunge for Sitko with reckless abandon. Bastard! I don't care about any damn water. Emmett Knox is knocked to the side by a spike of darkness that leaves behind a hole in his shoulder. The man rolls on the dirt for half a dozen feet before stopping, groaning in pain. I can already see the dark light running across his skin. That's bad. Very bad. I need to help. I have to, but it's him or Virgil. I don't know what will happen if I stop this process, this sacrifice. So I hold on to it, hoping that Bonfire can bear it a little while longer. And the pain only manages to increase as Lennon slashes at Sitko, the biting winds from their clash reaching me over here. Kate and Mied dash in as one body, but a diminutive fog descends over them like a haze of insects. Marion has a similar one fall toward him, but he flickers out, still keeping Virgil's power as his copied one. In just a few seconds, the battle becomes Marion running for his life with every passing second as Lennon gradually gets pushed back. He's not strong enough. I can see that the bladeless monster is giving it his all, but it's not enough. The demigod is still trying to recruit him, even while kicking his ass. I give Lily a pained nod as I let her move on her own, relinquishing our normal rules of her staying close. Go, do what you can to help. The blooming spider Lily returns the nod, her tiny but dangerous fangs leaking out of her mouth. Then, she twists and faces Sitko. Her whole body turns into a river as it surges toward the demon. Sitko attacks her the moment her body reforms, but it has no effect, phasing utterly through her liquid-like body. After all, like this, she's just a soul. Only attacks that can affect a soul will hurt her. Lily bares her teeth as she lunges toward the man, seeking to sink those fangs into him. With her joining, Lennon has a little bit of reprieve. But still, I need to heal Virgil. His light seemed able to counter this fog quite well. The man's wounds are primarily gone, but he's not awake yet, grimacing against the pain of, well, everything. Seeing as whenever I use my skill for martyr, the sensations are amplified. I slap him in the face. A forceful grunt comes from my mouth as blood leaks from my facade onto his. Wake up, you bastard. We need you. Virgil's eyes flutter lightly. Then a second later, they burst open, the pupils inside wholly different. The white of his eyes is now black, while the pupil is white. Every angel's eyes change as they meld with their sigil. The pupil's the window to the soul, and his are a duality. I cough out some more blood as Virgil's brows furrow in worry. Then, they snap back into focus just as he did when he landed that headbutt. He grabs my feeble body and sets me down before rushing to help Lennon, leaving me a thanks. Appreciate it. Heal him up, Blodwyn. My companion inside bristles with joy at being recognized, something only Virgil really does. And with the recognition, the ether from my heart flourishes, my wounds recovering even faster. Meanwhile, I witness Virgil lift a glowing hand up before stabbing his chest with a radiant thumb. 430, namby-pamby. Lennon, bladeless monster, hull. My foot slides backward as the pressure laid upon my formless claymore and arm buckle under the demon's force. Its claws are sharp, deadly, and vehemently after my vital organs. Quite an agile bastard. Someone must have trained him well, or he lived long enough to know the right places to aim. Instinct is born, not built, but I prefer intuition, which is mastered like a blade, through practice. So, I carefully divert the lethal strikes to somewhere a little less critical. Pivoting to my left, I glide my blade alongside my movement, allowing the elongated and shadowy claw to elicit a scratching noise over my dominion. Then, I tilt the sword down, holding it with two imaginary arms to better control its placement, and I backstep once more. The intricate movements end with the claw burrowing deep into the earth below as Sitko glares at me through the edge of the firm slits on his face. A second hand sails my way, and I reposition, blocking this one as well. I'm reduced to only defensive actions as Kate, Bonfire, and even the undead one are occupied with their own dangers. Nonetheless, I do not retreat. The sigil within my body beats alongside my heart, the sensation impossible to ignore. I don't even attempt to resist it, however. I let my sigil, my first and likely final one, soldier, guide me. I allow it to wrap a hand around my formless limbs, placing strength within me. Many fear or refuse the impact of a sigil on one's soul and mind. I'm quite resistant to the call due to my experiences, but I don't fight the feeling. The closer I am to myself, the greater my swings. I find myself within a battle of blood and death more than any other locale. Not for a single second, however, does my focus wane. It is upon this demon without stop, my eyes scanning his movements, my muscles reacting before he even moves, and my brain constantly formulating new techniques to counter his claws and shadows. I clash swords with the lithe demon, our blades slicing through the thickening fog that surrounds us. With each swing, I fend off the relentless onslaught, my movements fueled by intuition and determination. Though the demon possesses greater speed and strength, enough to cleave a hole into a nearby hill large enough for 100 men to walk through. I refused to falter, relying on my skill and precision to keep me in the fight. Siko is not just the most dangerous foe I have ever faced. He is like me. He loves a good battle. I can see it on his face. He's fighting the control of the mother below. He's strong enough to kill me. I know he is, but he's holding back from enjoying the fight. On one end, it pisses me off, the fact he's holding back. But on the other, I relish it, the chance to grow even further, facing a being so far above me. The higher the mountain before me, the faster I climb. And climb, I do. Always. Higher, higher, higher. There will never be a limit I do not seek a higher one. We practically dance across the battlefield. 100 clashes within a second. Long have I stopped using monster. At this point, my dominion moves before my body can, acting in my stead and for me. However, it is my skill that allows my formless swords to keep up, even as the fog swirls around us, threatening to obscure my every move. I turn one slash into multiple, weaving it perfectly to meet his claws twice or even 3 times before they end their sweep. I cut through the mist with each strike, my focus unwavering as I keep my eyes locked on my elusive adversary. I can't let him enter the darkness, or he'll vanish to reappear in another place where it exists. I don't know what anyone else is doing as my concentration is only upon this being, but I can surmise by the fact I'm alone that it's not going good. Still, with each parry and counterattack, I inch closer to learning something new. With each second, I earn fewer and fewer wounds. Siko nods to me as he slams his foot into the ground, launching toward me as his body momentarily vanishes. Despite the odds stacked against me, I find myself growing to enjoy the battle, a smile creeping onto my face as adrenaline courses through my veins. Siko is gone, invisible to my senses. I close my eyes without shutting them, the time too transient to do so. Nevertheless, I enter the vast darkness where thoughts reside. All slows to a calm as I feel the sword in my hands. Diameter. She is always here with me now. I let her choose where to go, having complete faith in my partner, in myself. My arms wrenched to the side, as if carried by the blade itself, and I open my eyes to find an opened palm. All the nails conjoined together as I am stabbed at by a knife hand. Yet despite the impossible speed, Dia meets the nails. A smile grows on my face as I formally meet Siko's greatest might. This stab of his impossible to block, dodge, or even see. I grit my teeth as I let my legs penetrate the ground, activating monster to its peak and leveraging all the strength I can possibly summon. Dia holds mightily, bearing the weight of 2 impossible beings. But in the end, she is only a blade, and she shatters. As our clash reaches its peak, a sudden crackling explosion of my dominion sends us both reeling backward, the force of the impact knocking us apart. I roll head over heels, ending on my stomach as I cough out blood. Shaking my head, I quickly move to my feet, harried but alive. As I stagger to regain my footing, I lock eyes with the demon once more, a silent understanding passing between us. Wonderful. What is your name? We both smile as one, a fellow warrior meeting another. He is like Kai. He is like Karn. He is like me. We all love to fight. Some things pierce through even the swarthiest corruption. A pure soul. Linen hull. Siko rubs his 2 darkened hands together as if preparing for a round of gambling. Then, he holds a singular one out, offering a handshake. Mother hates it when I do this, but I admire your swordsmanship, your skill, your drive. It fills me with shivers, reminding me of what I once had. I am Siko, the eldest of the night peoples of demonkind, known as the Unseen Vestige, once called the Veiled Adumbrate. Of course, I don't dislike my current being, but I do miss some parts. The strongest of us tend to retain much, but we do not keep it all. The demon's face twists in pain, as if something is shocking him while he tries to complain about the mother below. It would seem he speaks the truth, and that these older, more powerful fallen still possess some autonomy. Or, at the very least, they remember what their old lives were. I return the respect, one warrior to another. I ask to fight him alone, only partially paying attention to those behind. It is a pleasure to meet you, truly. May you let my companions go? They have no place in our fight. Again, Siko's countenance buckles, the agony evident. his hand curls before returning to his side. That is not something I can do, Linen Hull. Mother desires blood. Defeat me, and you shall have your wish. I will not kill them until I finish you. I nod, knowing that what I ask for is too grand. Nonetheless, I stride forward once more to meet Sitko, relishing in the adrenaline of a good foe. As I take my first step, though, a blisteringly radiant shower of daggers washes over Sitko. The demon moves swiftly, striking out at the air with awful speed, cutting down each and every dagger with his clawed fingernails. The elongated shadows from his hands aid the movements, preventing a single injury upon his form. I squint my eyes, staring at what can only be Virgil on my left side, but I only manage to see him for a flickering second. Then, he reappears behind Sitko. I thought I ended you. The demon shouts in surprise as I wait a moment, not wanting to break our respect. Virgil and Sitko clash rapidly, a light meeting a shadow. Daggers glance across claws. As for a moment, the man I overlooked many times is even more dangerous than I. Virgil Boone is not a swordsman, but he does not have to be. Those daggers, those hands, those constructs of ether, each possess as much practice and concentration as my swings do. The two are but a flurry of movement before Virgil is tossed away, failing to dodge Sitko's knife hand attack even with a flicker. The glowing man rolls to a stop beside me, a chunk of flesh missing by his side. He growls as I stare down at him, observing the man as he grips the dirt with determination. Then, he rises to a low crouch shakily beside me, one hand still clenching dirt. Sitko grins happily, even while holding onto his head, flashes of agony visible to the demon. 2. That is more than I could ever ask for. I thought you had potential before you died, bright light. What is your name, so I may engrave it upon my fog like your friends there? Virgil doesn't answer, only glaring at the demon. His focus is admirable, but he's just too emotionless. To him, only his duty matters. He is too inflexible, never focusing on himself. That virtue will be his downfall. I already know it. He will die for another, never living for himself. So, I respond to Sitko for him. Virgil Boone is his name. A grin remains on my face, only broadening as I witness both Virgil's frustration, which is quickly shot down, and Sitko's joy. Wonderful. Come, together. Face me. Let us have a glorious battle, just as we once did in the arena of Glusgab. Just as the strongest are sent into the Crimson Court, I use my dominion to pat Virgil on the back, letting him know a fact that he doesn't seem reassured by. It's you and me, then. Virgil shakes his head, whispering to me with a series of threaded tunnels of ether from his mouth to my ear. Lily is coming to help, not that she has much time left. Give it a minute, and Wyatt will be back. Then, the three of us can take this bastard. I don't bestow the man a nod, as Sitko is already upon us. He said for us to come at him, but the burgeoning veins of dark light on Sitko's face tell us that the mother below would prefer if a different story would come to pass. Instead, I raise my blade, deflecting a single claw that ends with me sliding a whole body length away, while Virgil leaps backward from the other claw. The fog around us continues to force our attention to slash at it, to keep it all away while it drains some energy. Otherwise, we risk an insidious spike emerging within our flesh. As Virgil and I face off against the formidable demon, our blades flashing in the dim light, we move with calculated precision. We try attacking alternately, but that quickly fails as Sitko proves to us neither one can penetrate his defenses. So instead, we attack as one, stabbing, slashing, and using every advantage we can to hurt this demon. I loathe fighting beside another, but this time, it is needed. Still, it is not enough. More human blood lines the ruined dirt below. Yet, we refuse to yield, our determination staunch as we press on, trading blows with the monstrous foe. Though we are wounded and bloodied, we fight on, knowing that reinforcements will soon arrive to bolster our ranks. And true to our hopes, our companion appears. A chilling young girl with crimson fangs and nails, her grin betraying her fierce resolve. She throws herself into the fray with reckless abandon, only to be swatted aside by the demon's immense strength. Undeterred, the girl quickly recovers as her wounds are nothing, the liquid-like state of her body protecting her. Together, The three of us stand united against Siko, our attacks relentless as we press the demon on all fronts. Regardless of our might, the demon still finds time to talk. A cult outside of its frame? How positively interesting. You humans are only getting better at that kind of thing, aren't you? HMMN? I smell a familiar scent upon you, little girl. I glance at Lily as she scoffs, the blooming spider lily bearing zero caution or care against even a demigod. Her reddened fangs, however, send a peculiar shiver down my spine. She isn't particularly fast or strong, but I instinctively know that those fangs are dangerous. If she could land those upon Siko, the warrior might just die. Yeah? And who are you? Some weird shadow dude? Just die. Wyatt is sleepy, and Blodwyn wants a new sigil. Siko replies with a smile, finding the little girl to be humorous, not dangerous, like Virgil and me. Oh, is that so? Where have I? Oh, you are his child. The Graves. Wonderful. I have been wanting payback for what he did. Without his damned meddling, The demon suddenly falls to a lone knee mid-sentence, gasping out in pain. Then, I watch as his eyes glaze over, something faraway force taking over. I step backward as cold sweat immediately lines my back from the gaze that falls upon us three. Siko cracks his neck and stretches his limbs as no one even moves an inch. We all watch, frozen, as a figure speaks to us all. If I cannot end Killian, then I will slaughter the next best thing. His daughter, or his son. Slow footsteps resound as Siko takes multiple strides toward me. I lash out with my dominion, fighting against whatever force this is. I scream, but my voice doesn't leave my throat while I glare at this demon, this mother-bound. Your mind is still awake. Impressive for an ape such as you. Here, let me. Leave him alone, eldest. Wyatt's voice cuts through the paralysis as I feel metal wrap around my limbs before vanishing into the wind. Still, the effect remains as I remove the stiffness from my joints. Eldest, as Wyatt calls him, turns to face Wyatt. I peer at the other two, finding Lily wholly gone, likely returned to her cult, and Virgil's eyes moving while the rest of him is petrified. He'll be moving in a little, I think. I tighten my grasp around my sword as I focus wholeheartedly on my dominion, knowing that this is no longer Siko. This being deserves none of that respect, as he's ripped the mind from the demon. Dia's soft handle meets my calloused hands made of nothing, and I wait, itching for the moment to strike. Wyatt Graves, we finally meet. You have been quite a nuisance, letting many through her filters. Even worse is you are impossible to track. But now that I have found you, the fog around us unexpectedly vanishes as if it was never put there by Siko's dominion. But that is not all. The underworld ceases to exist entirely as I find myself, along with 4 others, standing in a featureless cosmos. Stars line the vastness, far, far beyond anything I've ever known. Yet my feet still find a floor where there should be none. I turn, seeing Wyatt, Virgil, and surprisingly Kate, as they all similarly recover from the sudden shift in the environment. I give Quakete a nod as Mia answers my unspoken question. We freed ourselves when that thing arrived. Be careful, all. This being mind, it is ancient, older than the binary lords, older than anything I've ever known, older than the rocks upon the surface, older than the spires and stark bluffs, older than it all. It is timeless. It has lived longer than the stars? How is this possible? My senses refocus as I enter the deepest, most profound concentration I can. I feel my dominion crack and shudder as I place so much pressure on the blade in my hand. Dia whines in pain, but she knows better than to ask me to stop. Only broken can she re-emerge powerfully. I half expect some monologue, some long-winded explanation of this realm we are in, but Eldest simply stares at us with fathomless eyes. There are no discernible depths to those pupils as he lifts a hand and clenches it. A star in the distance lights up, the brilliance peeking through reality. And in but a moment, I sense a colossal, absolutely incomprehensibly large object crashing toward us. The threat blares a warning within the depths of my mind, and my body moves on its own. My knees bend, my body lowers, and my head raises. My shoulders slide back into their places while Dia cries in painful joy. Chains wrap around my body from Wyatt, but unlike all other fetters I've ever known, they do not restrict my movement. Instead, time slows as I feel free, as if my limits are tossed into the wind. My focus narrows to a pinprick, a hardly discernible point amongst the entirety of the falling star. I know it is impossible to cut a star, that I cannot do it, that no one can. Yet, I attempt anyway, for I will die anyway. That point of focus tightens to nothing, thousands of times smaller than a needle, as I release the coiled force in my limbs. With a swift and powerful stroke of my blade, I cleave through the airless cosmos, but within an inch of movement, Dia buckles and splinters beneath my speeds. Grunting, I manage to reconstruct her of my dominion a moment before the blinding light strikes me. The celestial body, once a blazing beacon of cosmic brilliance, is rent asunder by the sheer force of Dia, the dominion shattering once more as the star is cut in half. As my sword arcs through the air, trailing sparks of pure energy in its wake, I feel the searing heat of the star's molten core, its fiery embrace threatening to consume me whole. At the same time, I feel feeble and fall to my knees, bleeding from all my orifices. The injury comes from moving beyond my limit, though, not the actual impact of the star. A slow, mocking clap resounds in the remnants of the star's fall that seems to hold no repercussions upon the ground that we remain on. Wyatt places a hand on my shoulder, helping me to my feet just as the eldest speaks. He strikes towards us once more, lifting another glowing hand. Still, he somehow seems annoyed by his own strength. It would appear I am quite a bit weaker this far from my main body. No matter, let's get this over with. And within the next second, another star falls from the endless vastness of light around us. I tighten my hand upon my dominion, expecting to find Ya, but she is not there. Instead, a piercing pain slices through my skull. It is a warning. I've used too much of my soul, and it has been wounded too regularly without time to recover. I exhale heavily, the air turning to mist as this realm is freezing cold. Then, I meet Wyatt's brilliant yet worried eyes. I nod, seeing his determination. I don't want to die to this bastard. After all, he ruined my fight. For 31, gone up the flume. Wyatt Graves. I bite my lip as I recoil from the lingering effects of Lenin's slash. The way his dominion twisted and broke itself before his soul forced it back together leaves me beyond impressed. The sheer pressure from Dia nearly floored me. I would not want to be on the other side of such a thing. Still, it was obviously not without a price. The way his eyes tremble, the slight shake to his pupils, and the slimness to his chains, his soul, tells me something grim. He's hurt his soul. Maybe not massively, maybe not even enough to put him down for long, but it's enough to cost us. After all, to kill a monster like this, we will need our own. My boots grind against the ephemeral floor beneath us, invisible and see-through to reveal even more radiant stars than the ones above us. Immediately, I allow the chains of my mind to recede, buying me a couple of moments to think. Liberation is not used as nearly as often as it should be. Isaac's words stick with me. I need to figure out what this place is, or we'll never beat it. I don't know what I was expecting to come from the Mother Below's eldest child, but this is still shocking. He can control stars? No, that's something at the level of the gods, or even beyond that. Stars are such massive, incomprehensibly large, and powerful things they cannot possibly be controlled. Maybe the Mother Below herself could, but a child of hers? No, it must be some kind of leverage. Perhaps the eldest can siphon energy from the stars, or make phantasmal vestiges of them like Abraham can with his nightmares. No matter how he does it, though, it's absurdly powerful. A second one is already falling for us, crashing with enough speed that I don't think I'll have time to let liberation run its course. So then what? What do I do? Earl's bomb is the first thing that comes to mind. The sheer force of its potential to kill this thing. It would work, being capable of leveling a small village. But in this place, none of us would walk out unscathed. The best time to use it would be before breaking out, leaving Eldest here alone, or just with me. I can probably take the explosion without dying. Eldest, too, but he'd be wounded enough that it'd take some considerable time for him to heal. And in those moments, Lennon, Virgil, and Kate could finish him off, as I doubt this place would remain if he is grossly injured. It might work. No, it will. We just have to figure out A, how to escape, and B, how to not die to these falling stars. In this slowed perception of time, the heat washes over me from the miniature sun above. Even compacted compared to a true star, it's still thousands of times, if not tens of thousands, larger than any one of us. My hands sweat from the recent struggle, and blood stains my flesh all over from healing Virgil. I'm not at 100%, and neither is Blodwin, but we have to figure this thing out one way or another. Liberation is slowly forced to come to a close as that sun gets nearer and nearer. Soon, I won't have time to do anything about it. As I let the ether in my mind wash away and the chains retighten, I funnel ether toward my left hand. And as I do so, Blodwin is already on the move, covering my upper body with bone as our heart beats with thunderous energy. Pain's Forge delivers strength to my whole body as I breathe in deeply, not just once, not just twice, but 3 times. Doing so, I grimace. Feeling time appears to slow, similar to liberation, but not as drastic as a boiling feeling runs through my veins. At the same moment, an overflowing strength inundates my body, one that I know I cannot hold on to for long. I compel that magma to move, to land within my left hand as I throw out all the ether I can toward the falling star. Already expecting it, I let Blodwin use one of his earliest sigil skills, sacrifice. It's not something we often use. Hell, I don't think I've ever asked him to do so, but he has done it in the past. Remembering a fight many moons ago wherein he took me over and sacrificed an arm for additional strength, I let him do the same, allowing that left arm to vanish into power instead of being blown away. It's the most potent strike I've ever held and that I've ever let out, but my vision instantly goes black. I awake to something else, someone else, piloting my body. Blodwin, near feral in his movement, grabs Kate and leaps to the side of another crashing star. Fortunately, this one is smaller than before, and we all get out of the blast radius before the heat and weight hit us. And unlike when Lennon cut the star, or as my memory returns to me when I hit the star, it doesn't fizzle out into nothing. It slams into the translucent ground and explodes in every direction. My skin burns and leaves behind boils as Blodwin recognizes that I'm awake. Yes, help me. This guy is way too strong. The fiery orbs won't stop. I slide out a small smile despite the burning skin as Blodwin works to heal it, giving me back my body at once. I'll have to let him have some fun as the main mind soon. He deserves it. I can't believe he doesn't even know what a star is. But I don't have any time for anything else other than survival. Quakes stumbles to me, a field of Mia's mind protecting her from the sweltering heat. Glancing around, I find Lennon kneeling far away from where he was earlier, obviously still tired. As for Virgil, he's nowhere to be seen. How long have I been out? Lily is the one to reply to me, as Blodwin is too focused on controlling our ether, repairing my left arm, and keeping the burns from getting too deep. If that sun fell on top of us, we'd surely die. That is, without a doubt, the case. We're not sure. Mia thinks time might be passing differently in this realm, like it's not a real dimension, but instead a fake one. Kinda like my meadows, but a little more real. Half real? Half real. I like that word. Long enough for my energy to recover, at the very least, so a few minutes. They've survived 8 falling stars, too. How cool. Lily's childlike mind goes on a tangent before answering me as I feel another bundle of heat growing far above. Growing is a bad description, though, as it's more appearing or coalescing into being. I confirm something with Lily real quick before drawing the Colt from the holster. Can your bullets devour energy, too? Not just living things? Yeah, ever since I got my virtue. It's most energy now, at the least. Heat for sure. Remember when I shot that demon? It was all cold and icky. Having my answer, I flip the barrel of the blooming spider lily upward and stare at Eldest. Still, he stands without a care in the world, but as I pay closer attention, I can see that he's not as nonchalant as he seems. The chains upon his body are strained, as if he is pushing himself to be this far from his body and using too much strength. Perhaps we don't have to break his dominion. Maybe it will break itself if we last long enough? No, that's too hopeful. But it might weaken enough for us to find an exploit. That's something better to rely on. The star above finally begins to fall after gaining enough energy, so I pull the trigger. In an instant, a river of darkness connects the star to me, and I feel a vastness press up against me. I get confirmation of a previous theory, as for a minute moment, I sense a tether to a distant star from Eldest. Lily, however, devours the star with more swiftness than Eldest can transfer the energy to us. And in just a few seconds, I feel utterly rejuvenated and empowered. My ether saturation is a little dangerous after those 3 gasps, but it's not all that bad since I can use burdenless. Plus, there is Excavator with another one for Blodwyn. I release a small, contented sigh as the river of darkness fades. Lily even bursts out with a little before falling into silence, likely falling asleep. Leaving the confines of her steel twice in a few minutes must be too much for her. It worries me that she is asleep once more and that we are now low on rounds in her chamber, but there are more pressing matters, namely, the fact that Eldest is staring me down, the bug-like eyes of the demon bulging out with visible wavelengths of dark light. I witness a gruesome smile twist onto Eldest's face as he physically rips the being's body that he is taking over. This motherbound. For him to so terribly take over another dominion, even if they are both infected by dark light, how strong is he really? My father is fighting him? If what we've seen is just a projected strength from afar, I think this being, whether he's a demon, human, or something more sinister, might not be too far off from Vincent when he was a 9th sigil. To be able to toy with another demigod like this is beyond reason. It is. A flash of light behind Eldest tears my focus back into being as all of my injuries are wholly gone. Twin daggers seek the nape of Eldest's neck, but a spinning backhand leaves Virgil flipping over 100 feet of cosmos, the terrain refusing to buckle underneath the vast force. Virgil, my friend, unable to even flicker in time, slides to a stop, his face tucked into the floor. In response, I sprint toward Eldest, pulling Kate to follow me with a shout. As I take my steps toward the mother below's child, I notice that Eldest's arm is broken, a bone jutting out where the elbow should be. That speed, it was too much for the vessel. The warning signs are beginning to show, though the dark light is already recovering the bone, muscle, and flesh. I lock my eyes on Eldest's hands, preparing for another attack as I dart at him. Kate is right behind me, following my movements like a shadow, and even Lennon is starting to move again. His steps are slow and unhurried, but they possess a confidence I could never hope to bear. Quakete and Mia dive toward Eldest, the fabled claymore in their hands lighting up with a terrible power. Evil. That is all I can possibly describe what is exploding from Demon's Bane, taking life, joy, and even bits of Kate's body from her as she swings at Eldest. I go low, diving for his legs while she seeks to remove his upper half. This motherbound lifts his unbroken hand to catch Demon's Bane, grinning eerily, but Kate returns that smile. Flesh meets steel, and as expected, the flesh is bisected. Only what happens after isn't normal. Demon's Bane slices through Eldest's hand, but tendrils, tiny strings of dark light, invade and wrap around the steeled edge. As the strings do, I slash at his legs to upend his balance, but the figure twists with enough speed to blur my sight. A lashing kick hits me right in the gut, eliciting mind-numbing pain. Dark light invades my body in innumerable quantities, forcing me to wage war within my body with Blodwyn's help. But quickly I give up on the war as I realize I will soon lose. Rapturous is not enough to combat a demigod's infection. So, instead, white mist spews from my body, burdenless taking form. I use mine, having Blodwyn save his within excavator for when we are struck again. As I finish saving my own hide, I notice that the threats diving into Demon's Bane's metal are identical to the ones Gorgeous had along her clothes. A tiny thought emerges within my mind before it is confirmed. Eldest's hand reforms around Demon's Bane, and with a wide smile, he leans in toward Kate's face, stricken with fear. What a lovely gift, my dear. She will positively adore it. Though, maybe I should introduce you to Gorgeous if you can make such fine things. She'd treasure the opportunity to take a few more. The eldest can use the powers or dominions, maybe both, of his siblings. Does that mean, wait, this dominion? It isn't even his. It must be, what was her name? Ireful. If I remember correctly, that woman, when I met Abraham, had a star emblazoned into her clothing. It adds up. Knowing the danger to come instinctively, I jaunt forward, leaping and tackling Kate away from the flickering threads with pointed ends that remind me of jewelry. My memory flashes to all the fancy jewelry on gorgeous frame before I slam into the ground with Kate. We roll once before the both of us are already scrambling to our feet. Mia gives me a mental nod before I hear Kate curse under her breath. Like that? We lost it? Are you fucking kidding me? My eyes follow where hers go, and I let my jaw drop as Eldest lifts Demon's Bane, the most infamous, potent, and influential claymore in the world, into the air. His stolen claws wrap around the hilt before the entire blade glows with an infectious duality of dark white and light black. Then, the weapon vanishes as a rift in this dimension sucks it right out. A thud rings out as Kate's knees hit the ground beside me. She falls even further as Mia's voice cuts through the shock. You need to get her up, Wyatt. Have her focus on the fight. She just lost the most important thing to her. I'm trying, but I'm not enough. My eyes flick to the side as I witness Virgil gradually returning to a standing position. To my left, Lennon is still walking toward Eldest. But before I can do anything, the motherbound clenches his fist once more, radiance coalescing within. Above, another star begins to fall. The energy has gathered up enough after Lily siphoned much of it away to crash once more. I stagger backward as ether rages within my body again. But before I can even take a singular gasp, a crack emerges in the sky beside the ball of fire. A minor inhale from Eldest, the most emotion he's really shown this whole time, tells me that this isn't something he was expecting. And if he isn't expecting something, then it's likely good for us. So, I take a gamble and step back further, heading toward Lennon while hauling Kate with me. That crack continues to grow until it detonates with force, a black, familiar flame covering a figure before it slams into the high above star. My heart sinks as I realize Bonfire somehow broke into here with his flames, only to collide with the most fatal thing here. I don't even know how to react until I observe the ball of fire as it begins to shrink. What? A laugh rings out beside me, piercing the tense atmosphere as Kate returns to herself. Still, it's more of a lunatic's laugh than her usual low, short-living chuckle. That idiot. He's eating it. By the time I peer back up at the star, it's already been reduced to half the size. Then half that and half that. Before I even know it, Bonfire burps out a plume of flame and miraculously slams headfirst into the floor. The dumbass groans in pain and rubs his head before I notice that not all is normal. His arms are arcing with silvery black veins. Of course, he can eat it because he's an eventide. Plus, fire is his specialty. Nonetheless, his fingers and arms twitch as he stands, struggling to contain whatever is within him. What are you? A furious roar, however, breaks me from my worry as Eldest finally makes an authentic move. I catch his legs break with my eyes as he hurtles for Bonfire. Yet, the eldest child of the oldest god never reaches his destination, for a monster blocks the path. A formless blade cuts at Eldest's neck, and the motherbound twists in the air with his threads, shattering more bone and spilling bowls of blood. Nonetheless, the dark light rejuvenates his wounds in but a moment as he clashes with Lennon Hull. The sheer force of the impact slides me backward on the ground, but instead of being pushed away, I dig my heels in and lunge for the battle. Living manacles surge forward ahead of me to help combat Eldest's threads, and the moment I get close, I craft a ballista. The five of us collide against Eldest together. Lennon is the first and foremost line against the motherbound. He protects Kate and me with his dominion, the endless and formless tides of blades guarding us. Bonfire, after managing to stand once more, relegates himself to devouring the falling stars as per Virgil's command. Finally, Virgil is constantly giving us orders through Mia's mental link, gradually guiding us to giving him an opportunity to push Eldest beyond his limits. It's taken us a while, but as I level my ballista at Eldest to force him to dodge, enduring a strike from Lennon's blade in exchange, the space around us warps. Distance seems to become fake and wobble as I witness Eldest's face twist into a grimace. Wait, no, it's more than space. I felt this with Tyler Shaw. He's manipulating time. A flash of danger, one that stabs so profoundly into my core, alerts me and forces shiver into action. 3 gasps devour much of my remaining saturation as I kick the ground. My leg turns to mush, but I don't get attacked at all. my movement obviously changing something despite the environment. I breathe out relief as space gradually returns, yet when the world comes back into place, a head falls to the ground. Crimson flows from the open neck as the body it once was atop of crumples like any other dead creature. My eyes can't leave the body as Eldest groans, his dissatisfaction only managing to raise my ardor further. The turbid thump of my heart is the only sound I hear, the creature's voice echoing without noise as I watch the blood pool. What a shame. Had to trade Killian's children for a lesser one. 432, Tarnal. Sound ceases to exist as Quaketa's head finishes its roll, staring up at me with blind eyes under her blindfold. A second passes before even the blindfold unravels, revealing to me, for the first time in many months, Mia's look. One eye is glazed over, wholly pale, while the other is pinkish, a little red, a little white. The sight is visceral, boiling up the bile from my stomach at the gore, something I thought I had long gotten over. I gaze at the pupil of colors, pleading for a voice to come. Yet, now I cannot hear Mia's voice, as if she, too, has died. I know that it isn't the case, that she simply cannot use her ether without a vessel, but my fists tighten even further. Eldest turns his voice back to me, levying a gnarled claw to face me. Many more will die, Graves, if you do not submit. Those you see here, dead, they simply do not know it. Those who left behind? Who's to say I haven't already welcomed them to my mother's kingdom? Mother will have you. She will have all of you. Whether it is the hard way or the easy way is on you. The emotions keep building, a fiery rage that has two origins within my body. Blodwyn is equally furious, as he found a mentor in Mier and Kate. They didn't often interact, at least not when I was a part of the mental links, but I know they spoke on their own. Artifact to another Wendigo, a bizarrely unique experience. For a moment, I consider using sacrifice, just to see if it will work, but I toss the possibility aside. Even if it does, I'd be so crippled afterward that I would be condemning myself to death. I meet Eldest's horrid, appalling, emotionless pupils that aren't even his own just as a throat-ripping yell enters the air. I wasn't terribly close to Kate. We spent many hours together, but she was always closed off, keeping mostly to herself and her partner. I'm not all that dissimilar. But there is someone who has spent many, many months alongside her. Even if he is the most lonesome man I've ever met, he still has feelings. Whether they were merely those of kinship or something deeper, I'd never know. But it doesn't matter. In the end, Eldest did more than piss Lennon off. He did way more than that. He killed one of the very, very few friends the man had left in this world. In fact, possibly the only one that he'd recognize as such. Space around us cracks, and my vision is hardly able to comprehend the pressure Lennon releases with his soul. 1,000 swords appear around the man, but he doesn't simply throw them at Eldest while the motherbound retreats for the first time. Lennon raises a formless hand made of continuous blades and clenches the fist. The scores and throngs of invisible swords condense to a singular one within that closed palm. And then he's gone. The bladeless monster moves so quickly that I cannot even see him. Bloody mist, lined identically to his figure, is the only thing that remains of him before the right arm of the Eldest topples to the ground. The motherbound scoffs in disbelief and lifts his other hand to his shoulder as I make my move as well, Lennon already collapsing onto a lone knee. Bastard! A single word from Lennon punctuates my actions and Virgil's, too. Arbalest carry my broken legs forward as I return to an old stance, pushing my body forward with my arms as well. Just as I reach Eldest, another star begins to fall, but I ignore it, striking in tandem with the daggers sinking toward the inside of the motherbound's knees. Once more, the motherbound moves with a speed unbecoming of his vessel, breaking and damaging it even further. In exchange for this, I receive a fractured skull, even through Blodwyn's armor, from a kneecap, and Virgil has his right hand twisted in the opposite direction. Still, we don't fall back. I swing my head back from the impact and bring my eyes back to meet Eldest's. The bastard's arm is back already, but it's healing slower than before. He's slower than before. Lennon must have done something. Within my arm is the bomb from Earl. We just need the chance to use it. Virgil and I have another bout with the oldest motherbound, but it doesn't end nicely the second time either. My freshly repaired kneecap bends backward while Virgil's entire right arm hangs limply, the shoulder caved in. Eldest rears his arm to slice open my neck, or perhaps remove it entirely with his claws, but he flinches in pain at the apex. The moment of pain, of hesitance, has a single footstep upon the cosmic floor echo in return. I don't see him this time, either. Even my eyes cannot track him, not insight, not anything. He moves as if he is nothing but his dominion. Another arm goes flying, the same one, the one that killed Kate. I can tell Eldest is getting visibly angry as he roars out a grunt of pain, pushing us all away from him with a wave of pressure from the dimension itself. It would appear as though manipulating the realm is costly or difficult, probably both. The sun above has already been devoured, a seizing man responsible for saving our lives. Eldest turns to face Lennon, the man relegated to his knees, gasping for air that just won't seem to come as a formless hand clenches the flesh above his heart. The motherbound tsks his tongue, striding right past Virgil and me, even as we attack him. A fist lands in my stomach, curdling the organs within as I struggle to remain upright. Virgil, less durable than I, finally falls to a heap as his femur juts out from his leg. You cannot escape this void. You, Lennon Hull, are a danger to everything. Just as that man exists to ruin and the other exists for immortality, you exist to cut. Even if this body dies today, you will fall, spitting out blood that comes directly from my stomach, lungs, and, frankly, most of my organs. I sprint after Eldest, but I'm too slow. Each of his footsteps is slow, unhurried, and slim, but they transport him far faster than my frantic ones. Something within my chest vibrates, and I pause, unsure of what is happening, as I can only watch Eldest approach Lennon's damaged figure. But the feeling vanishes as Lennon Hull, a poet's son as he oft calls himself, grins through bloodied teeth. He doesn't even look at the motherbound. He simply stares at me, a command hidden between the lines. Bomb. It's simple, it's succinct, but I'm absolutely convinced that is what he is asking of me. I use my mental connection with my prosthetic to have the bomb hidden within it roll out onto my palm. At the same time, Lennon stands to meet this demigod. His legs are buckling, the knees incapable of holding him sturdy, but that is when Lennon is the most dangerous. Pushed to his limit, to a corner where there is no escape, his fangs are bared, and by all the gods, are they sharp. More swords, more blades, more edges than I can fathom form into being within a moment, stabbing for Eldest. And, for the first time since this conflict ensued, Eldest doesn't deflect and counterattack, his innumerable years of experience apparent. The demigod knows when a strike is unstoppable, when a blade is imbued with all of one's being. He simply evades the strikes wholly, not deigning to counter. It's a good thing he was never Lennon's true target. All the tips of his dominion, every minuscule powerful point, converge on a single point. It is such a consolidation and condensation of force that I worry it will explode. Yet, as I watch, it does not. In fractions of a second, smaller than I can imagine, the dominion hones reality, slicing a rift in this false dimension. The portal is opened right behind Eldest, next to me. Lennon nods to me, shouting verbally in a fury. Take him out. Our eyes share a solemn juncture, but I refuse to listen to him. Not just because it would kill him, too. It would also kill Bonfire and Virgil. The madness behind Lennon's irises simply doesn't care for the casualties. He only wants to win, to gain revenge. So instead, I goad the most powerful of all the motherbound. He might want to kill Lennon, but his mother wants me. Plus, my father has pissed him off beyond reason. I'm leaving, Eldest. Don't you want me? Leave them here, one-on-one. And I step through the rift, betting on the importance that he holds upon my father and what impact killing Lily and I will have. I return to the dirt from before, a few moments of anxious silence as there is no one nearby. Aniwai, Otto, and Silas are still gone. Marion is somewhere in the darkness still. I don't know where they've gone, but as another second ticks, the non-existent clock in my head counting, my stomach continues to sink even as it is regenerated. By the third second, however, my finger is already upon the primer of the bomb, the tiny deadliness wrapped up within a ball with the radius of a finger. At the fourth, I press the button, squeezing it with all the force I can. It doesn't break. Instead, it holds together perfectly, as if built to contain my strength. Are you sure this is a good idea, Wyatt? This bomb, It's really, really dangerous. Blodwin looks out for us, but I can only nod. We cannot beat that bastard without it. He's healing slower, but Lennon can hardly move his dominion without killing himself. Bonfire is reduced to a crumpled, moaning mess, and even Virgil can't fight back. It's the only thing we have left. My companion sighs within our shared mind, lamenting Kate's death. They were closer than I expected. Perhaps I'll miss her. She was really nice to me. Are you betting on that thing? What Aniwai said about your soul? I nod slowly as a foot appears from thin air, as if it is from nothing at all. Eldest, in all Sitko's splendor, grins at me. The smile is atrocious, inhuman at best, and leaves trailing blood over Sitko's odd-haired darkness, but it bestows relief. 5 seconds isn't enough to kill Lennon. That means he took the deal. Yeah, I'm betting on it. Either she's right about my tomb, or you're dead. Blodwin finishes my sentence, tightening the bones around my body as Tsavuk enters its most dangerous stage. It is not even controlled anymore, just blood flowing at a high enough pace to cut rocks. I offer Eldest a subtle nod before I release the primer on the bomb. The last thought in my head before deafness, darkness, and nothingness ensues is of thanks. Thanks to Earl. The bastard made a weapon to help put down a demigod. He'll love to hear this. Though, I wish it were a little less omnidirectional. Wyatt Graves, days ago, on the journey past depravity. Wyatt, I want to speak with you. I nod to my mother, patting the rock beside me. She plops down roughly without any visible manners as her lone eye stares right into mine. Aniwai is always absurdly blunt, and she immediately cuts to the chase. I've been combing my memories, and after adding together the stories of Virgil, Bonfire, and your own, I think I have an idea about your tomb, or at least the actual effect it has. My heart increases as I'm too excited to finally figure this out. I bob my head up and down, wanting to hear it as soon as possible, but Aniwai first slows me down. Relax. I will only tell you my thoughts if you promise me something. Of course, what is it? Too energetic, I agree, and wait for the promise. But the oath she asks for me to swear throws me for a loop. No matter what you hear from, you will, under no circumstances, test the theory out. Only if there is no other option. Will you rely on it? Do you hear me? I raise an eyebrow, but I don't even try to negotiate. She knows best. After all, hell, she almost knows all. Aniwai then nods slowly after my agreement, beginning to speak. Have you ever felt your heart stop? Yeah. Aniwai continues beyond my affirmation, as if finding it to be normal. She then uses her mind to draw a portrait of a human body into the dirt before us. It is simple, hardly more than a stick figure, but she quickly adds detail. Have you ever felt dead? Yeah? I've been brought back before after my heart stopped. Aniwai shakes her head, but then she returns another nod as if unsure how to explain herself. That's not exactly what I mean, but it's close enough. I believe your soul is special. I don't know how, but I know it is. When you die, I don't think anything pulls you away. I think that as long as someone or something heals your body, you will not die. Your soul will remain in that vessel until it's utterly destroyed to nothingness. You do not possess an afterlife of any kind. Her words sink profoundly, and I fall silent for several moments. Aniwai watches me carefully with her eye as I consider my past. All the times I nearly died, perhaps I truly did. Perhaps even on that very first day with Lily, I died, and her healing my body brought me back. If that's the case, then how many times have I died? Am I immortal? No. If I'm decapitated, that's probably it unless someone knows how to reattach a head properly. Even Blodwin probably can't do that. Not yet, at least. If I'm burnt to ashes, I'd be dead too. Or if I drown, it'd be over, stuck at the bottom of a body of water for eternity. Aniwai halts my rapid thoughts, placing an adjusted hand on my shoulder, not too large, but still more significant than my own hands. Relax. I do not want you to test this theory. After all, I might be wrong. My mother's shoulders sag in fear of a possible future as she faces me without recoil. She tightens her grasp, promising me something of herself. I will do all I can to make up for what I have done in the past. I have been doing all that I can. I don't know if you care or if you are just using me, but I hug her with a pressure tighter than her own fists could ever produce. Her brain probably could. But, thank you. I will do my best. That's a Graves promise. A sad smile grows on Anawai's face as if she knows something I don't. It's the same kind of face that Ma used to have when watching me work on the farm. It irritates me. But then she pats me on the head. The single act washes away the frustration, leaving behind only tiredness. Go to bed, little one. When you awake, we will traverse some more. There is much ground to cover, little time, and dwindling strength. Light enters my eyes once more, so bright that I attempt to blink, only for nothing to change. Oh, I have no eyelids. Pain doesn't even exist. My body is too damaged to sustain such a feeling as my surroundings gradually form. Eldest was overconfident, though to him, I was easy prey. Never before in history has such a lethal weapon existed that used zero ether, capable of severely wounding even the most powerful of demigods, and killing nearly all others while impossible to detect by conventional sigiled methods. The name of the bomb bounces within my head as I watch Lennon stand over Eldest's struggling form. It is a figure of wriggling flesh, unable to reform with any bit of swiftness or cohesion. The martial protocol, meant to kill those that cannot be slain, even if one must be sacrificed themselves. It is a way to even the playing field between angels and men. My ears still haven't returned as I read Lennon's lips, the man rearing back an invisible blade. His words are long, hard to catch, but profound. Then, he moves faster than ever before. The speed is such that his blade, an intangible thing, literally combusts into flame. Additionally, the sword is more than visible to my insight. It literally exists, translucent and fading to the eye, but it is visible to all, regardless of vision. There's another you should be concerned with. His brain is enough to kill you all. This is for all you have killed. This is for Kate. This is for Siko. I will find you, eldest, and I will kill you. You and all your siblings. That is a promise. May the devil cut me down should I fail. Eldest's head falls to the ground, but the bladeless monster is not yet done. Picking up the head to stare into the eyes, he spits into the face. Then, he cuts, he hacks, he slices, he dices, and he finally stomps on the corpse in derision when there is nothing but bacon bits remaining. Glancing around, I discover Virgil carrying two unmoving bodies, limping through a rift in the air that quickly shatters. He collapses to the ground, Kate's corpse and head falling in two different directions while Bonfire thunks his head on a rock. I wince at the dunce's pain, but I can hardly move. Scratch that. I can't move at all. Blodwin's voice comes to me as I recognize that he used the saved-up excavator to heal me. Seems like she was right. I was really worried there. I'm glad you're all right. I wouldn't know what to do otherwise. You're not getting rid of me that easy. I'm here, buddy. Blodwin chuckles as I exhale a deep, painful breath as my senses come back to me. I'm happy she was right, too. Some questions are starting to be answered now, though I wish there were a lot more solved. 433, Lesson 1. Minutes pass as we all lie resting, hardly able to move, before Bonfire's painful groans turn into something far, far worse. Snarling growls come from the man's throat as if ripping its way out forcibly. I twist over to gaze at him in concern, and I am appalled by what I see. Curling motes of darkness, infested with light, break out from his skin. Embers rage alongside the flesh, silently burning, but they are quickly batted aside by the dark light. My body moves instantly, dragging my ailing form as I call out to my friend. Beside him, too, is a headless corpse, only worsening the dreariness. Bonfire, Bonfire, hang in there, buddy. Careful, that's a load of dark light. Was he suppressing all that? Shit, don't get close. Rapturous can't stop that. Wyatt, stop. Blodwin warns me before I even get close, my feeble left arm hauling me over. He's not the only one, either, as the fingernails of my new arm chip from the force set upon them. Stop, Wyatt. I know he's your friend, but it appears today will be a disaster for many. Nothing comes without sacrifice, after all. Say goodbye. A bluish-purplish blade, ornately and perfectly designed, slides into the earth before me as Lennon holds it without arms. It is made of his dominion, real but not. The edge lines up identically with my eyes, letting me see both sides of it and bonfires contorting form all at once. Gritting my teeth, I compel my body to stand. Blodwyn, looking out for me but not for my friend, takes back his aid. Without the healing blood and energizing ether, my world becomes fuzzy again. Regardless, I don't let myself fall. My hand slices itself upon Linen's sword as I stand low, my back hunched and bowed. Deep gasps come from my lungs, and I stare at Linen. Get out of my way. He saved us. Multiple times. We can't just let him. Linen smacks me in the chest with the side of the sword, and I can't counter the force. So, I stumble back, nearly collapsing onto my ass. The older man's voice rises, and his tone drops simultaneously as he points the tip of his blade backward at Bonfire. And so did Quakete. So did Mia. Now look at them. Dead. People die. People change. People corrupt. There is nothing you can do for him. He has held on longer than even I believe I could. It is praiseworthy. He has earned my respect, but he has not earned my life. Only one man has, and he lost his saving years long ago. Be very careful who you give your life to. Many will take it without care. I meet the bladeless monster's gaze and double down. He speaks the truth. We must be careful of who we owe. It is a dangerous thing to owe debts to those who would not repay you in the same situation. But Bonfire? I already owe him my life and more. Emmett Knox has already earned my life, Lennon. I have to at least try. Okay? Let me try. Please. Please. I know you care, even if you hate to show it. Like that with Ka. Lennon's head twists, and he dismisses me, stomping away to a burrowed rock. Then, he slides down it, keeping his pupils ordained right upon me while his own blood stains the surface of the boulder. Don't. She is dead. Fewer and fewer of us remain, Wyatt. Those who can do something. Go ahead. Try and save him. I'll remove his head if he loses it all. I nod to the swordsman in thanks, but as I wobble over to Bonfire, I relay to Lennon something important. He must not know how artifacts work all that well. Even still, my eyes shift to Kate as that idea of sacrifice comes back. Fuck, I need to choose, don't I? I don't want to. I can't help both. Neither is a guarantee, though. Only, Bonfire, Emmett. He's done it for before. He's entered the unknown on a slim chance he'd find me in the storm. At least, Mier isn't dead, by the way. She just can't do anything without a body or someone to hold her. She's like any other Arca now, only one with a fully awakened mind. The swordsman's eyes droop, their focus falling onto the body of Quakete. No, Kate Summers. She wanted to be called that more. Despite hating it at first, she grew to love her adopted father and the life he gave her. I choose Bonfire. He means too much to me. I am sorry, Kate. If it were Mia or me, I wouldn't judge your choice even if it hurt. I bite my lip and shift my focus to Bonfire. Mia can wait. She's patient, though. I'm sure she's losing it right now. I want to help, but Bonfire's situation is way more urgent. Like, I think he might not make it back from this. My lack of confidence isn't making any of this better. Saliva builds in my mouth as Blodwyn finally slides his ether back toward me, helping my steps stabilize and my mind focus. Sorry, be careful. Together, we might be able to push it back, but it won't be easy. I nod, accepting his apology but returning my own as I kneel at Bonfire's side. It's all right. We're in this together. I should listen more, but this? Blodwyn mentally nods, understanding the unsaid words entirely. This is a friend, someone who gave their all to save us. He's awfully selfish, but in such a way, he sacrifices anything and everything for those close to him. On his coat pocket hangs a sewn-in, weathered, and burnt card. It's a 7 of clubs, but each of the clubs, all possessing initials, has been crossed out with a knife until only one remains. All are for each of his original groups of friends, and the final one has a single letter, AB. Yet, on the card, there are 2 clubs that have been drawn in, making it an unofficial 9 of clubs. The 2 initials for them are AU and WG. To the 9s, Bonfire? To the 9s. I reach forward as my vision blurs, this time from emotion and not pain or injury. My hands touch the terrible dark light, and I receive an awful sensation of both profound cold and scorching heat. This again, ether saturation. He pushed right past it without care, likely when he broke through the minor plane, on top of taking in all that dark light. The Mother Belos influence must be the only thing keeping him from turning to sludge. It's bad, really bad, Wyatt. I don't have it in me to nod, so I can only extend living manacles toward my friend. I yank his chains, releasing the pressure they place upon him, but it does almost nothing. He continues to spasm, twitch, and cry out in pain. I could try my skill for martyr, sacrifice, but that'd just kill me too. Bonfire would beat my ass if I did that. Any ideas? Blodwyn doesn't have an answer for me. I scratch my head, trying to think of anything, but there really isn't much. I can't. No, I have to try something. Rapturous is an old skill. I made it at what? Third sigil? Second? I don't honestly remember. Surely, I can improve it now. But how? Living Strand won't help it at all. It's not something that will work like that. Too few of my old skills are. Willful might give it some more oomph, but against a Dominion, or possibly something more irregular, it won't do shit. Fuck. I am too behind in Ether. I've been practicing like crazy, but there just hasn't been enough time. What comes after Living Strand, Virgil? Some shifting dirt is my only response for a second before the eldest boon gathers his mind. He answers me slowly, his voice tinged with pain as he tries to recover. His unbroken hand carries the other while he sits against another shattered rock. Plasmic ether, fire, dust, lightning, that kind of thing. Mine, though, is light. The effect depends on the type. Fire is burst strength, but my light is invasive, capable of sinking deeply and consolidating easily. I would imagine yours would be fire or lightning for the speed. I nod to him slowly, but that's not what I need to know. I already knew all that. How do I do it? Virgil coughs from the broken ribs that are affecting his breathing. Still, he gets out what I need. Meanwhile, Bonfire only deteriorates. It's like gaseous ether, only far more difficult. Compressing the ether to a higher state is the first part, but you need time to. I ignore the rest of his words, already following the directions. I've heard all this before, but I needed to listen again. I've failed again and again doing so, but I can't fail now. I'm an 8th sigil, a virtue, and I still don't even know plasmic ether. I need to do better and put more focus on ether. Otherwise, my ether coalesces within the palm of my hand, the one that used to be the bloody palm. What was I doing wrong before? I'm not sure, but Blodwyn moves without me even asking, manipulating his own ether in cohesion with mine. Together, our minds work in tandem to shuffle ether through our broken and injured body. It hurts. It hurts a hell of a lot, but I don't let it halt the attempt. I condense gaseous ether just using my mind and soul, but plasmic has to be a whole different kind of beast. Merely brute forcing it won't work. I'll have to do something else, some sort of technique. But what? What will help me condense the ether? Scraping my mind for any idea as the ether builds up rapidly, I settle on a crazy idea, one that might help Bonfire. A vortex, or a whirlpool, something that drags more of itself into a center, increasing the pressure and density. The thought comes from remembering Lawless Lake during that god's death, how it caved in and sucked us all down into the depths with nothing but water. It latches onto me, the idea. It feels natural, so very natural. So, I twist the ether, spinning it in the palm of my hand faster and faster. Quickly, it becomes too much for me to control on my own, but Blodwyn picks up where I'm lacking. I focus on the deeper section of the ether, pushing it outward and spinning it while he does the opposite, mirroring my actions. Sharp agony stabs out of my hand as I witness a ball of torrential ether appear in my hand, already obliterating the palm and leaving me fingerless, too. This isn't it. I try shoving more ether inside, yet it only grows more dangerous. It's about to explode. It's strong, but it's nothing impossible. The ether slips as Blodwyn slides and some of his mind to it, a piece of himself, like I do for living manacles, the act allowing Living Strand to occur. As he does so, the color of the ball shifts from rainbow and translucent to deep, dark ebony with hints of crimson. As my surprise climbs, the ball of ether crashes in on itself, and I feel everything gets pulled to it. Ether, my flesh attached to me, my blood in the air, and even my soul. A laughing jeer from my side attracts none of my attention, but it does land within my mind. Lennon sighs as he cradles Kate's head with eyes on me. Of course, An accretion. Lucky fucking bastard. I can't even do living strand. Despite Lennon's jealousy, I don't know what to do with this ball. It's not dangerous yet, but it isn't doing anything helpful. I look over at Bonfire, though, and notice that some of the dark light is also being pulled into it. An idea blooms before being put down. Then, it reemerges anew with some slight modifications. Hold on tight, buddy. It's gonna get real fucking bumpy. Blodwin groans but doesn't complain or dissuade me otherwise, already knowing what I am to do. Instead, he threads his tendrils of flesh throughout my whole body like another set of veins, latching on and holding on to all that he can. Only when he is done do I tug on the newest muscle given to me by my sigil. At the same time, I force some of my soul into the ball of dark ether as well, lightening it up and multiplying the passion it hauls with. I see why living strand comes first. It's needed to condense ether any further without it just backfiring. Give me it all, Bonfire. I'll take your pain as you would for me. I never said thank you, so I'll say it now. Thank you for what you did in those sands. You, frozen, and clumsy. The man doesn't reply, but Lennon's eyebrow raises in curiosity. My eyes see nothing else as the world becomes a kaleidoscope of only two colors, silver and black. I spin in these colors for what seems like an eternity, but I latch onto something. The bit of me I put inside the construct of ether calls for me like a siren. I heed the call, wading through the colors as the voices begin to emerge. Slowly, gradually, more pain comes as I reopen my eyes. Veins crawl across my vision, each a different shade of sickly gray. Worse than that, every inch of my body feels infected, like the worst possible sickness. Everywhere aches, groans, and curdles, but there is little I can do at the moment. Legions of whispers cut into my ears, impossible to ignore, but there is one that is familiar. I stay keen for what he has to say, knowing it is the difference between life and death. More ether into the accretion. More. There is so much dark light. We'll be drained for days of everything, but more. This is an endurance game, Wyatt. Either we croak as our souls fall into it, or the dark light runs out. And no one is as tough as you. Please, hold on. I'll do my best to help. As the relentless pull of the abyss drags me deeper into its unfathomable depths, I struggle against the irresistible force with all the strength of my being. Voices, seductive and beguiling, whisper sweet promises of power and enlightenment, their allure growing stronger with each passing moment. Yet, they are more than mere voices. The sounds turn into near-physical sensations as I'm torn apart from the inside out. But I refuse to succumb to their siren song as I know what they speak of is only lies. Clinging desperately to the promises I've made, I steel myself against the encroaching darkness. Though the voices grow louder, their words weaving a tangled web of temptation and deceit, I don't let myself falter even as everything disassembles. Though, it is the second time in an hour I'm high-fiving death. Things aren't so easy. My mind wobbles beneath the lunacy as things are near impossible to hold on to. My tomb might let me come back to life after a death that doesn't end in annihilation, but it is not without cost. My soul must be damaged from it, adding to the damage I've already received. I know mine is special, but that doesn't mean it recovers quicker than usual. I don't think it would last forever either. My soul must fade or something without a living body to protect it. I'm tired, not only physically, it's deep, so deep, and that was before I even endeavored to save Bonfire. The depths of the darkness only grow more profound as I see a figure in the shadows, a scythe with billowing clothes around a skeletal form hidden by those very robes. One of Death's soul claimers, a reaper. It stares at me from this darkness. For some reason, I know it is not here for me. It is here for Bonfire, yet I have taken his place. Seconds elongate into minutes as we share gazes, simply looking at one another. It seems confused. The tip of the curved blade in its hands shivers back and forth before it approaches me. I attempt to move, but a deteriorating weakness suffuses me, having whatever form I am in now collapsed to the cold floor. Step by silent step, the Reaper nears me. My neck twists upward to face it before the blade comes swinging down, the edge growing within my vision until all I see is red. Amidst the swirling red, fragments of old memories rise to the surface of my mind like specters from the past. My life flashes through my eyes as I approach death, the closest I ever have before. She sent an actual reaper. Yet only one memory stays for longer than a fleeting moment. It's a memory I didn't know I had. It's something that none should have, a memory from being a baby. My eyes are blurry, but I can still see. And looking down at me is a weathered, grisly face despite only being maintained by a 30-something-year-old. Instinctively, I know it is my father, Killian Graves. His skin is patchy, irregular, and differently toned. Some have the toughness of leather, others the smoothness of butter. His eyes, too, are bizarre. Both are differently colored, one wholly red like an apple, even the whites, and the other has a dozen pupils. My old man doesn't smile or show any joy when facing me. His head simply turns as he addresses a looming shadow within the room. Based on the shadow, the horns, and the general size, it must be Aniwai. It's up to you now. You can trust me with this, Killian. I'll do my best. Aniwai replies immediately, her voice containing a unique charm and eagerness to it. It is the kind she only has when talking about him. Nonetheless, he doesn't seem to care, his gaze focused on some far-off place. It's like his mind isn't even here, his thoughts in a distant land or goal. Good. I will be gone a while. When I return, there will be another to care for, though they will be a bit easier to deal with. Beyond that, I don't believe we will ever meet again, demon. Even after bestowing on Niwai the life of his only child, his only son, he doesn't even call her by her name. Still, she fawns over him in a way I simply cannot comprehend. What? Why? Where are you going? My father pats the cradle softly, the memory the closest he's ever come to touching me that I can remember. He taps it twice, then thrice. Only at the fifth hit does he finally speak. And when he does, there is genuine worry in his voice, uncertainty in the gruff, obviously abnormal tone. I need to find someone, an old, very, very old man. Only he can teach me what I need to know. I would hate to put it all on this little guy's shoulders. After all, he might have been born too late. You can tell your lord if you wish. I'm certain she'll be relieved by my absence and by his survival to this day and age. Aniwai shakes her head vehemently, the shadow being the only part of her I can see. Still, the emotion is conveyed. Of course not. You helped free me from her grasp and hers, too. Why would I ever go back? And something tells me the world will be a little safer with the ghost of the undying wandering in the shadows. No one will ever know where you are, and so they will leave me and this one alone. Many know Vincent's strength, but they also know you are second only to him. Killian Graves waves her off, lifting his hand off the crib and walking away, heading toward the exit of the house I grew up in. At the door, his footsteps on the creaky floorboards of the porch, he says goodbye while pausing for only a short glance backward. You flatter me. I am merely hard to kill. It is nothing special. Till our next meeting, Aniwai of the Mind Ogres. A closed door marks the only concrete memory I now have of my father. But it's not quite the end. A soft hand touches my tiny fingers, the baby fat so much that I can hardly feel it. I will make you strong. Strong enough that he won't be able to ignore me. He will love me for raising you. Surely. He is so amazing, so smart, so tough. The ideal human, the ideal man. No. You will be so powerful that even the lords will fear your name. Wyatt Graves, son of the undying. It sounds so delightful. Little one, let us start. Lesson 1. Never die. 434, to a second voyage. Silas Moon. I'm so fucking out of my league here. It's honestly enough to leave a chuckle in the air. Literal explosions, formed from a demon's very mind, rend the earth around me. But there is nothing I can do to help. I'm moderately insane. The completely normal kind of smile in a situation like this falls upon my lips as I sink back against a rock. We're at least 20 miles from where that cloud appeared. The thing that emerged from the darkness assaulted Aniwai first, which cleared enough smoke for me to find them. Then, space shifted or something, and the next thing I know, Otto, Aniwai, and I are knee-deep in shit. Not literal shit, but it might as well be. It's worse. I light my cigar, inhaling the tasteless thing while Aniwai and a few new arrivals battle Chameleon, the Born Sorrow, or whatever Isaac called her. Not my fight. Well, it is, but I'm not exactly capable of joining, now am I? Quite useless, in fact. I spit out the cigar, lamenting the lack of taste. A week ago. No, I swear a month ago I could still taste it, with even the most pungent of cigars gone. I think that is the last of my human feelings. To say goodbye, I crushed the once enjoyable treat into the ground with my heel. It's getting thorny to keep that promise, as part of it came with no suicide. Anawai's head snaps back, an explosion literally just appearing in the air before her. A second emerges behind her, but the virtue's mind manages to clamp down on it enough to lessen the blast into a simple breeze. Meanwhile, Birdie covers us all in barriers, protecting us, at least partially, from the rampant detonations. I don't know how the born sorrow translates to a dominion that involves summoning such virulent explosions, but again, it's not my place. While Birdie protects us, Aniwai attacks, and Otto does what he can to not simply die. Isaac meets the fellow demigod up close and personal. I can't see their dominions like Wyatt claims to, but the effects from them are absurdly visible. Rocks practically vanish near Isaac, while the air churns dangerously. I can feel the aura around him, devastating everything he wishes. On the other end, Chameleon manifests those terrifying explosions from nowhere. Still, the supreme that. Wait, what was his name again? Isaac. That's weird. Was my memory always this bad? Whatever. Isaac seems to be able to wholly nullify those explosions, and the ones that detonate outside of his supposed dominion, his sheer body can withstand with little issue. But that is just the surface-level battle I'm able to witness. Underneath it, there is far, far more, invisible to my eye. Here, even my wish would not do a thing. I wager I could gather all the gold in the world, and it wouldn't matter. Some things are just impossible. My knees slowly give out, not from the constant earthquakes or rumbling of combat, and not even from wounds, but just because they do. I slide back on the rocks, the sharp edges cutting into my clothes and undead flesh. Still, I don't feel any pain. What is happening to me? The question lingers for longer than ever before. I always ignored Earl, Wyatt, and anyone else who tried to convince me that something was wrong. I used to think it was just a standard feeling of being out of place. Yet, now, as I can't even feel the open laceration on my back, I'm not so sure of my decision. A veritable war rages in my pupils, but none of the visuals make it to me. My only focus lies inward. It's selfish, but I'm useless anyway. This gift, this undeath, may have been a blessing at one point, but it isn't anymore. It is nothing but a curse, shackling my soul when I'd rather be dead. I just want to join her. I can't even remember her name. That simple fact angers me so fucking much. Or at least it did. Now, I can't even conjure up the feelings to care more than wishing I was with her. My head doesn't even flinch as one of Otto's blades is broken by a detonation, sending the shard into the rock half an inch from my right eye socket. There's not an eye in there anymore. Anyway, I look up at the ceiling above because that's what it is. It's a ceiling, a roof, whatever. There is no sky down here, and that brings me no peace, no salvation. The sun was nice to see, but it only made me sick after a while. Whether that's from E's wish or being so far away from death, I don't know. A groan escapes my lips as I notice my vision shiver and the colors darken as if the lights in my eyes are dying. It is like I'm dying. Was my connection to death damaged that heavily? I'm losing my sight now. My mind has been gone for quite a while, too. My life, my soul, my everything has been cut into infinitesimally tiny portions. I can't breathe. I can't eat. I can't drink. I can't even cut myself. Would it be so wrong for me just to walk into that explosion? Or that one? What about that one? I wish someone would say yes. I wish that I didn't make that promise to Tomas, even if he needed it. It hurts, but I can't feel pain. It's all so dull. I struggle to even gather myself to my feet as Chameleon runs for the hills, escaping with a dozen explosions beneath her feet to propel her body toward the ceiling. Then, she reorients in a crazy feat of explosive acrobatics to hurtle back toward hell. The short demon didn't leave any deaths, not even from those Isaac brought, as it is just him and Birdie after he sent the weaker ones away. But I can tell she's utterly terrifying. 2 virtues, a power, and a dominion got her to retreat. She's evidently weaker than Isaac, even with the dark light in a one-on-one. But there are a hell of a lot more demigods in hell than there are one-eyeds. Congratulations, relief, and worries are shared as Aniwai, Isaac, and Birdie speak. Otto tries to join in, but is partially ignored and partway told to focus on healing himself. A few moments pass as I zone out, staring into the unknown. Not a single thought in this dying brain of mine. I stay like this for a while, but then a foot kicks my leg. Get up, you lazy ass. Fuck. Why do they keep you around? You're so fucking weak. What were you guys thinking, Aniwai? Bringing a Wondrous into the underworld at a time like this? Wyatt's mother sighs as she defends me from Otto. I wish I could be angry at him for the words he said, but he isn't really wrong. Neither is she. We brought him home. He is an undead. Wyatt is just attached to people. He doesn't want to leave him behind. A scoff ends with a grip tightening around my arm. Then, Otto lifts me up and drags me alongside him. I scramble to get my feet underneath me, but quickly give up as the man begins to move faster than I can possibly emulate. Fine, I'll talk to Wyatt myself. This guy will just die his last death. No, I see his eyes. He already did. A translucent, body-forming shield emerges around me, the edges only a fraction of an inch from my skin. Alongside its eruption is Birdie's soothing and calm voice. She reminds me of her. It reminds me of E. But that can't be. Birdie was here long before me. Or was she? I don't remember exactly. Dates are odd down here. You didn't look anything like. I don't remember what she looks like. Fuck. Even if it is her, though, I can't let her know that this is me. This version of me. It's better if she just forgets all about me, which I think she already has. My thoughts come to a pause as we quickly arrive, within just a minute, to an absolutely obliterated battlefield. Aniwai gasps aloud as she hurries to Wyatt's trembling form on the ground. The young man alternates from spasming horrifically to falling utterly still. How tragic. Otto sprints for Marion, passed out against a rock, and Isaac sighs while stepping over to Kate's head. Meanwhile, I scan the situation with my eyes, more like a tool than a person. Bonfire is snoring lightly, the whole situation seemingly normal for him. Just another day. Virgil, too, is unconscious, though his sleep is soundless like an owl's. Another minute or two, and I'm sure he'll awake. Additionally, there is another body, that of a demon. Even from here, it gives me shivers. Darklight leaks out of it in enough amounts to infect me without issue despite the owner being dead. Besides that, I can sense a similar pressure from it as I do from Isaac. A dominion, a demigod. They, even with a casualty, killed a demigod. The achievement impresses me, but as always with the recent times, I can't seem to care all that much. My body would once tingle with excitement, my heart quicken, and my feet move in joy, but none of that comes. Only a cold, dead stillness. Wyatt, Marion, Bonfire, and Virgil are out of commission while Kate is lying dead. Yet, one still stands. Lennon Hull kneels before Kate's body, the head his focus. Before him, with a vaguely visible blue tint around it, is an eyeball. Ah, that must be Mia. Is she still alive? That would make sense. Artifacts are quite different from humans. One of your fellows entered the gullet? The swordsman, without a blade, nods to Isaac's question. The man older than any other I know sinks to a single knee, giving Kate Summers the respect of a chief. May you enter the beyond without any regrets, with a life worth having been lived and a purpose to continue in the next one. Goodbye, soldier. May we meet again. Then, as cruel and focused of a man that he is, Isaac stands and strides away, heading back toward depravity. If I could feel it, I'd be furious. I know that much. Kate, Quaketa, whatever, was a good woman. I'll miss her, I think. It's hard to tell. Say your goodbyes. You don't want to risk the dark light taking over her corpse. You'll have to burn it. The recently deceased have always been absurdly susceptible down here, at least for demons. I reckon it's the same for us. With that, Isaac is gone, leaving just Lennon, Aniwai, Birdie, and myself. Otto is already telling the half-sleeping Marion about his fight, so he's out of this. But Lennon peers up at us with the eye in his formless hand, the eye with red, pink, and white colors evenly sparse throughout the whites and pupil. With a deep inhale, his look stopping either Bird or Aniwai from speaking their minds, he holds it aloft. Mia needs a partner. Without one, she will go mad. Kate's death has not been easy for her. I imagine it will only get worse if she is trapped within this eye. I am a terrible choice, so I must ask one of you. Not that I think I'd even be qualified to replace an eye with her. Aniwai strokes her chin in confusion, blood still dripping from all the speakers in this conversation. Then, she presents a question, not outright saying no. What do you mean qualified? Lennon stands formally, taking great care with the eye in his hand. Then he speaks with genuine, authentic compassion. It floors me to see this from such a hardened man. I have few friends, fewer now. Kate was begrudgingly at first. One of them, we often spoke, and she had told me what to do if she ever died in her revenge. I did the same for her, but my answer was simple, as I couldn't give less of a shit about the after. Nevertheless, she explained that I'd have to find someone compatible with Mia. After all, even if she has found herself, tempered her emotions, and is generally kind, she is still an artifact, an arca nonetheless. Unless you are compatible with her, she will devour you, whether she means to or not. Bertie juts in next, seemingly not believing the claim. I've spoken to Mia multiple times. Why would she devour one of us? It doesn't make sense. For other Arcus, yeah, it's understandable, but her? She's... Lennon cuts her off, still bearing the eye with his dominion. He seems to be losing his patience. She is an Arca, Bertie. That means she has to attach to your soul. If she were any higher than a virtued Arca, then she might have just perished alongside Kate, seeing as they are so intimately close. Finally, Bertie seems to understand. She nods slowly as if processing the request. Aniwai, however, immediately refuses once hearing all the terms and conditions. No, I have seen what an artifact did to the little one. I am not naive enough to think I am as resilient to bear it or lucky enough to be compatible with something that was in a human. I'll just watch and catch up with Blodwyn. Aniwai then plops on the earth, making a crater slightly larger, as I realize her adjusted size didn't change her total weight at all. Interesting. That skill has some serious potential. I wonder where she learned it. What about you, Bertie? I know you hardly met these two, but I'll try, Lennon. I can't let her just die. You know? What kind of person would I be if I did? How did I, of all people, end up so close to her when I came to the underworld? How did I end up in heights with her? Bertie is just too good for this world, just like my E. Biting my tongue, I watch Bertie step forward toward Lennon, reaching tenderly for Mia. Still, Lennon halts her once before letting her fingers touch the Arca. Careful, she's hurting. Bertie nods gingerly, caring as always. Then, it happens. Fingertip and I meet, only for Bertie to suddenly lurch backward. She stumbles for a step or two before coming to a stable balance. Ow, Mia, you're right, Lennon. It's bad. I think Kate's death is more than just emotional for her. I think her soul might have been damaged. Well, I'm definitely not compatible. Just the feel of her ether makes my stomach churn. Sorry, honey, we'll find you someone, okay? Mia finally replies to our words, seemingly taking advantage of that brief connection with Bertie. A painful screech comes through my mind, burning a trail of self-hate and pain. I don't want someone. I want my sister back. I grab my head in reflex before falling to the ground. The disorientation is the worst part about whatever she just did. Whatever. It doesn't actually hurt. It is just a faux, implanted pain. My eyes begin to drift once more as Otto is called over to try. Then the drowsy Virgil, then Bonfire, and finally even the unconscious Wyatt. Despite everyone knowing how insane it would be to have two, or do it while, in whatever he is right now, no one is compatible. How unfortunate for her. The SK ceiling is a little brighter this way than it was over by Heights. I wonder why. Is hell as the legends say it is? Full of lava and whatnot? It would make. Pull your shit together. A pair of eyes, virtually spewing the words, I'm tired of your bullshit, appear in my sight, overpowering everything else. Lennon is hardly an inch from me as he growls a string of furious words at me. I know you hate yourself. You hate what you have become, this unfeeling corpse. So do something about it, you coward. To become who you wish to be, you must be willing to sacrifice. Silas Moon. Stand. Try. Die trying if you fail, but I will not accept anything less anymore. You have been nothing but a nuisance to carry, and you won't even stand up when we ask you to. I meet his gaze, his words not really moving my heart, but it shifts my thoughts in agreement. He's right. I hate myself, but it's hard to really call what I feel hate. It's so dulled and diluted that I don't know if it's hate or disappointment. Virgil attempts to call him off, but Lennon doesn't budge. A thin laceration appears on my neck as Lennon proceeds with his threats. Stop being such a useless sack of shit. Wake up to this reality, undead. You have been given a second chance. Take it, grasp it by the horns. Lead yourself to greatness. Do you not want anything? Is there nothing you desire at all? If you do not take this arca, I will remove your legs and drag you to no man's land. There, you will be left like the weakling you are. The threat forces all also to reach for their weapons, but I don't have it in me. He's right. Is there anything I want? Is there anything I could grasp for so grimly determined as Lennon does? His spirit acts like this, even just for a deceased friend. But me? I've lost plenty. It's been a long time since I was so emotional. My mouth opens slightly as I search for something to answer with, but I don't know what to give. I look around unhurriedly before my gaze lands on Birdie. I want her to like me. The desire is more profound than I could imagine, as if it was always there, just hidden before. But I need to know something first. Birdie? Yes? Lennon's eyes turn even more bloodshot as he watches me speak to Birdie. Yet, he allows the conversation to pass. Do you remember your original name? Surely it wasn't Birdie, right? The woman, long dead, dead for even longer than I. Not that I know the exact difference, shrugs with a non-answer that is enough for me. It has to be, right? I'm not sure. I go by Birdie because I like birds, but, I think I was named after one. I nod, latching onto the tiniest thing. A margin of a sliver, so minuscule that I can only hope it exists. Did it start with an E? I wait for Birdie's response as I feel my body tremble in anticipation. That emotion? It's re-emerged, even if only for a moment. A slight smile grows as she answers, the muscles moving on their own. Yeah, I think so. Do you happen to know what it was? Our eyes meet as I rack my mind, searching for the name desperately. A bird that starts with the letter E, eagle. It has to be, right? No, that is too. It's not her. An egret. That's it. Egret. That was her name. I breathe in once more, exhilarated for the first time in many months. It spreads throughout my whole body, touching my fingers to my eye sockets. My hand enters my pocket as I fish out a single gold coin. My focus doesn't waver as I stare at it. Birdie asks me why I asked her that and what I know, but I don't answer her. If I do, I'll lose this feeling, and I know it won't come back. Lennon shouts at me, demanding to be aware of what I'm about to wish for. Again, I remain silent. Money is not the most valuable thing in this world. It is our time together. Silas, don't go out on so many missions, you hear? Spend more time with me. You will only get so many memories to cherish. What if you go missing on a trip? What am I to do then? A long shattered memory lost to the many deaths reappears with the remembrance of Egret's name. If only I knew what would come, I would have never left that damned house. I would have rather have died in poverty than live in riches. I would have rather suffered this fate 1,000 times than leave her to it even once. I want to have her love me again, but I don't want to ruin what she has become. It's beautiful in its own way, as she is in any and every form. I don't know what your name is, sorry, Birdie. I wish that I will be capable of inheriting Mia, the mindful eye. Immediately after I ask my wish, I flip the coin, sending the ether for it into my hand. It is quite possibly something that I cannot ask for. Still, I know it is possible as the coin enters the air, sucking in my ether and seeking my gold. It is just something that is too expensive for money to buy. So, I do not let it connect to the gold on my body. Instead, I push something far more precious into the whirlwind of ether, which is my blooming power. As I do so, the proof asked of me from long ago sparks once more. Give up that which is most important to you in search of a desire. I once thought it was cryptic and stupid, completely impossible. How do I give up what is most important to me? What even is meaningful to an undead? His most precious memories, the tiny bits that remain after a half-century of desolation. How about a clean slate for us, Egret? If we are meant to be, I am sure my love will still blossom even after death. A soul-tearing pain rends a hole in my mind as the coin in the air fires through the air, entering Quaketa's heart. Then, it glows brilliantly, the color of the most glorious gold. Like a genuine undead, I wobble to it, grasping without a true mind as I take the sigil and what it means. 1,000 visions enter my mind, practically overwhelming me. Memories, futures, and possibilities. But amongst it all, I hold a singular thought. A second try sounds like a lot of fun. Huh. Eager? Birdie. 435. Pony up. Tomas, Inhuman Wolf, Travis. Trudging out of the command center constructed for myself and the other generals, I tighten my shirt, making sure all the buttons are in place. I have a guest today, a very, very important one. As I walk toward the section of the city that I had cleared out for their arrival, I stand tall, allowing those able to see me feel comfort. I cannot show weakness, not at this grave juncture. This is our first test as a new people, and it might just be the most difficult of them all. That is, until she awakens. My footsteps are solid, unhurried, and relaxed, but inside, a storm rages. I've learned to manage my countenance perfectly, thanks to my father, but it will never be enough to corral the inside. Fortunately, though, I have 3 deputies that I could never ask for better. Elizabeth lines up beside me, whispering to me as we walk. Earl struggles to catch up with his cane, that rapid advancement leaving behind a lingering impairment. I don't think he'll recover from the physical weakness anytime soon, if at all, but I will treat him like all others. That is the only way he will grow. He's here, and he brought those 3 with him. You are powerful. You got this. Just don't let them know how weak we really are. The young woman's voice inundates even my muscular form with strength, confidence, and life. Her blooming power is one of the more unique ones I've come to see. She is capable of augmenting reality with just her voice. It is beyond versatile. There is practically no limit to what she can do with it, only how far it can be taken. I nod, thanking her with the motion for the help. A second later, Earl catches up. He pants and practically whines in pain, but he doesn't show any weakness. Good. He is growing into a fine young man. The pale face and sweat running down his chin don't slow him in the slightest. Hey, Tomas. I made another martial protocol. It's only the second one, so I didn't improve too much from the one I gave Wyatt, but the explosion should be a little more localized forward. Still, if you have to use, I understand. I will only use it if I absolutely must. Again, I nod in thanks, taking the ball-shaped instrument from the genius. I weigh it lightly, utterly in awe at the destructiveness such an object could hold. He's only made 2 true ones, but the test bombs were terrifying. Is it enough? Who knows? It might be. It might not be. Are Primrose, Rich, and Sylvia in location? If they aren't ready, this thing will be useless even if we need it. Elizabeth bobs her head in agreement, refusing to speak again. If she does, her declaration runs out. Hopefully, she can find a way around that without just replacing the declaration to talk. Earl bids us goodbye as he leaves me with a smile. Okay, I'm going to head back to my shop. I think I'm nearing a breakthrough with, I don't know what kind, but I can just feel it. I pat him on the back as he limps away with his cane. Then, Elizabeth and I turn the corner to the restaurant wherein I had her send my guest to meet. Rich should already be inside, playing his instruments to act like a typical musician. Are you staying with me for this? Elizabeth's head bobs up and down again, writing on a piece of paper to show me. I read it swiftly before striding ahead of her to grasp the handle of the glass door to Irene's cuisine. Yes, this is too important to skip out on. I'll remove my skill if I have to. Before we enter, I meet her eyes, telling her something I've wanted to say for a while. Good. I expect nothing else. You're good, Elizabeth. If things come to blows, run. Do not help. Just run. Defiant eyes emerge at my words, and I instinctively know that she won't. This young woman, she's following too stringently into the footsteps of giants. Elizabeth is 3 sigils too low to be acting like this, but she's too stubborn. I'll just have to protect her with my life. With her mind and her eventual power, she would be a far better general than I ever could be. That is what this is all about. After all, leaving the world better than you found it. Father ingrained that into me. Straightening my shoulders, lengthening my back, and preparing for what's inside, I open the door to Irene's cuisine. I take several steps inside before I spot my guests toward the back of the booths. They are waiting patiently, something I didn't expect. Their eyes are stern but not frustrated. The 3 figures are intimately familiar to me, but the 4th is only recognizable due to his presence. a short, at most 3 feet tall, stocky, old man, with inscriptions covering every inch of his exposed skin, including the white of his eyes, is surrounded by a pygmy woman, a male demon, and a female Nahullo. Those three, again. My teeth shift to grind against each other, yet I pause the act before they make contact. Nevertheless, the old pygmy attracts my attention, shoves the hair across my body into action, and stokes the heart within. Pains forge aches in a forgotten pain, remembering how this pygmy, Tanyuan, once broke Marshall's back in a battle. Luckily, back then, Killian Graves was still in action, and he rebuffed the Dominion after a grueling battle. I wasn't there, of course. I was far too young to even see the battle, but my father has told me it many times. Tanyuan is the weakest of the demigods in might, but that does not mean he is weak by any metric. His abilities are, by far, the most varied with his inscriptions. Tanyuan. I address the Dominion with a curt nod, and he returns one. His respectful demeanor is surprising, even as I sit across from them at the large table. Elizabeth remains standing beside me until Tanyuan waves his hand. His voice is strict yet not demanding. Come, sit too. I am not here to fight. A breath of relief begs to be released, but I hold it within. I cannot show any form of weakness. Elizabeth also manages, by some capability, to show zero emotion as she joins me. I position my elbows on the table, meeting Tanyuan's gaze as the three around him remain silent like children. Then what are you here for? It is rare for another race to come to humans with anything other than ridicule. The Dominion of the Pygmies, their creator as they call him, wraps his stubby knuckles along the wooden table. The noise is crisp, and it almost distracts me from his words. Many things have occurred in this past month, as I'm sure you're aware. But you humans have been out of the loop thanks to the wastes. Etern has been critically wounded, and the Pale Cavity has been stolen. Leviathan is chasing him down to kill him. I surmise that with his death, something will be fulfilled and that she will rise. Otherwise, there would be no purpose in doing such a thing. My heart rate quickens, the idea of another god rising being a calamitous thing. I raise a short question as Tanyuan takes a moment to tap his daughter's hand, the younger pygmy attempting to speak. What about Behemoth? Tanyuan shrugs with a long-winded explanation about the other demigod's fate. I am unsure. The four of us embarked on a journey to the Bridge of the Gods. The restrictions upon godhood are weaker there, more so than any other dimension we have found. It's like a blind spot to her despite being the resting place for so many gods, many of them likely to be corrupted. Levi believes the Morning Star resides there, even after all these years, so we went to try and seek the lazy god's aid before Vincent challenged him. Behemoth went missing a month in, and Leviathan went after a turn there. All this, however, is just a preamble for what I want. I allow myself to inhale a deep breath with all the revelations, and I listen intently to Tanyuan's next words. No matter what they are, they could decide the fate of the entire human race. I would like if you were to allow these three to enter the underworld. Young Nados and my daughter have recently advanced to the 8th, the constant battles affording them insight alongside the recently fallen gods. Only there can these three grow stronger, strong enough to make a difference. So it's the same with the pygmies, huh? They are just as desperate as we are, huh? I see now. Tanyuan won't attack us. He needs us. Whether it's as allies or support, he needs humanity. But why is he helping a demon and a Nahullo? It doesn't make any sense. Plus, entering the underworld? How would that even come to pass? Wyatt and his group already took the Death's Lantern down there a while ago. Tanyuan's eyes wash over me while the trio beside him does the same, particularly his daughter, Timimi. Her eyes are harsh, demanding, and arrogant, but they are fearful. What is she afraid of? And Tanyuan is more apprehensive than he should be. I raise my hand to my chin as I release a quick hum, giving myself a little longer to think before replying. Tanyuan. I scan him with my eyes again, doing a closer inspection. As I do so, I get a twinge in my gut, the sensation leading me to believe something. Tanyuan is injured, maybe not massively, but enough to lower his strength to the point he would be less than willing to fight in the capital of humanity. Landing onto this point, I ask a question to direct the conversation. And why would you help a demon and a Nahullo? Tanyuan's eyes shift to his side, landing upon his daughter. Timimi, given the chance, speaks with laced words. She is unhappy to be here. And yet, she listens for her father. They are my companions. Where I go, they go. Together, we are stronger. You are the same, Travis. The Dominion's head nods in agreement, seemingly liking what his daughter has to say. I cannot disagree with her either. It's just exceedingly uncommon for so many different races to bond together. When the other demigods met to discuss Vincent, I don't think they ever expected such an accord to form. Still, Tanyuan's pupils, stained with unknowable words of ether, stare unto me. I proposition one last question, not really knowing how to refuse. After all, they aren't asking all that much of us. They just want to use the gate of death, which we have ready access to, but something tells me that might not be all. He's too clever, too experienced, not too. This pygmy has seen much, so much more than any other human on the surface. All our legends have fallen, and our strongest have left. I have to play this close to my heart. And how are you planning to get those three into the underworld? I know you know the restrictions. Death's lantern is already down there. That is not a route that can be taken. The Creator smiles at me with joy, a hidden light in his eyes. He knows something. Shit, how does he know? I have heard that you have access to many of Weiss's works, and that you have a young man capable of unraveling them? Surely, together, we could devise a way through the gate. In fact, I bet we can do it in less than a week. I nod slowly, having to give up Earl's expertise. Of course, Tanyuan would know of him. Everyone in Onyx Gate, at this point, knows of the Miracle Maker. Elizabeth beside me shivers slightly, her foot tapping against mine beneath the table of this silent building. Okay, well, what's in it for us? Tanyuan quickly shows me the carrot. Though he only uses his words, I take his promise as set in stone. I can help that young boy gain an absolution. Us, crafters, develop differently. My heart quickens again, this time in anticipation and excitement. Earl with an absolution? A proof would only be inevitable at that point knowing him, meaning he could become an angel in the future. I have to take this deal. I absolutely. Tanyuan, despite likely noticing my excitement, lays down the stick as well, to guarantee this transaction. How devious. If you do not help, I will be leaving with at least 2 heads, yours and hers. I place a hand against Elizabeth's knee to calm her. She is plenty capable herself, but this is a threat from a demigod. They hold a different level of weight. My other hand reaches across the table, opening the palm effortlessly. This is not something I have the capability to refuse. If Lennon was here, there is a chance we would have some more bargaining power. But we are too weak, and Tanyuan is too clever to be tricked. If it was Behemoth, or perhaps a Turn, there is a chance. Leviathan would just read our minds to see the truth. But this pygmy is simply too wickedly smart. Very well. You have a deal then, Tanyuan. A diminutive, wrinkled, and similarly scarred hand to mine clasps with my palm. A wide smile and a simple word seal the deal. Wonderful. You sure this was a good idea, Tomas? Sylvia sharpens a knife beside me on our shared bench while Primrose stands nearby, tapping her feet against the ground anxiously. Earl's companion flicks her eyes at me accusingly as the other woman directs a question at me. Fuck. I wish I brought Rich instead of Sylvia, but I need him to man the city in case any issues arise while I deal with all this. It was the only option we had, Sylvia. If I said no, Tanyuan would not have been happy in the slightest, and we cannot afford an angered demigod in our city. Primrose counters my argument venomously while we watch the outside of Earl's workshop. Her tone is just as poisonous as her power. You could have just used the bomb. That would have done it. I ignore her words, knowing her anger is only temporary and conditional. If Earl is okay after this, which I wager he will be, then her fury will subside. My silence only begets more as we all remain quiet, waiting for the two inside the workshop. Timimi, Natos, and Anodra have set up a camp by the Gate of Death, just waiting for their way through to be prepared. Time passes until I ask Sylvia for an update regarding her cousin and another fellow who ran off. Do you know where Tyron ran off to? And what's the news on that Autumn girl? Has she been spotted? Sylvia nods for the latter, but not the former. Autumn was seen a day ago scrounging up survivors from a recent break of monsters from Pained Peaks. I sent Parker to go and retrieve her. As for my cousin-in-law, no idea. He's gone. Likely ran off with some demons or something. Tyron never fit in with other people. He was always more at home in the wilds. I won't comment on Saliva and Parker's relationship when she mentions him. The woman is already married, but it's common knowledge she hates the bastard, only doing it to get closer to the Harveys as a whole. I can't really blame her, to be honest. Power is power. Instead, I merely sigh, expecting to have to wait many more hours. It's already been 6, but this? A door swings open, and Earl steps out with a wide smile. Immediately, I sense something is different about him, in a good way, before an older man walks out from behind him with a bent back, shortening his already low height. I got one, Tomas. I raise a confused eyebrow at Tanyuan, and before I can ask any questions, the old pygmy speaks. We have already devised a path through the underworld. It is so simple I am surprised no one has thought of it before. Actually, Eli probably did. I'm sure he did. We just have to stop a heart and restart it after dragging the person through. A simple automated cart can do the pulling, and we can have a construct do the pseudo-resurrection. My feet meet the ground as I walk toward them, not really affording much care for the reasoning behind escaping the gate of death's odd rulings. Instead, I focus upon Earl. What do you mean? You got an absolution? I can't help but beam with joy as Earl smiles, so energetic in his glee. Tanyuan, beside the young man, joins us with a grin as well. His enjoyment of this is abnormal. Does he like Earl that much? Perhaps. Even Eli seemed to place great care in this young man's future. Yeah, it's amazing. It's not super destructive or world-changing, but it's perfect for him. Earl glances at Tanyuan's compliment before shrugging, focusing back onto Primrose, Sylvia, and me. Of course it is. Using ether, I can create elements. It's not like fire or water, but stuff like hydrogen and oxygen. I can only do really small amounts right now, but this opens up so many roads. With enough mastery, I could make Skysbane or explosives. I don't even need to outsource the materials. I can just fabricate it. I hardly understand the elements he mentions, but I have enough knowledge to understand how incredible this is. I turn to Tanyuan as Earl runs to Primrose, practically shaking with joy. However, he stumbles without his cane, and the woman catches him. With a curt nod to the angel, I shift my attention to the pygmy. You seem to treat that kid genuinely. And how did you two finish so quickly? Tanyuan's eyes flip from Earl, flaked with respect, to me, a cold feeling. Still, he answers me. It is rare for someone to be so drawn to creation. From invention to building, he is perfect for it, both his skills and his disposition. Eli Weisspower was about observation. It could be used to aid his creations, but it is not the main purpose. My dominion and power lean toward replication and emulation of natural occurrences. That child, I see why Weiss placed a no-kill order on him. For him to die, it would be a loss to the world at large. A no-kill order? The subject is something I have never heard of, but Tanyuan responds simply. Between pygmies, demons, Nahullo, and even the Greyskins, we often communicate. Bounties are shared. Information is easily traded, even during war, and we ally sometimes. Though demons are the most uncommon to communicate with, barring the lords, there are flee orders, kill orders, and no-kill orders, something my great-great-great-great-grandfather came up with. Tanyuan breathes in deeply for a moment, as if remembering an awful, absolutely wretched memory. Only desolation and the cackling lightning have ever had a flee order upon them. It is self-explanatory. Kill orders are common upon those many want dead, like Eli Weiss himself or Marshall Travis. Those who kill them are paid massively by whichever lord, creator, warmaster, or Grey King they show the head to, part of the reason why so many showed up at Bent. As for no-kill orders, they are upon those who will push the world forward, save us against a future threat, etc. Sometimes, though, it can simply be a demon paying to protect their child or something of the like. There is a no-kill order upon all remaining Shahs, and as of 6 months ago, Eli paid Leviathan an exorbitant amount to levy one on this child, as she was the only Dominion to listen to him at all. Tanyuan's words are seemingly always long and information-focused, but I cannot help but do anything else but stare at Earl with amazement. And that amazement doubles as the demigod shares the price of breaking a no-kill order. If one should end the life of one under that order, Leviathan herself will correct their actions, being the one who said it. 436. burning the breeze. Wyatt Graves. A spark of pain wakes me up as my eyes open to bonfire slapping me in the face. He's hearty, healthy, and excited as he points in a direction. Groggily, I look to my right, still half asleep and bewildered, not even sure where I am or if I'm still alive, only to find Silas holding his left eye with his right hand. The usual fire of the undead from Death's gift doesn't illuminate through the holes in his fingers. Instead, I see violet chains leak out from the socket while the man himself is magenta. What? I rub my face, even as Silas groans in pain, shouting at the air. My eyes search the surroundings, settling upon a decapitated head before everything rushes back all at once. Ow, ow, calm down, relax, please, just for a second. I'll try. Okay. The fight. First Seiko, then eldest. The one arm I've got stiffens up as I stare at Kate's head. She's dead, dead. My teeth grind as I remember how I first met her, all the way back in Pridestead. She saved our asses, helping us all fight against Motherbound and Nahullo alike. And even after, she aided me some more, telling me how to grow closer to Blodwyn better. Without her, I might still be lost on how to reach him. She was a friend, not the closest, as she always managed some distance, but she was one. Mia, too, though. I can see that she is still alive. I'd say I was closer to Mia than her sister, regardless of their forms. Nevertheless, we were close. Her smile appears in my vision, overlaying the grimace on her decapitated face. It halts for several moments, unmoving and unchanging, as if it will never leave. Then, flashes of that reaper sear through my eyes, and I double over, aching in pain. Fuck. Scratching my own face, the sensations vanish as if they were never there. All that remains is the emptiness of another dead, of my own death and Kate's passing. I recall her laughs, rare but not non-existent. She often laughed at Mia's oddness or Blodwyn's bizarreness. She saw the faults in artifacts as simple personality traits to work with, not fight or extricate. Seeing her corpse, it makes me wonder why I'm not dead myself. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'll do what I can to help. Just give me some time. In the corner of my eyes, I watch a man sit and apologize to the open air. Silas's words are energized, possessing a life he did not have before. One eye still burns with the flames of undeath, and the other wields a violent violet charm. The man is talking to himself aloud, not likely used to what it means to be a Wendigo, though his situation ought to earn a new title. He is deceased. After all, however, I'm not a name giver. Mechanically, I shift my eyes from Kate's body, asking Aniwai, who is sitting just a few feet away with her single eye tightly shut. She appears to be meditating, likely lost in thought, but I need an answer. Are we going to bury her? My mother shakes her head. It is a simple movement, but it is followed by a depressing string of words. No, little one, I am sorry. Quakete must be burnt, lest we risk her becoming one of those fallen. A bone-chilling breath leaves my throat as my muscles give out. I wasn't standing, only propping myself up with my arms. With the lapse of force, I fall onto my back, glaring at the false sky above before rapidly shifting my gaze. I can't risk seeing death anytime soon, especially not after whatever that was. How come it didn't take me? Was Ma right all those months ago? Is death afraid? Why am I so hard to kill? And why isn't she? So that's how it ends, then? A whole lineage? A whole people? Like that? A single moment? My words enter the air, questioning everything and everyone here. Silas falls silent, not even speaking to Mia, who is undoubtedly feeling far worse than I am. I look at each person, not even surprised to find Birdie. I don't ask what went wrong or what happened. I just wait for an answer. Aniwai doesn't respond. She simply sighs loudly, her great body releasing enough air to shift the dust around her. Silas stays silent, too. His eyes don't leave the earth. Bonfire's enthusiasm dies. I can see it in his eyes as he falls onto his ass, the fire in his voice gone. He doesn't attempt to lighten the mood. He simply runs a fingernail along his arm, arcing the nail over the patterns in his skin left behind by the dark light in place of the scars. Virgil is elsewhere, likely scouting the terrain ahead since he recovers the fastest after me. Birdie, Marion, and Otto sit next to each other, recovering their wounds and relaxing in the moments we have to do so. It is both the least likely and most likely member of our group that finally opens up. A moment is all it takes, Wyatt. She is not the only one who will die down here. That is something assured. Did you really expect to descend to hell without any casualties? And kill Eli? Don't be ridiculous. My words are frozen in my chest by linen, but I still manage to get some out. But we didn't even get? Exactly. We have only passed the first hurdle. There will be many more. If you do not possess the metal I believe you to have, turn around. Go back. No matter what anyone says, I would not look down on you. Together, we killed a demigod. A demigod? Wyatt, would you believe that a year ago? 2? 3? I couldn't. We have come far, but knowing when to retreat is half the battle. My knuckles clench into a fist as I find my pack, the large thing kept with Aniwai due to her size. Opening it, I retrieve the backup armor made for me. It's not as strong as the first one, possessing far less of that super durable material, but it's enough. According to him, it's about 80% as tough. I just need an arm, and my hand was blown off by the Marshall Protocol. At least, we can reuse the bits that remain. Reattaching the arm with a grunt, the flash of pain appearing because I'm not as adept with installing them as Earl is, I reply to Lennon. I meet the man's gaze as he sits against a rock, quiet and remorseful. He feels this death just as much as I do. Only he's learned to push through it all. That's so sad to think of. Death of his friends is so common that for him it's just another mission. Another order. Another bounty. I am fine. We can continue whenever. But let's give her a funeral before we go. The last Comanche. What a damn shame. Lennon groans as he stands, the man's dominion shifting to help him balance his movement. Look at him, trying to hide his injuries. What an idiot. Whatever. I'll help him later. The swordsman finds a pack of matches from our supplies. But Bonfire shakes his head and takes them. The pyro takes the responsibility, and the three of us stand before the body before another person comes limping by. Silas stares down at the body, tears falling from one eye while the other, lit by a ceaseless flame, is utterly dry. Mia's voice leaks out of their shared body. I love you, sister. I bite my lip as Bonfire extends his palm, a swirling crimson flame bursting forth to devour Kate's body. The flesh burns quickly, and the fire grows into a roaring inferno, forcing us all to step back. Sorry, she is burning faster than I thought she would. Nodding, I tug on Silas' shoulder. Lennon is already grabbing the strap of his bag. I can almost swear, though, I saw something fall from his face and hit the ground. I don't comment on it. He wouldn't like that. Come on, let's go. We're on the edge of no man's land. It's not safe here. Mia. I call for Mia specifically, and she pleads with me softly, her mind connecting to mine. I lower my head as I agree. Just a little longer. Stepping away from the fire, I walk to Aniwai. My mother grabs the food, water, and medicine that was taken out for everyone as she tosses them all together with her mind. Then, she greets me. All better, little one? I shake my head. Nothing is better. Aniwai pats my shoulder before I notice Silas striding past me. He thrusts something in a wrapped package into my chest before heading deeper toward no man's land. Each of his steps is filled with fury, despondency, grief, and 100 other negative emotions. Whether him being like this or emotionless is worse, I don't know. Together, we leave quickly, the fire still burning, the raging pyre so bright that we can no longer even see the body inside. I'm the last in the group to leave, staring at the radiance for several extra moments. But as all things must, I leave, turning around. As I do so, though, I hear an odd noise. It's like a baby's cry. My head pivots as I listen closer, echo formulating with my ether. A second passes, then 2. Still, I hear nothing out of the ordinary. All I hear is Lennon hurrying me up. Come on, we got demons to kill. Shrugging, I ascend the next mountain, formally entering no man's land. From here on out, it is rough terrain, deadly demons, unpredictable ghosts, and unknown horrors. The next destination for us to even rest at is the Cardinal, the legendary river days worth of travel deep inside the region. Goodbye, Kate. Thank you for everything. I am sorry I wasn't good enough to save you. Several days pass before we even take a break. In fact, when Birdie told us about the demons here, she was not lying in the slightest. Motherbound are everywhere. Few untainted demons are around, but they aren't impossible to find. We tend to let those go, knowing things must be just as awful for them. They'll help kill Motherbound anyway. The environment makes it even harder to hustle toward hell, too. Mountains, valleys, hills, everything one could imagine block or impede our path. Sitting at our campsite, alone with Silas as the others have split up for various things, I inquire into the man and his new partner. His face isn't as insentient as before he became an angel, but now sadness fills that empty slate, lingering infectiously. "You two all right?" Silas nods instinctively, yet the motion quickly slows to never end as Mia speaks aloud. Her voice follows the open channel to my mind that she conjures effortlessly. "Horseshit. Kate is dead. I'm not. We always promised we'd go out together. 'Cause what's the point if one of us is dead? Now I'm stuck with this hard ass." Silas sighs, arguing with Mia immediately. "Oh no, I didn't know it was this bad. Hey, I'm not a hard ass. You're just unreasonable. How am I supposed to just let you take over? That makes no sense." My hand runs down my face as Blodwin says to me what I'm thinking. The Arca sees it clear as day. They don't work too well together, huh? I agree with Blodwin, but it can't be said this is unexpected. No, they don't, but it's only been a few days. How long did it take us to work together? 6 months? 8? Something like that. My partner mentally nods, and Lily pipes up, joining the internal dialogue between us. She does it so suddenly that sometimes it's hard to remember she can hear us. "Yeah, well, they don't have that much time. I'd say another day, and we'll reach home." Home. I don't mean to change the subject, but Silas and Mia are openly arguing. There is no rush to continue that conversation, and I'm beyond intrigued by her mention of home. Lily answers quickly, her response not quite being what I thought she'd say. "Yeah, where I was made. Remember the Cardinal? Well, my home isn't the Cardinal. It's a little shack beside it. Nice and cozy, kinda like Edmund's, now that I think about it. That's where our father and Datura live, or at least where we lived." I nod to her as I refocus, the argument before me turning into full-blown shouting. "You can't expect me to drop whatever I'm doing to help your random idea or want. It doesn't make any sense. This is my body. I took you to save you." MHMHM. I clear my throat, coughing to get Silas' attention. The undead faces me, annoyed, as I gesture at him with an open palm. If anyone can speak about this kind of thing, I think I'm the best, seeing as I'm now the longest reigning Wendigo. However, Kate held that title for 2 decades. I'm only a senior by a year or so. "Silas, things just won't work like that. She just had the person closest to her die. She's raw. Treat her carefully. Plus, your souls are connected now. You are going to have to share." Mia likes to read. She will have to read. And when it comes to fighting, trust her. She's a partner, not a nuisance. I've seen you two fight. It's uncoordinated, disjointed, and, frankly, downright awful. Silas furrows his brows as Mia laughs joyfully through the mental connection, but I quickly turn onto her. She helped me when I needed it. I'll return the favor, even if I have to be a little harsh. "And you, Mia, I know this is sudden. I understand she's gone, but Silas is not her. He cannot just replace Kate. Give him some time. That pain won't leave anytime soon, but you can withstand it. I promise." Mia, the actual I, shifts to look at Silas' nose. It's almost as if she's taking control and staring at the man himself. It looks a bit comical, but I don't feel even a hint of laughter as Mia groans. "Fine, I'll try, but I wish I could just cry. It's so hard to when we aren't sharing." I give Silas a glare. He doesn't understand. There are some concessions that need to be made. I'm lucky that Blodwin is still developing and hasn't entirely found all the things he likes to do yet, but getting him artifacts to eat is not easy. He's also a fucking glutton. I have to eat thrice as much as anyone else to even slightly satisfy him. "Silas, give her the eye. Total control. No, both eyes. Let her control your vision. See how it goes for a while having control split between you two. It'll be good practice." Silas exhales a breath despite not needing to breathe, the act one totally made of vexation. Nevertheless, he does as I ask. "Fine." And as he agrees, tears begin to flow from that single eye. They are discolored, slightly pink and purple. Under the right light, or at first glance, they could even appear to be bloody. Yeah, she'll need some time to get used to all this. I turn around while Silas asks Mia what her favorite book is, the man attempting what I asked him to do. my focus quickly shifts to ether. I've fallen behind on ether manipulation and control. In the recent fights, mostly against weaker demons, only 4 in total being angels, I've practiced my accretion ether almost exclusively. It would appear, for some reason, that both Blodwyn and I share the same plasmic ether. I don't really find it all that odd, but Aniwai, Lennon, and Bertie are beyond shocked. Virgil simply shrugged and said he was not surprised. Yet their reactions stuck with me. Even now, I am thinking back on it. Is it really that rare to share the same one? I don't know, but I do know what it does. It pulls in more ether, making anything, whether it's a constructive ether or a simple skill, draw in more than what I put in. It's dangerous and easy to lose a grasp on, but it holds so much potential. I clench my fist, forcing ether to swirl dangerously, inputting some of my soul into the substance. The more I do so, the easier it becomes, like I am acquiring a more substantive control over my own soul. Nevertheless, accretion is challenging to do, still requiring Blodwyn's help in condensing ether even days later. The thing I did days ago to pull out the dark light from Bonfire is not likely something I'll ever do again. It was unrefined and dangerous, hardly even practical. I can already do something similar with half the lethality to myself. Still, I concentrate my mind, letting Blodwyn hold the ether in place, keeping the accretion from gathering too much ether and gaining too much density. While he does that, I yank one end of it, pulling it toward the end of my hand like a blade. Immediately it breaks apart, a massive section of my hand ripped asunder by the divergent ether. Laughing it off, however, Blodwyn and I try again. What is a single lost hand when Blodwyn can regrow it quickly? Dangerous practice isn't all that dangerous if the injuries inflicted are healed in a matter of minutes. The lack of care for injury makes our progress rapid, and 2 hours later, as Virgil sits down beside me, utterly silent so as to not distract me, I succeed. The accretion is hauled to the edge of my fingers as it finally peeks out beyond them. Once it does, I let the force grow, the accretion hauling in even more ether. The great part about this is that I use far less ether than I would have to in order to produce the same effect normally. A smile spreads along my lips as the accretion begins to break down, the stretched part lengthening even further. Standing, I lash my arm forward, aiming it toward the sky for testing. My hand explodes from the force, blood, bone, and gore raining from above, but a rotating, oval-like blade enters the sky of the underworld, ripping open the air. The sheer sound of the skill echoes throughout the mountain we are atop, bouncing off all the rocks and edifices. Virgil groans beside me as he slides the bones off his coat. That seems pretty strong. But could you not exsanguinate yourself onto me? I grin, my hand already reforming from the bone. This is just the start. That's way better than Hone. It's a fucking projectile because it is so fast. When my hand finishes healing, already clenching into a tightly bound fist, I restart my practice. I need to be better. I couldn't get close to Eldest. With this, I won't have to. For 37, oldermost man. Another day passes in the underworld. More fighting, more running, more death. Fortunately, none of the deaths is of my group. Instead, we are the inflictors, pressing a final rest upon those who should have died long, long ago. Lily guides me over a rocky hill while the others rest, wanting to show me something. I already know what it is, but I let her burst out her exhilaration for now. My fingernails dig into the rock as I haul myself over the top edge of the hill, listening to her words. Just over this. You'll see it, I promise. Oh, look, look. Lily's high-pitched enthusiasm surmounts as I crest the summit of the mountainous rock. My eyes scrub over the environment as a wave of stillness washes over me, the oppressive heat and stale air clinging to my skin like a shroud. Despite the inhospitable conditions, my gaze is drawn inexorably to the sight before me, a long, winding river that snakes its way across the barren landscape. Beneath the waves, I see tumultuous currents rivaling that of any and every storm, yet the movements never reach the surface. This is no ordinary river. It is the Cardinal, a mythical waterway said to hold the essence of life itself within its dark, swirling depths. Though its waters are black and foreboding, rumored to be deadly to the touch, they possess a potent vitality that cannot be denied. When exposed to the light upon the surface, these waters host life in even the most awful conditions. Now, the legends also state that the cardinal hasn't surfaced in tens of thousands of years, so how much of that is true is unknown. As I stand atop the mountain, gazing down at the cardinal below, I feel a deep and profound connection to this ancient river, a tether originating from my hip. But there is one deeper than just the birthplace of Lily. It enters my heart and leaves with my breath. It is a reminder of the cycle of life and death that permeates the very fabric of the underworld. We come from this river, and when we die, this is where we should return. I know this without anyone ever telling me this. My eyes scrape up slightly before I stop them. Death. Death is natural. It is normal. But the god of death? Something tells me what she does is not normal. Though I dare not venture closer to its treacherous shores and leave my friends, I cannot help but feel a sense of reverence for the cardinal and the power it holds. In its depths lie the secrets of creation and destruction, a timeless source of energy that sustains much of Lily's powers and bears endless secrets. Where is it from? What gives it such powers? Why do some places seem so mystical, so empowered? We're Wind, the bridge of the gods, the cardinal. What makes these places so unique? As I take in the vastness of the cardinal, I am filled with a sense of awe and wonder, humbled by the knowledge that even in the darkest depths of the underworld, there is still beauty to be found. Isn't it beautiful? In my introspection, I failed to notice Aniwai climb up here beside me. Her singular eye broaches the subject of the river, and I nod with her. Lily, too, is ecstatic at Aniwai admitting such a thing, as if she is saying it about the young colt herself. Yes, it is. A rare sight in all the worlds, I'd have to imagine. But how did you know it was here? Aniwai shifts her attention to the colt on my hip and my own eyes. Killian told me about it, even if only briefly. I had to press him about it a dozen times to get him to spit it out. From here, though, I can also sense remnants of his mind. It is similar to where he once lived on the surface. Let us go. It is not too far away. We'll be back here soon to continue with the others. I nod, seeing no reason to disagree if Aniwai believes it is close. Together, we climb down the mountain, a bundle of thrill at my hip wanting to join us. Yet, I have to remind Lily that we only have so many bullets. She needs to kill a Dominion if she wants to be out and about more often, and we miss the chance with Siko. The dismount of the hilly rocks is quick, and without much effort, we are only a few hundred feet from the shores of the Cardinal itself. A great breath fills my lungs as I prepare myself for this. I've wanted to come here for quite a long time. Approaching the river's bank, I tread cautiously upon the glassy black sand that lines its shores. Each step is a delicate dance, the sharp grains cutting into my boots and the skin within them with every movement. The river stretches out before me, its inky depths seeming to defy comprehension as it flows endlessly onward. My blood flows across the glassy sands into the waters, and the crimson immediately turns white, losing all of its vitality. I cannot help but stare at the transition, the change. Despite the allure of the Cardinal's waters, I resist the pull, my instincts warning me of the danger that lies within. Instead, my attention is drawn to a lone shack situated nearby. Aniwai is already stepping toward it, like an animal searching for its prey. Its weather-beaten exterior and closed door stir a sense of history within me, a nagging familiarity that I cannot shake. With each passing moment as I walk toward it, memories flood back of the nights spent in Lily's dream. This is the cabin within her dreamscape. This is her home. This is my father's home. Aniwai freezes before entering or even opening the door. She merely stares at the wooden frame with her large size, not yet adjusting to fit. Lily is quiet as I step to the entrance, her joy reaching a pinnacle. Drawing closer, I reach out a hand to grasp the doorknob, the uncommon wooden handle cool beneath my touch. With a deep breath, I push open the door, the hinges creaking in protest as I step inside. The interior is dimly lit, the faint glow of light from the magma near hell filtering through cracks in the walls. Dust hangs heavy in the air, mingling with the scent of age and decay. It is a scene frozen in time, as if left precisely how it was last lived in. Yet, it is not without life. There is a man seated at the only table within the shack, a sheet of paper in his hands. He turns to look at me slowly, not uttering a single word as he takes in my arrival with ancient eyes. My heart skips a beat as I, for a moment, think it is my father, but it is not. This man is much too old. In fact, I don't believe I've ever met anyone quite this old. Still, he seems familiar. Too familiar. My mind racks through its memories as I quickly pull back a piece from it. I've met this old man before. He spoke to me at the heights of hope and depths of depravity. He told of not choosing a side. Beyond that, I can only remember his words about the limitless malice within mankind. It is a line that stuck with me. We've met before. You were at the monuments. The old man, covered in wrinkles from head to toe, nods before placing down the sheet of paper. I only get a glance at it before he blocks my view, but the lines upon it immediately give me a headache from its intricacy. I have been waiting many years to meet you again, young man. I furrow my brows, not comprehending his words. Years? As he speaks, my brain finally calculates the fact that I don't see any chains from him, not any amount or of any color. He is fetterless in a way that not even the unsigiled are. A shiver runs down my spine as I don't know what that means, only that it cannot be good. What do you mean? The elderly man stands from the chair, the action evidently tricky for someone of his age. I glance back at Aniwai, only for her single eye to be stricken with fear, shoved back and tightened as her body trembles. What is happening? I twist back to face the old man just as he answers me. I met your father for the first time shortly after your birth. He spoke of you many times, especially after he returned half a decade ago. The one stipulation in our agreement. Stipulation? Agreement? He knows my father? The instruments in my head begin to sing as I stumble backward. A slim smile falls onto the old man's face as I discover a name that fits only him. The devil. It all makes sense now. He's the reason why my father is down here, and nothing but a god would put so much fear into Aniwai. She can't even move. Still, I hear the whisper under her breath. It is like an omen or a prayer unto a god one knows will not answer. Her fear is more instinctual than learned, like that of a child running from a spider, an ingrained apprehension that comes from the blood. The Hellwalker. I clear my throat and bow slightly toward the first god I've ever had the displeasure of meeting. I'm not too sure yet. Well, it is nice to meet you, devil. I only notice how unsure my voice is after it leaves my throat, and a subtle fit of laughter comes from the god. His lungs emit joy that swiftly turns to terrible coughs. He nearly falls over as he uses the table as leverage, his whole body trembling from exertion. This can't be him, right? This is a god? This thing? I've heard theories, and even thought it myself a few times, that the devil might be human. It answers many of the mysteries regarding him, but looking at this figure now, it's hard to believe he's even a god. Nevertheless, the arbiter of chaos stabilizes himself and addresses me once more. Yes, that would be me, child. I know it comes as a surprise, but few things are as we expect in life. I don't even know what to say as I stare at this man, this god. The only thing I can do is look at him in shock. The devil takes a step toward me, causing me to flinch slightly, but he just walks right past me out the door with signs of annoyance. Why are you so apprehensive? I am human. Am I not? Come leave your father's abode as it were. Some things should remain as they are. Pivoting slowly, I watch the man's back. A long crimson coat covering thick charcoal pants draped over his body. Then, I follow him, sputtering out one of the infinite questions I have. And more than that, what are you doing here? Where is my father? Is he all right? The devil shakes his head, motioning for me to stride alongside him as he steps over the sharp sands of the Cardinal's Beach. His shoes are simple pieces of leather, not even close to the reinforced boots I wear, but the glass doesn't even crunch under his wobbly steps. All in due time, child. Come, there is someone I want you to meet. I believe you have also seen each other before, though. He is the only one who can prepare you. I furrow my brows as we continue over the sands of glass. Aniwai doesn't follow us. Instead, she gives me a cautious look before entering the shack. I think she's terrified of the devil. No, she is so utterly horrified that she refuses to breathe in his presence. What's wrong? I am unsure of my decision, but I don't turn back. Together, I walk with this man, this god. The fact that he admits to being human shakes me to the core. Vincent wasn't the first? What has he been doing this whole time? Oh, I know. He's been holding back hell, hasn't he? The undead aren't alone. They could never do it on their own. With all the powerful demons and Motherbound popping out, it's proof that the threat has always been extreme. Isaac and his folk must have just been simple janitors, cleaning up whatever slips past the Red Judge. I shift my eyes toward his bent figure, finding it difficult to match him to such a godly figure as the devil. No ether surrounds him. It's like a dead zone. He has no fetters and appears to be as fragile as a simple old man. Yet just as I consider the notion of testing him, the hairs on the back of my neck stand up on end. My very soul screams in protest, instinctively seeing something I do not. So, instead, I merely follow the devil until we reach a few hundred feet out from the shack. The god abruptly stops before retrieving a pocket watch from his jacket. He opens it and clicks a button, and a wave of energy, a mixture of ether and something else, surrounds us. A bubble appears around us as the devil turns to me. His eyes glow with enigmatic radiance as he finally meets my gaze. In one eye, a balance is tipped to the right, and in the other, a balance is tipped to the left. Remington. The devil utters a name to the world, and as he does, I notice the space outside the bubble collapse. It's like raging a war against whatever space this god has created. I inhale deeply, shocked to see such a thing occurring before my eyes. It's like a miniature cataclysm, but he's not done yet. Remington Shaw, I require your aid. You can halt your sealing attempts. It won't work. She's too close to awakening this time. Give it up. To do it the first time, you gave your all. My eyes flicker from the devil to another subject as a rift opens in the air. Golden sands falling down in torrential clumps. Fingers wrap around the edge of the rift before the hand pulls itself through, revealing it to be just that, a hand. There is no arm or torso attached to the golden hand. It is just a hand, the exact same one that came from the hourglass. A shiver runs down my spine as it gives me a horrid sensation, one of utter wrongness. Remington Shaw, the time-warped delver, or what remains of his, apologizes to the devil. The motion is odd, articulated by only the fingers, which only adds to my apprehension. I am sorry, Minter. I have failed you again. The Red Judge shakes his head sadly, pointing a gnarled finger at me. The hand twists, facing me with its palm before hovering backward slightly as if surprised to see me here. You have never failed me, Remington. This boy. I've met him before. The Voyager I mentioned. Yes, that is him, Killian's son. We have the demon over there to thank for introducing you to. Can you help him? He wishes to meet his father, and the man needs help anyway. But I cannot allow such a child to enter the court. Make him strong. The second the devil finishes the word strong, he vanishes, leaving behind not even his clothing. In exchange, the hand shifts to face me. It rotates oddly, reminding me of an animal investigating prey. This whole situation is just so beyond me that I don't even know what to ask. I don't know what to do with this. Sickness in my stomach. Is something wrong with Remington? I don't know. There is little I can do. Instead, I wait for Remington, or whatever is left of him, to speak. It takes nearly a full minute for him to utter even a single word, every second in which I stand with deepening confusion. I am sorry for my mentor. He is extreme. Always has been, for good reason, too. If he weren't, what is your name again? I cannot remember if I asked you previously. Much has changed since I saw you last. I answer the floating golden hand. The index finger bobs up and down as if nodding, feeling a bit more comfortable as the voice is reassuring and calm. Not that brutal coldness the devil had. I ask my own question in counter. Wyatt Graves, what are you? Remington Shaw releases a sigh, the hand curling in on itself slightly. Then, the man who lost to time tells me a short story. Ah, you wouldn't know, would you? I am long dead. This form is a construct of ether melding with the river of time. I was whisked away to the sandy waves many moons ago. Honestly, I don't even remember the exact date. Neither does he. Anyway, I am, what would I call myself? If an arca is ether melding with flesh, and I am ether melding with the concepts of the universe, I suppose I would call myself a memento, an echo of a man in time. I nod, only understanding a fraction of what was actually said. Still, I follow up with another, wanting to know what is happening. What is happening here? Why are you here with me? The memento laughs without a mouth, the fingers of the hand dancing ominously. Though, the answer isn't as awful as one might expect. It would seem your father needs help, and you are being recruited, only you are far too weak right now. You at least need solid ether. Yes, that should be enough to let you be a player in that game of chess. Whose game of chess? And I just learned plasmic ether? How am I going to learn that? It's going to take way too long. I shout at the hand, not even really meaning to as all my frustration mounts. I didn't come here for any of this. The hand, however, doesn't care. It floats past me softly, landing on my shoulder with an abrupt turn. Before he even speaks, my stomach sinks. Something is wrong. But what is it? Too long? Lucky you. That's something I can fix. 438, pair of stars. I squint, staring right at Remington, the hand of a long-dead prime facing me without eyes, meeting my gaze without even a head or eye sockets to do so. I don't even ask the question that I want to, as I already know the answer deep down. A part of me shivers alongside the knowledge. He can manipulate time, slowing it down or speeding it up. Whether he can move backward is unknown, and I'd have to guess he can't. So, instead of questioning him further on this subject, I swap the tone. Why can't I see my father? Am I really that weak? The fingers of the hand twist and curl, reminding me of some kind of thinking spider. Putting aside my discomfort for now, I listen to the hand. Only a few seconds pass before the movements stop, and with the pause, words come from the air, constructed of moving ether in the air. You are inadequate for such a locale. You will see when you get there. His Excellency has created a Surza where the rules of reality are shifted. Beyond that, there is not much point in elaborating. I bite my lip, annoyed by all the non-answers. Still, I continue my probing. There are endless questions in my mind, and this man, this memento isn't showing any sign of frustration at answering them. He reminds me of Earl with his cadence and manner of speaking. He is academic and knowledgeable, though an aspect of my soul warns me of something deeper. What is it? What is bugging me? I'll keep that hidden for now. Very well. What about my allies? Will they not be able to join me? The hand shuffles abruptly, facing me with some kind of alarm. However, that shock rapidly dies down to a steady grip with reassurance. Others came with you besides that demon? Ah, yes. They should be fine. As long as you grow, of course. Speaking of, can you go and retrieve what that demon has of mine? It should be constructed of many triangles, each triangle built from a different type of steel. It shall help you. I nod, vaguely remembering the cube that Aniwai took from the Shaw estate a while ago. Right, that is his. I should get that before asking anything else. Don't want to piss off the time-manipulating hand. I turn, facing the edge of this bubble, but I don't step through it immediately. Can I just leave? Remington nods with his index finger, pointing outside the golden barrier formed by the devil. Yes, this is specifically for me to hide from prying eyes. Few gods are overjoyed by my return, and I would rather not waste what little is left to hide myself. Once you leave, gods will be able to sense you again. It shouldn't be much of an issue, though. You're just a virtue. I doubt they are paying much attention to you. I purse my lips, not knowing how to respond to him. I think some gods are somewhat invested in me at this point. The mother below, at the very least, seems to abhor me and my ability to affect her lighthouses. Her children did admit to not being able to see me, so this bubble probably does nothing for me. Seeing no issue in leaving, I step past the sphere, a rush of sensations entering my mind as I do so. Immediately, I feel the subtle current of air in the underworld, something I didn't realize I had lost. What I also feel is Aniwai's panicked voice entering my mind. Are you all right? I lost sense of your mind? I nod to the air, knowing it's pointless as she can't see me but doing it nonetheless through muscle memory. As I reassure her I'm fine, I pivot slightly, finding nothing at all behind me. Yeah, I'm okay. I spoke with the devil and someone else in a kind of sphere. Are you all right? My eyes scan the surroundings even further only to discover not a lick as Aniwai replies to me. Odd. Very odd. That must be the obfuscation effect working. I'll just have to remember where to walk. That rock. I'll use that one as a landmark. Yes, I'm doing good. Your father was here a few months ago. Before that, I can sense his mind had been gone a long while. But we're close. So close. I grind my teeth as I walk back to the shack. She is still inside, not knowing how to tell her what has happened without just going for it. So, I do, knowing she prefers honesty even if it is brutal. We'll have to wait a little longer. The devil said I'm not strong enough. He wants me to train with another man. I can bring you to meet him, but he wants the cube made of triangles. The information regarding fuck. I skirt the edges around the man absolutely loathed by time, intricately feeling the pain of knowing and attempting to reproduce his name. Aniwai, however, as clever as she is, latches onto the truth beneath the surface. You have met him, little one? Him? No. It must only be a clone or a shadow. He cannot be alive. I am, impressed by the devil, brought to my knees in fear of him, but that is just because he is a god, and some kind of ingrained fear. I will get over it. That man, though, the world often wonders what would have happened had he lived. Few know he ever existed, however. No mental or verbal reply meets her as I instead open the door to the shack, finding Aniwai sitting at the table. She jumps lightly in surprise at my sudden intrusion, and my eyes lock onto the object in her hands without a moment's notice. It's a photograph, one of those expensive black and white images. I step closer as Aniwai freezes as if caught doing something wrong. I twist my head as the image on the sheet of paper unwinds within my mind. It is a simple image, possessing only 4 figures, but the 4 shake me to my core. There is my father, his skin oddly shaded and textured, his eyes sparkling with different shades, and his arms ending in non-native hands. Yet, he is smiling, with 2 figures before him. There I am, young. So very young that I don't remember this even without Ma's meddling. And beside me is a smiling little girl, half my already diminutive height. Her teeth are demonstrated with a smile, sharp and lethal, while her eyes gleam dangerously. Lily. She had a physical form for this photograph, likely with my father's help, and beside the 3 of us, there is a woman, hands folded with an effervescent smile, as if this is all she ever wanted, just a few feet away. I reach for the photograph, and Aniwai doesn't stop me from taking it, allowing it to slip out of her hands. She explains herself hastily while I simply stare at the 4 of us, not comprehending at all. We were all together like this? A real family? Why couldn't it have just stayed that way? There were some things I never blocked or manipulated in your mind. Children often forget events, even important ones. Still, your ma, wanted a photo to remember Killian's final visit. It was only an afternoon, too. So, we had what fun we could before he had to leave as a family, one with a new member. But Killian took the photo that came from it with him. He left it here, placed on that desk. My eyes flicker to the desk she mentions. It is positively scribbled with infinitesimally small inscriptions, shoved together for some purpose. Dust has gathered over the wood, except for where the photo once was. Killian took care of it. One of the few things I've ever been told by my father flashes through my mind like some kind of excuse. We were simply born with heavier shoulders. And those shoulders in question sag as I finally realized the brutal truth. I had a family once upon a time, and never even knew it. I had happiness and the possibility of a beautiful life away from violence and bloodshed. There is a chance that I never even had to earn a sigil, that I never had to lose anyone. Dozens of faces beat through my mind, from Edmund to Marshall, before landing on Kate. I could have had that family instead of this. They aren't perfect, but in this image, we were so happy. I can see it. For a single day, even my cold-blooded father let himself feel joy. One is a demon, one is a living weapon, and the final is an undying man determined to save the world in his own way. It's bizarre, possibly insane, and most definitely abnormal. But some part of me wouldn't have it any other way. I love Lily, a quiet but murderous little sister. I love Aniwai, even if it took us a long time to develop that relationship. Even my father. He's cold, impossibly distant, and such an unrepentant asshole, but I can't say I don't care for him. He gave me what I needed to succeed. I never needed him there, even if I may have wanted him. Aniwai and Lily were enough. And maybe, just maybe, in the future, we can have another day like the one in the photo. A day without worry or death, without the omnipresent gods above dictating our lives. I breathe in, filling my lungs with what feels like endless amounts of air. Aniwai merely peers at me as I enjoy the sensation of life, of energy. Then, I hand the photo back to her. Thank you. I would never have known we were ever genuinely happy without this. It gives me another thing to fight for. Anna's eye crinkles, but she doesn't take back the photo. What do you mean? I laugh as she doesn't pick up on what I mean. For someone so inhumanely intelligent, she knows nothing about genuine emotions and feelings. I'll fight for us, as a family. You, Lily, Killian, and me. Maybe one day we'll have another photo like that. Anna's eye shifts to the image, taking in the splendor of our long-gone joy. I witness her lips wrinkle into a grin as she refuses the image, instead handing me a cube made of tiny metallic triangles. I would like that. Another day like that one. It sounds so wonderful. We'll have to take more than one photo, though. That way, we'll each have our own. I nod, taking the cube gingerly into my hands, already covering them with my coat so I don't directly touch it. Anna's warning might have been a while ago, but I don't forget her cautions easily. After I do so, I fold the weathered image and place it within Lily's holster, the safest location on myself. Of course, Aniwai follows me back to where I met Remington, and we pass through the bubble together. The movement between the barrier and the outside world leaves us both stumbling haphazardly. Still, we regain our composures quickly. I half expect Remington to complain about us taking too long or that I brought my mother, but he doesn't mention it in the slightest. The hand simply flexes its index finger before calling me to it. Is he that kind? That patient? No comment at all? Am I just nitpicking? What is going on here? Nothing felt this way the first time I saw him. Good. We shall begin. That cube is something I made shortly before my death. I had planned to use it to train little Lazarus, but I died before I could give it to him. It's for ether, starting from simply sensing it all the way to soulful ether. Walking to Remington, I notice that Aniwai is simply watching us, not moving. Her eye is fixated on the memento without an inch of movement. Shrugging, I present the cube to Remington. I have never named it, never got the chance, despite how much I love to label. How does Codex sound? I quite like that one. Again, I shrug, not able to offer much in terms of advice. I don't really know what it does, so I can't help you here. The hand twists an emotion that I can't decipher. I can only figure it is some sort of replacement for human movement. Still, Remington is focused on me, not anything else. That is fine. You will learn. Cut your finger and dribble the blood onto the first triangle. It is the one that is slightly extruding from the edge. Then, begin the priming stage since ether enters the first triangle. Moving the ether within the triangle is the first stage that will precede you onto the second. After that, enter the 3 surrounding triangles to move ether. You must continue onward and so forth until you cannot anymore. I listen to his words, carefully doing as he says before sensing the ether within the protruding triangle. The moment I do, my mind is practically washed away, focused utterly and wholly within the cube. Aniwai, demon of heart's mui. Perfect. It is working as intended. Countless inscriptions for mental acceleration, focus, and the ability to create illusion realms to help train ether. It might be my finest creation if you weren't looking right at it, demon. The original prime of humanity has a quote that few remember. Only the demons alive back then, or close to those who shared the phrase remember it. It is one that is remembered as hubris and deceit to throw all off humanity's trail. But as I look at this thing, I cannot argue with what the first said. Me? Oh, I'm not all that gifted, at least compared to the average Sigiled. It was more of a right place, right timing thing with a suitable person who wielded enough power ahead of time. My student? He makes me look like a toddler with ether. I only ever heard it once in passing from Leviathan, the Lord speaking to Behemoth, reminiscing about the past. Still, even if my mind were not so honed, I would be unable to forget it. Where do your gifts end, human? Nevertheless, I treat this human with the same respect as he does to me. He laughs. The hand he remains as shuffling marginally in the air. As we converse, Wyatt's eyes are glazed over, his attention utterly within that cube. It is beyond extraordinary. That little thing had to take as much effort as Demon's Bane to make. Even I can procure that from its construction. For a while, I wondered what it did. It wasn't a weapon, being neither Colt nor Claymore, and it didn't seem to hold any other purpose. Yet now, it makes complete sense. They begin and end at ether. Even when I had a body, I was feeble. I could hardly run a mile. My lungs were short, my legs pale, and my skull shrunken. Still, I thrived in that old world. It was simpler. Sigils were things only kings, champions, and the greatest of soldiers possessed. For an alchemist such as I, things were nice. No matter how much you envy my skills, no, they do not come without cost. Nothing does. Things have changed quite a bit since then, though. I am not who I once was. The man's words sink deeply into my mind, as I can only wholeheartedly agree. I've heard many legends about the millennia of the past, how it was rare even for us demons to possess more than 2 sigils. This was a time when Behemoth and Levi then were nothing but village-level threats, a time when there was even a third lord alongside them. I have heard much of that history. Tell me, I've always wondered, who was the third demon, the one they won't talk about? The hand twists to face me just as an old man reappears from nothingness. It is as if he has made a rule with reality, letting his steps break the other rules. The cost of doing so is beyond me. It is so over my head that my soul and mind shiver at his arrival. I don't think Wyatt holds any fear toward this god, even if he can sense his soul. That is how I raised him. Still, it floors me. The vastness. The time. This is a being just as old as the Leviathan, if not a little older. I don't know how that adds up, but it must. Oh, you mean Mammon? Yes. There used to be a trio of mighty demons. It was I who killed him and erased him from history. Of course, it wasn't flawless and left behind clues, but it was enough to hide her influence for a little while longer. With Mammon gone, Levi and Bay could act more themselves. Who? That battle was something else, I tell. Remington. Remington. That's his name. He shifts to face the devil the moment he speaks, the damned hand bowing toward the figure. Your Majesty, I am sorry. You know how I get lost in the past. The devil nods shortly, his aged eyes remaining on the hand before rotating back to me. How many times must I tell you? I hate those kingly titles. They are of a bygone era. It makes you seem lesser than me. You are not. I watched the pair quickly devolve into a short squabble, the two likely knowing each other for longer than any singular reign has ever lasted of any kingdom or country. Their argument tosses so much information my way, just in the wayside, that I eat it all up, not missing a beat. But I am, sir. You are Lewis Fern, king of all under the skies, the first man to slay a demon with his bare hands, the first king to rally all of the fractured peoples under one banner, the first mortal to ever become more than that. How am I not any lesser than you? The devil points a wizened finger at the hand, as if signing an absolute decree with his tone. He holds no room for negotiation with each word. This must be some kind of nostalgia for the two of them, and I'm merely stuck in between. And you, Remington? Alchemist by 11 years old, court alchemist by 14, a sigil bearer by 16. The second youngest in my kingdom was 25. I was 30 before I got my first lawman. It is your lack of confidence that has held you back, my friend. If you ever managed to get a handle on it, that bitch would be more than sealed in time. But alas, that was all a long time ago. I am glad to see you are alive, even if it is not how we wished. The argument rapidly dies down as Remington doesn't have a reply to the devil's words. Instead, they both turn to face Wyatt. The devil addresses me as I reel in shock, their words being more than just memorized. To process just the bit they said would take many minutes. What is he to you, demon? I answer the god honestly, knowing he would sense any deceit. My son, though not of blood. I see him as my child, and he sees me as his mother. Both the figures laugh, the oldest thing I've ever met chuckling heartily, the wrinkles bobbing up and down in the motion while the golden hand of sand flays out its fingers. How interesting. Graves sure are their own. Huh? I wish I met more than one in my time on the surface, though Harrant was quite the lad. I wonder what happened to him. The devil answers Remington's question, the result morbid and not any different than most Graves' endings. He died protecting his daughter, Heather Graves, whom little Lazarus fell in love with. Remington falls quiet as I watch the two observe Wyatt. The kid seems to be making some progress with the object as lights emerge here or there. Several minutes pass before the devil claps his hands, vanishing with another set of commands. Very well. He will do nicely. Give him some time. Remington, I'll be back tomorrow. His father doesn't have too long. As undying as a man he might be, no one is truly immortal. Eldest is wearing him down with his lieutenants, and I can no longer take his place. My eyes sink, and my heart rate accelerates within my chest as gold sands wash over my little one. Part of the anxiety is for Killian, but another part, a section that is rapidly growing, is fondness and pride situated toward Wyatt. When he finishes working with that thing, he'll be far more potent with ether. I don't know how much Remington will affect time, but I can't let my own son outdo me. How else will I teach him more ether as I have on the way here? That cannot do. It is my favorite thing to do as of late. So, I sit and cross my legs as I hone and adjust further, tightening my form to a more comfortable figure that fits with the size of my personas. It's always felt more natural to be a stature that fits within a house than my cumbersome one. There are more reasons, but they can be shelved for now as I focus on my own ether. Aurora isn't enough. Neither is wood. I need to learn Soulful Strand if I am to be useful in the coming days. I may only be an 8th sigil, but I've lived a long life. I've learned many things, traveled to countless places, and met endless minds. My experiences give me power as opposed to the typical long-lived creature. Most look down on humans, preferring to spend many days and even years idle. I was like that once upon a time until a particular man freed me from my binds. As I fall into my profound intensity of ether, I hear a not-so-distant voice relaying sound in the air. It comes from Remington with the tone of a prayer, but the purpose of a mantra. Fear not any size of man, any manner of monster, or any depth of demon that walks beneath the skies. Though big he may be or small you be, I shall equalize. The words sink into my mind, falling deeper and deeper as I realize what this mantra is. In the old days, beyond even the time of the lords, sigils were thought to be used with rituals, with long proverbial prayers or incantations. Remington is from such a time when things were still common. I don't hold it against him in any way, though. It is a way of focusing effort, even if telling and long-winded to a foe. Still, he is not wrong. Ether equalizes all. If it didn't, his kind would be long, long gone from this world. 439. Trailing Peacemaker. Johnny Iron Consul Caldwell. Spinning the chamber of the last gift Earl had left for me, I admire the revolver. It's extraordinary, not quite at the level of Fate Sealer, but who's to say I can't wield 2 guns? I believe I've practiced enough to put it into a live scenario. But Earl and his obsession with explosions? Regardless, an exploding bullet will sure be useful, though I have no clue how he managed it. I smile and holster the Colt on my left side, to be drawn with my left hand. Frangible is for breaking defenses, and Fate Sealer is for putting down threats. If a foe gets too close, too, I can handle that. All those experiences from both Heather and Canyon have left me with centuries of combat knowledge. Laura, even when I don't shoot the Colts, can't break through my defense to hurt me. No matter if she uses her recently acquired power or not, I can dismantle all her attempts as if they were nothing. It feels good, really good. I can't say for sure how strong I am with their knowledge, but it is a grand change. From the lower echelon of angels, I think I've risen quite a bit. So, I stand after cleaning the weapons and deciding that today is the day I can wield both with pride. Many changes have occurred in the past month. Most of them have been good, I'll admit, but not all have been. The wastes have begun to spread, slowly, but still. The monsters from within have started crawling up Gravecross, making it harder for more refugees to arrive. As such, I have to hunt them down with the help of people like Sky Swain, Laura, Blake now that she's returned, and even little Lennox, who's grown plenty since our first meeting. In only a few moments from my room, silent this early in the morning with only Blake's quiet breathing to accompany me, I step out of the house and into the street. The sky is dark as my boots touch the gravel road, and the instant my skin is laced with air, goosebumps run up and down my flesh. Immediately, my hands flinch toward my Colts, and I investigate my surroundings with my eyes, the darkness not even matching to my metamorphosized pupils. Still, I detect nothing. The sense of danger is not coming from any physicality. It's the experience shoveled deep into my soul. It is a warning. Something is coming. Something big. I'm not sure whose past knowledge can realize this, whether it's Heather Graves or Canyon who is bestowing me this warning, but I take it seriously. My eyes scan the sky, some part of me just knowing that the danger will come from there. One does not become a demigod or Vincent's only rival without having senses far beyond the physical. My mind immediately sparks into motion, endeavoring to create a plan of some sort. What can I do? I need to evacuate this section of the city. If I feel such intensity, it will do severe damage. Likely, more than the god of thoughts did through Heather's protection. As I open my mouth, preparing to call for one of the guards who stands outside my house to ring an alarm, a speck of light appears in the air. My eyes widen as I catch a glimpse of what it is. The figure being over 5 miles in the sky doesn't affect my vision in the slightest as golden rings lace my pupil. It is a falling Nahullo, the pale skin evident even with the searing hot air visible around him. My brain flips through 100 possibilities before landing on one as the figure approaches a little closer, becoming somewhat familiar. It is the lack of armor, however, that seals the deal. Etern, the stalwart spine, the War Master of the Nahullo, the Hand of Hearts, the Master of Arcus. He holds many titles, but as he crashes toward the earth, I can only think of one thing. What is making him fall like that, bleeding every which way? I raise my Colts to follow his descent, but he doesn't actually crash land. An avalanche of ice, curving surprisingly around the houses of his impact zone, catches his momentum nearly a mile high. The earth shakes from the ginormous transfer of force, however, and I accelerate toward the Nahullo without a moment of hesitance. My feet move with newfound purpose and placement, the gifts from the steel of life not without their fallout. Everything from how I run to how I leap has been subtly changed. I used to think I did it all perfectly, or at least as flawless as my body would allow. I was wrong. There is always room for improvement. In less than 5 seconds, I travel a mile. I feel a muted current lace my spine, that barrier of speed, the one that leaves a shockwave through the air. I don't push past it despite my hurry. That will only lead to more damage. Instead, I ride the edge of sound. When I arrive at Etern's impact zone, I encounter the Nahullo still crawling out of the conjured ice. His flesh is raw, the pale skin pink in many places. Blood leaks from many wounds as several bones stick out from his insides. Yet all the injuries mean nothing to a dominion such as him. Being cut in half might not necessarily kill such a figure. The part that brings a shiver to my spine is the blood surging from his orifices. His nose, eyes, ears, mouth, and temples bleed massively. It is a traumatizing sight for many, but for one such as me, it is even worse. I know who can do such a thing. There is only one in all the worlds known to mankind with myxodal dead, Leviathan, the dragon of souls, the shadow of Moro, the sharpest thread, the enthralling weaver, the ruiner of wills, the depraved scale, the tinted rainbow, the oldest binary lord. Leviathan holds more titles and names than most people have ever had their names called. She is old, wise, and powerful enough to do this to Etern. I backstep, hauling the energy of the steel toward me. I feel whatever leftovers of the soul within it converge onto me, creating a dominion outward from my locale. I levy it upon Etern, pressing the Nahullo for an answer while he is injured and under the barrel of my guns. My threat should hold some ground with how hurt he is. What are you doing here, Etern? Where is Leviathan? The War Master sputters, blood spouting from his mouth in a flood, as he coughs with a hand on his left temple. The Dominion is horribly injured, but he's not dead. I need to keep my guard up. With that in mind, I nearly fire both Colts into his eyes as he lifts a finger upward. Up. Our differences have finally come to blows in search of a higher power. Should you wish not to fall prey, escape? I bite my lip as I tilt my eyes upward, the clouds above hiding whatever is in the skies. I wait a moment, peering without pause as I finally sneak a peek of a descending figure. Shadowed by the moons and the clouds, a serpentine figure, hundreds of miles long and curling all over with lethal spikes, shows itself. Yet, as I imbue ether into my eyes, gazing closer, I realize that what I see is only a manifestation of a mind. It is hazy, see-through, and unreal. Above it all is the true figure. She stands haughty and domineering, sinking toward us without hurry. I flicker my eyes back to Etern, immediately knowing that he is the key. He's fought her before. I need him to do it again if my people are to live. It is funny how quickly I've adopted this city to be my own. Nevertheless, I won't let it fall. I made an oath, a promise. Can you get back up and continue? I'll do what I can to help. The stalwart spine scoffs, lifting himself into a standing position. Even with a bent back, he towers over me like all over Nahullo, There is little for you in this battle. Leviathan has honed yet another Surza, finding her previous one not enough for divinhood, as she etches concepts into her being. She has switched from her last of thoughts to monsters. I am the same, forcibly switching my path. Only in our contest, she was swifter than I. It is an awful thing to be outmatched at the pinnacle of your life. My jaw trembles, and my guns wobble as I comprehend the weight of his words. Leviathan created another Surza? No, she's going to push for godhood as well? How? I thought they couldn't figure it out? How? How? The single word leaks out of my mouth in surprise as I can hardly control it. Etern cracks his neck with one hand and appears to ready himself for death as he chuckles ominously. The Nahalo's voice is low, his manner of speaking is always odd, and his words are true. Preparation means little against such monsters. Centuries turn to dust by one move. The dragon's monster leaves me with little recourse, yet my responsibilities leave me with even less. If your offer is true, stand tall. I sense a dominion around you. It may not be yours, but it might be enough. Today may be our last, but it shall be our fondest. I nod to Etern, forcing myself to ally with the Nahalo for now. If I want any of this city to live at all, we have to work together. If Leviathan has 2 Surzas now, then not only are we grossly outmatched, but we are also risking everyone here. My Colts rise to the sky above as Etern finally prepares himself. Ice forms from the very air, and his eyes twist in his sockets to face me. He pauses for a moment, as if searching for something before returning my nod. I see. My mentor's mentor spoke of her, passing down the knowledge through the ages. A fine warrior she was. I can see her dominion upon you. Upon me. Relinquish it for Leviathan. If you can copy more than how she stands, copy her ether. Accretion would be ideal for a battle such as this, as would Ash. I doubt you can copy Soulful, no matter how kind. I raise an eyebrow, not understanding his words, but the ancient Nahalo, at least compared to me, simply sighs. Then he turns to face the sky once more. His leg ascends, finding placement shortly thereafter in a floating block of ice. Etern continues into the sky to meet his match. Damn. If only I had a way to fly. Maybe. What did he mean by ether? Etern seems to realize I have copied much of her abilities and stances, but not her ether? How would he even recognize that? How in death is the training of a war master? It must be on a whole different level from that of a hunter. I suppose it's in the name, though. A master of war in all of its aspects. Etern continues to ascend without me, as I think, scrambling to find an answer. If I can keep the fight in the sky somehow, then less will get injured. I only have the confidence to do this because of the steel, too, alongside the fact that both of these demigods have to be tired after fighting already. What can I do to copy her ether? I reach for the steel, finding the image of its placement underground within my mind. I grasp for its strength, and it is quickly delivered. The dominion bows to my will as if the soul were still here in full. Yet that is not what I seek. There is something far more personal I need. I am sorry, Canyon. Heather. I do not know how invasive this is to your lingering spirits. Closing my eyes, I delve into the steel, taking a gamble. I wish Earl were here to weigh the odds, but alas, he is not meant to stay here. I always knew he was destined for greatness with the sparkle in his eyes. Before, I was afraid of doing this. I was fearful of hurting Canyon's soul. I was scared of ruining the steel. I was horrified by what it could do to me. Now, I toss those fears aside. I embrace the moxie of a young man who has gone further than I. I have reached my limit, and even if I have to devour the strengths of others, I will go higher. I will not pause here. There is too much at stake. A shooting pain sinks into my skull as I fall to my knees. It lingers, refusing to leave as centuries more of knowledge sink into my skull. It is not just the expertise of ether, too. I learn a great many things. From how the world used to work a millennia ago to how Canyon liked his sandwiches. It all comes at once without pause, forcing me to appreciate the previous bestowal. Blood drips from my face in a similar fashion to Etern. Disregarding the danger of doing so, I brush away the crimson with my sleeve and flow the ether within. I know Living Strand, but beyond that, I've hit a wall. That wall no longer exists, or it does, but I understand how now to leap beyond it. I know all of Canyon's and Heather's skills that didn't require their Sigils' direct touch. Furthermore, I know the not-so-direct ways to reach the higher stages of ether from the ancient graves. The first I reach for necessitates what it turned mentioned a moment ago. Accretion ether forms beneath my heel as I lift one left up. The ball of twirling, awful, and highly caustic ether, capable of shredding flesh from bone, grows in size. Then, I create a counterbalance, a whole extra bit of accretion ether, just large enough to restrict the first's force. I wait a fraction of a second before slipping my mind from each, allowing them to run wild. An explosion of force detonates below me from both accretions meeting. The kinetic energy sends straight into my body as I soar upward. Pain sings through my whole body now, and not just my head, as the skill is meant for a much more robust body. Nonetheless, I take the broken ankle in stride from a dumbed-down version of Heather Graves' Singularity Step, a grand work of art that requires no influence of a sigil. In a second, I travel far enough to outpace a turn, miles shredding into nothingness. My everything trembles beneath the force as I frantically use Canyon's earthly body to stabilize myself. It's not his most potent defensive skill, but it's his best without needing his brand of sigil. My body turns weightless as the force finally leaves my body. And then, I come face to face with this creature. I've heard stories of dragons, but they were all falsities, unreal things. The king of monsters has never been real until now. Long, lanky segments of its body with disastrous claws and an even more terrifying maw. Still, it isn't real. It's made of psychic ether fusing together in some way leagues above even Heather's ether control. I bring my Colts to face Leviathan, her visage wholly visible from this distance as I begin to fall. Again, I create a miniature singularity step, this one far, far smaller than the previous. I pull the trigger toward Leviathan as I see her bloodied and beaten already. A destroyed heart lies within her palm as the clothes around her heart are ruined, likely done by the pale cavity before it was broken. 2 lines of lead enter the sky, only to be followed by many more as I release all that I can toward this demigod. Unfortunately, the bullets from Frangible immediately explode when touched by her dominion, and those of Fate Sealer wage war against her control. Fate against a dragon, and the creature wins. Bullets are flung every which way by the mental force of Leviathan. She hardly even gives me an ounce of attention as a turn comes soaring up. Ice follows his movement as a fortress-sized avalanche hurtles for the great being in the sky. In retaliation, the dragon swoops toward a turn, cutting, biting, and crashing right through the avalanche of cold. Seeing the Surza set upon the Nahullo, I inhale a deep breath. I might not come back from this decision. I might not be fast enough to glitch my body, but this is what I've trained for. Maybe not this exact scenario, but another burst of accretion ether hurls me upward toward Leviathan. In the brief moment that my acceleration meets gravity, I find her eyes locked solely upon me. Quite arrogant, human. The last power to step before me was vastly more talented than you. So talented his name ceases to exist. Curiosity burns as I wish to know who she speaks of, but I don't wait a moment. More lead leaves my guns as I trust in my aim. Still, the bullets are swayed easily by Leviathan's mind. She giggles with a hand in front of her blue skin as if finding me to be a funny toy. Oh ho ho, how cute. Your little gun can't even get close. I'm getting bored, human. Another 3 seconds, and you die. And then so does everything below. And lastly, that pale skin will die. There is a grudge to be settled with the War Master. Her words only cause my frustration to surmount. I delve once more into the memories, hauling out even more vital memories. They come with a price, however, and I feel things leave my mind that I don't even know I am losing. I only know there is a cost to such rabid theft of skill. Blood surges down my face all over as Leviathan mocks me again. These demons are so prideful. They're so strong. I haven't even hit you yet. How are you bleeding like that? A roar of terrifying laughter fills the skies as a shiver strikes my bones. Nevertheless, I don't falter. The ether within my hand twists in a unique fashion as it sinks deeply into the Colt before me. Bestowing Strand places extreme strain on Frangible as I let it all go at once. The Colt detonates, covering my hand in bloody flesh as a singular bullet leaves the chamber. It rockets through the air so speedily that it nearly strikes Leviathan. Her eyes widen as her horns slide back on her head. You. Before she has any time to follow up, too focused on her words, I make a sacrifice. I love this cult, Fate Sealer. It is beautiful, powerful, and reliable. However, bestowing Strand places a vast strain on the bestowed, especially if I do it how Heather did it. That woman, in her time, no weapons could keep up with angels, let alone demigods. So, she used them like trash. Furthermore, it just so happens to synergize perfectly with my eyes. Bestowing Strand obliterates the lumen in my hand. Or more accurately, the lumen destroys itself in search of a greater impact. A terrifying bullet, one that would seal my fate in an instant, surges through the sky. Space warps beneath the lead, and it slams against Leviathan's forehead, or the space in front of her skull. Her dominion and psychic force meet the Colt's grandest bullet ever. Leviathan smiles as she gradually wears down the Colt's overcharged effect. That's all? Now you're weaponless. I don't deign to reply. Gold bleeds out my pupils, and I glitch the Colt. Doing so takes more significant strain than usual, as if reality is more set in stone at this moment. My mind settles on the fact that a demigod's surroundings are more demanding to affect than most regions. Their soul must have some innate defense that spreads outward. Another bullet fills the air shortly after, then another, and another, and another, and another. I do not stop firing the Colt until my mind screams of pain. Ice covers my body, and my eyes go wholly blind. Even then, I push for more. I yearn for more as I rip more time from where there should be none. Even when I am unsure of my condition, I continue squeezing the trigger toward the danger. I move with accretion ether, and I attack with bestowing within my Colts. But it is not enough. Swathes of death come for me, and I manage to rewind my life instants before death. Etern wages a calamitous war himself, but we are outmatched. There must be more. I feel something click within my eyes as my blurry vision settles back into place. Something attempts to pull me, but I refuse. If my focus wanes, so will I. The very instant my sight returns with purity, I see so much more than before. Ether, it is a brilliant painting that I can follow. And so I do, listening to Heather's ancient wisdom, guiding my own soul into my ether, adapting it as I must. And as I do, I watch Fate Sealer shift into a ashy form. The Colt turns gray and indistinct, nearly see-through, but as the hammer hits the cartridge, the entire gun vaporizes, releasing a bullet of condensed ether and ash. I don't get to see the ash fly further than a foot from the barrel as pain overwhelms my mind. An outraged scream from Leviathan pushing me beyond that edge. Without knowledge of life or death, I enter the cold dark without light, confident in what I've done. I wholly doubt the demon is dead, but at the very least, my city will survive. Of that, I am sure. The final puzzle I saw was a dragon collapsing from the sky, a dual effort of cold and fate. The goal was never survival. Well, at least not mine. It never has been. It never will be. If I am to live, then so be it. If not, I am glad I was given the chance to atone for my past. I am not a great man, but I hope I was enough to make them proud. For 40, Penny Dreadful. Lenin, Bladeless Monster, Hull. My spine wrinkles under the pressure of the gourd of suffering, an artifact that I allow to assail me for training. It has quite a substantial effect on the mind and body. It both consolidates mental and physical trauma, turning the two into a puncturing point. To most, hell, to nearly all, that wound would only leave them broken inside and out. I take it with stride. A loss is never meaningless, and neither is any form of pain. One can grow with it all. Furthermore, Dominions seem oddly receptive to this kind of training. When I first gained this dia, I could only conjure one or two swift blades. By the time Eli fell, I could manage a dozen, the stress forcing me beyond my limits. Now, however, the limit has been shattered. I can form hundreds at once, condense their effects, and even form limbs or non-cutting blades shaped into arms to help me do things. And it is thanks to this thing. I know dominions come from the soul, but as I bristle over the pain, the past feelings of loss and grief washing over me, I realize just how it works, or at least how they grow. Unlike all other parts of a sigil, these things are malleable. I don't know if they have a limit, or if they are simply akin to us, with different bottlenecks depending on the form. Suffering is the most efficient way to grow, as it is the attempt to break out of that suffering that advancement is seen. Diamonds cannot be made on a lovely plain. They can only be born within the most lethal pressures on the earth, and humans are the same. Nonetheless, I know that I am unique, as all dominions are, and so are their methods. My back bends, it creaks, it shudders under the pain, and yet I slowly rise. I lock my knees as I stand partially, feeling such colossal weight upon me that I struggle to even function. As I do so, I sense something on the edge of my vision. No, I don't sense anything. I simply know. It is the little creak in the back of my neck, the one that aches when danger is afoot. Edmund once called it a seventh sense, one beyond the sensation for ether, presentiment. Unlike all other senses, this one is never innate, not in any creature. It can only be trained or awoken within augurs. The shiver that runs down my spine and into my heels tells me all I need to know. I reach forward with my dominion, cutting off Silas' connection to the gourd of suffering by lightly slicing open his skin. It is only a paper cut, but he is not happy. Hey, what the fuck was that for? I'm helping you. I glance at him shortly before reapplying my attention. There is someone here. Focus. The undead man shifts his head all about as if asking the figure within him as I stare ahead toward the cliff hanging over us. I don't move my attention for even a second. Whoever, or whatever this is, Mia doesn't feel any minds other than yours, mine, Marion's, Otto's, and Bertie's. Virgil should be out for another hour anyway. This person is antithetical to my way of fighting. I can just feel it. It is an absolutely awful matchup for me. One that would get me killed, even if they aren't a high sigil, which I doubt is the case. The sensation, the knowledge of such a threat, allows me to accept the rhythm of my heart's rapid beating. I know it's insane, but this is how the world made me. Seconds pass as Otto wakes up from Silas' loudness, and Marion comes to from his stasis. Bertie shuffles to her feet slowly, too, and they all question me without ceasing. Hey, what are we awake for? I thought we were resting. Are Wyatt and Aniwai back yet? What about Virgil scouting? Any news? Lennon, what are you staring at? The hair on my body stands up as I pivot with enough speed to cleave the rock below me off the ground. I leverage my dominion point a dozen slashes toward another cliff face. The four around me only grow more annoyed, but an echoing voice shuts them all up. It would appear the stories from back then were true, Lennon Hull. A monster indeed, with the senses of a tinny howl and the dedication of an octina. My brows furrow as the voice is slightly familiar. I don't think I've spoken to this man before, but I have heard it before. Who? They were definitely an enemy, but I can't put my finger on it. Otto and Marion shuffle back in fear as a figure materializes above, feet dangling off the rock above. Yet, even as I see the man, I know that is not his real form. I sense a cloud of danger on another cliff face. Nevertheless, I give the man the idea that I don't know any better. And who would you be? The illusion never strides beyond his neck, pausing at the bottom of his chin, concealing his countenance utterly. Otto begins to shout something, but he never even manages to utter the first syllable as the man's hand flicks to the side. With that motion, I feel only the most minute of ether manipulations as my hearing fades, leaving me with only my sight. Nonetheless, I hear the man's answer. It has been long since we last met. Back then, I was still working for the research division of the Hunters. You were there simply to help us on an expedition into a ruin. You saved my life, as you often did back then. I am known by many names, but I have grown tired of such things. Call me Faceless. That is who I wish to be now. We are much alike, you and I, Lennon Hull, poet's son. I am a writer, like your father. He and I spoke through letters here and there before. Before it all, my dominion tightens as I prepare for a fight. Faceless seems unsound of mind. I know exactly what is wrong. He's lost his guiding star, and for a long time at that. Most would have died in such a place even with one, let alone without such motivation. The details about my father are ignored, as they are likely a lie. Respect blossoms in my heart as I see a hint of a kindred spirit within him. However, I am not as naive as to believe such an illusionist, especially since Otto, Marion, and Bertie aren't near me anymore. Wait, I'm not even in the underworld anymore. Now, we're in that ruin he mentions. The walls are made of cobblestone, and our heights converge as I find him hanging from a cage above me. Faceless arms peek out from the bars as my suspicion only grows. And how do you come to such a decree? The illusionist laughs sorely as if he had been hurt by my words. The hands within the cage sink heavily, a depressive weight placed upon them. This man is broken, shattered into a million pieces. He is me. If I did not have Edmund's sermons to guide me beyond his death and those of everyone I cared about. Onwards, Lennon. Never stop, my boy. Tighten your grip. Raise your head. Open your eyes. Bare your fangs. When uncertainty arises, swing with your gut, and you will never falter. I do as my mentor asks, his voice appearing whenever I think of him. He is not real, but he is to me. I have lost all those I have ever cared for, just as you have. We fought for them and did all we could to save them, no matter how fiendish the act. We bled, we murdered, and we slaved away day and night without pause. Yet, in the end, we failed to save any of them. I wonder, Lennon Hull, how is the monster within still capable? How do you wake up in the morning? How do you continue? An inkling of this man's identity enters my mind, but I don't let it build any further out of respect. He wants to be nameless, so I will allow him that blessing. Still, this encounter is beyond odd. It is so very bizarre. Nevertheless, I answer him with honesty. All the while, I search for his true figure, itching to attack. I continue for those I have lost. When I wake up, the determination is rarely there. It is hard to feel the fire with crust in your eyes. So, I think back to the faces, specifically of my mentor. He always tells me to stand, and so I do. Once on your feet, it is easy. I desire power, to do anything as I want, to remold the world into the image that pleases me. It is a grand wish, but it requires an equally strong force to meet it. The figure moves his body as if he nods from inside the cage. Still, I have no semblance of his head or face, the nod only occurring from the neck. Faceless doesn't seem to carry my vigor. I see, you pull from within. I have nothing left to draw from, I am afraid. It all ran dry in search of what was never there to begin with. A solemn sigh exudes from my lungs as I hold empathy for this fellow monster. We are one and the same. We have done awful things in search of power and those we once cared for. The only difference is the only thing that ever pushed him was love. I always had that secondary reason, that selfish one. Yet, I know of a way forward, even for a hollow being. I have met many such as him, left without purpose. There is still a path for you. If there is nothing within, you must simply take from those you took from you. Tell me, who took them from you? That is who you should seek. A moment of silence hangs. Then, it lingers. A second, 2, 3, 5, 10, all the way to 30. I stay quiet, merely peering at Faceless. His arms dangle listlessly until his chest stretches with him leaning back. As he does so, the surroundings change from a damp cobblestone room to an open plain. Rocks litter the earth alongside blood and sweat, but my attention is not set upon those things. It is levied upward toward a creature I have never seen before. It is a gargantuan being, having to be thousands of miles across. Vast and incomprehensible numbers of teeth and maws cycle throughout the being stuck to the ceiling of the underworld. Faceless raises a hand to point at that thing. Her death. She took them from me. I tried to take them back, but I was too slow. I nod, hearing him gain his resolve with each and every word. He starts unhurried, but the final word is spit with such power and vitriol that the scenery shifts before my eyes. Then you should kill her, no? Faceless chuckles dangerously, a high-pitched ring to the laugh for a moment. I step back, readying myself for a skirmish, but Faceless doesn't strike at me despite his madness. Yes, I suppose I should. It is ironic, our stories. May I never see you again, Lennon Hull? Oh, and one last thing. Tell the kid I'm sorry. I should never have gone after him. My feud was not with him, but with his father. And even that, it's not what it once was. My head sinks lightly as I recall those that I have hurt as a byproduct of my actions. Many have died simply because I was too focused or in the moment to care. Afterward, I always regret not doing something deep down, but I push forward anyway. Only before this man do I allow myself to feel that guilt. I blink, opening my mouth to reply to him, but when I do so, I find myself staring at the gourd of suffering in my palm. I twist around, searching my peripherals, only to discover that everyone else is asleep or in stasis. Virgil is even passed out, taking his short but needed rest. How long was I under his grasp? Fuck. Shit. I pat down my body, searching for any wounds with my dominion, but I don't feel any pain. Remembering who just he might be, I investigate my flesh manually with my eyes. But still, there is nothing. Just as I'm about to give up, a letter falls out from my coat to the ground. Upon the front are neatly written words. They remind me of my father's when he would pen poetry, decisive and purposeful. To Wyatt Iron Graves. I open the letter, the paper sliding out easily without any effort. Thank you for killing me. It brought me finality to know they were already beyond any depravity I could ever reach while alive. I am sorry for lashing out at you, even under the guise. You are but a child and as such, are exempt from the father's sins. I know you are after Killian. I will give you 4 days. Beyond that, we will have our long-awaited meeting. After that, I hope you will not come after me, no matter how it turns out. There is much I wish to do and see. My first foe is the undying, and then it is death herself. After even that, should I accomplish it truly, I wish to see them once more through her corpse. No child should ever suffer as you have, or as mine have. May my journey's end pave the way, for me to find deliverance's ray. Gods shall fall, no matter how tall, for they stood idly by, and let them die. Yours in penance, the man who deserves no face. I slide the paper back inside the letter as I realize how similar we indeed are. He was a writer, an academic, if I remember correctly. If I had not met Edmund, I could see my life following an identical route. I'd gain fame and wealth through my works before gaining a sigil, though it'd take a long time. I'd probably get a wife and children because it would be such a long journey. Then, I'd continue with it. Eventually, I'd piss the wrong person off because that's just who I am. And my family would die. Fast forward several years. I seal the letter before crouching to wake the others up. Aniwai and Wyatt have been gone for too long. I would like to deliver this letter to him. Get up, all of you. We're going to find Wyatt. Virgil is the first awake, the slightest bit of noise drawing him to action. He doesn't panic or hesitate, hastily putting together his things. Good. I like him. No bullshit, just business. Otto and Marion. However, I walk away from them as they squabble, heading toward the Cardinal not far away. It's where Wyatt must have gone. There is simply no other option. 441, doubled pair. Wyatt Graves. I stand in a vast expanse where grass undulates like waves beneath my feet. No wind stirs the stillness. No celestial bodies grace the sky. Yet light permeates this peculiar realm. Here, in this featureless plain, I am alone with my thoughts, engulfed in a serene and unsettling solitude. A moment passes as I simply enjoy the isolation. Then, it quickly becomes uncomfortable. Some part of me just needs to move to do something. Taking a step forward, I test the grass with my boot, finding it to be illusory. My foot simply passes right through the blade of grass without any resistance, not even the feeble amount such a plant may have. This codex is beyond anything I have ever seen. There are colts, there are claymores, and there are bulwarks. There are even things that transcend all those, like Lily. Yet, this codex, ascends far and above them all. It is a tiny world, not a real one, but a tiny world nonetheless. I can sense simply from starting the journey that time is adjusted in this world. It feels akin to the hourglass, and I don't think Remington has begun to use whatever it is that manipulates the passage of time on me. But what do I do here? The instant I have that very thought, words appear in the air before me. They are scrawled using ether in this illusory realm, but I can read them nonetheless. Stage 1 commencing. Stage 1 preparing. Stage 1 preparation is complete. User identified. Soul is Dominion class. Body is Virtue class. Mind is Power class. Second user identified. Soul is Virtue class. Body is Virtue class. Mind is Forerunner class. Stage 1 tasks. Perform single strand ether. Create a skill using single strand. Stage 1 begin. I stare at the words for several moments, struggling to comprehend what is happening. Remington didn't speak about any of this? What? Why do I have to create a skill? The creation of skills demonstrates mastery in the aforementioned ether manipulation. A firm foundation of ether is more important than anything else. The written words practically invade my thoughts, forming just inches from my eyes. Shaking my head, I back up, wiping my head as Blodwyn pipes up. The sheer fact he's in this thing with me is surprising, though it shouldn't be. The thing did say it found a second user, and we share blood. Can I use this thing as well? It is peculiar. Are all creations like this? I shake my head, quickly explaining how this is unlike anything I've ever seen or heard of before. Blodwyn mentally nods before we come to a simple conclusion regarding his participation. You can only help me. If we try to do two things at once, it'll be doable at this easy level, but beyond Living Strand, it'll fuck us up. So, should we just practice working together? Blodwyn doesn't raise any issues with it, so we quickly demonstrate single-strand ether, the now simple act of activating more than one skill of ether at once. To do the first part of the tasks consumes less than a second, as Arbalest and Breakneck qualify when in tandem. But then, Blodwyn and I grow lost. What do we do now? With a hand on my chin, we start spitballing ideas. Should we just do something simple? I mean, it won't be hard to create a skill that uses it, right? Like, a simple stretch of the skin in different places on the body should suffice. My partner agrees with my thought, but he believes there is a better course of action. Wyatt, if we are to develop new skills, it would be best if they were actually valuable. You possess 3 Zills, and we share another one. Should we not try to make another? Or improve one that already exists? Perhaps we could add to Tsavuk? Accretion might be able to add to it. I scoff at the artifact, finding his suggestion to be grand but impossible. If we could so easily upgrade Zills, it would be amazing. Yet, Zills they are hard limits. I cannot possibly do anything more with Tsavuk, Payne's Forge, Excavator, or Shiver. The first is made using both Blodwyn and I, and there is only so much I can do for the skill. The second, third, and fourth are all things I can improve. I've tried. They simply don't budge. More ether? No. I lose control past a certain limit. More efficient? Not possible. New ether types? Nope. My brain can't handle it. A subtle laugh rings out in my head. It is choppy, grainy, and scratched, but it is Blodwyn nonetheless. I glare at the sky, knowing that he will feel it. Hey, what the hell is that for? My partner draws out an answer that has me nearly falling to a knee. You are not alone. Zills are the limit of a human's focus. Some are stronger than others due to various human limits, controls, or simple functions, but that is what it boils down to. No? Well, even if you count me as a human, there are 2 of us. That means we can go further. It's not an incredible amount, but if each of us can control a Zill, then combine it. Wait, yes, we have already partially done that with Tsavuk. We both leverage a part of the load, but there is only one pure Zill, being Payne's Forge. We should make another, perhaps on a way to manipulate blood? I stay utterly quiet as my preconceptions on ether are shattered by Blodwyn. I always forget. He is a whole other person with me. We can do everything together. Not just that, but he's an Arca, meaning he has far more instinctual knowledge of ether than I do. My silence, however, seems to damage Blodwyn's confidence as he slows down his words. I don't let him think that he's wrong for even an extra second. Pardon me if I'm being presumptuous, but wouldn't that would be the best combination? We can work on it together and split the focus as needed. I'm sorry if it's... Yes, that is genius, Blodwyn. We could each sustain the pressure of Payne's Forge and this new one. But on the way there, just as we did toward mastering accretion ether, we can split the load. A smile breaks onto my face as I let Blodwyn take control of our head, the grin infectious onto my joy as well. We often share the body, but I rarely just let him take full control. Still, since this is his path, his Zill that we are looking to learn, as Tsavuk is a Zill and a half with Payne's Forge, I relinquish it all. This time, buddy, you lead. Take it away. A blood skill it is. Just guide me. I'll do what I can to help. Our body in this illusory realm takes a single step forward, and I can practically feel the exuberance from Blodwyn, and his happiness is mine. Together, we split our focus, one of us taking a vein and the other an artery as we manually increase the flow using ether. Blodwyn guides me through how to do it best, just as we contemplate the skill we want to me. Ideally, I'd rather use accretion than settle, just for living strand, as we both can use it. According to Aniwai and Lily, it's a supremely rare circumstance, one that we should take advantage of. I agree with Blodwin again and again, and as his ideas grow, so does a confidence I didn't know he had. Yeah, that should work, but that means we have to start in such a way that will end with that. How will accretion work for the whole body? It sounds dangerous. A few minutes pass before we finish the first task, and the scenery shifts once more, delivering us onto a riverbed. There is no confirmation text or anything. We are simply moved without our will. Only after arrival do more words appear. Skill created. Heightened blood flow. Used to slightly increase the flow of blood with 2 synergistic skills within. Likely has benefits for rest, regeneration, strength, speed, and power. Negatives likely include increased appetite and exhaustion. Note: investigations into skills are not perfect and are made via the creator's judgment and split soul. Stage 1 complete. Stage 2 commencing. Stage 2 preparing. Stage 2 preparation is complete. Stage 2 tasks. Perform many-strand ether. Create a skill using many-strand. Stage 2 begin. Blodwin beams with even more delight than before as we succeed in the first stage. The skill we created is something he's done on his own since he was a mindless artifact. The difference now, however, is that we are doing it together, purposely, and splitting the effort in half. As such, this thing likely sees it as a new skill. Yet, now is not the time to start. We continue. Time hardly seems to exist as Blodwin leads our efforts. Many-strand ether involves using multiple flows of ether on the same effort in the same place. As such, our workload increases by moving the blood in our body. As we do so, though, we realize something. Are we affecting our body, or is what we are doing limited to this realm? Neither Blodwin nor I know, but an answer quickly appears during our practice. All manipulations done within the confines of the Codex cannot hurt the user unless it affects the mind or the soul. Bodily functions are spared as the form you see is an illusory copy of your own. The guarantee that whatever we do won't affect our body only emboldens us. After all, even without that thought, we were still risking injury by contorting the blood in our body. Now, though, progress is rapid despite any failure. Perhaps that is this codex's most significant advantage. Skill created. Amplified blood flow. Used to increase the flow of blood. Likely has considerable benefits for rest, regeneration, strength, speed, and power. Negatives likely include increased appetite and exhaustion. Sustained use can lead to internal damage. Stage 3 tasks. Perform braided strand ether. Create a skill using braided strand. I skip reading everything else other than to confirm our tasks and the new skill we just coalesced. Spending no time to convalesce as we appear on a hilltop looking at that river from before, we continue onward to use braided ether. This is when we reach our first bottleneck. Blodwin admits something I wasn't expecting to hear. I have never used this on your blood before. It just seems infinitely more dangerous than the others. I nod. He's right. Braiding my veins is a no-go. But could we try to braid the blood flow within them strictly? Only, we'd have to somehow ensure that it doesn't just burst open the veins. My ideas are quickly demonstrated to Blodwin, and he slowly nods. It's not impossible, just the strain. It would be intense. And we're only at the third manipulation. I wave his worry. If it's just a strain, we can acclimate. Plus, we won't have to worry about it here. Blodwin still holds some doubts, but as we get into making the skill, twisting the flowing blood to increase its speed and density, he finds his groove. In fact, he enjoys it so much that we finish in under an hour. The other two took twice that each. Skill created. Twisted blood flow. Used to massively increase the flow of blood and its viscosity. Has massive benefits for strength, speed, and power. Negatives include vastly increased appetite and rapid exhaustion. Short-term use only is recommended, or use can lead to grave internal damage. Any open wound will lead to massive blood loss. Stage 4 tasks. Perform steel strand ether. Create a skill using steel strand. Our progress continues without much pause. The more we work together, the more we enjoy it, and within several hours, we find ourselves before willful strand already. Skill created. Looped circuit. Increases blood flow, density, quality, and life force to an incredible degree. Has the power to turn an ordinary man into a threat for any mortal. Negatives include internal damage upon every use and extreme exhaustion. Only use this skill if your body meets the power class. Otherwise, death is likely. Stage 6 tasks. Perform Willful Strand Ether. Create a skill using Willful Strand. Blodwyn punches the air as we manage to elevate the skill once more. Only, it's becoming more and more dangerous than even Potom, though that also reinforces my body with bone. Yeah, another one. We did it. Of course we did. On to the next. Are you sure you want to stop at accretion, too? I mean, we're here for bestowing strand, right? No, more than that. We gotta learn solid, too, or we'll never see my father. Blodwyn falls silent for minutes as we sit on the top of this mountain the Codex has slapped us onto. I allow him time to think as I consider what I could do with bestowing strand and, potentially, solid ether. The former allows for an even greater reach of ether compared to willful strand, but also allows one to imbue ether into objects without it. Now that I think about it, this codex is likely the most grand version of bestowing strand ever used. Solid ether, however, like plasmic, has a variety of forms. Ice, wood, stone, and ceramic are the most common ones. The only one that I know in depth about is Marshall's, which was stone. It increased the durability, length, and strength of single skills while making it harder to use multiple at once. It's a large reason why his Pain's Forge was so above and beyond everyone else's. He used stone ether within it while sacrificing other ether types so as to not overwhelm his focus. For me, however, I'll do the same if I manifest stone ether. Otherwise, I'll have to find another path to improve that Zil Tortosurza. Blodwyn finally sparks back up after his deliberation. I think we push for it. Together, we can likely handle 8 types at once. Though, Pain's Forge and this thing might be stronger together than if we both focus on it with the 8th. I nod, understanding what he means. Just for clarification, though, I add another part. Right. So, will we figure out a way to add it but save it for future development? I'm with you that I doubt it'll be more efficient than the boost from Pain's Forge. My partner stands, stretching our illusory limbs and removing the relaxation from our tendons. He bounces from foot to foot, testing the motion as he gives me a finality. Of course, can't you see the future? We will need a Surza eventually. Dominions can only be countered by another Dominion or a Surza, or a finely crafted plan to isolate their weaknesses. And even then, some are beyond Dominions. We both saw Vincent. I think we aim to combine Pain's Forge and this new one eventually. At that point, I think it'll be a Surza. Maybe, maybe not. Our talk ends as I find myself imagining the raw power it would provide. If I were in control of the body, I'd be grinning at the prospect of what is to come. Since I'm not, though, I place my attention towards developing more. Skill created. Wretched blood. A whole body enhancement created by amplifying the blood in the body by every metric. Allows for a mortal to forcibly reach power class physical strength and forerunner class speed. Negatives include endless appetite and immediate exhaustion. Used by any other than power class bodies should be limited to less than a second, or use can lead to death. Stage 7 tasks. Perform Living Strand Ether. Create a skill using Living Strand. Perform any type of plasmic ether. Add the plasmic ether to the aforementioned skill. We don't stop at Willful Strand, even if the tasks have doubled. Things have just become more complicated now. After all, we haven't completely mastered accretion. Plus, this is beginning to be incredibly difficult to manage. I have no clue how many hours or days have passed since we began. However, Blodwyn and I have an idea based on what happened to the dark light within Bonfire's body. It'd be absurdly idiotic to even attempt anywhere but inside this codex. Even still, it probably won't work. Yet, we want to try to make it work. Ether builds inside our chest, the depths of our heart. Blodwyn kneels, placing a hand upon the ground for balance as our blood increases to an insane rate, not even by virtue of our heart. We don't want to use Pain's Forge at all. Pain's Forge, while synergistic, wastes some of the energy from the blood. It's not perfect to meld, at least not yet. What we are about to do is to work toward that as a goal. The cavity in my chest swiftly grows painful, even in the codex, as the ether swirls dangerously. All the blood is still being manipulated, twisted, energized, and enhanced. Still, the heart is being ripped apart by a growing accretion. Nevertheless, Blodwyn holds the heart in one piece, while also building the accretion. If this were in our real body, it'd be risking his life. But we're not in our body. Furthermore, once we realize the skill, we can move it to the space besides the heart, which is less dangerous and allows for Painsforge to operate simultaneously. For now, however, we need every advantage possible for this to work. I take hold of all the blood, keeping the first 6 manipulations running at full force, the strain leaving my head with a piercing round of pain. Still, Blodwyn is under just as much pressure. Still, with only a few seconds of the accretion, the blood in our body is going haywire, rushing toward the chest. Even our arteries are working backward, failing to pump accurately. My partner is both the center of the accretion and the origin of it. I watch as Blodwyn gradually regulates the plasmic ether, having the accretion pull only blood from the veins within the heart. It is a subtle change, but it makes a world of difference. The instant he makes the arteries no longer experience the pull, blood from our veins surges into the heart, and there they twist, churn, and grow in quality. I watch as the blood darkens to a midnight crimson. I cannot fathom how the Codex is able to create an illusion such as this. No, it cannot be an illusion at this point. Remington, I think I know what he is doing. Is he making some kind of copy of me? That has to be it. No illusion can possibly be this real. No matter how it is done, the rush of energy from Blodwyn's efforts as the heart strenuously beats once fills me with ecstasy. However, the power lingers for only a moment as the blood is quickly siphoned back to the accretion. Still, words, mimicking my thoughts, form in front of me as we appear in a snowy tundra, surrounded by tall, thin, and gangly trees. Short, exasperated breaths leave our lungs as we reach for energy. Zil created Blood Nexus, a singularity for blood. Each beat of the singularity delivers the equivalent strength that a power class body can exude with all its might. Warning: this is highly dangerous. Virtue class body is recommended for even short-term use, or death may be instantaneous. Stage 8 tasks. Perform bestowing strand ether. Create a skill using bestowing strand. Perform any type of solid ether. Add the solid ether to the aforementioned skill. Together, we lean back, feeling snow fall onto our body as we stare at the sky. We take partial control of the body, each of us having half split vertically. It feels weird, but it feels right with us sharing such a skill. The peculiarity of the snow touching us only lasted for a second as we both laughed aloud, the chuckle shared between us. Another Dzil? Huh? Savuk doesn't really count as a Dzil, to be honest, as it is just a deviation from Painsforge with Blodwyn's help. It's beyond powerful, but that's because it leverages Painsforge. But this? Whoa! Another heartbeat resounds, the sheer rush of the blood's warmth melting the snow around us. My skin heats up to a dangerous level, and bulges begin to appear around my body. The pressure of the blood nexus is enough to kill nearly everyone I know. It's something, all right. 442, Bay Window. Lenin, bladeless monster, hull. The letter, held within my formless, dominion-manifested hand, weighs heavily as we search for Wyatt and Ani Y. The shores of the Cardinal, owned by the abyssal waters that lend shivers into even my spine, are struck repeatedly by an impossible liquid. Marion and Otto are within the shack, while Bonfire and Virgil are searching all over. I watch them stride down the bank, the glass cutting into their boots. Birdie waves at them as Virgil asks for some help due to Bonfire's bitching, and transparent barriers coalesce around their stalls. Then, they walk away, searching for their friends. This leaves Birdie with Silas and I. My eyes remain on the waters of the Cardinal while the woman speaks, awed by this place. Incredible. The Cardinal. I never thought I'd actually get to see a wonder. Weirwind, Bridge of the Gods, Encampmus, Purgatory, Boulevard of Shadows. Even the Gate of Death is rumored to be one. There are so few of them, and they are so legendary. How do you think they were made, Lenin? The undead pivots a question to me as I ponder it momentarily. Only a few wonders locations are actually known. Purgatory is within Hell, River Cardinal, its proper name, is within the underworld, obviously, and the last known one is the Boulevard of Shadows, owned by the Grey King Way down south. The boulevard allows a minor race, such as the Grayskins, to contend with demons despite their meager size and ancient technology. The Wonders are like entirely different branches of power beyond Sigils. They can offer wildly divergent and obtuse abilities. Such things would hint that they are formed by something unrelated to Sigils, but I don't believe that is the case. I think these Wonders are something above even divinities, the so-called artifacts from the gods. It just makes sense. They are untamed yet disastrously powerful. Even the Grayskins don't wholly control the boulevard. They simply send each adolescent down it, praying they survive and awaken its powers. I provide some extra detail, assuming both Bertie and Silas have forgotten their memories regarding such things. My assumption is proved correct as they both nod profoundly, taking in my words to deliberate on. Mia, however, is the first to reply to my thoughts. She is skeptical and wants knowledge, more desperate than any human I've ever met. She's breaking quite fast. I wish I could help, but that's not who I am. I'd only make things worse. You didn't explain how. How were they made? Does anyone know? Could someone make one? I shrug, not having an answer for her. There is much I don't know in this world, and the mysteries of ether are a massive gap of knowledge for me. I am a soldier, not a scholar. Dunno, though. The waste kind of reminds me of one. The ambience? I don't know. Silas' head snaps up as his partner shouts aloud, apparently allowed to use his mouth. However, from the way Silas acts afterward, I think it was an overstep. Yes, they are quite similar, aren't they? You can't feel the ether moving around in the cardinal, nor the wastes. But what does that mean? A sudden voice, alongside a brief collapse of my dominion, shocks me to my core. I twist, drawing a slash as there is nothing there. It means much, young mind. Come to my voice. There is much to discuss, but I cannot come to you. This alone is a risk, taken only because the demon of hearts insists. Why? I lower my guard only slightly before stepping in the direction of the sound. It's in the opposite direction of the glassy beach. Bertie follows me, and I expect Silas and his partner to do the same. Yet, they do not. Instead, they rush forward, the Arca likely clamoring for it. Sighing, I shake my head. She's going to get them both killed with how she's acting. Bertie purses her lips, but doesn't say anything as we continue to walk. In only a few seconds, though, Silas utterly disappears, vanishing from even senses. I pivot on one foot, my dominion compressing as monster roars to life. My body crouches slightly, and I settle myself to be keen for a fight. Where did she go? How did she dissa? A tap on my shoulder from Bertie breaks my focus for a second. She is ahead. The voice spoke to me again, saying that your dominion is making it hard to contact you. And give them time, Lennon. Not everyone wants to be as lonely as you. I pause as Bertie strides ahead. She is cautious, but not overly so. I move to follow her, but her words linger in my mind. Am I lonely? A hand pulls me forward, and I come face to face with the bead, engorged eye of an ogre, one of the most inherently dangerous kinds of demons. Though, I don't strike as I know this one. Why? What's that for? My blades are primed, ready to strike if I am to be betrayed, but nothing of the sort happens. Instead, I glance around, discovering a golden sphere blocking us from the rest of reality. What the? Even more bizarre is the floating golden hand of sand, with particles falling from gravity only to fall right back up into the hand. It seems like I don't even know what is happening anymore. Nevertheless, we've found Wyatt and Why, the former frozen and standing while staring motionlessly at some sort of cube. Weirdo. Mia, without Silas' mouth, asks the hand a dozen rapid-fire questions, but it raises a finger to slow her. I don't even track all that she asks. I'm more intrigued by this sphere around us. Slow. Child of ether. Slow. All things will come with time. While I do not know their exact origins, the wonders, or solitary fathoms as I heard a god once call them, seem to come from the gathering of ether, sigils, and emotional force over many, many years until they are self-sufficient. Purgatory formed due to a particular being locking away scores of gods, while Weirwind originated over dozens of millennia. This waste you speak of, it might have the potential to become one if its creator continues to supplement it. Otherwise, it will gradually fade. I stare at the hand, unamused by its repertoire of words. Instead, I consolidate my focus, endeavoring to discern its strength and what it is. Mia, Birdie, and even Silas ask it a dozen questions each about ether or some other thing. But I remain hush. Some part of my mind is itching. It's telling me that there is a missing part to all of this. The hand, Remington as Aniwai calls it, is far too kind. It isn't human. It might have once been, but not anymore. It's something other. I bear a step around the edge of the sphere, watching the hand and glancing back at Wyatt. What is he doing? Can I break him out of it? My muscles are taut, compressed across my whole form as monster gradually returns. Before the ether reaches a pinnacle, an object slams into the back of my neck. I reflexively twirl, landing on a formless hand in a crouched position. My neck trembles with pain, but it could be way worse. Whatever just hit me could have killed me easily. It's playing with. He? A man? What? Quite perceptive, linen hull. None of your senses could point to me, but something in that skull of yours still felt me. Huh? Impressive. Your skills have not been overstated. The hand of gold whirls to face me as if amazed by the compliment, but I don't have even a singular modicum of attention to place upon him. Instead, my whole form shudders under what I see. My dominion reveals the being's soul to me, and it is anything but mortal. This thing's presence is overwhelming, radiating power and authority that reverberates through every fiber of my being. As I gaze upon this godly entity, I am struck by the magnitude of its existence. I am struck so heavily that the muscles in my body refuse to act. They refuse to acknowledge my orders. A swirling vortex of conflicting energies takes precedence in my senses, overwhelming everything I am. A symphony of chaos and harmony that transcends mortal comprehension. Staring ahead, unable to abort my gaze, I witness his dominion, or whatever the divine equivalent is. It is a scene so lifelike it could almost be touched. Yet it is only born of the soul, only visible to others who can flex theirs. Before me unfolds a scene of war and peace, a delicate equilibrium hanging in the balance. Creatures of all shapes and sizes clash in a relentless struggle, their lives weighing upon the scales of fate. It is an endless battle, with mountains of blood spilled every second. With each and every death, the balance tilts, teetering precariously between chaos and order. I am paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of what I behold. My senses are overwhelmed, and I find myself unable to move, to breathe, to even stand in the presence of such godly majesty. Trembling, I am consumed by a profound sense of awe and powerlessness for the unfathomable power before me. Can you handle it, Hull? The weight? The pressure of your past? Of your sins? If you cannot, you shall go no further. The god's identity reveals itself to me as I grit my teeth. This is 10 times worse than the gourd of suffering. It is worse than anything I've ever felt, the direct pressure of a god. I grasp for anything to help, my ether, my dominion, or my power, but none come to my help. Instead, amidst the endless war, I find an old man smiling toward me. Behind him are thousands of young soldiers, freshly trained. Yes. I remember what he told us all on our very first day of war. He repeated it to every fresh new class upon their first bloody cruise. There is no shame in backing out now. It is okay. That simply means you are not my student. And why is that, Laura? Laura didn't answer him, her teeth chattering despite her training from when she was young. She was always the least comfortable with killing. It is because my students do not shrink before any cruelty. They do not falter or yield before any fate. If you shall embrace death, then that is what you will meet. Only, you will all do it with bloodied grins. Dozens of us grew silent, none of us knowing what to say or how to answer. Not even Edward knew. A moment passed, more gunfire was released into the air, and more blood was spilled. Nevertheless, the bloodhound's focus never left his trainees. If you cannot do that, then you are not my student. Walk away. Do it now, or you will regret it. Back then, my eyes met Edward's, and the bastard smiled back at me, blood already on his teeth. That was his answer. Laura shambled after Edmund while he strode ahead, leaving us to choose. As for me, I unsheathed my blade. If there is one thing I will never do in this life of mine, no matter the path I take, it is betraying that old man. No matter the cliff, no matter the trial, no matter the foe, no matter the god that demands it of me. To me, Edmund is a god. He is a god of compassion, knowledge, care, violence, and everything in between. I give my God a silent prayer, knowing that he cannot offer me anything other than long-told wisdom. Nevertheless, I give it, for he gave me everything and more. My eyes rise to meet the devil's, the two oppositely tipped balances mocking my resistance to his aura. I grin as blood laces my teeth, something internally rupturing. Then, I slowly stand, monster emerging with inadvertent focus. Every aspect within me vibrates with energy and force as I bring slashes against the devil. He simply smiles, the old, wrinkled face fearless of my most substantial might, and for good reason. As the concentrated cleave lands upon his neck, the force evaporates, only to reappear a mile away, cleaving off the top of a mountain. Good. I see a god in you yet. The pressure vanishes as I collapse to the ground, utterly drained of energy. I didn't even realize I forced monster into a single second, multiplying the force of everything. Rolling onto my back, I watch the red judge kneel beside me. A cane props his weight up as a weathered hand lands upon my chest. An internalized god is not a flawed way to ascend. It is simply another way. Keep at it. All pain has a reward if you persist long enough. Darkness consumes me as I fish out the note with trembling hands, sliding it to the god. I don't even manage to say who it's for before the lights go out. Isaac, Eye of Demonair, Erno. A raging flame alerts my senses before I leave the confines of depravity. Many angels were able to escape, but that is fine. I cannot kill them all by myself. I do not have enough helpers. That means I should get moving. Fast. There is much to do and so little time. Yet I cannot. Something within that pyre calls for me. It is the cry of a baby. But how? I am unsure. For a moment, I want to lift my eye patch, but I do not. That is only saved for the worst of times, no matter how much I may wish for its cursed knowledge and gifts. It has been centuries since I last saw a genuine baby. Some demons and monstrosities share the form of a fetus or newborn. But this? None of my alarms are ringing, and none of my many always active skills are warning me. And so, I stride toward the pyre of a once talented woman whose life was cut short. The flame is still raging somehow, days later. Yet, the body is undamaged by the black flame. My eye squints as I hear another cry. It's coming from the body. What? I creep forward, and the heat rises. The flame is absurdly hot, enough to effortlessly melt steel, if not sublimate it. To subjugate the fire, I wave my hand, tossing out a weave of ether. Alongside the ether, I clamp down on the flame with oceans, the dominion I've held for centuries, suffocating the flame instantly. With the heat gone, I discover the body unmarred. Quakete was her name. Huh? Another cry has me kneeling beside the body. I press my ear to her stomach, sensing movement. Incredible. With a flex of my oceans, I slice open her stomach, in awe of what I see. It is a young baby girl, nestled inside the womb of a days-old corpse, bathed in endless flame. I hold the child carefully, with such a gentleness I haven't possessed since I was alive. Her eyes open, but they are featureless orbs with nothing inside of them. My heart sinks as I realize she's just died. The head of life must still linger, though. I bring the baby to my chest but pause as detector flashes. For a second, I sense the presence of a power within her, but then it vanishes. I stare at the baby girl again, awed to find a light in her eyes. No, more than a light. Her pupils are shaped like two divergent flames. My hands nestle her against my chest as I count her heartbeat and reassure her. You're safe. Everything will be all right, little one. An ember flies her way from the surrounding ground. My ocean's surprisingly not enough to stamp it all out. I panic and reach to crush it but stop, not wanting to hurt her. In a slight instant, I search for a less forceful skill, and the ember lands upon her arm. Yet, the ember doesn't burn her. Instead, it simply trickles off, the heat and flame matching none. I stare at this babe in awe as a gentle giggle rings out, the tune of her joy. The open, flaming pupils radiate nothing but the delight of life. With one hand, I grasp her carefully. This little life, in the most inhospitable of all places. Accidentally, my grip tightens as my eye wets despite the lack of a pupil. Memories well up, things that have long been forgotten by my many deaths. Before I became an angel down here, I died no less than 48 times. Far more than what most others believe. I would be lying if I said I wasn't special, but I refuse to believe that is what has kept me going despite the shattering of my mind and psyche. It is a simple memory, one quite akin to this. A tiny hand holds my lone index finger with all its might, trusting me wholly and utterly. I don't remember the name of my child. There is simply no way for me to ever learn it or find my child. Hell, my last name is made up. So is my first. I simply chose the things that sounded good. But it is that memory that kept me going, even after the centuries. This purity of life, this utter innocence, is so holy. It is more unique than any god or phenomenon in reality. Children are. They are what make us better. Their laughs, their cries, their joys, and their struggles. A delicate smile grows as I imagine this one developing to the point where she struggles to walk before learning how to run. The shamble, the amble, then the leap. It all spreads jubilation through my old bones. She is just what the underworld needs. We need a light, a joy. There has never been a baby nor a child in the underworld past the upheaval way back when. I will cherish this child more than my own life. But whatever shall we call you, little one? Ah, I know. Marigold. That sounds right. The meeting between death and life. 443, a cool tail race. Emmett, bonfire, knocks. A sliver of blood falls from my lacerated foot onto the razor-sharp sands below. An annoyed kick is what led to it, and Virgil scoffs at my stupidity, not understanding. I feel as though a massive weight has left my shoulders. No, more than that. I've lost the shadow of death that has hung over me. Every instant I was alive, I was closer to Lady Death, to the mother below, making me her pawn. It eats at me still, for not all is fixed. There are remnants of dark light within my body, echoing pain and murmurs of shame when I am not paying strict attention to my focus. I think she may return one day, but I'm too afraid of what that might mean. Wyatt already ripped her out once, and even if he did it again, would that do anything? Or am I simply doomed to join her? What happens when I meet her? Or one of her closest children? Will they be able to dominate me? No, I held my own against eldest. I should be safe against that. Virgil and I quietly stride along the Cardinal Beach, searching for Wyatt. But we can't seem to locate him or anything resembling tracks. Frustrations rise, but they seem to only be from me. I glance over at Virgil as the man has his face unveiled. He's finally grown used to showing it again now that the sun isn't around. My teeth grind as there are so many things I want to do, but that profound shadow rests heavily still. It's less of an imminent danger like it used to be that I was constantly at war with and more of a prophecy on the horizon, foretelling my death. But it's not really my death that bothers me. It's what I will become. Where is Wyatt? He'll understand. I need to talk to him. I twist to Virgil again. But the man speaks first, staring me directly into my eyes. Relax. I know you are ignitable like a match, but calm down. I knew Wyatt wasn't this way. There weren't any footsteps or tracks in this direction. Despite his words, fury emerges, and I raise a hand, one that Virgil catches flawlessly. He is so fast that I can hardly understand how he did it. Nevertheless, he can't stop my shouts. What? Why? He treats you like an older brother? Have you betrayed us? I struggle against his grip and wrench my way out, but the man simply smiles at me wistfully. A slow shake of the head and a smooth explanation barely soothe the flames within. Of course not, Bonfire. I know he will be fine. He's more resilient than anyone knows. I wanted you to come out here with me, and I wanted to speak with you. My eyebrows raise, and I give the man a few more moments to speak. As my heart beats powerfully, Virgil points out to the waves beside us, only a few dozen feet away. The currents pull in my gaze, lowering my heart rate while he continues. You are an inch from becoming a liability, not because you are weak in your body, but because you cannot control yourself. We let it slide before because, well, there wasn't much other choice. A second ago is a prime example. You lashed out without a beat of thought. Wyatt wouldn't let anything else slide other than your inclusion. But I'm telling you this because I know you will make the right decision if you cannot handle yourself. Well, what do you mean, right decision? You want me to leave? I raise my hands, bits of my heart threatening to shatter, but they are held by thin threads of hope. I've never been massively close to Virgil, but we've had our moments. They were mostly fighting together, though. Virgil sighs in response to me, striding away from the beach before sitting right on the edge of the glassy sands. I stare at him while he pulls the cloth around his neck off his body, tossing it to the side. That's not what I'm saying. You are too emotional, Bonfire. Your heart is a raging flame of passion. It is both a good thing and a bad one. I am not telling you to temper it, but simply guide its course better. If you cannot do that, then you are endangering Wyatt and the rest of us as well. He nearly died saving you, which would have doomed the rest of us. We need him down here. I know that you aided us in turn, but had you been less mindless with your skills, you could have prevented even coming close to her taking over. Virgil's eyes don't leave me, the half-black and half-white orbs telling me things he isn't even saying. This is a warning, and I will only get one. My knees shake as I realize how much danger I've put my friend in. The former assassin only continues to dig into my failures right to me. Looking down at the dark sand, I hold my head in my hands, the beating of blood through my skull far too audible. Why devour the flames? They hold no benefit for you other than momentary strength. The negatives were so much worse. Did you think about diverting it? You can control flames. Why control them into you? Why not push them to the side, out of harm? It was your heart and your mind that made such a rash decision. Mechanically, I limp over to him and plop right onto the dirt beside the obsidian sand. Virgil takes this as a sign of confirmation, and he just won't stop talking. Every fight you've been in, he's had to pull your weight. I will not stand it any longer. Only the best of the best ever make it to where you stand. Emmett, only the best of the fucking best with ambitions that exceed their limits. And for you to be so fucked up, so unsure of how to continue, so broken inside, for you to seek nothing for yourself and still reach this level, for you to be such an act, without a bone of seriousness 90% of the time. My head hangs, and I place it into cupped, scarred palms. The scars have already returned without the Mother Below's influence upon my flesh. At least I can use my ether for more things than igniting my body. But it doesn't matter if all I have done is make things worse when I've only been trying to help. Virgil pauses for several moments, calming himself down with a long breath. I think he's watching me. No, he assuredly is. I don't lift my head. I don't want to look at him. But while I simmer in my depression, firm hands grab mine. They pull them to the side, and Virgil rips my head from my raised knees. He holds me by the top of my skull with one hand, the charred and ashy hair flaking off from the previous heat. I don't resist. I can't. The wraith forces me to look him in the eyes, not speaking until I do so. And when I do, I watch the light grow from his core, entering every aspect of his form until resting inside his eyes. The split colors become nothing but pure radiance. The luminosity sears my vision with dots of darkness, but I just can't look away. We were both chosen by God's bonfire. I had to fight for mine, but you were simply given gifts. I am terrified of what you could become if you had the same drive as Lennon, or if you were taken by a being that knew what to do with all your talents. They all underestimate you, Emmett, but I won't. I can see through you. Virgil releases my skull, but it doesn't drop afterward. Instead, it rises as I hear the words I wasn't expecting. I can see how you put in 1/10 of the effort compared to anyone else in our group. You gave a 100th of the shit for personal strength. You've never even purposefully trained. Yet here you stand amongst some of the best to ever live. You are too emotional and too easily distracted for all of that. And yet, I am convinced that should we come to blows, I would be the one to fall. I wave my hand, not believing his words, but the man cuts me off. No way. You could kill me before I could kill you in surprise, in a genuine, even battle that you take seriously. I die. Silas dies. Marion dies. Otto dies. Bertie dies. Tomas dies. Johnny dies. Aniwai dies. With Wyatt, I think you both die. As for Lennon, it's closer than you would think. Let me ask you something, Bonfire. Have you ever lost a fight you put your heart into? Virgil drops his hand to my shoulder, patting it morosely and painfully. Then, he turns around and walks back to the cabin, leaving me to stew in his remaining words. Make your choice, Bonfire. Either you get your shit together, or people die because you chose to stay and play comedian. You are a genius who has never known he had talent. I only hope you can discover it for yourself that you do. A long, drawn-out sigh leaves my lungs after Virgil's back fades on the horizon. We roamed rather far, didn't we? My chest and back begin to roil as I feel something well up from inside me. Only it isn't fire. It's water. Tears dribble out of my eyes, sliding down onto the sand just before me. They meld with the blood from my feet and glide gradually to the river before me. I watch the liquids move as more leaves my body. I don't want to hurt them, but I am. In every fight we've had recently, Wyatt has had to jump into the pain to save me. And in every case, had I been more careful, more level-headed, less bonfire, it wouldn't have happened. For once, the anger wholly fades as I crouch forward. All that is left is an empty chamber, a forlorn furnace. My heart constricts slowly, the zeal gone. I reach ahead with my hands, digging into the sands of obsidian as they slice into my flesh without restraint. It hurts. It hurts so bad, the thousands of tiny cuts threatening the hand's whole functions. Nevertheless, I tighten my fists, just wanting to feel something, anything other than the cold water. Then, a weight appears beside me. I don't look to whoever or whatever it is, too lost in the currents, but I do hear their voice. It is aged, ancient, even, and it holds a nostalgic aura as if they remember being in my shoes. Had it not been for this war of gods, you'd be this century's prodigy, hidden at first, but when the fire blooms, it spreads without pause, without cease. The radiance impossible to ignore. Others have come to outshine you, pushed or pulled by a variety of means and players. It reminds me of my rise, young man. You remind me of my past self more than any other I've met. A talent hidden beneath his own failures and insecurities. In my youth, I was nothing but anger and wrath. It took me 2 decades to learn peace, and that was long before I ever fought a true war. Still, my eyes do not turn. The blood leaks in far greater numbers alongside the water as the voice's volume only grows. The gravity of the situation heightens further, with my vision turning blurry. All sorrows come with joy. All joys come with sorrow. It is better to hit the wall early than it is late. A late wall such as yours is built of diamonds, not stone. Plus, you've not learned how to shatter one before. I wish I could aid you, but to do so would be to disrespect your potential and you. The voice falls silent for several seconds as my eyes shrink to a pinpoint. Somehow, enough blood to incapacitate an angel has bled from my hands alone. It is odd, but I am in no position or state of mind to consider the oddity. Only when the voice returns do I finally shift my eyes. Farewell, Emmett Knox. May the scales weigh even. A flame is as weightless as a feather, yet it can be equally stained with ink. Use your gifts such that you are not ashamed of the stain. Twisting to the side, I find nothing in the place where the voice comes, only darkness. Within the darkness, however, I feel something shift within my own body. It runs through me before vanishing utterly. Shaking my head, I turn away from the dark. I don't like the dark. Never did. Never will. My hands tighten. The glass forces more blood out. I welcome the pain. Then, I ignite the lost blood with my ether, forcing out all the strength I can muster. Unlike usual, the ether doesn't move with the slightest hint of effort. Most people's ether requires strenuous momentum and practice to even manipulate a bit. Mine has always been audacious. It moves on its own to spark flames, but right now, it refuses to. I will not have it. This blood is mine. This water is mine. This fire is mine. All fire is mine. Others can use heat, but only I resonate with the fire itself. More blood leaks as I lie in this darkness, the agony only surmounting. But I don't care. I push further, feeling something awful happen to my hands. I don't care. I grip tighter. I squeeze my hands and my ether until a spark emerges from not my ether but my blood alone. And in that spark, my vision returns just enough to show a radiant flame, one emanating the feeling of a sigil. It calls for me. It demands me. I want it too. I want to be a virtue. I want to be powerful. But there is something I want more. I need some control over myself. Willpower and focus are muscles like all others, only strengthened upon use. In my feeble gaze, 2 mangled hands reach for the light, but I force them to stop. This promises only power, not control. I need control. I need more than my power or my virtue. I need authority over my own power and myself. And so, I refuse the light. I turn away from the fire despite the clangor in my heart, and the absolute devotion I feel to it. My ether, my sigil, and my soul demand I take it, but I cannot. It would be forsaking my friends. I don't give a shit about what that voice said. Prodigy? A wall? Scales? I don't fucking care. I am my own man. Not some weird voice, or even my powers will tell me what to do. Neither will the mother below. If she wants me, she'll have to come take me her fucking self. I am me. I am I. I am Bonfire. The name has never changed, nor do I want it to. It's never risen in might or stature because it is simply what I am. A flame. Nothing special. Nothing untoward. The flame should be inviting, not uncontrollable. It should be just as approachable as the chum smile that sits beside it, roasting some meat and ready to play cards. Shakily, I stand, my feet cut open by the sand I stumble into. I care not for the pain or the heat washing over my back. The sigil follows me as I stumble toward the waves, seeking water for the first time in my life. I don't desire the flames. I wish for peace. More blood joins the shore and enters the waves, enough to return my vision to graying darkness. A greater temperature rises from behind me as I near the waves. A grand light emerges by my rear as if enraged by my decision, and it strikes my back. I feel fire burn into me. It is primordial. It is existential. It is soul deep, but I do not greet it. Kneeling forward, another gallon of blood enters the waves. I reach for the endless depths of abyssal waters. For once in my life, I wish I had anything but these flames. Anything but these flames of destruction and death. My fingers brush the waves, and they vanish, swept away by the undercurrent. I smile at the sight, unable to comprehend it in my state, and I reach forward again with my other hand. Then, the hand, up to my elbow, ceases to exist. The heat behind me only multiplies further, rapidly reaching a temperature beyond even my most virulent flame. In response, I combust my body, countering its fire with my own. As I do so, I embrace the waves, wishing they could put out all the fires. And they do. 444, Crambo. Wyatt Graves. Learning Bestowing Strand is far more complicated than either of us was expecting. If I had to guess, which is problematic as time flows oddly here in the Codex, the previous 7 stages took me a day or so in total. Maybe more, maybe less. It's definitely rapid to develop a Zill in such a time, which is why I find it challenging to trust my perception of time. And now that I'm nearing what feels like the end of the first week of learning Bestowing Strand, I stare back at those hovering words. Stage 8 tasks. Perform Bestowing Strand Ether. Create a skill using Bestowing Strand. Perform any type of solid ether. Add the solid ether to the aforementioned skill. We, Blodwin and I, haven't managed a single part of it. It's hilarious. We sped through the other parts, expectantly, I suppose, but this one is just a brick wall. Bestowing Strand is it's so damn frustrating. I shake my head since Blodwin has relinquished control, needing to rest from such a lengthened amount of time awake. The unnatural trees around me hang dangerously, as if looping down their gangly limbs to cut into my flesh, to feed from me. Does this place exist in reality? I wonder where it is if it does. A lengthy sigh leaves my throat as I sit on the wet grass that needs no rain to live. Staying away from all the trees, I stare up at the moonless and sunless sky. Bestowing Strand is the evolution of Living Strand. That much I've surmised. Instead of simply putting an aspect of your soul into ether, you must take it another step, placing it within a solid. To that end, I can only guess that solid ether is a similar thing. I recall someone, somewhere, mentioning that solid ether is more straightforward to train with an actual solid to use, but I don't know how much ground that holds. I've tried with wood, stone, ice, dirt, mud, and just about everything that is here, even metal, using a spare dagger. Nothing has helped me at all, though it's probably dumb to try to use solid ether without managing bestowing once. Not that I care. I'm attempting anything that holds potential. I don't even know how I do this. What a fucking training tool, huh? Where is the guidance? All it does is tell me what to do, not how to do it. Hey, any help, Remington? My shout echoes along the trees, only to return to me with the same words I've used. Hey, 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 any help, any help, any help, Remington, Remington, Remington? Only on the second round, the noise is distorted and unnatural. Anger boils inside, but I clamp down on it. Fury and frustration won't help me here, especially if my gut feelings about the man are true. Not that I know what I'm even feeling besides some discomfort and distrust. Either way, I needed this thing, this training. Instead of coiling into madness, I should run back through what I know. Bestowing strand is best used on objects. At only the highest level can it spread to ether and living things. Alexos managed to do this as a 6th sigil, meaning he also had access to living strand. If he wasn't limited by his meager amount of ether, I'm certain he could have pulled off way crazier shit. There are many types of solid ether, and I feel as though I can confidently claim that I don't have any of the common types. I don't even know the uncommon ones, though, let alone the rare ones. After all, those who reach this level are few in number. I doubt Vincent knows all the kinds despite his strength simply because there are not enough virtues who learn solid ether. Beyond living strand, there should be bestowing. I merely have to figure out a way to push that thing past my own ether and into an object. How do I put my soul into something? It feels natural with ether, but to force it past that feels impossible. How do I push my soul with more force? I can control it marginally with my chains, but that seems to be my current limit. However, something tells me that I should have more power over my own soul than what I currently do. My sigil is all about the soul, right? It's about giving the soul additional strength and perception. There has to be something I'm missing. I'm too impatient. I sit up from my splayed position with crossed legs. It's a forced position as I imitate Lennon. Meditation is not very common outside of augurs and mentalists, but he does it every single day to hone his focus, as he says. The man has shown greater mastery with his soul than I, considering he has a dominion that only grows more powerful with each day. His might be weaker in totality, but he can use it with meticulous control. So, I follow his example. I inhale a hearty breath, closing my eyes as I attempt to enter meditation for the first time. Stray thoughts bombard my mind as I immediately start thinking of ether. I grow frustrated immediately, yet I persevere, determined to replicate the calm and serenity I witnessed in Lennon. With each attempt, I strive to clear my mind of distractions to silence the cacophony of thoughts that clamor for my attention. There are so many things I want to know, from my father to simply this damned ether. I fail again and again, but I have little to lose as whatever I'm doing right now isn't working. Time rapidly loses its meaning in this strange realm of gnarled trees and swirling mists as I sink deeper into my innermost self. It was already hard to track, and now, as my breathing slows and my heart calms, I forget what day I am on. For a moment, I attempt to remember that thought before shutting it down. Slowly, gradually, the relentless stream of thoughts begins to subside. Like waves retreating from the shore, they recede, leaving behind a tranquil silence. The silence reminds me of my first time using echo, a skill that required similar conditions to operate originally. With this silence, however, my perceptions seem to distort. I leave my eyes, my focus waning as it spreads across my whole form. I spread down my body, passing Blodwyn by as I acknowledge the slumbering heart within me. Then, I continue until I reach the bottom of my toes. I take a moment to recollect the sensations, noticing a disturbing disconnect at my right arm. I can sense my whole body at once, every moving part, every tiny drop of blood. Yet I cannot feel anything beyond my right shoulder. All right, I lost that arm long ago. My soul has adapted to its vanishment. It is a curious thing how adaptable a soul is. Humans are similar. Lennon's right about most of the things he preaches, but he is on the money about struggle being the best way to grow. A branch is pulled too far, and it breaks, never to come back. A human, bent too far, as long as they survive, can spring back stronger than ever. I lost an arm and grew to fight without it, more powerful than before. Virgil lost his ability to stand beneath the sun, and so he grew to conquer the dark. Lennon lost both his arms to wield swords with, and so he now uses his very soul. My soul is much like that. As I gaze over the colorful tint that my body exudes to me, I witness my many scars. Every single injury I've ever taken is documented here, in my soul. I begin to count them but swiftly stop. There are simply too many scars. So many I cannot recall, their visages forgotten by time. Unhurriedly, my focus slides along my body, searching for my sigil. I already know where it is, the point where my soul and sigil are combining, but as I approach the back of my skull, I find another link. Deep within the confines of my brain, at the back of my head like always, lies my sigil. It is hardly recognizable due to the gathering of my soul around it and the many lines that connect Blodwyn to me. Still, underneath the clangor, I find the many eyes and chains awaiting me. This is it. This is the nexus where my powers and my physical form converge. This is what I have to control. There is an amorphous blob that seems to fill out my whole body, spreading from the martyr sigil. That is my true soul. The rest of it that I was sensing before are only the outermost sections of my soul. I focus upon this aspect of me, and I will it to manifest, to obey my commands. Ether swoons from my sigil, pulled from somewhere I still don't wholly understand. Ether comes from the sigil, but can also come from the air. One day, I hope I'll figure out the mystery of what ether really is, but for now, I don't let my will waver. A second passes with supreme resistance. It's like something refuses to budge. Then, the ether comes on its own. A secondary will, one not mine but close enough that it might as well be, moves the ether for me, washing over the soul and outside the body. The ether originates from my sigil, and my soul stretches over it. I watch as the soul follows the ether toward my heart, and I take the reins. Hauling the ether to the side with my will, I pull toward my hand. The ether moves slowly as if it knows what I desire from it, but a secondary force provides additional thrust. Quickly, the ether, coated and melded with my soul, reached my fingers. Then, it stops at the edge of my skin, refusing to go further. Another wall. I think I grit my teeth, but I'm not sure. My focus is too profoundly placed upon my innards to be assured one way or the other. Again, I push, and I push. A scream comes from somewhere, echoing 1,000 times before rumbling through my body. Pain lacerates through my soul as the bits close to the flesh open into countless scars. It is an agony I've never felt before. It goes beyond even the Codex's intrinsic effects, placing wounds onto my very soul. It feels crippling. I should stop, but I can't. If I pull back, something tells me it will only get worse. I made a poor decision, built upon inquisition, and now I have to lie with it. So, I re-engage with all my might, crashing the waves of my soul to slide out from the confines of my flesh. And for an instant, it begins to work. My soul glides out of the tiny holes of my flesh and my pores and spreads along the outside of my fingertips. However, it doesn't go any further. There seems to be some kind of limit as more and more scars lacerate my soul. The bit that is outside my body is buffeted constantly by awful winds. I nearly black out as my focus wanes, but the pain abruptly lessens as I feel an object touch my soul. It is simple. It is a regular knife used for cutting up food, starting fires, and all the other necessities of travel. Blodwyn must have grabbed it. The section of my soul that has slithered out wraps onto the surface of the object. Doing so feels akin to what I do with my ether, only this is far more substantial. Souls seem to hold a more prominent might than ether. It only would appear to be absurdly difficult to stretch one's soul beyond one's vessel. But what I've done is not enough. My hand's grip tightens, and I follow Blodwyn's lead, urging my soul and ether to enter the steel. It feels cold, so cold. A shiver runs through me, and my eyes flip open as my soul enters just the edge of the knife. A soul-shaking and bone-trembling gasp of air ruins my position, landing me on my hands and knees. But within my left hand is a dagger glowing with my soul's light. It is iridescent, holding limitless colors and tones. A voice enters my mind in congratulations as one of the tasks leaves the list. You did it. Awesome. It seems you gave it an effect as if it had a sigil. I don't know for how long it'll last, but you did it. Remember what Aniwai said? Only 1 in 3 angels learn bestowing. You're already better than them. My eyes stare at the remaining 3 with Blodwyn's excitement in my mind. Stage 8 tasks. Create a skill using bestowing strand. Perform any type of solid ether. Add the solid ether to the aforementioned skill. Of course, it wouldn't count as a skill. Thanks, but we have more work to do. Blodwyn nods in our mental world, but he doesn't stay quiet like usual. A newly confident voice asks for my input. Hey, I know that our ether doesn't seem to fit with any of these solids, but There is one that we haven't tried yet. Bone. Bone? Bone? That doesn't make any sense. Bone isn't a natural substance. It's produced by living things. How could ether possibly form into that as a substance? Wait, so is wood. You're a genius, Blodwin. Grow a bones pike. A grin falls onto our faces, shared by both our minds, as the lingering pain in my soul slides to the wayside. I'm too excited by this. So, I grab onto the bones pike and close my eyes, taking a deep breath. The first attempt was painful, terribly so. But what else am I to do here? Wait, I can't do that. I need to get to work. Round 2. Every thought that leaves my skull comes with shaking, trembling misery. It's hard to even open my eyes as Blodwin takes control of our hands to lift the object. His joy is unabated, even through my pain. I don't blame him, however. Skill created. Soulbone. A skill that uses bestowing strand to artificially create a claymore-like weapon out of bone. The bone is nigh unbreakable, and its strength is equivalent to the bearer's soul. The form cannot change once made, and the soul within will fade after approximately 24 hours. The innate attribute of the bone is modified based on the soul that uses it. Current attributes include soul shattering and bone distortion. Warning: skill temporarily damages the soul. Too many uses can lead to death. Stage 8 tasks. Perform any type of solid ether. Add the solid ether to the aforementioned skill. I grit my teeth, manually compelling my consciousness to remain. Blodwin laughs as he holds the soul bone, a spike roughly 2 feet in length tapered to a point. A second passes before my companion returns the control to me, and I get to feel the sensation of the bone. It's warm, absurdly warm, like that of coals after a bonfire. I swing it through the air, and it leaves behind a wobbling remnant of bony dust in the air. A smile lengthens but quickly disappears as I clench my head in pain with my other hand. A voice manifests as I fall to my knees, struggling to stay conscious. I immediately comprehend the speaker to be Remington, but the man leaves no time for me to reply. His voice is both impressed and somehow disappointed. It has been 6 hours outside and a year in here. How did you? Bestowing strand requires a soul at least 20 years old. I was not aware of how potent the philosopher was. You're done training. Get out before you permanently cripple yourself, or worse. I can't even raise an eyebrow before a palm slams against my chest, opening my already widened eyes. The codex falls from my palms, only to be grasped by Aniwai. She smiles at the tool, and I immediately know that she will use it next. But she's not the one I'm worried about. The edges of my perception are gone. Even my vision only lengthens out to a few dozen feet. Temporary damage? This feels permanent. The golden hand of sand that is Remington Shaw taps my forehead, the act carried by frustration and annoyance. You dunce. I put you in there to take your time. That is the best teacher, time and experience. Why did you rush it? Now, once you heal, I want to see that skill of yours. Then, we'll let Devil decide. But I'm not sure. It seemed pretty strong from what my split soul told me. Yet it's still not solid ether. My vision continues to flicker in and out as Aniwai picks up the slack, asking a question I am unable to. What's so critical about solid ether? And split soul? Did you? Remington has little patience this time, floating over to my skull. I backstep away from him, but not sorry. He needs to rest. Stop looking at me like that, demon. Split souls are capable with complete mastery over soulful. Once you reach that point, you can attempt it too. Lying on the floor, back to the ground, I stare up at my mother speaking to a hand. Lennon, Bertie, Marion, Otto, and even Silas surround me, but they are all doing their own things. Nevertheless, Aniwai grips onto the codex so tightly that someone would have to kill her to take it. Did I just? Yeah. Remington did something to me related to time. Sighing, I let the tiredness wash over me. The pain in my soul is only temporary, at least. Though that's only my soul. Practice ether, Blodwin. I refuse to believe Remington's rule is absolute. Nothing is with ether. When I wake up, we'll show M. A low, approving growl is my reply as I close my eyes. I don't hear his verbal response from my rapid descent to darkness, but I know his stance on it. Still, as I fade away, a question lingers in my mind. It doesn't fade even as I enter the depths of slumber, bouncing every which way with apprehension. Why did Remington send me to learn bestowing if he knew there was a risk in it? Did he count on something bad happening to me? 4:45, skinned water. I gasp for air and leap to a seated position, waking up to Remington's sphere of influence already being long gone. My ass is placed on a blanket inside my father's shack. Glancing around, I find no one nearby. I bite my lip as I call for Blodwin, only to figure out that he is deep in his slumber. My fleshy hand wipes away the tiredness from my face as I stand. While I slowly move around, I take in my surroundings. Only now that I am alone do I genuinely note the insides of this shack. It appears to have been abandoned for less than a year, and unlike most lost places, it isn't covered in cobwebs, only dust. Everything is clean, absurdly clean. But upon a close view of the walls, I spot countless spots of blood. Swallowing, I spin, my eyes suffused with insight as my vision strengthens. With the empowered view, I find enough blood just on the inside of this place to fill 100 bodies. Furthermore, it is not splattered randomly like a battle. It is purposeful as if it were written for a reason. Despite the fact it is my father's home, the many incongruencies and lack of anyone nearby make my heart race. Wanting to find my friends, I stride toward the feeble door, opening it with my hand. As the wood swings open, Lily speaks to me from her holster. Hey, I feel something within the river. Could you check it out? It's kinda warm. I raise an eyebrow and step out of the shack, before my heel even touches the ground of the underworld. Though, I notice Virgil standing at the shore of the Cardinal. He doesn't turn back to me as I approach, as if he's too focused on what's inside of it. Or who? From where I stand, I can see a flickering light under the currents of the waves. Squinting, my stride accelerates, a hidden, lingering worry rising far beyond what I should feel so soon after waking. 1, 2, 3, 4. I reach Virgil in less than a second, my breathing already heavy. What's wrong? I see it. I see him. Fire rages beneath the waves of the Cardinal, a war of water against flame. Oh no, my eyes, ever so slowly, reach Virgil's face. And then my heart sinks as I witness the despair in him. He is heartbroken, with a trembling lip and furrowed brows, and his mind is most certainly thinking of a solution, any solution. What do we do? My friend sighs, sliding his hand against his face. It's a slow, gradual motion, as if he's already given up on bonfire. Still, his teeth chafe as he shouts with far more emotion than he usually lets fly. There's not much we can do. He's in the fucking Cardinal, Wyatt. Speechless, I stare back at the faltering flames. How? How did he get in there? Virgil remains quiet. Then, he opens a palm, light beginning to emerge from the insides of his hand. Before the radiance spreads any further, I slap his hand, preventing him from injecting it into his heart to initiate Shadowless. No, you'll just die. The hand that I strike, however, does not give up easily. An unnatural strength that I was not aware Virgil had meets mine. Tightening my grip, I bend his hand, staring at him to back down. Stop. Where is everyone else? Virgil grimaces, still unable to overpower me, as ether flows through my now fully awake mind. He answers through gritted teeth. Your mother is training with the Codex, locked inside until she earns some progress with soulful ether. Lennon and Silas are off with the devil. The other 3 are investigating the graveyard nearby. Apparently, there are close to 100,000 demons laid to rest there. It is just me. And you. Let me do this. If it weren't, fucking dumbass. Who walks into the Cardinal? A bit of his words are left unsaid, but I leave them be for now. There is something more important. Dropping a hand to my side, I draw out Lily, firing a round into the glassy beach without hesitating for a second, lowering the round count further. Hey. Oh yeah, I finally get to see it. It's been so long. Hey, do you know where Aniwa is? I lay a hand on Lily's shoulder and point out into the waves as the little girl materializes beside me. With a decent amount of force against her phantasmal flesh, Lily calms down a bit and grows serious at my words. Virgil stares at her with equal parts relief and suspicion. Bonfire is in the Cardinal. We need to save him. Is there anything you can do? Lily taps her feet, shuffling from side to side as she holds a finger to her chin. With a hum, she creates an answer painfully slow. The flames in the water gradually increase in increments between luminances. Yeah, I can try. Let's see here. I've been practicing with my ether a whole bunch just for when we got here. Let me show you what I can do. Instinctively, I backstep as Lily reaches out a dainty pale hand to the waves striking the beach. Virgil follows my lead without question, getting some distance between us and the waters of the river. The black waves, upon contact with Lily's alabaster nails, warp and distort, enclosing around her hand. The cardinal fits like a glove around her as she smiles with such a grin that sends a shiver through my soul. I know, for the first time in my life, what others must feel when they are afraid. But this is different. Pride fills my lungs despite Bonfire's condition as Lily takes a long stride out into the waves, and the river parts for her. With a mere gesture of her hand, the waves obediently rise to either side, creating a narrow path for her to pass through. It's not wide enough for Virgil nor me, but for a petite one such as her, it is possible to cross. Despite her movements, the darkness of the river is impenetrable, its depths shrouded in mystery and foreboding. Yet Lily, with a wave toward me, moves forward with jubilation, her form illuminated by the flickering lights that dance within the center of the water's flow. Step by step, she gets closer and closer to Bonfire's flames. As she moves, I remain rooted to the spot, mesmerized by the sight unfolding before me. I knew Lily's connection to the river was profound, but I didn't know it was this absurd. This had to have been my father's plan. There is no other explanation for her ability to control the river. Is it her virtue, her power, or is it just an innate ability? Is that where all her earlier sigils are focused on? There are no answers to my question as the waves fall behind Lily, cascading and covering her form. As she disappears into the darkness of the river, I am left standing alone with Virgil, grappling with the profound sense of worry for both her and Bonfire. I know that she is built for this, but still, River Cardinal is one of the most mystical locations in the world, incomprehensible and unknowable. Furthermore, Bonfire's time is running dry. Is there anything I can do? Virgil's hands clench and release their tension repeatedly with every second we watch this. Surely I can do something. The cool steel in my hand calls my attention as I stare down at the chains around the artifact, the Arca. Looking down at the blooming spider lily, my living manacles fall upon it, and with a push of my will, I loosen her chains. The moment I do, the waves practically explode into motion, circularly around the center of the river like a whirlpool. The water recedes from the shores several feet, losing an inch every second as the waves heighten further and further. Looking closely with insight, I find the little girl offering a hand to a flaming figure. Blooming spider lily. Hey, you all right? Smiling, my favorite gesture other than twirling like a blossom, I toss out a claw to this fire guy. I've seen him before. What was his name? Bofer. No, that's not it. Right, Bono. That's gotta be it. Bono is less than other humans. Physically, I'm not sure where his limbs went, or his head, or his lungs, or his ribs. What is left? It's that thing little brother Blodwin uses. A heart. Right. He's just a flaming heart. That's not good. Right? Don't humans need a heart? Well, Father doesn't. Neither does Wyatt. Mem. I lean in with my nose, taking back my hand as Bono doesn't have one to shake with. He's got some bad manners. I feel like humans need their hearts. Wait, he's got a heart. I'm so dumb. But is that all they need? The waves circle us both, and I smile, feeling the sensation. There's a near physical connection between the waves and me. It's awesome. It's like I finally have real hands now. I can touch things, but I shouldn't touch Bono or anyone else. Sister Cardinal doesn't treat the living very well. She tends to melt flesh, souls, and bones, melding them into her being. Kinda like me. Ha ha ha. Where was I? Right, Bono. Bono, you okay? Is there anything I can do for you? Wyatt wanted me to save you. So? I rub my hands together as I start to feel bad. Wyatt rarely asks things of me. Typically, it's the other way around. I'm always so hungry, and he feeds me. I should help him back. It's only fair. Plus, we're family. Family is family. Despite my ask, Bono doesn't reply. My lip quivers as I crouch beside his flaming heart. I'm pretty sure he's still in there. After all, I still sense life force within him. Wyatt wouldn't like it if I took it. Bono's his friend, a close one at that. Lifting a finger, I poke the heart, curling my hand so the sharp nail doesn't touch the flesh. I don't want to cut Bono. He's a friend. Nothing happens. Come on, Bono. Speak to me. Even little brother Blodwin is more talkative than you. Still, not a thing. Darn. I poke him again. Still nothing. Oh. His life force is draining. Why? Oh, the fires. The flame is eating away at his life. I see. Without the flame, though, the waters will devour him. Well, I don't want him to die. And there's plenty of life in Big Sister Cardinal. Let's try that. I'm sure she won't mind helping. Big Sister. I wave my hand, and the waters of Sister Cardinal come to my aid. A sphere of liquid concentrates itself around my palm. It's kinda like a ball. Water ball. But I don't need the deathly parts. Sister Cardinal is good at both creation and destruction. All that she takes, she inevitably returns. I do the same. Only I give it all to Wyatt, not the world. I'm worried destruction will ruin Bono's heart. Even if his flames feel akin to that very same destruction, with how he is now, I don't think he can handle it. Bono is just a guy. After all, he's not like Big Brother Wyatt. He's not as tough. No one is. I wish Wyatt could talk to Cardinal. They'd get along. I'm sure of it. She's kind, even if strict. It's hard to put into words since she can't speak. It's all just feelings. With my other hand's crimson nails, I stab into the ball my big sister gave me. The penetration is effortless despite the unmistakable strength of the water. But it's no matter. She lets me pass without issue. She's Big Sister. After all, I swirl my hand around, calling for all the deathly parts, and an equal part size of the remaining ball flows out. The colors change slightly, with the creation section having light fragments within it into specks of red while the other segment is divided into pieces of blue. My grin widens, the flesh on my face stretching to my ears before I normalize the act. Wyatt says it scares people. I don't want to scare Bono. He needs help. So, I push that ball of creation toward him. The ether within is hard to describe. In fact, it might be impossible. It's so dense that it's way beyond what Mother and Wyatt practiced. I wonder what kind of ether it is. Is it even ether? I don't know. Big Sister won't tell me. The ball of swirling abyssal liquid with red flakes within graces the flesh of the heart. Then, the water slides around the flesh, covering the entirety of the beating organ and dousing the flames. Oh, that's not good. Turn back on. Fire. On. Flame on. Hot. Black fire. Inferno. Heat. Darn. Nothing's working. It can't be that bad, right? The fire's gone, but Bono's life force isn't weakening. His vigor is actually rising. Yes, it worked. Lifting a hand to my chin, I stare at the beating heart. Seconds pass, at least. I think they are seconds. I'm not all that good at tracking time. Some more, and some more. Oh, Bono's life force is sinking again. Precipitously this time, too. Aniwai taught me that word. More. Maybe? I repeat the trick of only removing the creation aspects of the water and shoveling them back into the heart. It beats again, but the fire doesn't re-emerge. Frowning, something I hate, I continue staring at the heart. Again, the vigor stabilizes, but it drops again, faster than last time. That's not good. Once again, I imbue the creation into the heart. Yet, just like before, shortly after, the vigor lowers again within Bono's heart. Shrugging, I pick up the organ and walk toward the shore. Surely, Big Brother Wyatt can help. He's awfully smart. He's not as brilliant as Earl, but he's smart. The waves recede as I walk, the heart taking up both of my hands. When I reach Wyatt, he seems disturbed by what I hold. Even the shadowy man doesn't look all that happy. I try to help, but his vigor keeps sinking. The waters only do so much to help. I don't know what to do. I explain what I've done to help. I'm sure Wyatt understands, though his eyebrows are furrowed. As I hold the heart to them, a blindingly dense vigor signature appears beside us out of nowhere. Glancing at it, my teeth show on their own, but I quickly put them away. It's that god, the one that Father had to sign a contract with. I don't like him. He took Father away from us. Still, I'm scared. My hands shake with Bono's heart in my hand. My knees tremble with quivering motions while my eyes fall to the floor. Nevertheless, I don't back away or hide within my cult. I keep my eyes down and listen. The time is now, Wyatt. I have seen enough. You three shall suffice. Virgil Boone, you may follow if you dare. Lights do not last long within hell. As for that man there, he is not yet dead. He embarked on a path I was not expecting. Intriguing. May you hand the heart to me, little girl? I quake and tremble, but I take those short steps toward the god. I can't say no. Wyatt is yelling something, but I can't hear. Even Blodwin is pissed. But Virgil, the shadowy man, simply stares at the floor like me. Two gnarled palms cover mine before ripping the heart away. Shuffling back, I retreat as I sense Bono's life nosedive. But I don't move. I can't. I'm scared. I don't want to die. Creation? How does he have conceptual ether already? He is only a power. That should be impossible. Even he couldn't. Your whole group is quite something, Graves. It seems as though strife proves her worth again as a teacher. Nevertheless, there is little I can do beyond what I've already done. Lily, if you wish for him to live, continue your efforts. Eventually, he should stables. His being reminds me a creature I have seen since my childhood. A heart is tossed in my direction, but I can't move to catch it. River water shifts in my time of need, but I panic, stretching out and grabbing the heart before the water can touch it. Then, I immediately shove more creation within it. Little brother Blodwin speaks directly to me as the others gather around. Aniwai returns, holding the codex in her hand, while Bertie, Marion, and Otto return with a skeleton of bones. Weird. I don't like bones, but Blodwin's more important. Oh, what did he say? Take extra water. It lets you sustain yourself? No? The more the merrier. All right. I didn't even realize. Thanks, big sister. Diving a hand toward the river, I amass a large amount of the water. My ether twists bitterly to do as I ask, but it accomplishes the task nonetheless. Then, the liquid turns into a stream, and I grab it with my hands. Remembering what Mother was learning, I grip onto the ether with my hands, tightening it until the water becomes solid. So cool. Lifting the strip of flower-like fabric thing, I wrap it around my neck. Then, I remember Bono. Right. Ripping a thread out of the scarf, I separate the creation, placing the destruction back. Then, I deliver Bono the creation, helping his vigor. It's all so confusing, to be honest. I thought I knew a lot about ether until I met Big Sister. A voice calls to me, and I jump from the noise. The devil stares at me, offering a hand. Placing Bono's heart in my armpit to hold easier with my hand still gripping it, I cautiously reach out to the devil. A broad smile greets me, and I grit my pointy teeth to bear it all. I wasn't paying much attention, but I know he took the rest already. Are you coming, little flower? Your friends have already left, and that fledgling in your arms wants to go, too. I nod, and he nods back. 446, Huskow. Wyatt Graves. I find myself abruptly transported to the entrance of an immense coliseum, its grandeur beyond comprehension. Stumbling backward, I stare upward at the structure that towers like a titan, its walls gleaming with silver and gold, adorned with intricate marble inlays that exclusively depict balances, courtrooms, and jail cells. Yet, despite its opulence, there is an unsettling absence of life and vibrancy within its confines. My head shifts back and forth, searching my surroundings, and I catch wind of the walls behind the arena. Walls stretch endlessly to the ceiling above, appearing to journey until the end of the horizon in both directions. To my astonishment, while fulfilling my previous perceptions, the walls behind the arena are encased by walls of fleshy blood, pulsating with the fiery glow of lava and flames. The air hangs heavy with an eerie silence, one that fills my lungs with disturbance. What is this? Are these the weirs that I thought I saw? I stride forward just a single step as I truly take in the once majestic arena that now lies desolate and abandoned, devoid of the excitement and grandeur it must have once held. The absence of anyone, or anything at all, leaves the space feeling hollow and empty, a mere shell of its former glory. Though, I suppose I don't know what that glory was. Perhaps it never was anything more than this. Walking toward the building, I gain some momentum, quickly reaching a wide-open arch, evidently meant for me to walk beneath. The arch leads me into a tunnel, just as uncomfortably beautiful. Though the walls reflect the brilliance of the precious metals and the intricate craftsmanship of the marble, there is a sense of decay and neglect that taints the atmosphere. The once vibrant colors have faded, and the polished surfaces now bear the scars of time and neglect. Somehow, that only adds to the charm, and I find myself staring at the twists and curves, unable to look away. Still, despite its breathtaking beauty, the Colosseum exudes a haunting aura of desolation, as if it were a monument to a forgotten era, lost in the annals of history. In a way it was. The devil must have made this place. That much is clear. And he likely did so 1,000 years ago or so. I wonder how he did it. How did such a grand creation spawn from such a lazy god? My legs carry me through the tunnel as the noise begins to grow. I hear the clashing of something. It doesn't sound like steel against steel. It sounds more blunt. It is more direct and less metallic. Bone against metal. Blodwyn provides the answer, and I nod alongside him. He's right. That is the noise we hear. Bone against steel. Repeatedly. Again and again. The sounds only growing more frenzied and frantic. My footsteps increase in pressure and swiftness as light manifests at the end of the tunnel, washing over my eyes. For a split second, I'm blinded. That is, until I see him, my father. I recognize him not from the picture or the memories. He's far too battered for any of that to click together. An arm is missing, removed at the elbow, while the other is nothing but shaved bone. Despite that, the bones don't look close to human-like, discolored and blue in tone. Furthermore, his right knee is bent backward, the bone jutting out from the other side. Only his left leg is not horribly disfigured, but there is still a rapier shoved through the heel. 8 more thin blades reside in his chest, as well as one through his throat horizontally. Purple blood slides out of Killian Graves' many wounds as his lungs lie open, ripped into view by some creature that removed all his ribs. My jaw lowers as I witness the other side of seeing a Graves fight. Though he doesn't have an aid like Blodwyn, these wounds would be lethal to any angel, even me, if I didn't have the artifact within me. I mean, one of his lungs looks like scrambled meat. His face is similarly beaten up, one eye gone and the other unnaturally colored and inflamed. The only reason I even recognize him is because something sparks up within my body. My blood shifts ever so slightly, my hands tremble just a bit, and my eyes dilate. It's an odd sensation, and not an inherently positive or negative one, but my father doesn't seem in such a good place. Bodies line the vast, sandy arena, with the blood of many different colors spilled all over. I creep forward yet another step, endeavoring to enter the vast arena to see more, to do something, but a film of gold blocks my hand. As, while my eyes scan over the corpses, I feel a thrash of remnant ether, lingering dominions, virtues, and powers. If I were to guess, more angels are buried here by my father than I've ever met. The sheer knowledge of that has my hand tighten against the film. I press on it further, unable to push past it even as Blodwyn imbues my body with strength and Pain's Forge joins in. The film doesn't even budge. My father also doesn't seem to notice me. The man, disfigured beyond repair for nearly all methods of healing, twists and catches a massive cleaver with his petite forearm bone. Like an expert swordsman, reminding me of Lenin when he had arms, my father deflects the cleaver to the side. The steel slams into the earth, digging several feet deep. Killian darts forward toward his opponent, an oversized demon with rippling muscles who dual wields a rapier and a cleaver. The demon hauls back the cleaver, but my father kicks the back of the unwieldy blade with his working leg, using the force to lunge at the demon. In response, a rapier pierces through my father's heart, but that doesn't even slow the man. Instead, as calmly as a doctor would open an incision, the Undying slips his own forearm's bone into the demon's eye cavity. It enters so smoothly, so effortlessly, that I can only be impressed by the finesse of the violence. Killian Graves is unfazed by the pain from his wounds, something I know all and well, but the ease at which he treats his injuries is beyond what I expected. It's practiced. It's almost ordinary how the grand demon crashes backward, dying without a wheeze. A moment passes of silence after the demon falls. Again, I knock on the wall, unsure of how things work but expecting this door to open after the battle ends. Yet it does not. A light emerges on the other side of the vast arena as I squint, finding an identical wall fading away to reveal another demon. This one is an 8th sigilled, marked by dark light to be a mother-bound, obviously sent to die against my father. But as my fists slide down the golden wall, some things lock in place in my mind. Eldest isn't directly fighting my father. He's sending others in his stead to gradually weaken him. But how? Why is he in this arena? Why can't I enter? And where is Lily? The Colt is still on my hip, but I don't sense her presence. I spin around and walk back down the long hallway of inscriptions, but with just a step, an old man appears. His hands are behind his back, and his head is slightly bowed. Behind him is a little girl peeking her head out with a smile. The sharp teeth in her grin alleviate some of my worries. I am sorry, young Graves, but this Crimson Court of mine is not eligible for more than one participant from each side. If you wish to aid your father and me, you must take his place. I furrow my brows as Lily skips past me, prancing right to the golden barrier and staring at our father. Still, my focus remains on the god as Killian strikes down another virtue. Why do I have to take his place? What is happening here? The devil clears his throat, striding beyond me and up to the grand wall of gold. His hand extends out, the wrinkled fingers splaying to touch the wall as it undulates to his flesh. I created this shortly after becoming a god. It is my second Sirza, the Crimson Court Bar's judgment. The purpose was to design a wall, a gate for the underworld to hell. For a few years, I could control it, deviate how many and who it would take inside to fight. But over time, like all Sirzas, it grew beyond my control, developing far beyond my godly limits. Once that happened, some restrictions fell into place. The devil forms a single line within the wall as words manifest for me to read. They are inscribed into the impenetrable wall, just as profoundly as my sigil is into me. Rule 1. No gods. Those who have reached such a level are demoted within these walls. Otherwise, they will be repelled with all the court's might. Rule 2. Duels only. Judgment is made through the blood and suffering of the few, not the many. Rule 3. For one to leave without judgment, one must replace. Otherwise, death is the only result of a session. Rule 4. The devil, the arbiter of chaos, the Red Judge, is forbidden from entering a session. That last rule is new, as of the previous. How old are you? 18 or so years. Only in the past few months have I been unable to overpower it. Any time your father left these binds, I had to sacrifice to buy him time to return. These halls, this arena, it loathes me, for I keep it from growing naturally. Gazing past the barrier, I observe my father in action. The man is swift, as fast as Virgil, if not more so. His every act carries Marshall's momentum and strength, and his instincts are on par with Johnny's. How he treats himself is beyond Lennon's self-cruelty, and his ether curdles in a way I've never seen before. It is more than alive. Ether swims around him, shifting through that forearm with the feeling of death itself, or perhaps the refusal of such death, of immortality. The ether is denser than plasmic by such a magnitude that it could only be the stage beyond solid. With awe, I watch the ambient ether in the air become infected by that concept of immortality, spreading further and more insidiously. Killian's opponent, a lithe, snake-like demon, immediately recoils from the trembling air. Smartly so. It would appear as the little bit of ether she touches boils and blackens like advanced necrosis. Shaking my head, I pull my focus from the battle, turning back to the devil. He says he cannot control this place any longer, that it has gone beyond him. But what are we supposed to do about it? Is there anything we can do? I need to speak to him. If you can no longer enter, the devil sighs and pushes his palm against the wall. As he does so, a blinding aura emanates from him, practically shoving me to my knees. I look away, immediately feeling relieved. The light dissipates shortly after, and I glance back, still disturbed by Bonfire's heart held in Lily's petite hands. I cannot. I am sorry. For a long time, I was the only god willing to lessen my own strength to that of a mortal. That is, this building is why the other gods cannot leave hell. Some broke out of purgatory after their total infections, but this has held them with me at the helm. But there is another man with you that shouldn't fear a 9th sigilled. Lennon Hull can take a dominion to the grave, barring it's not an offspring. I nod to his words, most certainly directed toward eldest, ireful, and gorgeous. Still, I catch his hidden meaning within his story. Inside here, even if he wanted to, he would be unable to respond to prayers. I meet his eyes as the respect I have for him increases considerably. He might not have answered us, but he was still fighting. Sighing, I twist back to watch my father as I notice some text written into the film as if it were created by a furious entity. The Crimson Court must have its own mind at this point. Lewis Fern, you are not permitted entry into these grounds. You have earned your life and your freedom. Crimson Justice has declared you righteous. Do not intrude. Lewis Fern. My mind tickles as I slide an eye back over to the god. Some part of me knew it. There are so few names that are held to such an extreme standard as Ow, and Lewis Fernar. The inventor of Excavator turns his face down to me and releases a slight smile. I see. You recognize my name. Excavator has not been lost, then. Be careful with that one. It led to this. After all, come, let us see how the others are doing. With a wave of his hand, my sights warp, and I stumble forward as I appear beside Lennon, Bertie, Virgil, and the whole group in the stands of the arena. Marion and Otto are cheering loudly as my friend stands with crossed arms. Lily prances to the railing, shouting over the side despite another golden wall blocking her voice. Aniwai is already staring over, wide-eyed and vehemently focused. I watch my father kill yet another demon. This time, however, he falls to a knee afterward, long, straining gasps of air, filling his remaining lung as he attempts to stand once more. Lewis Fern shakes his head sadly beside me, while Lily moves more of the cardinal's fluid into Bonfire's heart. Stretching to ignore how awful it is, I listen to the devil. He is extraordinary, isn't he? 100 powers, 40 virtues, 8 dominions, and still, he has not fallen. My record is not much higher, despite the centuries I have reigned, and I'm a god. While I stood there, few were willing even to try. The bigger issue was just resisting the Crimson Court's influence. Squinting, I find the other door opening some more, and the light starts to spill out from the door. A figure begins to appear, and I turn to Lennon, the swordsman sitting with interest in only Killian. Lennon, can you? Sounds like fun. Send me in. How do I join? What? I raise my hand to question him, but Lewis grabs Lennon's shoulder and hauls him to the railing. The swordsman's eyes show vehement surprise at the god's physical strength despite his stature as he's tossed like a child. Then, he places Lennon's head against the wall, and the swordsman ceases to resist. An instant later, a large balance appears above the arena with a phantasmal nature. It is see-through, yet I can see a similar kind of ether as my father was using earlier. It is constructed of a duality of order and chaos instead of Killian's deathly immortality. Everyone falls motionless under its light as if enchained. I am unimpeded, however, likely due to my Sigils' nature. Curious, I step around Bertie as golden light covers Lennon, and in the next moment, he is gone, replaced by a lethally wounded man several years his senior. I lose focus of Lennon as my attention falls entirely onto the figure before me. Finally, I found my father. Finally. Killian Graves shakes his head as if concussed and confused before shifting his remaining eye across the silent seats to me. An expansive smile stretches on his half-missing lips. It's almost the smile of a corpse, however. My heart freezes at the sight of him, but I'm unsure of the exact emotion, whether it's excitement, worry, or dread. I step toward him while all the others are still frozen, and he lifts his hand toward me before glancing down at the bone that now composes his forearm. A low, jubilant laugh leaves my father's wretched throat. Well done, boy. Late start, but you made it in time. Neither he nor I get to speak as a blinding light forms on the opposite side of Lennon's arena. Another balance appears above us, crippling everyone but me once more. Then, I see a familiar face, a beautiful one affixed to a human-like figure, as she strides onto the arena against Lennon. Her clothes are elegant, expansive, and ornate, and her delicate laughs echo throughout the air. Aha, let us dance, Killian. Oh, how unexpected, but this is all right. He will return after you become family. Swordsman without a sword. Tonight, let us dine with our blades, with our lives. The Crimson Court is about to bleed. Killian's face loses all of its hardly remaining color as he pivots away from me once the restraints recede. Even the devil sighs while staring down at the arena. Aniwai doesn't care, however, and steps to hug my father. The man doesn't resist, too caught up in the current events I am just beginning to comprehend. A rumble fills the Colosseum as the devil groans, raising his hands only to have blood leaking from his nose. Letters appear on the vast barrier that blocks us from interfering in Lenin's battle, and the tremors only worsen. Court is in session. Due to recent events, namely, a consolidation of higher powers, a second juror has appeared. A third is on its way. As usual, the worthy party is allowed to cross onto the other side of the court. Those deemed guilty cannot. If one does not volunteer to fight, then they forfeit, and the challenger may hold the next session with an advantage. Thanks to the court's growth, all other minor passages through have been forcibly closed. 5. For 47, family disturbance. The number counts down on the wall, and I move to take a place, remembering what the devil said. Only Lenin and I are capable. I hardly spare a glance at anyone else while rushing, but before I reach the railing, someone faster than me does. Virgil's hand slams against the wall, yet his shadow is still something I cannot hope to catch. The instant he does, I find a smile plastered on his face, pointed right at me. He opens his mouth to say something, but not a word leaves before he vanishes. In his place, two pieces of text remain on the wall. My vision fragments as the court's bounds have two overlayered arenas. Somehow, space has distorted to allow two separate battles to take place at once. 1/11/1. A long, strangled groan comes from the devil in lieu of this. My father backsteps to a seat, falling into it as his blood drenches the cushions. My mother sits beside the near-dead man, her size still adjusted to only be a bit larger than him. Frozen, I glance back and forth between the battles as I don't know what to do. I don't even understand what is happening. The devil, however, seems to comprehend precisely what's transpiring. He lifts a hand to the golden translucent wall and grips with such strength that his fingers stab into the impenetrable barrier. As he does so, I find out who Virgil's opponent is. A tall, lengthy, and discolored figure with a bulbous head and an extra pair of eyes on his forehead walks out. The creature strides with a confidence I haven't seen in anyone but Vincent Harvey. Alongside that confidence roars a negative sun. That is the easiest way to describe the roiling dark light off his shoulders, arms, hands, and head. The substance is as standard in his body as ether is in any angel's. Eldest, my father spits out a lash of ire as he pushes himself to a standing position. Then, with a nod toward me, as if saying he'll speak to me later, he shouts at Louis Fern, "Take that kid out. Put me in. No one else can take him." Desolation, before his ascension, said if they fought 10 times, he would only win 6. I have a double coin flips chance, at least. That kid will only waste his life. The only in Killian's sentence is said with such significance that my eyes don't leave Eldest. Or his opponent, Virgil Boone. Vincent Harvey? Admitting that he could possibly lose? That sounds impossible. Is Eldest that strong? Vincent was only a tad bit stronger? I raise my voice slightly as the devil doesn't respond to Killian, pointing my focus to my father. You're too injured to fight him. This is precisely what they were waiting for you to rush out and fight when you're not at your best. That's why I brought these two. The undying twists to me, even as Aniwai bursts out too. The demon grabs what remains of Killian's forearm, namely the sharpened bone. Wait. She pulls him back with some real, authentic force, enough to crumple steel, but he doesn't even budge. He simply turns to face her, hardly any discernible emotion on his ruined countenance. The flayed flesh makes it nearly impossible to even look at him. Still, I sense some compassion as he listens. You need to repair your body before you fight, at the very least. Here, I saved some things for you. An eye to replace that one. Here's a lung, kidney, spleen, carotid. If you're missing too much, Killian, even you'll die to Eldest. Aniwai retrieves preserved organs from her pack, and each of them is obviously not from any human. All are from varying races, most of them demonic in nature. I notice that she doesn't consider the notion of him losing at his best. My father nods to her, noticing me at the side. Thank you. We will talk later. This is urgent. You made it in time, but only barely. Killian takes the eye first, shoving it toward the gash that removed his first one. I watch with grim curiosity as he peels the bleeding flesh over and painfully stitches the wounds into place with ether. The threads he uses are intricate and ornate, something I've never thought about doing before strictly because of how excruciating and difficult it would be to pull off. Then, when his socket is partially reconstructed, he slides the eyeball into place. A crimson pupil takes its place. The whites of the eye darken to a deep black. In only a moment, the eye is already spinning in place, Killian preparing to replace a lung as well. Despite my need to have a long and in-depth conversation with him, I cannot do so. There are, as he said, more urgent matters. The arenas both open at once, and the battles start, but none of the participants can take a single step. That is because a wrinkled hand has shoved its way beyond the golden barrier. The devil grimaces with pain, seething with so much energy that ether leaves his mouth only to release steam. I step back as frantic text lines the barrier. Stop, stop, stop. You are interfering with judgment, Lewis Fern. If you impede the court once more, you shall lose all rights. The devil curses the air as his fist clenches on the other side of the wall. Then, the text shifts ever so slightly. February 1st 1/1. Get inside. Now, this is not easy, and by using my divinhood to interfere with rules, I am only strengthening the Crimson Court. This is Eldest's best chance to get through, but it is also our best chance to kill him, as he never shows himself. Killian, I will attempt to open another slot for you when you are done. For now, Wyatt, enter. Bertie throws a hand out, gesturing to the rest of us as the arenas seem paused in motion. She is indignant at her own uselessness. What about us? What are we to do? Lewis Fern grits his teeth as I catch a thin line of blood running out of his lips. The liquid is golden and takes me aback. Nevertheless, the old god doesn't seem to care about his condition. Something about his injury doesn't feel right. Should gods be this easy to hurt? I don't know, but he focuses on the situation at hand. There is a third offspring. Keep your wits about you. When the court eventually opens a third session, people will have to join that one, too. Now, Wyatt, get inside. I nod, starting to piece everything together. This court has long left the devil's control. This is a spiraling piece of madness, and by attempting to keep it together, Lewis Fern only makes it worse. But if he doesn't, it'll explode into disaster. Sighing, I listen to Marion and Otto argue about who will fight first. Then, I step up to the devil again. It feels weird to call him Lewis, and he asked me to call him simply Devil. So, Devil, how long until you can open a third slot? The god nods as if expecting the question. His eyes then slide to Killian as the Undying replaces a kidney. My father still needs new arms, though he doesn't seem too bothered by the missing limb right now. A minute, maybe less. We're more dependent on how much Killian can repair in that amount of time. But I cannot pause them for much longer. That accelerates the court's growth the most. You two will have to survive for that amount of time. It will not be easy, but you might be able to speak to him if you're careful to buy some time. Nodding to him, I reach for his already outstretched hand, but Silas cuts in first. The undead man, or more accurately, Mia, tosses and tells me something vital, something I am not expecting. It is the last thing I could possibly predict. Alexos is well, he's undead. He dropped off a letter for you. Lennon said you should read it as soon as possible, but he was dragged away too quickly. Read it now. I know there are a lot of things going on, but this man... I grab my forehead, and the situation becomes too much for a second. Alexos is alive? Well, undead? I suppose that is expected. Lily did release him. Still, fuck. I need to read this. Who knows what it has to say? It could be revenge, a promise to kill me, or something worse. Though, his final moments didn't seem that callous. I groan, taking the opened letter even as more golden liquid dribbles out of the god before me. As swiftly as I can, I scan the letter, reading each passage and sentence with clarity as Killian shuffles beside me. While glancing down at the letter, he attaches an arm to the one that is only a shoulder, leaving the bone-like spear of a forearm alone. To Wyatt Iron Graves. I opened the letter and read it at a single glance with liberation, not wasting a second on such a thing. Thank you for killing me. It brought me finality to know they were already beyond any depravity I could ever reach while alive. I am sorry for lashing out at you, even under the guise. You are but a child and, as such, are exempt from the father's sins. I know you are after Killian. I will give you 4 days. Beyond that, we will have our long-awaited meeting. After that, I hope you will not come after me, no matter how it turns out. There is much I wish to do and see. My first foe is the undying, and then it is death herself. After even that, should I accomplish it truly, I wish to see them once more through her corpse. No child should ever suffer as you have, or as mine have. May my journey's end pave the way. For me to find deliverance's ray. Gods shall fall, no matter how tall, for they stood idly by. And let them die. Yours in penance. The man who deserves no face. Alexos. I can't help but stare at my father as his eyes scan the words, too, even as he stitches the arm back on with his ether through the slowed time of liberation. I search for an answer, a reason, anything that could possibly exonerate him, but he simply sighs when I release the skill. Turning away, he gives a terrible answer. Orders. I did as I was told, which was negligible. You'd have to ask Vincent Harvey himself for more details. What? Orders? You killed an innocent wife and children over orders? I burst out in raw bitterness at him, unable to comprehend what he had done to Alexos in the past. The Phantom Pain was not a good man, but he used to be. How could he? Fuck. I need to get through that hole, but I can't just leave this. The roiling thoughts will get me killed. My father ignores me, sitting down as his eyes fall back to his limbs, focused on his recovery. But I don't take that. I know I need to join the fight, but I cannot fight like this. I give Lewis a glance and he grits his teeth, nodding at me through the effort. Stomping, I get right in his face. Aniwai is seated right beside him, helping the man guide his ether, but she stops to pay attention to me. I don't even look at her, knowing that her morals are too far from those of humans to care for this. But my father, he's silent, dead set on putting his arm back on his torso. Killian Graves doesn't even look up at me. Say something. Anything. What the hell is wrong with you? Still, he doesn't answer. Aniwai opens her mouth, but I don't listen to her. I scream at my father, waiting almost 2 decades to see him, only to figure out he's just as bad as the estates, just as bad as Eli, Clarence, and all the others. I held hope that what Alexos said was skewed, that Killian had some reason for doing what he did. But his reason is because he was told to do so? Orders. Are you fucking kidding me? He listened to fucking orders. Nothing? You have nothing to say? I crouch slightly, forcibly meeting my father's gaze. His attention snaps to me as I see a flicker of anger pass through his face. Then, he shouts at me. My father's disfigured face contorts in barely concealed fury as he points at me with the bony spike. What do you want me to say? I did the things I did. I can't take them back. I set you up for freedom. A teacher, a mother, a sister. Challenges to overcome that weren't impossible. That wouldn't make you hate living. A life without shackles binding you to do whatever someone else pleases. I had none of that. I had nothing but a leash around my throat and an impossible-to-please master. Vincent only fucking freed me when I came down here, because he had to. Otherwise, I couldn't step through the doors with his ether in my heart and soul. By the end of his words, Killian's skeletal-life countenance is only inches from mine. Still, my father doesn't push me. He doesn't hit me. He merely cracks the bones in his repaired arm to point to Lewis Fern. These old bastards, they care for nothing but this greater good. They believe any evil is worth humanity's survival. To hell with all that shit. I've fought my whole life, and I've never once been on the receiving end of help without some scheme behind it. Never. Not once. I fight for you. And her. Not for anyone else. I don't care if you appreciate it now. You will grow to. Killian's hand shifts to address Lily as the little girl fawns over him with widened eyes. Despite Killian's insults, the devil doesn't seem to care in the slightest. He only lowers his gaze, his jaw popping out further from the heightened effort. Thanks. I knew you loved me. I don't have the energy to address Lily as I peer at my heavily breathing father. He's riled up, furious, and angry. He seems more worked up from this than killing all those angels from before. Just as I start to feel some sympathy for him, Aniwai reaches for him in care, attempting to help him with the wounds that he is reopening, and he bats her aside. The look on her face shatters all that he had said a second ago in my heart. Icy venom leaves my throat to the undying. There is no raised voice, only a calm threat. She has been there for me infinitely more than him. She, in her own way, always has been. You will not treat her like that. My father raises an eyebrow, confused, and that confusion seems genuine. As such, I let him know exactly what I mean. You will not treat my mother like that. Under no circumstances. She is my mother more than you are my father. She loves you. If you do not feel the same, tell her. Killian obviously doesn't know how to answer, and he sputters out some more bewilderment. What do you mean? She's a demon, Wyatt. She only did as the deal was set. She is not your mother. Yes, she is. If she is not my mother, then you are not my father. The Undying's body shifts slightly, some kind of movement vibrating him wholly. I can tell that he is uncomfortable, but that is good. He should be. Hey, the court's not getting any weaker. Hurry up, you two. It won't last forever. Shut up. We both twist and yell at the god in unison before pivoting back. Killian shakes his head in disbelief, yelling with an even more robust tone. She is not your mother. But, if you wish, then you can treat her like it. But do not act so righteous over me. I've done all I could. She is just a duh. Don't you fucking dare. Don't. Don't. Let me speak. We don't even have mothers or fathers. It doesn't fucking matter. Our only connections are those by race and those we have made. An explosion of meaning hits me as I stumble back, utterly shocked. Everyone else stares at us in shock, even the devil. The god appears to not have known whatever Killian knows. I stay silent as my thoughts swim in a storm of bafflement. I don't have a mom or a father. How? Is he my father? Then, what? I don't understand. If he's not, who what? A low tone comes from Killian Graves as he tightens his sewn stitches over his carotid artery, finally ceasing the bleeding. His words are spoken like that of fact, unavoidable. There are many kinds of artifacts in the world, formed by lingering attachments by the sigil and soul. The weakest are those within the fingers, the toes. Then, it is the hands and the feet. Next are non-vital organs. After that are the eyes and the heart. My father stops for a moment, inhaling a deep breath. Only after his whole body shakes, the man obviously not wanting to say this aloud, does he continue. Before he says anything else, ideas form in my head, slight hints that I hope are not true. But there are rarer ones. With enough attachments, usually resentment, artifacts can flood their sigil into objects, like a pin or a knife. Eventually, artifacts can even gain their own souls. Whatever. But there is a rarer one. Above the vital organs and above the objects, when the remnant will is so powerful it can blur the lines between ether and soul, artifacts can form out of the eggs within a woman. The sigil, however, deviates due to transforming into a soul for a child. In order to survive, it sheds most of its power, retaining only a small bit of power that affects us. That is where our toughness comes from. Our saturations are tombs. My eyes cannot leave my father's face as I interrogate it for any hint of lies or deceit. There are none. He is wholly truthful. Aniwai finally speaks up for herself in the stunned silence. Then, Killian. What is his tomb? Why did you think he was so important? Killian shrugs haphazardly while pulling a blade out of his knee. Dunno. I assume it's with his soul, but that doesn't matter. I just know he's my son. I picked him up from a bloodied riverbank. That's enough. My breaths come quickly and frenzied as I only begin to comprehend his words. And matters are fast made exponentially worse as another voice appears. That explains a hell of a lot. A porcelain man strides toward us from several stands over. Ether slides over his reflective body, and he grins toward us all. Squinting, I can see several flickers within his dominion. He's stolen more powers. Yet, as always, the gentleman, Eli Weiss, bows as he introduces himself to the devil, Birdie, and the two redheads. What a pleasure to meet you all here at this time. I look forward to working with you all. I am Eli Weiss, inventor, schemer, and dominion. Shall I take this battle instead, and let the family iron out their disputes? 448. Sound on the goose. My blood boils gazing at this vessel, knowing that if Lennon or Kate were here, things would already have exploded into a battle. I can see Silas's arms bulging with force as his eye practically wrestles with him. Mia's so pissed. I slide over to the duo, placing my arm across their front as I speak with gritted teeth. We do not have time to deal with your shit, Weiss. Leave. The old man clad in porcelain skin TSKS, walking with his signature cane toward the golden barrier. The devil raises an eyebrow as he stares at Eli. Obviously, he is questioning how the underground tree managed to enter the Crimson Court. You see, that is precisely why I am here. You need some help? No? I am willing to deal with Eldest. Desolation often spoke of his only near equal, mostly about countermeasures. Your assassin has no knowledge of my arrival, but he is of the rational mind to join my efforts. The devil continues to struggle to hold the barrier open, but there is so much happening that I simply grab my skull to focus. Eli speaks to the god while Aniwai holds back Mia and Silas, the latter acquiescing to her vengeance. Meanwhile, I run the past few minutes in my head. It's all crammed and bewildering, but I shove it all down for now beyond the simple declarations of my mind. Alexos is alive. I am half artifact. My father is a dick. Well, the last one was already known. I can tell he cares, at least a bit, but he is too focused on all of this to truly show it. And so, air flows into my lungs, and then out of them as text appears on the wall again. February 1st 1/11/1. Another session has begun. Fuck. Without waiting any longer, I stride up to Lewis Fern, ignoring Eli's attempts to join the fight. Instead, I push to place my hand on the wall to join Virgil. Release it. F.A. Join me when you can, Killian. Eli, stay out of this fight. If you must, enter that third one. Stay away from the rest of us. Eli Weiss mechanically grins, the porcelain somehow stretching to match the motion. Then, he nods, and the devil touches my arm. No one says another word as I notice the third arena filled with another familiar face, the motherbound that appeared to Abraham. The next thing I know, gold covers my vision, and I appear on a sandy battlefield right beside Virgil. As my feet hit the ground, the effects that are keeping everyone in place lift, and Eldest begins with his abilities. Dark light swarms over the arena, filling the open sky as if it were limitless. I step close to Virgil, knowing what is to come. My friend nods to me, asking for clarification as the world turns to nothing but stars and empty nothingness. You and me? Returning the nod, I spin the Colt in my hand as Lily forms beside me. Even Bonfire's heart is in her hand, an aspect of her appearance that throws me off. Still, I focus while the stars above grow in radiance. For a little while, you all right? Virgil grins, the emotion visible due to his lack of a mask down here in the underworld. He lifts his scythe, letting it hover as he makes a claw out of his right hand. Of course, who else better than you? I'll take the first star. Second? Yeah. Our plans are made, set in stone, and immediately put into action as Eldest descends the first star upon us. Lily giggles happily with the heart in her hands and the scarf of a river around her neck. The volume of the scarf has decreased notably since it was first made, but there still seems to be plenty left. Little needs to be said between Virgil and I. A slight bit of communication is all we need. Blodwyn is similar, but Virgil is just different. We aren't bound by blood. After all, I've fought with no one else more than him other than the two on my hip and in my heart. As such, I trust no one else more to have my back in a fight than him. I don't even glance at the descending sun as Blodwyn sets one of his newest skills into motion. My blood contorts, shifts, and moves like the tides of the planet with the moon beside my heart with such momentum that it shunts my body forward, eliciting my first movement toward Eldest. My heart is the core of all that is my power. Payne's Forge falls into place as a blood nexus forms to complement it an inch away. All the strength I have wanes for a fragile second as Eldest stares me down. But it is not from his eyes nor his power. It is because, thump, when my heart beats, an unimaginable feeling soars through me. I feel as though I could. A single step lands me in front of Eldest, yet my body does not shatter. Legs bend, knees tremble, and everything roils with energy, but in the vacuum of another heartbeat, I can live. The motherbound looses a hand, string coming to life to attack me. It is less like a single attack from a being and more akin to an onslaught from an entire army. 1,000 threads seek my life while I attempt to find a moment to aim the blooming spider lily. Simultaneously, I built the ether in my other hand, preparing for the accretion ether to reach its peak. There is no martial protocol this time. We'll have to beat him without Earl's help. Meanwhile, Lily herself grasps out with her hand, forming a watery hand of pitch-black liquid to devour Eldest. In exchange, the motherbound drops a hand toward the conjuration, and a thunderous explosion detonates from his hand. My vision shudders under the force of the explosion for a moment as I retreat slightly. Doing so, I stare at Eldest through the blackened smoke. I see, between the stars, the threads, and this, there was a demon who could use explosions. And it wasn't even their power but their dominion, right? What does that mean here? That shit. Ether spins together into my feet, launching me back toward Eldest as he flicks his hand, conjuring a double-sided spear of harnessed lightning. This time, he doesn't cower away and meets me up close. With the blooming spider lily in one hand and my arm blade wrapped in ether in another, I contest the dominion. Though, I am not alone. Swinging my blade, Eldest leans back, only to swipe his spear toward me. A wall of abyssal water turns to pitch, blocking the spear wholly and devouring much of the lightning. However, threads sink into the water, ripping the liquid into countless pieces. A scythe then sinks for the back of Eldest's neck, but a bolt of lightning strikes in the air, slamming Virgil's carnation out of the way. The three of us immediately re-engage with Eldest, not wasting a single moment. The battle shifts out of our favor within seconds, each of us being put on the back foot. Eldest strikes Lily, aiming for Bonfire's heart, forcing her to dodge despite being incorporeal to attacks. At the same time, he keeps both Virgil and me at a stalemate simultaneously through his unimaginable amount of skills and ether. We attack, and he simply reacts with the perfect movement to cancel out our efforts. This demigod seems to break all understanding of sigils and skills. At least Eli's dominion has a limit. Plus, the old man only knows so many skills, but it seems like Eldest rips out another skill the moment Virgil and I adapt. The minute promised by Lewis Fern just never seems to come as I handle the next star with a twisted edge, the accretion causing the superheated mass to collapse. Then as a third comes, I need some extra juice. So, I use another bullet to remove it from being a threat. Vitality and energy fill me, and so I reinvest my strength against this dominion. Though, I quickly learned that finding a moment of peace was a mistake. His spear of lightning strikes my blade as I attempt to deflect the ingenious strike, and while I succeed, the sparks enter my body. My muscles convulse for only a split second, yet it is enough to be skewered by a half-dozen threads. And the instant the wires enter my flesh, they turn red, siphoning out my blood, while dark light sinks into me with awful torrents. The dark light, however, is pulled deep into my heart, only to be utterly destroyed by Blodwen's vortex of blood. Standing, I grab onto the wire, using it to hold Eldest still while Lily congeals water around his legs and Virgil forms a blindingly bright claw. I recognize the attack from Virgil and duck, yet it is not needed. The supremely deadly skill of Virgil stops dead on Eldest's arm, only managing to dig deep enough to reveal the bone. Damn it! The Dominion smiles at me eerily and yanks even more blood from my body, feeling as though something more is afoot than him simply attempting to weaken me from blood loss. I cut off the wires with the help of some living manacles and my blade, seething with the cantankerous nature of my plasmic ether. I stumble backward, creating some distance as I call out to Blodwen and holster Lily. The real one doesn't seem to mind, lashing out with all the water she can spare. We need a stronger weapon to do any real damage. Ballista might hurt him, but Soulbone most definitely will. My companion already knows my thoughts and yells at me. No way. Have you even recovered all the way from the first one? Don't. Wiping the blood from my lips, I can only ignore his concerns. Lily's doing her best, but she can't seem to drain enough life to matter. Virgil's deadliest weapon isn't enough. I have to do something. Take charge for a moment. I'll be done shortly. Blodwen groans but agrees in the end, protruding a spear of bone from my left palm. Smiling, I fall back into the passenger role as I focus wholly on my ether and my soul. This attempt, this creation, of Soulbone starts far smoother than any other. My confidence and prior success prove worthwhile as I dive into my body, sliding ether out of my fingers and into the spear. Alongside that ether flows my soul, a fragment of it detaching to join the bone. A soul-splitting headache forms, but I don't lose a grasp of what matters. Instead, I remain a bystander for a moment, watching Blodwyn wield the soul bone. It can, after all, strike the very soul. Nevertheless, we continue to lose ground and gain wounds. Eldest is certainly more powerful than even us combined, and more impressive is that he is doing this all slowly and steadily. Bit by bit, he overwhelms and weakens us, never taking a risk or overextending. He is simply destroying us. Slow and steady, seemingly guaranteed to win. Fuck this shit. I hate his face and his confidence. I take back control to toss out living manacles to save Virgil from losing his eyes due to Eldest's spear swiping for his face with crackling blue. Then, by doing so, I take a pivoting kick to my chest as the focus switches to me before I can dodge. The force is enough to send me rolling on the ground and messing up the blood nexus. A significant portion of my strength leaves me while Blodwyn fumbles to restart the Zill. Still, the minor period of time stretches painfully as Virgil takes another awful wound, the spear stabbing through his shoulder and electrocuting him. In this realm, his flicker is dampened massively, taking both longer to activate and far more ether. Lily pushes Virgil away, tossing some of her water toward him that reconstructs his body but washes away all his ether around his body. I nod to her as she whispers to me, "I can't do that forever. There is only so much creation left in the scarf." I nod and rush back into the battle the second Blodwyn reignites the Zill. Again, we meet Eldest, but this time, we are beaten back even faster and with far more cruelty. Cradling my backward knee, I lament my inability to land a strike with this soul bone. Virgil, however, is even worse, with his innate durability being far beneath mine. Half his torso is missing, a wound that would otherwise cripple an angel, possibly killing them, but it quickly fades as Lily saves both of our lives. I roll away from another spout of threads, noticing a falling sun above. Damn, no time for accretion to build. I think I have one bullet left. Is she? A body appears beside me, lingering scars and bruised flesh, but whole in form nonetheless. That is, barring the missing hand that ends in a dangerous point of bone. Killian stands tall against Eldest as the Dominion speaks for the first time. For all his rules, the devil sure loves to cheat. 3 against 1? Not too fair. Killian Graves glances up at the falling sun, clicking his tongue before twisting his hand. A ball of swirling ether forms in his healed hand, the colors swiftly turning dark, then darker. In only a fraction of a second, dozens of times faster than I can manage, a ball of accretion ether is hurled into the sky, meeting the falling star. The resulting eruption sends us all to the floor, even Killian. More blood spills from my lips from the internal damage, and I wave away from Lily, having her focus on Virgil. I do spot the bloody strings falling away from Virgil as the man stumbles to his feet once more. That has to be preparation for some skill. And if Eldest has to prepare for something, yeah, that's bad. We need to kill him before it comes to fruition. Wiping my face of blood again, I dive toward Eldest with Killian, the man moving even faster than me. The fact we, including Blodwyn, all have accretion ether is not lost on me. It must have something to do with being artifacts. I'll have to see what Mia's plasmic ether is, though, to be sure. Killian stabs toward Eldest's skull with his bony arm as an instrument of death, ignorant and uncaring of the dangers against him. He charges through most of the danger, withstanding more and more damage, and I follow through with him, cautious not to be hit by anything as well. Virgil skulks behind Eldest while Lily runs around us tossing out both destructive and healing water where she can. Killian truly created a powerful weapon, being able to fight on her own like this. It is impressive, very, very impressive. We all lunge at Eldest simultaneously, and, like he is his whole army of Motherbound shoved into one being, he attacks each of us with a different dominion. A sun falls for Lily, forcing her to run away as far as she can. She is quite speedy with her steps, but I can see it will hit her, and bonfire. Yet, there is nothing I can do as snakes of lightning seek my throat, born from the air around his double-sided spear. If even one hits me, I'll be paralyzed. Twisting with sudden jaunts from Arbalest, I evade the electricity while Killian eats the brunt of the threads. The moment he gets close, a shattering explosion tosses him backward, all blackened and charred. Virgil dodges a spear of lightning by an inch with a flicker, only to reappear and suffer from a fist to the jaw, hurtling him away. I'm the only one uninjured, but that likely won't last for long as Eldest sets his sights on me. I slip some threads with my own living manacles, slide under a swipe of a spear, and Arbalest to the other side of Eldest, predicting the explosion. Yet, it is not enough to simply see the failures of others. Necrotic fog fumes out of Eldest's mouth, and knowing how debilitating it is, I leap backward. As I do so, Killian is already back, up close and personal with Eldest. My eyes flip over to Lily as I see her panicking for bonfire. My minute hesitation of what to do costs me a leg with lightning arcing up it already. A second later, I'm rolling on the ground, clutching my stomach as Blodwyn works to heal me. Then, a rumbling wave of light reaches me. My stomach sinks as the fallen star covers Lily and bonfire. Frantically, I throw myself to my feet, the bone and flesh quickly regrowing as I tighten my hand on the soul bone. I toss the soul bone to Virgil as I sprint past him, heading straight for Lily. I hardly make it 10 feet, however, before the floor becomes red instead of vast space. The sky becomes red. The distant horizon becomes red. All becomes red. A reverent voice preaches to those who want to hear anything other than his voice. All blood is her blood in due time. A presence forms above as many black lines drip down the crimson above, arcing over like the legs of an infinitely massive spider. Luminous orbs spread out from the darkness as a body seems to spread, and as the eyes turn to 8, I realize what is above us. The mother below, or at least a manifestation. A presence slams into my mind, an unstoppable force driving me right to my knees and onto the floor. I roll onto my side and can only see Killian in a similar position. However, the demigod kneels, struggling to stand as Eldest strides to him with heavy, strained steps, each one leaving behind blood that ripples out across the cosmic floor. Virgil is on the ground, too. The only one not on the ground is Lily, and the heart that is still in her hand as she walks up to all of us. Relief fills my body, but it is quickly lost as Eldest shifts his attention to the threat. He steps toward Lily as she puts Bonfire's heart behind her body. No, you will leave Bono alone. He's Wyatt's friend and mine. I won't let you have him. Eldest chuckles, the noise grating and painful to hear as he lifts a hand toward Lily. I do not care for that lifeless core. I care for you, dear. A whole family get together. Huh? Perfect. The word perfect is the last thing I hear before wails fill my vision. The noises turning into screeching lines of endless waves in an abyssal depth. I'm within a black sea, the waves slow and calm with the depths unknown, yet above lie those 8 orbs and 12 legs. A slithering presence slams against mine. The words mean nothing. In fact, there are no words that this manifestation of the mother below presents to me. The sheer weight of the mind shoves the water around me, and I can do nothing but sink beneath into the darkness. 449. Sparrow catching. Lenin, bladeless monster, hull. With confident steps, I stride to the woman who is to be my opponent. My formless hands clench excitedly, eager for a battle to test my mettle once more. The act of growing stronger is something I relish in, and wars of this caliber are the best ways to do so. Yet, within just a few steps after the battle was forcibly paused, something I loathed every second of, the woman smiles, and it positively floors me. My feet halt as I take in her figure. Her curves are lined by a silky smooth ivory dress that drapes all the way down to her opulent heels. The tiara on her head complements her grin, while the sparkling jewelry shakes my vision. Some part of me fights against something, but I shake it aside, beaming at her. And to my surprise, she speaks first, her previous words washed away in my memory somehow. Oh, hello there, dear. I'm gorgeous. What is your name? Something screams of danger. It's primal. Colors waft in my eyes as a smell reaches my nose. The fragrance is intoxicating, weakening the tension in my joints. Gorgeous strides toward me with her long legs, the skin peeking out from the single open slit on the right-hand side. Lockjaw, love? Oh, don't worry about that. It'll clear up real soon. Heels clack against the arena floor as my hands clench. Why are they clenching? Something isn't right here. What isn't right here? I'm in an arena with Gorgeous. That's perfectly normal. She's beautiful. I wonder, are you lonely, my love? A petite finger with long crimson nails trails along my chin and lifts my lowered head to meet Gorgeous's eyes. They are swirling hearts, pink and iridescently enchanting atop the tall woman's sockets. Am I lonely? I suppose I am. It's been a long time since I found someone I could open up to and truly speak with. Quakete was near that point, but I hadn't yet taken that step. A moment passes as I find myself lost in the windows to Gorgeous Soul, delving into the pits. Still, something screams of alarm within me. I start to shake it away until a hand pats my shoulder. My eyes don't leave Gorgeous' exquisite form, but a voice reaches me. Stand up, soldier. This is no time to sleep. Up and at him. My eyes open once more, a secondary layer blocking my vision and clogging my mind. Reason returns to me as I find a hand nestled within my chest, cradling my heart with razor-sharp nails. The hand is dainty and beautiful, a perfect pair to its twin. Feeling the scent enter my nose, I bite down, cutting off my tongue to help focus. The pain does exactly as my probing questions to Virgil lead me to believe during one of our scarce conversations. Still, the haze remains, invading deeply with Gorgeous already having me at checkmate. Her giggle tosses me further down the abyss as I fight to retain consciousness. Oh ho ho, you broke out? That's not nice, love. Why don't you go back to bed? Then you won't be lonely anymore. Mother accepts anyone, even you. It'd be such a shame to end you here. Last chance, my beautiful boy. We can't have you voyaging without a leash. Now can we? Every single word, every individual syllable, and every personal sound dives into my brain, scraping out reason and rationality. I can practically feel my resolve slipping away, my connection to my dominion and power fading. So this is it, her power, right? I think Wyatt said her dominion was the wires, or maybe it's the other way around. It's impossible to think clearly now, and the seconds are ticking. The glorious curve of her smile is gradually drooping, counting down to my demise. And instead of searching for a way out of the inevitable, I grapple with methods to deal with said inevitable. She will take my heart. I am not, under any circumstances, fast enough to stop that. Can I live without a heart? Temporarily. A minute at most is all I can handle before the lights go out, seeing as I'm uninjured otherwise. My movements will have to be minor, as slight as possible, to conserve energy. This means I have to end this fight quickly. No, I need to end this fight the instant I can. This is not a battle I can allow myself to enjoy. My decision is made as the colors wash away my senses once more. Before all is lost, I make my move. Instead of retaliating, though, I do what I must to retain my sanity. Pain is practical for this purpose, but I am not under enough stress. No quarter given, not even to myself. That is the path I have chosen. 10 diminutive blades of my dominion slash up my toenails, removing the keratin and drawing an obscene amount of blood as wounds trail up to my shin. The agony and shock put upon my body lurches me into action. With a clear mind and a crystalline view of the world, I lunge for Gorgeous. She's so close that it would only take an extension of my arm. The woman does precisely as I expect her to. Those claws tear apart my heart, piercing right out of my back. In which case, my dominion moves against her strings. Dozens of clashing sparks emerge within our 2 feet gap, blades against threads. The shine of our battle is brighter than any of the jewelry on her body. I can visibly witness her desire to tame me vanish as her face sets into depravity. Yes, this is what I want. A real battle. The lack of a heart, however, will be a debilitating matter. No more flowing blood means the energy within my muscles currently is all that I will get. Monster detonates that energy, condensing all that I have to give within an even shorter time frame, pulling from that which I do not have to use. Again, I take note of the way Monster interacts with missing organs and limbs. Most skills and powers break when pieces stop working. Johnny's eyes are a good example. Yet as I reach for Gorgeous with my countless blades meeting her innumerable strings, I smile with joy compared to her facade. A true monster indeed grows the nearer to death they reach. The less of me there is, the more of me that is distributed to what lingers. 1,000 impacts resound within a fraction of a second, and Gorgeous retreats away from my advancement. I do not allow her to escape. Every muscle and tendon in my body vibrates with perfect efficiency, moving in such an intuitive pattern that no energy is wasted. My foot twists on the dirt, allowing me to pick up even more speed as I compel my soul to attack more. The slashes double then triple with Gorgeous still on the back foot. Blood, dark ichor, slips from her body and falls onto the ground in low amounts. But each drop broadens my grin. Each stain on her clothing fulfills my purpose. Still, it is not enough, as she's buying as much time as possible, not truly retaliating. Time is ticking. 2 seconds have passed. I miscalculated a bit. I won't last a minute. I'll last perhaps half that. I didn't take into account the increased draw of energy to keep up with a weakening body and mind. Tightening a phantasmal grip, I finally swing the formless Dia at Gorgeous's neck, the distance perfect for doing so. The beautiful figure bounds to the side, jewelry detonating into countless shards to protect her. The demigod lands on her feet, one hand against the floor as she opens her mouth. I don't give her time to speak. My feet slam into the dirt as I charge her down, but it's not enough. A rhythm enters my ears, and another dozen cuts line my body as I purposefully force myself to stay awake. None of the wounds are lethal, not even close, as I am cautious only to hit the painful portions of the human body, not the vital ones. Gorgeous, however, is furious at my actions. Let me ta. Swinging Dia in a downward arc, Gorgeous is compelled to contort, the threads around her catching and deflecting the force of my sword. Another half-dozen blades come for her back, but she diverts them, too. As I cleave for her neck again, I notice a writhing under her skin. What is that? Oh, it must be one of those fancy body enhancement skills. I wish I had one of those. Mine is as brutal and uncooperative as they come, being a direct evolution of physical strengthening. Expecting something to happen as my edge nears her flesh, I twist my dominion to the side, and I prove myself correct as threads explode from her jugular to block my attack. Fortunately, I foresaw the move, which had Gorgeous's alabaster shoulder turn crimson with damage. Now that I have her close and know most of her capabilities, I pivot on my feet, shifting into the stances associated with my swordsmanship. They hold no names. The fancy learning of the estates were too good for me. They only bear numbers given by Edmund and built upon by me. My mentor created 11 stances for me to use and flow effortlessly between. None are skills, as most would believe them to be, but they are the near pinnacle of swordsmanship. I rarely call to them mentally, instead subconsciously using them just as one uses their muscles to walk. But right now, I need the foundation of my training to stabilize my mind. Using the second, I rip back my formless steel, twisting it to point at Gorgeous with my illusory elbows raised by my head. She backsteps, throwing enchanting fumes and 1,000 deadly pointed threads at my throat. Closing my eyes to focus, I fall into the sixth, trudging forward and twirling the formless blade with the tip as an anchor. From the sixth, I enter the 10th, kicking to the side and slashing with my momentum. I cut through hundreds of threads at once, opening a line of blood upon Gorgeous's perfect countenance. Then, I sidestep, sliding into the first as I perform a rudimentary vertical downward slash. The attack blocked. Not enough. The 11th, a masterwork of fluidity and posture, flips my blade back over my body, eliciting another slash within an instant. The third second of the battle ends with a harrowing gash going from Gorgeous's chest to her hip. The yipe of agony throws me off with its intensity. I stumble slightly, losing the transition to the 8 teaches all-in dive. The wobbling vision cost me as threads sink into my flesh, at least 30 or 40 of them. Gritting my teeth, I constrict my grasp on my blade, focusing my dominion wholly upon Dia. I am strongest like this. My strongest will devour anyone else's strongest. The pledge narrows my focus once more, and I flow into my own 11 stances, allowing them to meld with Edmund's creations as usual. The 12th saves me from a 50th thread as I flip the blade upon my wrist, the handle acting as a lever to speed up the swing. The heightened velocity cuts all the strings coming for me and all those already in me. I leap over a pair of 2 separate groups of 100 with the 15th. The movement starts with a spinning blade and ends with one falling upon my opponent. The dexterity needed for this maneuver marks it as one of the most challenging techniques I have, forcing the handle to roll and slide along my forearm before catching it alongside my momentum. Nevertheless, I could fight with these stances asleep, let alone awake. I've used them so many times that I cannot remember the first day I succeeded with the first. With a crashing impact, I bring Gorgeous to a knee, the entirety of her threads halting my cut. She glares up at me through the minor holes in the strings. Meanwhile, I redouble my effort, pressing down upon her as I ready myself for the 17th. I don't reach the technique to reapply force, however, as her voice leaves her closed teeth. Despite the situation, it is as melodic as ever, adding lead to my eyelids. Just let go. I know you're lonely. We all are. You don't have to be alone. Lennon Hull. Open up. Enjoy your life. Fighting is not all there is. My muscles relax, but not enough to allow her to escape. The colors shift in my vision as some thoughts return gradually. Where am I? Right. I need to kill. It's okay. You're not alone anymore. I'm here. Is that all you need to hear? I know it's been difficult, but you are strong. You are so powerful. But that only means you need to rest even more. Strength leaves me, and I fall backward slightly, leaving Gorgeous alone. I don't want to hurt her, do I? I don't want to be alone forever. I want to be strong. It's fun, but it is lonely. One-night stands are all my love life has ever been. Dead friends and temporary acquaintances are all I've ever had. I haven't shared a beer with someone in. The last friend I spoke to for any purpose other than a mission was. The last time I talked to someone just to talk was. I don't know. Is that what I want it all to be? Blood, death, and mayhem? Never any lasting happiness? Is the transient, fleeting joy of battle the only one I can enjoy anymore? Partially, I can recognize that these thoughts are not my own. Yet, I cannot simply push away from them. Falling to a knee, I stare at the dirt, finding my reflection in the spilled blood. I am so exhausted. Marks of fatigue line every part of my face. I have the wrinkles of a man 10 years my elder. Gorgeous stays away from me. She must know how awful I am. You are not awful, my dear. I am simply waiting for you to find yourself. Her words fade in and out as my lungs rumble with a cough, hacking and spitting out my mouth. I nearly fall to the dirt. Is that blood coming out of my mouth? Why am I bleeding? That doesn't make any sense. We were just talking about life, right? Blinking rapidly, I attempt to force order into my vision to stop the trembling, but nothing works. Sighing, I listen to the woman again, savoring each and every word. It's so lovely to hear her. Almost there. Just a little bit longer, love. Then, you'll never be alone again. You might have only ever had two in your life, but soon you'll have millions to protect you, to warm you, to love you. My mind drifts to the two figures she mentions, the cold, distant, yet supportive back of my father. He was a good poet, though the actual job that fed us was being an archivist. He was a pretty awful dad if I'm being honest with myself. He did little to physically support me, not once teaching me how to fight or do anything besides writing. I wasn't a good son either, though, so much so that he sent me off. Nevertheless, he never gave up on me, writing me letters and poems to give me strength while I was training under Edmund. The old man's face forms within the melancholic chill. His warm grin and extended palm energized the empty body. When did I first meet him? Right. It was when he stopped by my quaint town. Father recognized him and brought me to him, not knowing what to do with such an unruly child. I was introduced to Edmund's warm smile and open palm on a sunny day, the heat making me sweat but ineffective against him. I'll never forget it. I miss him. You can have more. There are many like him. They can help fix you, help heal you. Something freezes within my mind, locking the gears within place upon her words. Replace him? Replace Edmund? Nothing can replace that old man. He gave me everything and more. He was perfect, a shining example of humanity, something I could never be, something that I wouldn't dislike to be. I might not be perfect in nature, but I'll at least be perfect in the one thing he taught me. My hand clenches a blade I don't recall forming. The past 25 seconds rush back into my mind as I realize what's happening. Gorgeous put me under her control again. I push my body to rise, but it refuses. A sinking feeling swarms my body as Gorgeous' grin stretches all the way up to her ears. As she does so, I recognize that she isn't human. Not at all. Time is out, love. I would have put you down myself, but one can never be too careful. You bloodsoakers tend to wake up with pain. I can feel my brain shutting down as monster is no longer enough to keep it functioning without a working heart. If I was more skilled in ether, I could attempt to create a faux heart, but that's impossible for me. All I can do is swing a sword, fast or slow. My eyes sink to meet the bottoms of my sockets. The relief I feel when the darkness comes is unparalleled. Yet, the disappointment is 1,000 times worse. I cannot die. That would be letting down Edmund. That would be betraying all my training. That would be disappointing to all those dead behind me. I still have to accomplish Kate's wish. My eyes flip open as Gorgeous taps her heels against the floor. She's impatient, waiting for me to die. How funny. This would be the time for me to emerge with some new strength, right? But there is nothing else for me to grasp. I have a power, a virtue, and a dominion. There is nothing more. Dominions can grow, but that is a glacial process. That means all I have is me. Lonely me. Despite the blood loss, the searing pain, and the overwhelming fatigue of missing the most vital organ, I muster the strength to rise from my knees. My heart has been torn from my chest, yet the flicker of life within me refuses to be extinguished. My sigil resonates woefully as we both yearn for one last act of war, one last bit of blood to be shed, a show of perfection with our blades in honor of the man who gifted us the right. With trembling hands, I grasp the hilt of my blade, the familiar touch of leather and steel grounding me in this moment of desperation. The fact that neither is real is meaningless. My legs threaten to give way beneath me, weakened and unsteady from the relentless onslaught. My vision narrows to pinpricks, the world around me fading into a haze of pain and exhaustion. A wobble precedes every frame of my sight, each delayed and distorted. But I refuse to surrender. That is not who I am. That is not who I was made to be. Won't you kindly die, love? This is getting tiresome. I reckon there is plenty of new pretties past you. The voice lulls my brain into inactivity, but the leather in my hand grounds me. Dia grounds me. Gorgeous walks to me, the threads around her lifting like an armada of floating snakes. My focus wanes some more from the hissing threads, the air-shattering speed somehow enchanting in sound. Against it all, I fall into my most comfortable posture. 18th. My blade rests in front of my body, the tip slightly pointed downward and symmetric with my form. The leather is light in my hands, and the grip is only partial and not wholly clasped and secured. It is this relaxed posture that I use for my training. It is the start, the middle, and the end. Every day, I raise the blade from here and swing it back down, perfecting the movement, the edge alignment, and the determination in my heart. Once, 100, 1,000,000, hell, I might have swung a blade 1,000,000,000 times in this position. As I lose all that I know I am, my arms rise without strength. The threads come, seeking to end my fragile life. And as they fall upon me, I, too, fall. I fall into the first. There is no strength left in my body. I am nothing but a body of flesh, puppet by a soul too stubborn to die. It is that soul that extends my life beyond its limits. Dominions are excruciatingly problematic to kill for this very reason. Fortunately, though, my arms are not real. My blade is not real. It is all born of my soul. As I feel something connect to me, I don't know what it is, but it is beautiful. I find a string, a path, the flawless angle that I must move, and I follow it. The first form descends with such perfection that it can no longer be called Edmund's first stance. With a slight pivot, I deflect a thread, then another, and another. All the threats on my life vanish in but a moment, and I find myself upon Gorgeous. Her eyes are widened, fearful, and unbelieving of my presence, or of what I have done. Cons? She stepped closer, thinking I would die before the edge of my perfection would ever reach her. Unfortunately for her, that is not something I can allow myself to do. At the very least, I can't die defeated. A thud of her head upon the ground, and the dark light severed within fill my heart with completion as I crumple without strength. Shit, 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 devil. Hold that arena closed. Aniwai. Seal his wounds. Silas. Wish for something. He's going to die. Right now. Marion. Copy Aniwai's skill and help pump his blood. Otto. Push on his chest. Move his lungs. His brain is all read. 450. Four Flusher. Eli Underground Tree Weiss. Holding the devil's gaze, I let my attention slip momentarily to intuit Lenin's wounds. The investigation is simple and lasts only a singular moment, as anyone can see the depth and profundity of the damage. Still, the god doesn't move to help. He can only observe the rapidly dying man. Why doesn't he help? Can he not? Is he weaker than I thought, being a god and all? Or is manipulating this place more difficult than imagined? I suppose either could be true. I do wonder what his power is. If only I could. No, that is the call. Focus. Holding all these powers with my soul is not simple. The less I have, the longer I can bear them without issue. As of now, I have only 4. Tunnel, Harrow, Duplicate, and Rush. All simple names, just as the demons who used to own them were. If only I still possessed those from before that battle. It is unfortunate that they were pulled from me when I lost consciousness. Shift and Snap were an ideal combination. Lenin gurgles on his own blood, even at the doorstep, still kicking his whole way to the beyond. Sighing, I relinquish my demands to the devil, and I stride over to the man. I stare down at his form, noting his missing heart. He ruined my plans on the surface, forcing me to live the rest of my days in this vessel. A small part of me wants to let him die for that, but I know better. I only wanted him dead before because I figured that my strength would be more important than his. It is ironic that I was utterly false. He did just kill an offspring, an enemy of mankind, of the whole waking world that had crept on the edges for millennia, luring countless minds to madness. I don't think that I could do that, even now. Better I keep you alive, huh? Tough bastard. The people around the dying man hardly give me any attention, but the leader, Birdie, calling the shots to care for Lenin, looks up at me. No malice or aggression can be seen in the flickering flames that replace her eyes. She simply nods to me and pleads for help. Can you help him? Don't know not who you are, but... I return the kind gesture and kneel beside the group, recognizing Silas, Otto, and Marion from my research on Johnny's men. As I look around, though, I see a suspicious lack of that volatile young woman. My hand goes into the pack at my hip, and I draw out a crimson syringe. This thing, it's invaluable. The process to get it was not ideal, to say the least. Back then, over a decade ago, Vincent and I had a scare regarding his health. We both thought he was going to die either from his wounds or his age. And we had a lead on an old ruin, once said to be owned by the time-warped Delver once upon a time. There were not enough minds and hands to work at a moment's notice. Too many refused. So I had to get creative. Murder, blackmail, fraud, and all the works. Anything to get our hands on what was inside the place. Within the depths of the workshop of the ruins, there were 3 vials of a rejuvenation fluid, one that is potent enough to even bring back those who had died within the past 10 minutes. Unfortunately, one was stolen and delivered to Leviathan during the expedition. The thief killed a manager of the mission and framed another for it. The truth wasn't known until I personally came and figured it all out. But the vial was already lost. Then, I gave the Prime a vial for his own health. After that, I've held on to this one. It was supposed to activate post-mortem in those caves after my vessel drug my body through the gate. But not all things go as planned. There were too many there for me to do anything other than transfer my sigil without risking total death. All this is to shit. It's getting worse. I'm rambling even with my own thoughts. The focus must be on the crucial question. Do I give him the vial? None of my drugs are potent enough to reverse what has been done to him. Only the fluid in the red syringe is enough. Is he worth it, though? It's not like I can use it anymore in this vessel. But Lenin Hull? 2 years ago. And this would have been the least likely scenario. But who else? Neither of the Graves would want it, and they would refuse to even accept it from me. I doubt it would do much for a god. Beyond that, no one else is worth taking it. But to save a Dominion-level human from dying? Clicking my tongue, the porcelain producing a loud clang. I extend my arms and sink the needle into Lenin's neck. A glowing, iridescent, purple eye glares at me from across the body as I do so. Unable to smile at the consequential cost of this act, I greet something I thought would have died. Hello, Mia. It is a shame what has happened. I offer genuine condolences, but she doesn't want to hear them at all. At least her new partner can keep her anger down somewhat. For nothing hits me while I inject the fluid into Lenin. Still, the undead woman beside me questions me. What are you doing? Finishing the injection, I pull the syringe back, lamenting the empty capsule now. There it goes. The last of its kind. Though, perhaps Leviathan still has hers. Saving his life. It'll take a few minutes, but he's fine now. More importantly, Birdie, you should enter the arena he was in. I'll take the third one. But you. The woman gazes up at me, surprised by my words. However, I must say that what I am about to do is not ideal. Ire is not my most fantastic matchup. The legends of his dominion and power have been sprinkled on me by Vincent. If I could fight Gorgeous, I'd have a much better chance of winning. Before I go, however, there are some loose ends I'd like to guarantee. Devil, you know you must let me through. Holding that last arena frozen stalls your ability to add more to the other fights. Let me through. I can maintain my own for a while. Worst case, I die. Right? Best case, I win. The god twists and faces me, shifting his focus from the grand wall of translucent gold. His muscles tremble, and ichor trickles from his mouth. But it's his look that worries me more. And his words. I hate you, Weiss. There are some depravities you should never reach with power as a goal. I nod, understanding his point, but it doesn't matter. I need him to do this now, or else the father and son will die alongside the assassin. Eldest is not someone they can kill. Not with just 3. I reckon 2 more is the minimum. All virtues at least 2. That means Silas and Aniwai must be sent through. I get your discomfort with me, but go. If you die, I will not allow for anything with your soul other than damnation. I scoff, meeting the god's eyes. He doesn't waver or back down, showing me what's in store for the afterlife. I know souls are devoured by death into her gullet. That's where the saying comes from. But I also know that the Red Judge has some control over that process. Still, when I set upon this path long ago, I knew. I knew that I would never have a good ending. I knew that at journey's end, when the wars are over, or even midway through, I would never get to see that sunlight at the end of the tunnel. I'd never get to see the fruits of my necessary evil. And that's all right. I didn't do any of it for recognition or satisfaction. I did what I did because someone had to do it. Humanity only stands today because of the shadows I formed and the cruelties I performed while our prime was away. I expected nothing else, sir. Eternal damnation is a worthy price compared to what the future will bring due to the time I bought. The devil closes his eyes, breathing in deeply with his old wrinkled face. It's odd to see someone so aged other than Vincent, but the god's chest rises and fills with power before he offers a hand to me. I will not know which mural to put you on. I only hear the words as golden light washes over me, placing me within an arena like all the others. What did he mean by that? Shaking my head, I refocus upon the demon opposite me. Ire, or ireful, as some have called her in the harsh whispers amongst the powerful. Only virtues and dominions have been privy to such information in the past due to their danger. A tall female demon with alabaster wings capable of flight and clothing made entirely of igneous rock. Without the need to stretch due to not having carbon-based muscles, I flex my soul instinctively. My dominion calls out to the powers I've taken with Icarus. If only my power was more combat-focused, I wouldn't need all of these. Though, if it was, it'd have been impossible to keep track of all the territories at once. Tunnel, Harrow, Duplicate, and Rush. I feel each of them at once as bundles of essence that I've stored beside my soul. They are attached to me, and if I hold them for long enough, I believe they will become permanent. At that point, the death of their original owner wouldn't matter. Flicking my hand toward Ireful as the demon lunges toward me, space already beginning to distort, I let the third power flow through me. It's definitely my most useful, but it is far more limited than Myriad's similar power. A second porcelain doll forms beside me. It shares everything I have, other than a soul, meaning I have to manually control it. Plus, it can only use the powers I give to it, of which I slide the duplicate the second power, Harrow. Tunnel is too versatile to share, capable of creating holes in anything, from rocks to flesh upon touch, while Rush will help keep me alive. The momentum and speed may only be one-dimensional, but I can work with that. Unfortunately for me, however, this vessel is not meant to conduct ether. None of them were. That means I'm wholly reliant on my powers here. Even using an average skill would break off portions of my body, and without a way to quickly repair myself, a Zill-like mental expansion would cripple me without a doubt. So, as the vastness of the cosmos surrounds me, my soul forces the powers to work in tandem, bypassing the ether restriction of my new body. Ireful doesn't say a word to me, meaning complete business with those murderous eyes. But as we near each other, the stars form above, and a growl comes from her rock-covered throat. You all have killed my sister. How dare you? Pitiful things. You cretins. I'll burn you to ash, and all those who you love, all those who love you, all things. I can't help but grin at how on the nose her name is. Additionally, I laugh at her threat. This demon has no idea who I am. My duplicate sprints toward the falling sun, releasing a plague toward it with Harrow, the ether-borne disease eating into radiance. All those you wish to kill are long dead, either by my own hands or because of them. There are no memories for you to torment me with. The demon sputters, incapable of believing my words. Or, she's noticing something. Vincent warned me about each of the offspring. Eldest is unfathomable, born from some ancient man of incredible talent. The depths of his skills are endless because he shares a mind with all those affected by dark light. He is a hive mind, the conglomeration of all the non-divine aspects of the mother below. He shares powers, virtues, and dominions, though not all at once. He picks and chooses for the circumstance. Gorgeous is irresistible. None can ignore her charms, her voice, or her presence. Even Lennon Hull faltered when simply called lonely. Thankfully, that dominion doesn't work as well with Eldest due to it being strengthened so massively by Gorgeous's sigils. And finally, Ireful is inexcusable. She thrives with torment, suffering, hate, pain, and all those negative emotions. Like my late friend, she can turn emotions into power, growing the most with anger and self-loathing. I, however, am not so easy to manipulate. Falling into the vessel's habits, I let my emotions fade. It is risky, but it is worth it. Without anger, pain, or any of those things, including the positive ones, Ireful will be significantly more vulnerable. The first falling sun fades away to the disease, becoming nothing but a fireball by the time it lands beside me. The heat washes over my porcelain without issue, but it is not nearly enough to affect the polymer created explicitly for my vessels. Ireful screams with rages, her wings expanding and exploding with light as she rushes toward me. Open claws lash for my throat, and I take a step to my side, twisting my body as Icarus uses another power. Rush hurdles me past Ireful while I toss a tunnel her way. Space itself is warped and cut through, caving an inch-wide burrow through her right side and out the other. The demon howls in pain, shifting to face me while dark light washes down her frame. Here it comes. What did the dark light make for her? Gorgeous didn't get the chance to show it off, and Vincent never actually fought any of these beings in person. As such, he never figured out what the dark light manifested. Like the Greyskins of the Southwest, Motherbound incorporate additional powers alongside their sigils. The only difference is that the Greyskins do not owe and devote themselves to a higher power, as they borrow strength from the Boulevard. The impoverished race is so far from all the grim wars. It leaves them safe but weak. Despite their gifts, they will hold no place in this race for godhood. One who borrows such as they could never reach the heights required. Pressing on my mind, I return to focus. Without emotions, I tend to trail off on rants, even within my own mind. Am I becoming too mechanical? Like a training dummy, only capable of spewing out the pre-recorded lessons and words? Unsure, I leap at Ireful as that very same substance washes over her, painting her body into a new form. A pair of horns grows over her head while the igneous rock melts away to reveal obsidian tightly wrapped around her figure. The blackened glass flows onto her hands with sharpened claws, reflecting the light of the stars above. Another scream fills the air, but it's more like a banshee's wail. In fact, this might be where the term comes from. A transformation. Huh? It'll probably increase her speed, reflexes, and strength considerably. I'll have to. Ireful sinks into the cosmic floor below us like it's a liquid. With ripples that reach me, she enters the fabric of her realm. Immediately, I search for her with my eyes and ears, but nothing emerges to hint at her presence. My duplicate rushes for another crashing star, using the same method to deal with it. Right. Just as Gorgeous' attraction was amplified by her sigils, Ire's cosmic realm is the same. The heat gradually dissipates from the disease-like construct of ether born from the duplicate's hand, but a figure emerges from the sun, shadowed by the light. Noticing the danger, I pull back my duplicate, but it doesn't possess rush. Consequently, I watch it get shattered into 1,000 tiny pieces, mirroring what would happen to me should those obsidian claws reach me. Ireful, after ruining my duplicate, doesn't even land on the ground of this realm. Instead, she enters the ground again, the ripples spreading as more luminance grows from above. I'm at quite a disadvantage without my medicines and drugs or my diverse skills. That's all right, though. One step at a time, and I'll win. Jebediah Oswald. With an ache in my back, I walk out of the crops for the day, wanting to just get things over with to spend time with my family. Times are a-changing. I don't know how long we got left to live, but I ain't gonna tell them all that. They deserve some peace. So, I eye my fields, noticing a bit of uplifted dirt in the distance, confused but unworried. As soldiers have recently swept the nearby cities and towns clear of monsters, I approach it. Bit by bit, I trudge toward the crater. Why does it look like something crashed into it? Groaning, I climb up the dirt to glance over the edge of the mound made by 2 men. Wait, that one ain't no man. It's a damned Nahullo. I bring my revolver from my hip, something I ain't ever leave the house without, to point at the lanky fellow, covered in an unlivable amount of blood. Still, my everything shakes just staring at the monster. Flickering my eye to the human, I kick him slightly with my boot. Though, he's damn bloodied too. His ankle is also jutting out in the wrong direction. Hey, wake up. A grumble of pain flows from the man, letting me know he's still alive. But as the fellow opens his eyes, I nearly pull the trigger on him for how his pupils look. There, golden crosses, the pupil of black itself nowhere to be seen. Shit, what's your name, sir? The croaking of a voice surprises me. How can he talk? He's got more blood outside than in. Oh, shit. He must be one of them wondrous, right? I hear they're inhumanly strong. Stepping back for my own sake, I answer him carefully. Jebediah, my lord, a farmer. The laugh that comes from the man is nothing but joy, the sheer bliss of life, something I never thought I'd hear from one of these people. Sitting up with more blood flowing out, the man pats the Nahullo like an old friend. Thank you, Jebediah. I'm Johnny Caldwell. This is a turn. Where are we? My friend and I have a demon to go visit. My jaw can't help but tremble as I recognize the name. Johnny. It's a common name. One of the most everyday townsman names you'll hear. A farmer's name. But Caldwell? The unerring gunslinger is at my farm. The legend himself. He fought off Leviathan. That great, unstoppable demon. I heard it all the way from here. Northene. But how did he get here? I don't let my shock overwhelm me, though, as the terror still keeps me talking. Northene, sir. Just south of Stillwater. Caldwell coughs some blood into his hand as he hauls the larger figure onto his back. I don't know what else to say as Johnny nods to me in thanks. Then, he vanishes, leaving an even larger crater in his stead. With dirt falling down onto me, I freeze with his words lingering in my head. Thank you again. Who knows how long I would have slept without a good man to wake me up. We'll see each other again, Jebediah. I'd stay for lunch, but I have a bullet with someone's name on it. 451. The devil you know. Aniwai, demon of hearts Mui. My heart skips a beat as I devote my attention to the battle before me in the arena. I couldn't give less of a shit about Weiss' fight. In fact, I hope he dies so I can jump in and finish off the prick against him. No, I wholly am disabled when it comes to removing my eye from the 3 versus 1. Well, that's a bit disingenuous. It's technically a 6 versus 1. Only 2 of them cannot fight, namely Blodwyn and Bonfire, while Lily doesn't yet possess her own body. The thing is, though, I can't actually watch either. The eldest created a minor realm for them to war in, making it problematic to observe. The most I can do is monitor their minds through the fluctuations in space. And right now, their minds are puny compared to eldest's splendor. He's done something to weaken them, to force them into submission. But my son won't fail. I believe in him. Neither will Killian, though that doesn't need to be noted. The 4 beside me, however, are not as calm. Silas, and by dependence Mia, glare at Weiss's position where he disappeared into the realm from while he struggles against Ireful. His mind's struggle obvious by his lack of emotion. He seems knowledgeable about her abilities. Interesting. I thought only Leviathan knew of these 3 due to meeting them back when kings still walked the lands. My focus wanes only slightly from my family as I investigate Ireful, assuming I will be there to face her next. I doubt Eli Weiss will be enough. He's strong, but his power comes from tricks, not direct conflict. Furthermore, he's limited in how his ether moves. It's inconclusive whether it's a trick of its own or a weakness of his new body, but for now, I watch. I observe patiently, taking in every little detail. I become so focused that I don't even notice a new voice until the third word in its sentence is where you all went. Pivoting, I find the devil to have already reacted, his palm opened toward a faceless being. It is not faceless because there are no features like a tall thing, but instead, because the face is constantly shifting with no definition or form. I recall this one from my little one's memories, the brief glimpses I had when I was inside of it many moons ago. Alexos, do not move, faceless. Your feud will have to wait. Alexos doesn't react with his face, nor does he seem angry at all. Instead, he nods shortly, agreeing with the god we are all relying on. Indeed it will, devil. Do you remember the deal we made? My eye flickers between the two as pieces start to come together. Yes, only with this would Alexos grow fast enough to hold any power here. Few are like my son, to proliferate in strength so rapidly that it astounds me. To be more accurate, only one is like my son, and he's on the ground right now. The others lag behind or ride his coattails. The devil nods, refusing to direct much attention away from the court. That is a wise move. He may be a god, but I can sense this thing is rapidly becoming so much more. Is this? Why yes, that must be it. Natural gods. Much like solitary fathoms, natural gods must be the other side of the coin from heavy conglomerates of emotions, sigils, ether, and significance. Yes, I do. How could I not? I take your face, and you may have my blessing for angelhood. Good. And what must I do for your aid in a dominion, or to evolve my power into one? The god inhales sharply, his old bones creaking at the swift movement. My mind shimmers with the thought that the Red Judge can aid others in gaining a dominion. Are his deals truly that influential? I wait a moment, my heart trembling at the fact that I can no longer sense any minds within the first arena. Yet, the numbers have not yet dropped, meaning they are alive. So, I calm my trepidation and use my time to gain more information. What kind of deal can I make? Deals like those are some of the costliest there are. The former, fight alongside Eli Weiss. The latter, do that and aid me in killing my wife. Additionally, I take 900 years. One doesn't even have to ponder to know these terms are beyond awful. Fight against Ireful, aid him in killing. Who? And lose 900 years off one's soul? At least, I assume that is the last thing since the undead don't age anything but their soul, which can only last so long. Yet, despite what I might believe, the undead illusionist answers immediately. He bows, even thanking the devil for his aid in ruining his afterlife. Thank you. Watch after them once I imagine them, will you? The old man, older than even the binary lords, nods grimly. He doesn't seem happy about what he is doing, but he does it nonetheless. The devil must gain great strength from deals with figures like us. That is the only reason he would do them like this. But at the same time, based on how rarely he does it, they must have some kind of cost. Of course, there will be no better care than what your wife and children receive should you succeed. As the arbiter of chaos finishes his words, I feel a mountain's worth of solid ether alongside something much deeper pass through the god's hands before he gives Alexos a slip of paper. It is thin, nearly translucent, and written with scrawling letters I cannot understand. Then, the number shifts on the wall, allowing another to join Eli Weiss. Alexos nods, something in his whole form shrinking and growing fragile. I stop the man, reaching out with both my mind and a hand. Alexos. He snaps his head onto me, staring right at me with those impossible-to-place eyes. I can't even discern his feelings through our mental connection, which I usually use to gauge one's next move. I can't just trust him. He's Wyatt's first adversary and also after Killian's head. Why would you do this? I was led to believe you wanted to kill Killian? What does this do for you? Are you trying to kill him here? My voice ends with a growl, the thoughts following our connection similarly laced with dangerous intent. Alexos shakes his head softly and answers shortly before walking away. All I've ever wanted is my family back. Revenge was secondary. With a power like mine, nothing is impossible. Then, he, too, enters the arena as the golden light covers him. Some relief covers me, for the chances of me having to fight ireful lessens, but I fast concentrate on Alexos in the arena. The man glances around for a few seconds before locking onto a point in the air. It seems he's found the location of the demiplane. The human reaches forward as I witness his power for the first time. A crackling lighting flows along his arm, and immediately, I sense the plasmic ether within his arm. Then, it explodes outwardly, proliferating around where the mines are. The ether becomes, just as solid ether does in immense amounts, a construct. But it's not just any construct. It's a giant steel coffin that snaps shut around the point of contention. Then, space cracks, fragmenting into a million shards as Weiss and Ireful come tumbling out. They both roll onto the dusty arena grounds, facing each other and pausing for only a moment. And in that quaint moment, Alexos continues his distinguished feats of ether. Raising his arms with a focused gaze, Alexos imagines a deluge of falling spears, each one materializing in the air above before hurtling toward the demon with deadly precision. The air crackles with tension as the demon, with her obsidian skin, unfurls her wings and extends her razor-sharp claws toward the spears, batting away each one by one. The second she deflects a spear, they fragment into motes of ether, re-entering the atmosphere. Eli Weiss, crafted from porcelain, recovers from his freedom quickly. His features betray none of the fear that indeed lurks within. With a deft movement, he conjures a clone, a lifelike doppelganger that mirrors his every action. Together, they engage the demon, though they are supremely cautious, as I would expect from Weiss. It is somewhat different being able to observe the proper fight with my eyes. The demon without their dominion struggles to evade the onslaught, but it's not enough as Alexos multiplies himself into a legion of copies, each one a mirror image of the original, each one armed with the same lethal arsenal. Spears rain down from above while clones dart and weave around Ireful, keeping her off balance and preventing her from gaining the upper hand. Despite the odds stacked against them and their unlikely kinship, the two humans fight impressively well together. However, not all is good. Each of the imagined clones of Alexos lasts only a second, the number of them seemingly weakening their lifespan. A bit of air I was unaware I was holding onto leaves my lungs. Alexos' power seemed to have no limits for a while, but it does. I now understand why he wants to evolve his power, but I've never heard of anyone turning a power into a dominion. They are different things. One is the soul, and one is the soul dipping lightly into ether. Still, the once phantom pain continues to conjure more and more things with his mind, whether it's clones, spears, guns, walls, or even copies of Eli to distract Ireful. Though, it doesn't last long before Ireful grows angry. A shout, the literal air shattering as she pushes both humans away, rings through the arena. It somehow even reaches me, waving some of my hair. Die. Short, succinct, so very demonic. I like her. If she wasn't a motherbound, I reckon I could use her for a few tasks that need doing. But she is, and with her scream, more dark light flows from her body, the obsidian-like scales growing even further. Ireful dashes for Eli, the man only surviving due to the virtue of his duplicate and the sudden jaunt he does to the right. Even still, a long scratch covers the back of his body, the porcelain filling with more cracks. Upon the demon's landing, Alexos conjures a copy of my son, who grabs Ireful's ankle from its prone position, a maneuver that I recall profoundly from Wyatt's memories. It must have lingered within Alexos' thoughts as well for him to pull it out like this. A kick strikes the clone in the face, but it doesn't break on the first hit. It shatters into fragments of disheveled ether on the second, but gives Alexos and Eli time for a follow-up. Nonetheless, I am not meant to see it as space warps once more, Ireful's soul recovering enough to force her dominion back into reality. Without a target of my admiration and inquisitive mind that wants to learn how to gain more power, I turn to the one who can do that very thing. Staring at the devil, I ask him what he can do for me. How much to make me better at maneuvering ether? The god scoffs, glaring at me with a side eye. With one hand, the other never once leaving the wall since it appeared, he waves me off. The motion and words don't throw me off, however. And why would I make a deal with a demon? Crossing my arms, I open my mouth to defend myself, but another is already on it. Mies speaks on my behalf. You have made deals with far worse beings, devil. Eli and Alexos are 10 times worse than her. Furthermore, with the only things she cares about being Wyatt and Killian, she is safely on our side. Humor her. The Arca's voice is cold, so very cold. It nearly gives me a shiver. The death of her previous bearer has broken her. Additionally, seeing Eli like this, what do humans call it? Ah, yes. She must be ready to go into a furor. Wait, no, that's a rare human word. Ah, a massacre. She's ready to burst. Smiling at Silas, I find the man to be supremely uncomfortable as the devil considers the undead's artifact's words. The wrinkled thing lowers his head toward me, asking for clarification. Is that true? Have you defected to humanity? Are you freed from her influence? I nod, absolutely sure of my answer. Killian helped me gain my freedom. After all, not that I remember it though. It's the only thing I don't in all my life, even my birth. The damage it did to my soul, the freedom, took a long while to heal. I trust that he did it correctly though. Defected to humanity is strong, but I'm certainly not your enemy. Unless you align yourself against Killian and Wyatt. The Red Judge squints, those shrewd eyes finding mine. Then he probes with a question that I was not anticipating. And what if they align against each other? Will you choose the one on humanity's side? Because they do not seem as though they will get along. My hand rises to my chin as I think with thoughts that move 1,000 times faster than a typical human's mind. Still, it takes several seconds for an answer's shadow even to be revealed. Can I choose between the two? I don't know if I can. Once upon a time, just a few months ago, it would be easy. I'd pick Killian in a heartbeat without a second guess. But now, I am unsure. My heart wants to say Killian, something pulling me in that direction, but another part of me tells me that is wrong, that it would be a betrayal. No betrayal in the past has ever made me feel bad, though. This one, however, it stings just thinking about it. A year ago, I wouldn't care in the slightest for this young human's life. I only helped when Caldwell came because of the fact that Killian would be disappointed in me if his son died. I breathe in deeply, the stale air of the underworld filling my lungs and rejuvenating my figure. Ether swims inside my mind, aiding the process of thoughts. I try to get a handle on my emotions to answer this honestly, but it simply doesn't work. The theoretical is impossible to quantify. I can only think of the memories I've made. There are so few with Killian, and he's always been so cold. He's saved my life many times and gifted me freedom, but Wyatt taught me that there are more things that matter than power and loyalty. I realize now that my loyalty, my devotion to Killian has been warped into love over time, a dysfunctional kind. Still, I cannot simply remove it. Yet what I feel for Wyatt is not broken or malformed. Smiling, I give the god an honest answer, not hiding my thoughts in the slightest. I choose my little one, no matter his enemies. The devil breathes heavily out of his nose before tsking with his mouth. Then, he offers a deal to me, the first of a kind. I know he's never given any of my race such a thing. He hates us more than anything. The devil might even hate us demons more than the motherbound. Still, he bestows the offer. If you give me your eye, I will give you a far grander sight into the tapestry of ether. I shake my head, refusing the offer. It is not enough. No, I want more than better sight. The devil groans as if the rejection damages him somehow. Then, he provides me a second one. You will not get a third. I take all your natural gifts as a demon, and I shall impart the method of soulful directly into you. Deal. Horror falls upon the god's face as if he cannot comprehend my choice. But he must be naive to think I wouldn't take this. Soulful strand? Soulful? Only with it can Sirzas be made. Only with it can this whole place be made. In some ways, soulful is more important than a dominion. So what if I lose my strength, my size, my resilience? There is so much more for me to gain with soulful. There is so much more for me to protect. As such, I don't hesitate when the devil offers the paper. I need to help my son. I cannot let him perish. If he does, I will be without purpose. Killian is no longer my goal. It is to see my little one become a god. 452. Memoirs of Sands. Wyatt Graves. As I descend through the void, darkness envelopes me like a suffocating shroud, obscuring any semblance of sight. My senses are assaulted by an oppressive gas that seeps into my lungs, choking me with its noxious fumes. Thousands of disembodied hands claw at me from the shadows, their nails sharp and jagged, tearing at my flesh with each agonizing scrape. I call for Blodwyn and Lily, but neither comes to me. I am alone in here. I'm lost in this abyss, adrift in a sea of whatever Eldest has done. Thoughts swirl in my mind like scattered fragments of shattered glass, impossible to grasp or comprehend. That gas tunnels through my body, gripping my heart in a vice-like hold, squeezing the breath from my lungs as I plummet further into the unknown. The hands continue to reach for me, their touch like icy tendrils creeping over my skin, leaving trails of pain and torment in their wake. I try to fight back, to push them away, but my efforts are futile against the relentless onslaught. Time loses all meaning in this endless expanse of darkness, the minutes stretching into hours, the hours into days. I reach for my ether, for my strength, for my body, for any of the many advantages I possess, and none respond. I am alone, alone without any powers. And still, I fall. With a roar as time gnaws into my nerves, I lash out at the hands once more, but they turn to that same gaseous darkness that eludes my palms. Fuck, what is this? Is this Eldest's dominion? What's happening? Am I just going to fall for eternity in this place? Damn it. I thought his dominion was like Eli's, allowing him to copy others' abilities, but I was wrong. This is his Sirza. A motherbound has a Sirza. Frustration creeps in alongside these fumes as I cough, endeavoring to clear my lungs, but it doesn't phase the invasive substance. Without a way to help that part, I squint my eyes, searching for something in the darkness. I know I can't move my ether to use insight, but metamorphoses still doubly enhance my vision. I peer into the darkness as my limbs are scraped against by infinitely uncomfortable hands. None of them use their claws, not that they have any. Every arm heading for me is those of humans, average in every metric, except for one. Their veins twinkle with black and white, a silvery darkness. As I notice the blood in their veins, I look down, finding the creeping gas invading me through my very skin. The color of the plague is identical to their veins. Sighing, I feel a scratchiness in my throat. Fuck. With a jarring thud, I land painfully on solid ground, the impact sending shockwaves of agony through my battered body as well as knocking the air out of my lungs. For a moment, I lie there, gasping for air, my senses reeling from the sudden cessation of motion. Then I tighten my jaw. I have to get up. I cannot just lay down and die. With a painful shout, I shift onto my knees, looking upward. My position reminds me of how Lennon does his meditations, but I don't have time to fall into such recollections. The night is still pervasive, with no light to even be sensed at the very edge of my peripherals, but the hands stop, instead only reaching far enough to scrape my scalp. The sensation is beyond simple discomfort and sends shrieks down my spine. Nonetheless, hacking out my lungs with grim determination, I push myself upright and stagger to my feet, my muscles protesting every movement. I twist, pivoting my steps and whipping my head every which way, only to find nothing. Tightening a fist to focus, I choose a direction at random and begin to walk, each step a battle against the encroaching darkness that threatens to consume me. The gaseous plague continues to infiltrate every fiber of my being, seeping into my bloodstream like a poison, clouding my thoughts and weighing down my limbs. I can feel it crawling through my veins, spreading like the disease I once thought I was afflicted with, corrupting every part of me it touches. This is true dark light. The substance I've seen before has never possessed such a force of mind. This plague here, it's alive. It's breathing. It's more than just a dominion, and it isn't even fighting against me yet. It's waiting until it has the total advantage, so I can do nothing but die or submit. Despite the overwhelming affliction that threatens to engulf me, I press on, driven by what awaits me outside. Blodwyn needs me. Lily needs me. Virgil needs me. Bonfire needs me. Even my father needs me. We all fell under that dominion. Killian Graves is the most likely to escape, but that leaves him alone against Eldest. Each labored breath is a struggle, each faltering step taking me just a bit further. I do not know where I am going or what awaits me at the end of this journey, but I refuse to surrender to the darkness that threatens to consume me. I will not submit to the mother below. So I walk, one foot in front of the other, each step a defiance followed by a curse against this god. And after what seems like an eternity, I find a seated man, his legs crossed and his arms still. Unable to believe my eyes, I walk around him, finding a missing hand on his wrist. It is this man. He's so mundane. His stature is short, his body thin, his muscles non-existent, and his flesh malnourished. Yet, none of the gas flows for him. Unaware of anything else, I reach for the man. The eyes open, and then a familiar voice reaches me, that of a long-dead man, whose name brings crippling headaches even to me on an attempt to recall. The first in a millennia to arrive here. Have you come willingly? I shake my head, confused by what by what the man is saying, gripping my skull. I find the man grinning slightly as he stares at me. Still, he doesn't stand. In fact, he doesn't even move a bit other than the grin. He is perfectly motionless. I see. Then, his eyes close once more. Bewildered, I look around for something, not knowing what's happening, only to be greeted by a sight that sends me onto my ass in shock. As I stumble backward onto the ground, my heart pounding in my chest, I come face to face with the motionless behemoth before me. It is a colossal arachnid, identical in shape to the one in the cathedral. The spider's 12 legs stretch out like twisted branches, each one ending in orbs of sweltering light. 11 of them glow with an eerie, silvery darkness, while the 12th remains ominously unlit. I scramble to my feet, my mind racing with fear and confusion. With trembling hands, I raise my arm, ready to defend myself against this god, knowing it'd be futile. But to my surprise, the creature remains utterly still, as if frozen in time. She cannot hurt you yet, though? Your presence here is wicked timing. Only a little while longer until the seal shatters. Unfortunately for you, I believe your soul will last here until it does so. My attention shifts to the man speaking once more. I wave my hand at his closed eyes, frustrated by his lack of care. Hey, what are you doing? Do you not care if I die? You helped me before, remember? The man lifts open only one eye, apologizing swiftly before returning to his focus. We must have met somehow, and I do not remember. I have been here for a long time. 1,000 years ago, perhaps more, she came to our planet. After half a century of wars between gods, I sealed her here with the sacrifice of many others. Many others. I must ask, child, did he survive? My king? Did he escape hell? I regret sending him there, but there was no other way he'd survive. I could not let him join me in this endeavor. He was needed for when she woke back up. Knowing some of the devil's past thanks to Ani Y and the god himself leaking it, I nod. The time-warped delver gave his life for his king and his world. I can tell that here. Yes, Louis Fern is alive. A profound sigh, filled with the worries of untold years and endless pain, leaves the man's lungs. More and more questions bloom, however. Pieces begin to connect as I realize something, feeling stupid in the act. Was Louis Fern the first angel of humanity? The time-warped delver nods with his eyes, not moving his body an inch. Still, the answer from his lungs is enough. Yes, born a peasant and rising to be a king through his wits and unique aptitude for war before gaining a sigil, my lord was the first to rise. If he survived, I can only assume he became the first unnatural of our planet, too. Returning the nod, I can't help but stare at the mother below. This is her form, the many-legged and many-eyed spider. Yes, he did do that. The devil, they call him, arbiter of chaos, the red judge. A chuckle rings out and remin. Fuck. The time-warped delver is pleased by my words, letting out some more history with each uttered word. Of course, I knew he could do it. We only theorized it was possible, after all. If constructs of ether can reach such heights, it shouldn't be impossible for a creature to do the same, whether by shaping their own construct or turning themselves into their concept. Oh, careful, young man, she is rousing. Or, the stalled time is fading. I must wish you luck. I believe you shall need it all, and then some to survive. Listening to the man, I cautiously approach the spider, not wanting to just wait for my death. As I get underneath its shadow from the luminescent sands, I notice something peculiar about the spider's body. Grains of sand cover its sleek exoskeleton, each one carrying the weight of millennia upon its tiny shoulders. I step a tad bit closer, not even nearing it in the slightest, a shout coming an instant too late, and as my eyes widen in alarm, I am overwhelmed by a flood of memories. First, it is those of a young man's life, a prodigy who grows to be the right hand and most trusted ally of a soldier king, one of the few sigilled in the broad world. Then, time rapidly passes as demons grow in number rapidly, rushing from the edges of the horizon, running from a vast darkness that destroyed their civilization. At first, they are welcomed and embraced, but they soon become genuine threats to all the creatures on the surface, the taint wrought upon their flesh invading anything and everything. Armies gather, and cities and countries fall. Whole races are wholly wiped out. Within 10 years, the world is reduced to just a few races from the hundreds that used to roam. The wily pygmies, the durable and warmongering Nahalo, the blessed grayskins, the nimble Bado, and finally the ingenious humans. Together, they all rally together, meeting the onslaught of tainted demons head-on. So desperate for aid, they even recruit some demons, those not tainted by the dark light due to their own mights. Leviathan, Behemoth, and Mammon show their power not to be any less than that of the human king the now-grown man adores with his all. In this man's eyes, the king, Louis Fern, is perfect. He cares for the weak, protects them, and allows them to prosper. He gives his blood for anyone, seeing all life as worthy of protection. The king is fair, so strictly fair, that it aligns precisely with the man's method of thought, his own skill in ether prodigious. Battle wages, lives are lost, and Mammon is turned against the alliance, the dark light invading him. The moment he is, the other two demons run, too, refusing to help now that their mentor has fallen. Without any more heirlooms to come, the alliance loses a great deal of strength. The mortals, newly guided by Sigils, plead for the gods' help, which they have worshipped for all their lives. But the help does not come in the way they want it to. The help only comes as gods are also converted, the selfish beings of nature finally seeing the disaster, only too late for most. From once spanning the whole planet, civilization is ripped to only a single mediocre-sized continent in the corner of the most extensive ocean. The reason? It is the Soldier King's home, and he refused to let life as he knew it fall to the corruption. By this time, his strength had grown to an incredible level, capable of threatening even some of the weaker gods, so he descended toward hell, where the gods were doing battle to join them. He was not alone, however. Thousands joined him while all the remaining races gathered together at a massive set of onyx walls built by Mammon before his passing, prepared to defend what was theirs. In the end, none returned. The vision does not tell of what happens after they descend, only having the surety that none come back from the gate of death. Time passes as battles are waged against demigods, including several fights against Gorgeous and Ireful, but there is no mention of Eldest. By the time the first tainted god is killed by them, 6 lives remain. 2 humans, 1 Nahalo, 1 pygmy, 1 Bado, and 1 grayskin. No demons elected to join this expedition, preferring their chances alone. Still, none was willing to put down their blades. And so, upon the deepest regions of hell, millions of dead around the now demigods, and a single angel, being the man himself, they embark onto the true battleground, the only place in the world that could endure such war. The heart of the planet, purgatory, the prison of the gods, the core of their planet. The man feels inadequate and not equal in power to the others, but none treat him as such, as he stares them all down one last time. Kason Ulrin, the Saint of Scythes, the strongest Nahalo. Terran, the Lady of Words, the strongest pygmy. Skyclaimer, the Feathers of Hope, the strongest Bado. Hish Garavel, the Road of Shadows, the strongest grayskin. Louis Fern, the Hand of Justice, the strongest creature. And finally, there was him. There was Remin, Remington Shaw, the Blessed One, the grandest tactician. It is together they enter the depths of the planet, piercing past the underworld and hell, and now stepping foot into the superheated core. Hell is sweltering, but it is nothing compared to purgatory. The wars waged shake my mind, bringing my consciousness back to reason for a moment. Gods fall non-stop. the once hundreds of beings, composed from many different planets in the surrounding regions of space or nearby planes, rushing to aid the Bastion against her and hers. But it is not enough. Sigils are too few in number in this place. This place bereft of such a power as this god. With her arrival, however, Sigils, even those distant from her, came with her, strengthening the inhabitants enough to fight back. But is it enough? Natural gods are not as wise as the unnatural. They do not possess the advantages. They are ether, given minds and souls, but not inherent wisdom. Without that wisdom, they die or convert far more rapidly than even the demigods, barring the oldest of the gods, like those of death, knowledge, and horizon. One by one, even those demigods fall. Skyclaimer is the first to die, shortly followed by Terran. Succinctly, only 4 remain. Within the next year, Kaysen falls to the invader's whims, unable to resist the allure of such power. The Saint of Scythes becomes a god, but not the kind he expected. In the end, only 3 stand. The 2 humans and a lone grayskin. The memories of time consolidate, focusing upon this moment, unlike all others that wash by. In this scene of intensity, the man sits at a table with 2 others, the speaker being a man with skin more like dark marble than flesh. Yuzin is too strong. There is no way we kill her, even with Kudo's help, Lewis. 5 against 60? Before, it was the opposite. All the realms near us have evacuated or died already. I think it's time to give up. If you 2 help me move the boulevard. The king, who has long forgotten his crown in some battle, cuts off Heesh. He is not annoyed nor furious at the demigod's suggestion. He is simply tired. We cannot do that, my friend. She will follow us no matter where we go. No realm is distant enough to save us. You know this, and so do I. Even Remington is in agreement. With Lewis Fern's words, the attention falls to the man's memories. Both demigods look to me as I find myself answering them with transparent terms. Yes, that is the case. She has our soul signatures. We will never get away. But I have a plan. It won't kill her, but it will seal her away for a while. It's our only option, to hope that those who come after can stand on our shoulders and be better. We need an unnatural god to finish this. No, we need multiple, as she has some herself. Heesh sighs, the tall and lanky man of inky skin with clouds of darkness for eyes, tapping his head against the table. Then, with his head down, he asks a question. You still believe in that theory? Remington nods as the man, vastly more intelligent than I, spits out his reasonings. They are sound and built upon fact. Yes, we can rise. It is just absurdly tricky without help from one. And I don't believe she has an 11th or 12th. I believe she is just a hyper-powerful, unnatural god. The man who eventually becomes the devil, precisely what Remington speaks of, bops the table with his index and middle fingers. About this plan, what does it entail? I will seal her in time, giving all that I have ever used or stored, and even more if needed. But I need to reach her. For that, we need a distraction. With his head still down, Heesh volunteers before Lewis can say a singular word. I'll do it. They'll leap at the chance to convert or kill me due to how hard I am to catch. However, if they get me, the boulevard will likely be compromised. And no, Lewis, you can't do this. If any of us are to do the impossible, it's you. You need to live to guide the next of us. You need to be the one to protect the lighthouses. Lewis Fern bursts out of his seat at Heish's suggestion and points at the 2 of them with fury. He is positively livid at their wanted sacrifices, knowing what will come. No, I will be the sacrifice. It is only fitting. I will not let either of you. A hooded figure with tattered clothes and a scythe appears beside Lewis Fern's position as the man vanishes. Alongside the goddess, another god emerges, a construct of paper and leather in a humanoid shape. Remington stands up in concern as he points to Death, Kudo, Glusgab. What did you 2 do? The Reaper bows her head as a smooth voice comes from beneath the cloth. It possesses the very essence of death, luring one to a delicate end. We have sent him to hell. He will only impede the sealing. You must remember, we do not have much time before the 2 of us succumbs enough not to be fit to fight. Remington's ire falls at her reasons, but Heesh remains pissed off. He stomps right up to the pale lady, poking her chest with a stiff finger. He loves you. You bitch. Fuck. You're just gonna let him fight his way back to us? Do you know how many gods are behind us stuck in hell? There are so many. Glusgab nods sagely, the humanoid figure lifting a hand to Hisha's shoulder. He appears to be caring and wise, just as his godhood would allude to. Indeed, but he is more likely to slaughter his way out than to survive this. Remington, are you ready for this? You're the star, after all. Remington's lip shivers as the man inhales heavily. His thoughts linger on his king, the man he's devoted his life to, but he is able to concentrate. When I told you about this plan, I thought we'd get his permission. But yeah, I'm ready. I already sent back a few things through Hisha's access to the boulevard, just in case. Let's go. It's not like Apazirates will come and help, after all. The memories immediately speed up again, shifting through a harrowing series of events. Two gods, a demigod, and a virtue, rush through the melted atmosphere of purgatory to find their enemy. She continually spreads her dark light, growing in strength with each conversion. The plan proceeds as predicted, with Hish acting as bait while Death and Glusgab fight the many gods in an ambush. Swiftly, however, they lose the advantage, falling back while Remington lies in wake. Eventually, the goddess herself comes for Hish to convert him, to taint him with her light as Kaysen's wretched form stands over the gray skin. One of her 12 legs descends toward the demigod with that pervasive dark light readied. That is when Remington exits the river of time, leaping out with a raised hand. Kaysen immediately retaliates with a scythe, only for Glusgab to materialize in front of him, the god becoming information itself to travel instantly. Yet the god of knowledge is no warrior. With a grin, though, he meets the scythe, allowing it to sink into his form. Darklight swims into the paper and leather, but the two vanish into nothingness, never to be seen again with a calm word. Nothing deserves to be forgotten, not even you, my child o' war. Come, let me show you one last horizon. Still, part of Kaysen's sharpness invades Remington's flesh, precisely his arm. Grunting, he removes the hand as it begins to go to war with itself. The darklight and concept of war stopped at the gates. With Glusgab and Kaysen's disappearance, Yuzin, better known as the Mother Below, stabs two legs toward both of the men below her. However, Remington cannot move. He is now seated with crossed arms and moving lips. His words are inaudible, even to me, the observer, as he seems to pray toward ether itself to aid his concentration. Hish looks up at the falling orbs and sighs, his words the last thing Remington hears. It was an honor, blessed one. I knew you were special when I saw you in his court for the very first time. Old enemies to the best of friends. How things have changed. Do not let your king down. If you do, I'll crawl back and haunt you, haha. In spite of his focus, Remington hears Hisha's death cry as the gray skin gives his life to protect him. That proclamation of faith only manages to send Remington into a more profound focus. Ether swirls in his hands as I watch something form that is on par with the Crimson Court, nestled wholly within the Shah's palms. Unlike the Crimson Court, however, it manifests in only a moment and with 1,000 times the concentration. Then, there is only darkness with trailing sands and a broken soul as it attempts to Leisha being leagues above itself. It is in this darkness that voices wash over Remington without a knowledge end. Time stretches infinitely as the time-warped Delver holds on with his everything. Eternity, you desire? Pain. Eternity, always. Me, free. Eventually, a million-fold overlaid voice cuts into Remington's strained consciousness, shattering it into a million pieces. Then, that ball of ether in his hand, through the darkness, rewinds it all. His soul is put back together, yet it knows the pain of being shattered. And again, it is. And again, and again, and again, and again, and again. The instant the soul is rebuilt by time's ever-meandering flow, brought to heel by the limitless talent of man, it is once again ravaged. For all of eternity. 453. All that's left is flinders. What the fuck? Scrambling back is my whole. Everything howls in pain. From the tips of my toes to the hair on my head, each morsel of my body is in fiery agony. Screams echo out my lungs, and my muscles contort, spasming as I slam into the unknown ground beneath me. The other man with me still doesn't move, only offering deaf condolences as everything I know and am burns. I am sorry. It is hard for me to sense things as they are. You are quite resilient, I must admit. Souls gain density with age. You are not at any age to possess such a powerful soul to survive a millennia of memories. It is ironic, is it not? We grow the fastest young, but cannot reach our pinnacles without time. The syllables from his mouth pound spikes into my skull. My fist breaks against the floor beneath me as I just want to distract myself from the agony. Lava laces up my body, 1,000 times worse than any serum or concoction. Lifting my arm, I bite into my flesh, seeking anything, any way to escape this pain. It only delivers more, however. I fall to my back, gasping and heaving for air as the bastard just won't shut up. I cannot muster the noise to tell him to do so, but I oh so wish he would. Again, I apologize. As a shadow, there is little I can do. All I can do is speak to you and guide you. Focus your mind. That is all that truly matters, young man. With control comes clarity, and with clarity comes resolution. Beyond that pain, there is exhaustion. But on the other side of that evil is an endless plane of potential. More nails sink into my body, the pangs exploding with detonations throughout my whole form. I crash my skull against the earth below me, unable to listen to a word of his. Only the pain registers. I just want it gone. I want it over. Why won't it go away? And yet he won't be quiet. Focus, young man. Grasp that tidbit of rationality you have. Your soul is severely damaged, already quite so before you arrived, but that does not mean you should break. A fractured soul is the greatest way to gain authority in this world. One proves their body, their mind, and then finally, their soul. It is not necessarily in that order, but that is most common. You are missing the last. Take hold. Ah! Air leaves my lungs with near-visible fire. My fingers break, and my chest cannot inhale fast enough to keep up with my screams. There is no Blodwyn to help dull the pain, no Lily to help ease the recovery. There is only raw suffering throughout my whole being. And yet, this man, this bastard tells me to focus? How am I to focus like this? It's impossible. I can't hardly even form a single thought before it is shattered. Rallying my resolve, I attempt to close my fist to help me move, but an inch of movement costs me everything. All I see is red, white, and back from behind my eyelids, as those fucking words won't stop. A fractured soul is the riskiest way for a dominion. Only Heesh ever managed that, as far as I know. Doubly so for one such as you whose soul is already unwhole, missing that arm and never owning another piece. The Road of Shadows possessed the strongest will I've ever known, smiled in the face of the most brutal demise, laughed with joy no matter the darkness, held out a hand to any who would desire it, befriended just as many enemies as he made. Many called him a fool. No, I know better. He might have been a fool, but some fools are special. Remington pauses for a moment, or whatever this shadow of him is. It languishes in melancholy as my screams only crescendo. I feel my legs and ribs break simultaneously as I knee myself in the stomach. When the shadow continues, his tone is directly holy unto me, not missing an inch of meaning. It pierces beyond the fog, reaching my scattered thoughts and helping them reform. Some fools are ignorant of the horrors in this world, deigning to see them as challenges to be overcome. Some fools are simply too stubborn to break, no matter the hammer that strikes them. I have not known you for long, but if you have met whatever remains of me out there, you must be that kind of fool. None would survive such an encounter otherwise. Some part of me finally listens to him, latching onto the stubbornness. An old phrase comes to mind, the one that kept me alive long ago. It is ill-fitting in this place, honestly, but it is the only one that holds me together as the pain only triumphs further. Death will not take me. She is afraid. Afraid I'll resist. Remington hums a question to my whisper, the barely audible words leaving my throat with hardly less pain as they push away. But I grasp onto them, thinking of my mother, of both Ma and Anwai as one. The stories read to me of the glorious fights and fantastic endings, the awful monsters and legendary hunters who fell them, the hidden gods and those who worship them in secret, the darkness within the world that attempts to stamp us all out. And no matter what I've learned about my family, The truth is she's right about a few things. I'll fight back against anything, even if it's death. I've made that wrestle many times by now. It never scared me in the first place. It only made me apprehensive. Death will not take me. She is afraid. Afraid I'll resist. The words leave my throat just a little louder. The pain and comfort intertwine as I gradually gain movement. Still, Remington cannot hear me. What are you saying? Something about death? She takes all. Even once she passes, her remains will continue. That's the thing about the elders like death. They are few in number but eternal in function, birthed by reality itself at the origin of all. There used to be a god of time, though not even Lady Kudo knows what happened to her. Most of the elders are long gone by now. Only death, space, and horizon remain. Though Kudo's older brothers ran away before this planet was even formed, Remington rambles just as he does outside of this place. Instead of ignoring him, though, I latch onto the sound and echo him with my own words. Each little thing compiles into something more prominent as I roll onto my stomach through the harrowing agony of everything ablaze internally. Death will not take me. She is afraid. Afraid I'll resist. Opening my eyes, I see everything awash with a red tint, but I am not done yet. Feeling a tooth crack, I heave with all my might, the great strength reduced to that of a feeble toddler. I hack out some of my lungs right at the peak of my push, and I nearly fall back to the ground. Before I lose all my will, however, I lurch backward with my body, sliding onto my knees and ass. In a semi-kneel like that of a praying priest, I gasp for air, the pain still seething throughout it all. What is that saying you said? Could you say it again? Unable to refuse him as it is my anchor, I mutter it a little louder than before. Through my bleary and crimson vision, I see Remington's face shift slightly. Death will not take me. She is afraid. Afraid I'll resist. How interesting. I believe that phrase originates from an old cult that, unlike most religions back in the day, did not revere the gods. They treated them as unfairly gifted monsters that toy with the lives of the masses as they saw fit. In some ways, they weren't wrong. Many gods were, and still would be like that had they not perished. Not all were like that, though. I suppose that's why he fell in love with her, for her generosity and love. The meaning from Remington's tone twists and confuses me as I grasp for anything else to anchor me. The old fucker's brain must be haywire after so long alone. That must be why he won't shut up. Groaning in pain, I stabilize myself partially, a splayed-out hand on the ground to anchor me further. Nevertheless, between the broken bones and trembling from the pain, it's not easy to hold still. And yet, I do so anyway. I tighten my jaw as I open my eyes fully, piercing through the fog of suffering to look at Remington, to truly look at him. This figure is one of the most outstanding ever to exist. No, he is the most outstanding ever to exist. He is more impressive than Vincent, Lenin, Lewis, and any of the others that might come along. At the 8th sigil, he kept up with those demigods. And those demigods weren't average 9th sigils. After all, they would each slaughter someone like Tanyuan with ease. Nonetheless, he didn't slow them down in the slightest. In fact, he often outshined their brilliance. And in the end, it all came down to him to seal the mother below away in this place. A question forms as I hold some hope that this man is not entirely out of the fight yet. If we could get him back, I know his hand's out there. But that's not him. It's just a fragment. This is him. Are you still alive? Is there any method to save you? A knot in my heart overshadows the agony for just a moment as Remington answers. No, I am long gone, my friend. I am nothing but a shadow of a shadow. Anything you see of me out there, you should be wary of it. Squinting, I can barely compose a thought through the pain. I manage to eke out another question, though, not comprehending how he's here right now with me. And then what are you now? Remington sighs. An unrivaled genius given just a couple of years too few in order to shine truly. Just as great heat can leave behind an imprint, or the light of the sun leaves behind a shadow, when mighty souls are destroyed in their finest acts, they leave behind remnants. I am sure you have heard of them. I am the remnant of a remnant, twicefold perished, thousandfold shattered. I stutter out a defense, knowing that a portion of him exists outside. As I speak to him, though, a weight begins to form behind me. I twist my head, still talking to Remington. Are you sure? I met a fragment of your soul out of here. Did you not leave behind something in the river of time? The time-warped Delver's eyes flare with alarm as he yells at me. Not good. She's finally moving. Someone attacked her in her seal? What? Wyatt, I need you to listen to me. The darkness where the sands provided some mediocre light immediately vanishes. In its replacement comes a tapping of chitin that resembles a cackling laughter. Within the noise, a shattered voice reaches out for me. It is distorted as if it stutters out in power at my very destination. There is little time. Whatever that thing is out there, it is not me. I repeat, it is not me. I left behind a marker, not a piece of my soul. She is Plan. My heart sinks to a dangerous depth as I learn a brutal truth, or what has to be a truth. That Remington out there isn't real. Or, is this one not real? I am in this realm. After all, could this all be some kind of trick? I don't know. He did save me just now, but so has the other one. Although, Hand Remington almost got me killed within the Codex, and that damage still remains. Was he weakening me for this? At the time, it seemed like an oversight, but was it? I don't have much time to think as the clacking chitin pauses. A weight descends over me as 12 glowing orbs penetrate the darkness. Kneeling, I stare up at the eyes of the mother below, of Yuzin, a god of corruption, light, and darkness all at once. The most powerful being alive, that we know of, at least. But that at least does little for me as I reconcile its frame. A clacking of the spider's colossal mandibles turns into words that burrow into me profoundly. The pressure sinks my body down further as I feel the things that invaded me earlier explode. The fragments of the shadows transform into mass amounts of dark light, etching their meanings into my flesh and my soul. Want, you, join, all. The 4 words are simple and concise, but they hold unending meanings. Visions pass through my mind in the thousands as I see dozens of planets, the same as mine, overflowing with her kind. Those tainted my dark light. Yet, something fractures further as the sights widen. This one is not the only of her kind. There are more, so many more. Numbers higher than I can imagine. More than millions, 1,000 millions, 1,000,000 millions, exist out there in the outer worlds. The mother below might be the strongest, the eldest, but she is not the only one. Countless creatures are indebted to her, bound to her. Something else cracks as the sights narrow upon a random world. I find nothing but the corruption wash through what must have once been a lovely vista. All the plants, all the animals, and all the life walk with a duality of tainted light and brimming darkness. They all nod to each other numbly, only the powerful even having a modicum of rationality. Another few words deliver a promise to me as I begin to lose it all. You, safe, you're safe, give, hand. A shudder runs through me as I can feel my soul splinter all throughout. It was damaged even before I entered here. Am I about to break? No, death will not take me, and neither will this god. I grit my teeth, mutinying with all I can. But it's not enough. My left hand moves on its own. Some part of me wants to live. It wants to be safe. It wants this pain to end. The mother below only makes things worse by hitting while the iron is hot. Yes, friend too. Safe. All safe. Warm. No. Death. Only family. Love to all. Visions crackle through past wars. The planets this god came to in the past under eternal conflict. Millions would die in each clash. They would have powerful figures battle and singe scars into their worlds, permanently altering and damaging them. The harm gradually ruins the worlds, turning them into hardly hospitable lands. Yet, when she arrives, all the war is gone, and all the animosity is leveled. Only love for her exists in these beings' hearts. The powerful have a few more frivolous things, but that is all. Their worlds slowly repair themselves, returning to how they were as all the beings work together. This vision makes my hand move, but my heart squeezes with alarm. Something internal, so viscerally deep within, doesn't want safety or life for all. It only wants to be free. For a moment, a split second, I think it is my sigil, but it's not. The shattering bits of me leak out with emotions that contest the never-ending pain. A chitinous leg dips into my hand like a loving embrace, to take it and me as well into the dark light, to induct us into her family. Inch by inch, it descends painfully slow as my heartbeat halts. Every piece of my body freezes in mortal peril as I come to clarity. The cracks in my body resound as I press on my soul, forcing it to move, and the formed thing that possesses the shape of my one-armed body shatters wholly. A million fragments wash through my body, the sheer pain blacking out all my vision, all my senses, and even my thoughts. There is only darkness. There is nothing but darkness, a kind of nothingness that is separate from all other nights I've ever experienced. It's even dissimilar from death. This is nothingness. Some are simply too stubborn to break. A voice suddenly enters my mind in this void. I probe for its owner, but nothing comes. As it were, there is simply nothing here. This is the void of life and death, it would seem. What happens to souls after their demise? Lost adrift, I float in this void. There is no pain, no agony, no suffering. There are no more fights, no more wars, no more bloodshed. There is only peace. But there is only peace. I can't do anything but drift. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't want to be here anymore. I want to live. I want to eat. I want to drink. I want to fight. I want to breathe. I want to run. I want to live. I want to do whatever it is I want at any moment. Something within me rumbles before the void shifts. And from the void, I see the mother below once more. Her leg is only inches from my open palm. It would seem no time at all has passed. How odd. I could swear I was there for a few years. Wherever that was, I feel older. So much older. It's weird, but I don't have time to think. My soul is different, too. Taking heed of it, there is no longer a set form stretched to match my body. It is formless, shifting within like a liquid or gas. An idea flicks on as I move on to it, doing as I want the second I want it for the first time in my life. There will be nothing to stop me. I will be free to do whatever I want without limits. As the mother below's leg touches my frozen hand, the air whistles for movement. A fist slams into the god's chitinous leg, sending it off target. The enormous piercing leg sinks into the floor beside me as I gape at the return of my right arm. A feeling sinks through me, the complete knowledge of my soul's existence. Nothing of my soul can hide from me. An authority has been established, and my body regains function as the pressure seems to have alleviated. The god before me's weight doesn't seem so colossal as I stand, inhaling the dreary air. As I do so, another leg falls for me. With the descending spike, I close my eyes, believing in what I now know as fact. Then, I open them, wanting to be gone from this Sirza, and so I am. 454. Creation. A resonant stream of air enters my nostrils as I find myself standing amidst a cosmos filled with flowing blood, fallen stars, and tainted luminances. The air is lovely despite the fact that the plane I stand in is wholly artificial. My eyes devour the sights before me in an instant, seeing it all and comprehending everything unlike ever before. A voice reaches out to me from my insides, and I hear it. I acknowledge it, but I am in no mood to reply. Instead, I lean back, soaking in the feeling for just a moment longer. The feeling of authority, the precise opposite of powerlessness. The ability, the knowledge, that you are your own. In a sea of stars, an ocean of creatures, a forest of trees, I am uniquely my own. And with that complete uniqueness, a grasp of the soul, I feel complete jubilation. There has never been a better feeling than this one. My soul it is different. It no longer has a defined form as I look down. The battle between my father and eldest must wait. This desire, this need, to feel my soul cannot be resisted. I can see it now, just as I saw all other demigods' dominions. But mine is different. A little bit. It's smaller, more focused, more precise. But it is mine. Lifting a hand, my right hand to be precise, I recall the punch I levied at the mother below. In that realm, my body mirrored my soul. I did not have a right arm. Smiling, I pull on that muscle, and for the first time in my entire life, a wonder occurs without an inch of ether. That only makes sense. After all, dominions are one soul taking action. Powers are the sigil melding with the user's ether and innate qualities, only brushing upon the soul. Virtues are the halfway mark, passive effects granted by the soul sliding with the sigil, resonating to affect the body or any number of things. Because they are always with the soul, they are passive in nature. Dominions are similar. They are passive by nature of always existing. Once one is created, it can never be taken away. They are active by nature, like a muscle. The knowledge of my dominion flows through me in an instant, an instinctual flow that feels utterly genuine. Using that knowledge, I do something I have wanted to do for over a year now. My soul glides from the top of my right arm. It flows into the metal, the sky's bane from Earl. It invades the metal and the sigil within it. The construct has been beyond useful. The sigil, too, as it allows me to control it with keen perceptions, but it is no longer needed. A tiny flex is all it takes to rip the sigil from its bonds. Another aspect of this dominion: if a sigil has no soul, I can break it without even a sweat. Perhaps there is more to that. Without the sigil, the metal creaks and groans under its own weight. The arm begins to fall apart without the sigil to act as the glue to hold it together. But that's all right. There is something else to keep it as one. My soul wraps around each morsel of metal, welcoming it into my life. I find my soul over the mold of metal, and as it does so, Blodwyn moves, seeing that there is now something new to heal. As such, bone grows over the steel. The plates of bone are thin, hardly enough to do anything, but the blood and flesh that sutures over it, acting as reinforcements to the arm, assuage my worries. In an instant, my right arm completely changes. It is no longer metal, nor is it wholly flesh as the original was. Underneath the blood and bone, steel lies. But more than that, Earl's machinations run rampant with Blodwyn's ether and blood. The scythe blades within are now wholly hidden by my own flesh, invisible to any seer. Furthermore, it is a perfect shield. Who would expect an arm to be so durable, after all, if it's only made of flesh? Smiling, I glance up, feeling that there is so much more to be done with my dominion. Strengthening my right arm is just a minor part. Just as I escaped the Mother Below's clutches, my soul, my mind, and my body can no longer be trapped. They cannot be held down. There will always be more. As unlike the other absolutions, dominions can grow. It is always a slow one, but that does not matter as it exists nonetheless. My grin, however, is not at a good time. My surroundings come to me as I leave this odd state with my soul settling down from its formless boil. Virgil is motionless on the ground, dark light leaking from his eyes. Lily is similarly positioned. Only the heart in her hands washes away the rot with fire. Still, she is unable to move from the tepid safety. Meanwhile, two figures war without end. One, a demon with few wounds and a neutral face of impassiveness, attacks the other with carefully coordinated attacks. However, the threads he was using earlier are now gone. How odd. The other, a human with more torn open skin than unblemished, fights as if he's on his last legs, which he might as well be. Killian Graves' right leg ends at his ankle, and the outstretched bone is being used as a new foot. His left arm is the same as before, nothing but a spear of bone. He must have taken the arm specifically for that. A stray thought wonders just what creature it came from, and yet he doesn't relent. But neither does he use that tremendous skill from the surface, the one where he summoned the previous primes. What is he doing? Isn't this the perfect time to do so? Stepping forward, I shout at my father, pleading for him to do it already. This fight would be over without a hitch if he brought even just two of them. Killian, use that skill. He must know what I mean as he glances slightly in my direction. Shock lines his wretchedly damaged eyes, but he doesn't linger for more than a split second. Immediately, however, Eldest moves for him with an outstretched hand. I notice Eldest's soul move with such intricate detail that I know precisely what he is to do. Something in my mind tingles to stop it, but I'm too slow as a grand explosion detonates against my father's body. A plume of smoky destruction gives birth to his body as the older Graves rolls onto the ground near me, more flesh missing. Ignoring the damage and knowing he's okay, I yell at him again. Do it. Whatever you did up there with Vincent. My father grimaces, wiping blood from his eyes and pushing his intestines back in from the open hole. Nonetheless, he doesn't stagger in the most minute way as he strides forward. You know not what you ask. Kill him with me. Reaper's seal has a grand cost, and we cannot afford it now. Why not? I holler after my father as he sprints back to Eldest, clumps of blood and gore dropping like leaves in the fall. What? Why can't he? Why won't he use his most potent skill, his Sirza? Is he stupid? No, there has to be a reason. But what reason? What reason could possibly compel him to not summon long-dead primes to fight for us? I don't know. I'm not smart enough to deduce that. I'm not Earl. I'm not Elizabeth. And I'm certainly no Weiss. Gritting my teeth, I rush after my father, feeling, ironically, that not much is different. Only, as my feet kick off the ground and I pass Virgil's limp body, I sense the bone spike in his hand so intimately. Waving a hand outward, it returns to me, flying from Virgil's grasp into mine. Right, it has my soul in it. As such, I can't control it. Help him, too. Don't pass by. Blodwin finally manages to pass through whatever film is blocking us from communicating. Actually, I think I did that by accident. I'll need to get better control over this thing. Glancing at my father for a moment, I listen to my partner and kneel beside Virgil. How do I help him? I can control my own soul, but that thing from before with Bonfire was way too risky. Wait, I've helped others in the past with my own personal abilities. There is a chance this control over souls isn't just limited to me. My hand falls onto Virgil's back, and I immediately reach into him with my dominion. My soul jaunts within his, the formless wrapping around and invading the condensed portion within his head. That's another difference. Mine is equally formless throughout. All other souls are consolidated in their skulls with the blueprints to their bodies spread out thinly. Shaking my head, I notice the dark light wrapping around and attacking his soul. But it is more than that. Eldest's dominion, the pieces of his soul made into function, are still here. An idea comes to mind as I clench that muscle around his soul while clearing out Virgil's vulnerability of taint. However, I am careful not to touch the corrupted part from a long time ago. That's what gives him flicker. And as I squeeze Eldest's dominion, shattering it, the demon yelps in pain, shuddering and retreating in fear. What the hell did you do, Mother? Killian presses this vulnerability, scoring our first genuine wound onto Eldest since the fight began. The spear in his left arm sinks into the demon's chest as another explosion gains Eldest some distance. Utterly ignoring the damage upon him, the undying darts back into the heat of battle. Seeing this all, I step back from Virgil, the man's eyes already fluttering open. Time for me to help Lily and Bonfire now, I suppose. An arbalest hurdles me toward them as I fall into a sprint, trusting my father not to lose quite yet. He held on while we were all incapacitated, so I believe in him. As I do so, though, another thought hits me. What is Killian's dominion? Oh, I see now. The blood that falls from Eldest is devoured by Killian's dominion, and the soul stretches out to bring the blood back to the undying's body. The unnatural colored liquid sinks into the human skin, revitalizing it and regrowing much of the damaged tissue. Of course, it is yet another aspect that makes him even more complicated to kill. Sliding onto my knees, I end beside Lily and the heart in her hands. The little girl is kicking and screaming, nearly brought to tears as Bonfire's flames somehow protect them both. Hey, I'm here. The 3 words calm her down to a motionless position, staring right at me. Oh, I thought you were dead, Wyatt. I couldn't feel your soul anymore. I still can't. And you're touching me. Did that weird thing get even stronger? Her questions and joy counteract the distress she is under, and I reach out, my soul expanding beyond my body to push away and annihilate all the nearby dark light. It even cleanses Bonfire's heart, too. Peering at the heart and listening to Virgil return to the action, I inquire into my friend. How is he doing? Oh, Bono? Wait, was it Bonbon? He's all right. He just doesn't like his new form. Plus, I'm running out of creation from Big Sis. I raise an eyebrow, confused by her words. This needs to be dealt with now. I don't know what those words mean, but I know the bigger picture. Bonfire will die soon if I don't do anything. What can I do? The question is half to myself and half to Lily. She shrugs, unsure of any answer. She simply washes the flaming heart with more water, revitalizing the fire. Or is it a heart-shaped flame? The shape. My eye falls to my right arm. Yes, that's it. I can mold his soul. That's why he isn't healing right. His soul must be messed up in form from the waters. Clasping a palm over the flaming heart, I wince at the pain. Then, I curse in raw agony as the pain equals that of what I felt previously when my soul was being destroyed. He's burning my soul? No, his flame is just so hot that it feels like that. I clench my jaw and move that muscle. Shape. It just feels like the correct name. A simple one. It molds the soul and, by that nature, the body as well. The mind, too. It can change, theoretically, anything. I shape the flame that has been conditioned to fit into the mold of a heart. And while I'm not as intricately aware of Bonfire's body, I don't need to be. I can let him guide me and have Lily help as well. It's a three-pronged effort. A body slowly comes into form, but it's not remotely something I would call easy. My everything hurts, a feeling that is unique to soul pain. I'm pushing myself too far already, just an instant after gaining a dominion, but I don't have a choice. My grip tightens on the heart accidentally to hone my focus. I don't relent, though. He needs to hold on. He has to hold on. Gradually, this body comes into form, and I grunt out what little noise I can to Lily as blood trails out of all my pores. Now, creation. All of it, Lily. My colt shouts with a childish hurrah as she leads a ball of water into the heart. The water washes over the flesh, dousing the flame into nothingness with its amount. For a fraction of a second, my heart pauses, waiting to see what will happen. This is my only chance. Bonfire's only chance. He's come to close to death far too much for my liking. A second later, flesh sprouts from the heart, and with it, bones come with blood, too. With each passing moment, the heart begins to undergo a grotesque transformation, its fleshy exterior contorting and writhing as if in agony. I can scarcely believe my eyes as I watch the heart gradually morph into the form of a young man, with the muscles and bones the only indication at first. Every sinew and tendon stretches and twists, every bone and organ taking shape with horrifying clarity. It is as though the very essence of life itself is being woven into the fabric of his being, each component coming together in a macabre dance of creation. Glancing at Lily, I realize that she truly did give him creation itself. The air is thick with the stench of decay, the sound of flesh tearing and bones snapping, filling the cosmos with a cacophony of horror. And yet, despite the grotesque nature of the spectacle before me, I find myself smiling as a face gradually comes into view. Only the smile is half-hearted, as the face is young, really young, and the body is shorter than I thought it would be. Like, you motherfucker, why do I look like I'm fucking 12? With widened eyes, I witness pale flames re-emerge from Bonfire's teenage body as dark ones bloom too. But it is not like the colors from the mother below. One flame, the dark one, devours Bonfire's flesh, and the other one recreates it. My friend falls to the ground as the waters run dry, and he slams a fist into the cosmic floor, crying droplets of literal fire. God damn it, what red light will welcome me now? I don't have the energy or willpower to deal with him at this juncture. Sighing, I take off my coat and hand it to him. Dude, not the time. Put it on. Help. Bonfire immediately sobers up and glances around, confused at his rebirth. His eyes wash over the surroundings until they lock onto Killian, Virgil, and Eldest. Huh, what's happening? Why are there two of you? Damn it. You couldn't have made me taller or something. Girls hate short guys. You have to know that, right? Whatever. Yeah, we got this. It's just one demon? What is that thing? Shaking my head again, I stabilize my focus before turning toward the three. I kick behind me, lunging right for them as I hear a roar of flame ignite behind me. Lily's acute tone cuts through it nonetheless. What's wrong with being short? Shut it, pipsqueak. You'd never get it. 455, staving off death. Aniwai, demon of heart's mui. My body cracks and shifts, the adjust losing purpose as the very nature of my body changes to the core. Who I am, what I am, alters within just a few seconds. Falling to a knee, I listen to the devil's warnings as I also feel knowledge and expertise enter my mind. A new method of altering my soul, of allowing my ether to resonate with the sigil within instead of simply gaining aspects of it, settles into the core of my spirit. It doesn't even feel given or sutured inside me. It is merely born in place of another piece. Be careful with your gifts, demon. They will take time to truly become yours. Now, those two are on the back foot. Go and help. I nod to the god, not thankful but appreciative of our deal. Staring at my hand, I admire the complexity of ether that hides within. Soulful Strand is so fascinating. To imbue ether with intelligence and self-capability, how terrifying. Living Strand simply gives it life, a way to change and adapt, but Soulful is far more dangerous, both for the user and the target. How things like the court come to be are starting to make more sense. Furthermore, with this enlightenment, I can see the edges of the next step, conceptual, also known to the devil as mastered ether. The point in which the only thing to learn is the grand weaves, not any more techniques. What shall I learn to emulate with my ether? What concept will I embody? What will I gain mastery over? Or what master will I serve? Such a difficult question. Regardless, I step toward that golden barrier. As I do so, the devil calls out to the others, besides Lennon, of course. When she leaves, I need you all to start preparing. The court will soon not welcome spectators. North of here is a small valley. Go there. It is where we will regroup after this. I don't stay long enough to hear what follows. Instead, I am greeted by a slightly damaged arena. It would appear the three are now back inside Ireful's dominion. Nonetheless, I am unperturbed by their missing figures. Reaching out with my hand, the limb a dozen times more fragile than I'm used to, I let my ether flow through my arm. It tingles, tiny nettles of pain washing through me. I suppose that is only normal. I no longer have the ether saturation of a demon, but that's no matter. Soulful will make up for it. After all, the only dominions with access to it are the lords, Killian and Vincent. None of the past creators, war masters, or primes have reached such a level other than the late Itriel of the Nahullo and the third prime of humanity, two equal rivals put in place by the balance of the lords. Tightening my fist, I have my soul spread into my ether evenly, but unlike the lesser forms of ether, I know a better way than simply breaking off some of my soul. Smiling with my sharpened teeth, I have the ether vibrate at a high frequency with my soul still seeped within it. Then, I emit the ether out of my body at such a speed the tether doesn't break, keeping the connection to my soul. It works like a dominion, only nowhere near as instinctually. And once my ether in the air, I weave it into a pattern I am quite familiar with. Mind shatter. The main difference is that Soulful Strand takes the ether into its own hands, altering the nature of it. The pinkish ether tainted by my sigil spreads out into the air like a blanket, growing with each and every second as it gains intelligence. I can feel it breathe. I can feel it think. I can feel it be alive. And as its power grows alongside its individuality, I pull onto the construct, forcing it to bend unto my will. So it does. A force of mental energy, psychic energy, built from ether as a base, rips through space, physically damaging reality. The purpose of this is to open a hole in the minor plane, and as I look for a door or gate of some kind, I grin even further as a human-sized one forms just for me. Stepping through without waiting for a moment, I find the three still waging their war. But things are not the same as they were before. Ireful is not alone. There is a... My thoughts hitch for a moment in my mind as I witness a figure in a midnight cloak, their presence ominous and foreboding, rush down the human genius. Their deadly scythe gleams in the dim cosmic light, a chilling reminder of the danger that lurks within the shadows. Sensing with my mind, I don't feel even a hint of individuality, of a soul, from the cloaked figure. Alexos wars against Ireful on his own with his imagination, but Eli hardly keeps his own life in his porcelain frame. With each passing moment, the figure draws closer to the man, their movements swift and silent. No matter what Eli does, creating a clone or darting away with speed, nothing works. There is a sense of inevitability in the air, a feeling that no matter how fast he runs, he will never be able to escape his fate. I can see the fear etched on the man's face, his eyes wide with terror as he glances over his shoulder at his pursuer. But despite his desperation, he knows that there is no escaping the inevitable. The figure in the cloak is relentless, their determination unwavering as they close in on their prey. What is this thing? My mind rotates at a grand pace, slowing down time with a cautious flicker of ether. I watch as the distance between them narrows almost unnaturally and feel a surge of panic rising within me. I want to scream out a warning, to tell the man to run faster, to escape while he still can. But the words die in my throat, choked off by the overwhelming sense of dread that fills the air. I don't say anything, choosing to find a solution. What is that thing? Why is it after Weiss? Cloak, dull gray eyes, scythe, inevitable, wraith-like. The ideas swarm together into a grim possibility as I realize what this thing is. A reaper, or the Grim Reaper. I'm not sure. I thought the terms were simply uncommon terms for Lady Death, but maybe they are something more intrinsic. Divinhoods, the final shape of power in this world of ours. What exactly are they? Is this the manifestation of one? I let my mind slow down as I feel the tug of ether saturation, choosing to instead trust in Weiss craftiness to survive a bit longer. I need to analyze this more. And then, in the blink of an eye, as I release my ether, it is over. The figure in the cloak reaches out with a skeletal hand, the deadly scythe swinging down with incurable precision. There is a sickening crunch as it makes contact, and then, nothing. Eli Weiss falls to the ground, lifeless and still, the cloaked figure disappearing into the darkness as quickly as it had appeared. Only, a moment later, the body that fell is pushed to the side, splattering into fragments of ether as Weiss stands up again, patting his porcelain. Clever bastard to trick a reaper, but it won't work twice. I move to him, splitting my ether into a band of types that hurtles me toward him. Grimacing at the pain from not having a tough frame, I land just a few feet short. Weiss, what is that thing? Is it a reaper? The underground tree sighs, his unnatural form crackling under the strain of his movement. He points to Ireful, surrounded by falling cliff edifices, before answering me. Doesn't matter. We'll have a few minutes before it returns. Death doesn't like those who come back to life. We need to get her, first and foremost. I nod, understanding enough to move on with the conversation. His revival cost him dearly. Death must not fancy such unnatural things. I wonder, is it her dominion that conjures these things? Or is it something more insidious? Who knows? Shaking my head, we both amble to help Alexos. The man once known as an awful outlaw on par with demons, puts his life on the line to kill a grand adversary for all life on our planet. It's almost poetic in a way. Wait, why am I thinking like that? Did he? No, that's impossible. Or is it? It isn't. The devil's contracts and deals are absolute. Equivalent exchange. Grinding my teeth at the forceful change that I was working so hard to crystallize on my own, and doing quite a good job if I'm being honest. I raise a hand to the sky to meet a falling star, knowing that without Soulful Strand, I'm useless here due to missing out on my demonic nature. I rely on the manipulation for the majority of my strength. Again, I recreate the ornate alteration of ether and soul from before to conjure another one of my skills, augmented by new intelligence. The falling star meets my mind in but a moment, but I am prepared. Lance meets the heat as the psychic ether proliferates, growing in size before detonating to cancel out the effect of the blast. Then, I turn toward Ireful. What a beautiful demon. See? I wasn't wholly changed. I can still recognize some things. Absolute. Huh? Focusing with the rest of my mind as part of it rambles uncharacteristically, I let Weiss and Alexos take the motherbound's attention for now, both hands open wide to aid the visualization of my ether. Then, listening to the crashing ether and realm-shaking clashes, I fall into the complexity of ether and my mind. Gradually, the two mix, allowing yet another skill with Soulful to be born. Sadly, it's not a new one, so it cannot leverage the full effect, but it is my most powerful nonetheless. I have gained many monikers, many titles, and many names over my long life. Demon of Hearts is only the most recent. Dreamkiller, Sleepwalker, and Heartless were some of the first ones, the ones of a young demon. As I grew in age, things like Mind Shatterer, Soul Splitter, and Dream Crusher were born. I've always liked the former the most. There is something thrilling about ruining a mind with my own, to press the weight of me against another and come out on top. It is incredible. There is no need for my power now as it will not change much. Instead, I rely on this gift that is not quite mine yet. It is a risk, I know, but without risks, there will never be any meaningful growth. Killian taught me that. If I had known the truth when I was young, I'd have long taken Leviathan's place. Probably. Maybe. Mind Shatter comes into being just a few feet from me. It is an invisible thread, one that just needs to be attached to another's body. Taking the thread into my hand, I notice it spread like a net. Ah, the incredible gap of power between demigods and virtues. It is nestled right here. Killian is not all that skilled in external ether manipulation, making his soulful hard to notice. Most of it is specialized in keeping him from dying. One would be amazed to see even a tenth of the function working inside his body at once to stave off death. From artificial hormones to specialized and intelligent systems of ether within him, the man is more than difficult to kill. He is undying, and as such, I cannot let him down, nor can I let his son down either. The threads spread like a quilt or a net into the air, rapidly overtaking most of the battlefield. Smiling, I watch Ireful do her best to dodge the threads weaving throughout the air, but Weiss is a damn genius for a reason. Like a chess grandmaster, he orients himself and Alexos to gradually force Ireful into a disadvantageous position. Furthermore, with the time allotted, the net spreads more dangerously, the ether bundling over time. It's not quite at the point of a Surza's self-eruption, but I'm getting there. These motherbound rely too heavily on their dominions and powers. Their cohesiveness provides them great teamwork and power, but their lack of individuality forces them to fall behind on the path of ether. After all, it is one of self-discovery and sacrifice. Eventually, the motherbound taps a thread with the back of her wing, and I latch onto her mind, striking it with all my coiled strength. It is a tough match as I wrestle her everything. There must be 100 more minds sharing that body in the prevention of this, but my job is done. I've held her still for 2 full seconds, and in that time, both Alexos and Eli have made their move. Eli raises a hand to Ireful's face, obliterating the skull and all. Still, she's not dead. None have the power to sever life such as Lennon Hull. The rest of us must do it the old-fashioned way. While the head regenerates from the dark light, a figure forms beside Ireful. It is a clone of a tall, stalwart man. The rippling muscles and aged scars tell long tales that echo even into my vast mind. Marshall Travis. I was not aware Alexo's imagination went this far. That is dangerous. An arm is wrought back in a split second, and then it shoots forward, emulating the greatest punch ever made in history. Only, it is dulled by Alexo's ineptitude. Nevertheless, a dulled hurricane is still a storm. The fist enters Ireful's chest and obliterates her chest entirely as Marshall strikes again, and again, and again, turning Ireful to ash with simple strikes. 1 second later, however, the imagined figure vanishes, and Alexos falls to the ground, coughing in agony. Fuck, too soon. I can't help but smile as the realm around us crumbles, delivering us back to the arena from before. 3 of us to kill a demigod? That's not too bad. I wonder, how many are there on the other side of the court? A few more? Why did the 3 siblings come first? Were they that confident? Or is there a more critical reason? Were they, perhaps, afraid of something? I can't imagine the offspring having all that high of a position when their elders come. Maybe I'm simply overthinking it, but I don't think so. These offspring are the most independent motherbound, so there is a chance I'm right. Waving to the devil to pull us out, I note the rumbling earth. The court continues to grow. I'll have to be careful when I create my Surza. The devil must have chosen to serve a master. Otherwise, there is no way he'd lose control. Abraham, psionic nails Ulrin. Coughing out blood, I kneel on the ground, struggling to regain my bearings from the fight. But there is no time to rest. More are coming. I push force into my leg to stand, yet it gives out on me. Hellish dirt enters my mouth with an awful, sulfur-like taste. Relax, human. We have a few minutes of respite. Her Majesty Gardrin is not so easily killed. But, if we wish to live, we have to escape hell. That is the only option, my friend. I stare at Otis' face, the lime horns and yellow chitin around his face throwing me off as always. I've hardly known him for a week, but we've become quick allies in running for our fucking lives. Odysseus, the demon of fungus, is not a coward, but he much prefers life to survive a lord fall over joining them in their demise. I am one to agree. As such, we fell into a group together. Though we aren't alone. 6 others are with us, but we trust each other far more than we do them. Trust is a strong word. We respect the other's strength. He was there for my arena fights, some of them at least. So, I believe in him. Rolling onto my back as I inhale a long, delicious gasp of air. While I enjoy my break, Otis asks me one of his usual invasive questions. You said you had many human friends on the surface, correct? Do you honestly believe any are coming for you down here? The only one you have is me, my friend. But fret not. We are only 1,000 miles from the court. Once we're there, we'll have a chance. Another demon scoffs nearby, Horon, who seems to dislike such a notion. Nevertheless, I remain quiet, as I often do with his questions. Otis, shut up. We're more likely to be devoured by those bastards than make it through the court. And, even if we push it into the court, the devil will tear us a fucking new one. Or the Undying will. Or whichever supreme the devils decided to kidnap to guard it in his absence. Way to make me feel hopeful. What a great group to travel with. Fuck, I miss Bonfire, Wyatt, Frozen. All of them. Really, I miss them all. I wish I never took that stupid deal, but I did. And here I am now. And the negativity only gets worse as Trian joins the talk. The demon is sitting against a vulcanized tree, half his guts on the outside, eating a liver to help replenish his strength. Occultists are strange no matter the realm. Yup. Plus, the godly council is right in front of the court. If we don't get their approval, we can't even attempt it. Unless we find a sponsor from one of the corrupt bastards, we're dead. So dead. I can't help but laugh at all the oppressive depression flowing out of these demons. It's ironic how low their spirits are due to what happens on the surface. Normally, demons are the ones to shatter hopes. What you laughing at? Ineria growls into my joyless chuckle. Yep, no one can have any fun around her. Not wanting to start a fight after just ending one with a whole bunch of tainted, as the demons call them, I just answer her. You are all so negative. Why are we even doing this if you all think we'll fail? A low silence hangs between the 8 of us, all at the very least powers. Ineria and Otis are virtues, some of the strongest ones down here, for that matter, but the rest of us are weaker than that. Sure, those two didn't join in the negativity, but they didn't really stop it either. Otis, however, is the demon to answer me. Haha, that's who we are. We'll complain about every little thing. But don't you worry, we aren't the kind to roll over and die. I'd rather turn into a human than die. Ha ha ha, we'll get out of here. Just wait, my friend, we'll get out of here. All of us. I don't know where his confidence comes from, but I don't have the heart to ruin it. I know they won't make it out. I know they won't. They cannot. Because, he spoke to me again. If you do not escape within the next 24 hours, you will die. She has awoken. Soon, purgatory will be broken, and other gods will flow. Hell will no longer belong to the demons, even in name. Run, boy. Run if you ever want to see the skies above again. Shaking away the thoughts, I continue onward with the others as the journey cannot stop. We are chased by the most awful creatures in existence, and beyond us, the things that are waiting for us are even worse. There are gods helming the weirs. Gritting my teeth, I forge ahead, refusing to fall behind as I control my body with force to move faster and faster to keep up. Time quickly passes as we gain distance from those behind us. That is, until a moon-sized eye appears on the edge of the horizon. Instinct keeps me from staring at it, and it is the correct answer as Ojal, our scout with 11 eyes, falls limply, motionless, and dead beside me. The shock strings through us all. Otis whimpers, and Ineria grows in fear. Their reactions stifle my thoughts and freeze my motion. A god. Instantly, I know it is one. Which one, though? We're so close. This can't be where it ends. Ineria gives our group just a little bit of hope as she prepares for a battle, and by the waves in her mind, I know she is ready for it to be her last. This is where we must separate, friends. Everyone disperse if you want a chance at life. That is Mayakin, the summered eye, the ruiner of harvests. Do not gaze into the pupil, else your soul shall be sundered. Run, friends, run for the court, and pray to the devil to save your soul. 456, Stepping Kin. Wyatt Graves. A grim smile lingers on my face as I rush toward my friend and my father, barely able to slow down eldest. But as I take a single step forward, the cosmic sky cracks and shatters abruptly. Within a single moment, the entire realm relinquishes its hold on us and delivers us back to the arena's dusty floor. But it's the second we return that I realize just how awful of an opponent Eldest is. In that cosmos, the minor realm, it's difficult to surmise the absolute catastrophe that he is. Here, space itself warps around him, and the arena lengthens, likely in preparation for the Motherbound's retaliation. An anguished yet furious voice rings out into the court's sky. Down they go. How disappointing. Unable to kill even one. I expected more of my siblings. I suppose it's not so easy to raise gods, eh? Killian? Lewis? You too would know. Kaysen is still down there. You have heard of him, yes? Just you wait. My father utterly ignores eldest's words, but an earth-shattering explosion hurtles his limp form past me. Killian Graves slams into the rocky ground, delving nearly 100 feet deep into a crater. Shocked, I twist my head back toward eldest as the demon sighs, his body shifting and warping to match that of a human. Only the right hand is missing. The human, however, is also abnormal. Dark light washes over his body with such volume that cavities and troughs of the substance line his everything, making any identity impossible to guess. But an idea blooms somewhere beneath the surface of my mind. Rude. I was speaking. This has been fun, but I must speed things along. The gods are waiting, after all, and so is Mother. It is unfortunate that neither ireful nor gorgeous were capable, for unnaturals would be delicious. No matter. I cannot be still doing this when she arrives. My steps slow as Virgil falls to my side, his breathing labored and with bits of dark light sinking into his body like leeches. Waving a hand, I have my soul extend and wash away the filth that seeks to devour him. With that, I stare right at eldest, feeling many pairs of eyes watching us. And the eyes only grow as the arena distorts, gaining millions of seats in a moment. And those seats are quickly filled by every manner of motherbound, demon, human, nahalo, anything and everything. Only a tiny, hardly noticeable section is awash with humans. And one lone demon. Seeing my mother and the cheering birdie, my feet stabilized despite the exhaustion that racks my whole body. What was this? A test for his siblings? And for unnaturals? 4. Eldest grins, his sole arm lifting into the air as the ether in the air begins to tremble. It resonates with him. It heeds his call. My skin shivers, and my spine flutters as I backstep to the motion. Ah, I let something slip, didn't I? I wonder, was it on purpose? A shadow clouds my sight as understanding fills my mind. They already have an unnatural, this Kaysen fellow. I think, I remember him. He was the one of Remington's group that was corrupted. Shit. And the terrible news doesn't end there. Eldest is going to become a god? That would invalidate Vincent's rise. As I manipulate my soul in advance, my father falls to a knee in front of me, his wounds too grievous, too wholly ignored. But they are not why he has hit the ground. Now is the time. He wanted to see if they were good enough. I wanted him without their gifts. All 4 of you, get ready. A clash of Surzas will level mountains and raise oceans. I step back even further, realizing that this was my father's plan all along. He simply wanted to waste time in this fight, never giving it his all. For if he did, eldest would, too. And when it comes to their bests, dominions are decisive aspects of any arsenal, capable of changing the course of wars. The gifts of Darklight, bestowed by a god, are similar in their own rights. Even powers are still cards at this level, able to affect the scales. But Surzas? They are what truly matter. I know that from Aniwai. Surzas can shift heaven and earth. They can shatter the sky. They can be a grand fist raised against the heavens. And they perform even such feats as earthly destruction. The limits are, well, they don't exist, as that is what a Surza is, to push beyond the limits of self, ether, and sigil. I pull Virgil and Bonfire in retreat as my father's hand digs into the sand. Ether is woven into reality as the very fabric of everything trembles. I've seen a few Surzas before, but they were all from grand distances. Being this close, it's terrifying. Virgil shudders under his breath, and I can't help but nod. I don't feel scared, but I can certainly feel that I should be. The air distorts as the motherbound takes the above, and the ground rumbles as the human takes the below. Bonfire takes a step forward to strike while they are preparing their attacks, but he doesn't make it to the second step. The ether in the ground and in the air hold him down like he is nothing but an ant. I open my hands and form another soulbone, knowing that I will have to use my everything to even have a place in this fight. Virgil nods, the light within his soul covering him and rotating through his hands. Only our most extraordinary moves will be able to do anything here. Bonfire, too, is covered wholly by a dual flame. Lily steps beside me, smiling with bits of sadness as she sinks back into the cult. The moment we are ready, the few instants it took, The two are already done. Two voices pierce through the air, but they are not from the men. They are born from the ether itself, responding to the ether, from the universe itself, respecting their mastery. A Surza cannot exist without reality bowing. Reaper's Seal, land of blessedness. 8 dreadful maws cut through space, opening beside Killian graves as coffins ripped out of an abomination's belly. And they are, as 8 figures step out from the seals. I see the familiar form of the Thunderbolt Titan and his grandson as the former opens his mouth, but no sound comes out. But my attention does not linger on that oddity. Instead, it falls on the other end of the arena, where all the ether in the air halts. Utterly. But that is not all. Sound stops. Then, I can no longer smell anything. Then, I can no longer see anything. Not even Virgil or Bonfire, just an inch away. Then, I can no longer taste the saliva in my own mouth. The only thing that remains is my sight, though I wish it was taken, too, for the ether burns with such a radiance that closing my eyes does nothing. I watch the hurricane hunter lift a hand in confusion before a spear of pure ether forms in the air beside her. It is just ether given form. It does not possess any attribute or sigil's touch. It is just that ether, woven into the deadliest weapon. None of my senses ring out other than my eyes, which I think might only remain thanks to my dominion. The others appear to be blind, or close to it, as that spear explodes with force, stabbing right through the sixth's neck. Still, the hurricane hunter is not dead. She twists, grabbing the spear without seeing it, but it does not matter. The momentum sends her thousands of feet away, removing her from the battle for the foreseeable future. Even worse, the arena continues expanding, and when she finally crashes, the plume of smoke rises to the top of the underworld. But that singular strike is not all that there is. More attacks land on the other primes, all of them uniquely obliterating in their own way. Firebrand Keeper has his heat doused by a tornado of wind that throws him into the air. Then, the winds turn into a million cutting blades. He wars against it, but it is obviously beyond him. The Crimson Knuckle has his mighty physical strength reduced to nothing as his hands go to his skull, the undead shoved to his unbreakable knees. Blood flies out from his ears in every direction while the nearby prime, Heraldic Wolf, manages to dodge a colossal serpent formed of translucent ether. I start moving to help, sprinting right for the prime. Yet he is quickly swallowed by the serpent as it twists, without following the laws of reality. Bulges come from the serpent's insides, moving it aside. But that doesn't make me feel any better. The Deathbringer and the Night Sentinel, Arnold Pilner, go back to back, only to have space distort around them, and then they're gone an instant later. What is happening? I look around, trying to understand the destruction, but it is simply everywhere. Bonfire spins in a panic before his flames replace his eyes, and then his focus falls onto me. I watch his lips move, mouthing the words I cannot hear. What do we do? They're getting their asses handed to them. Blessedness? Fucking bullshit. Virgil stands wholly still, the light continuing to revolve ceaselessly around his body. While he does so, I think, watching my father groan in pain to reach his feet. The ether swarming from his flesh is enough to turn anyone I know into rot. Nevertheless, he holds on, and Eldest is no different. He greets my father with a broad smile. What is his Surza, this blessed land? What is it? How does it work? The attacks are all different and are explicitly formed for their target. Is that the secret? Eldest creates a counter for the target using raw ether? Then, why are Lazarus and Lycan not affected? The third and fourth rush toward Eldest, moving with invisible speeds, the only knowledge of their passage being the light and lightning. The Radiantal Palm is the first to strike Eldest, his hand opening into a searing pyre as Eldest backsteps, and the ether in the air moves, seemingly on its own, to slam Lycan's skull with a hammer. The fourth prime is like a sliced kite as he tumbles into the air. His grandfather follows his attack as I start to realize what this Surza is. A blade of physicalized lightning extends from Lazarus Hem's hand toward Eldest's throat. The Motherbound doesn't even have time to respond to the slice. The fastest attack I've ever seen doesn't land, however, as the ether in the air solidifies into a pane of glass, breaking yet also negating the momentum. Ether. This bastard. He's given the ether in our air actual life. And minds. They're acting like a hive mind, protecting him and attacking for him. But there is a limit. Lazarus is so fast that they cannot retaliate, only defend. My thoughts are proven as the Thunderbolt Titan continues his unending assault, forming thunderous knives on his elbows as well as his other hand. Eldest is unable to even react, relying wholly on the ether to safeguard him. Unfortunately for us, it's working. Lazarus cannot break through, and even more, unfortunately, I can feel the ether around me shifting as the Surza continues to expand, seemingly without end. Shit, my body moves wholly on its own, shiver, shattering my shins as I kick forward with such force that I fall and eat dirt as well. But as I roll and throw up dust behind me, I can only thank the Zil as I see the crater. I traversed several thousand feet in a moment, and I only escaped it by a hair's breadth. Inhaling a deep breath, I internalize the fact that it is the fastest I have moved in my whole life, and I need to move again as I see an orb form above me. Ether is also attacking Bonfire and Virgil, but I have to focus on myself for now and trust in them. Scrambling toward the three demigods locked in combat as Lycan returns, I dodge the blessed ether as much as I can, earning more and more wounds. All the while, I dread what would happen if space warped like it did to the 9th and 10th. Is it chance-based? How does it work? Nonetheless, as I scamper more and more over the dusty arena amidst the war, Blodwin speaks, offering some advice after his investigations. I can sense a bit more than you, I think. The ether seems to attack differently depending on the location. I think the ether attacks are based on the ether there, the different motes. So, stay away from where those two were, and we should be fine from that one. Oh, and stay away from where the Hurricane Hunter emerged from. That spear, it might kill us. Biting my lip, I can only push onward with more speed. The two spikes in my hand, prepared to do their damage. I also attempt to wrap my soul around the ether in the air, but I'm quickly rebuffed by the legions of motes, their minds throwing me off without a hint of effort. Not yet. I can't do such things with my dominion quite yet. Shape is not that powerful, but I know it can be. In just a few scarce moments, the landscape of this arena, which now must be the size of an entire territory, has shifted. Mountains have formed from the impacts to the west, where the Hurricane Hunter was sent. Meanwhile, the winds of that tornado against the Firebrand Keeper have transformed into a sky-tall, fiery, whirling blaze of cutting winds that turns the sands to glass everywhere it goes. And in the next moment, I arrive at the fore. Killian blocks a crushing axe hundreds of feet tall for Lazarus, being slammed into the arena floor until he's invisible. Meanwhile, the man of lightning darts forward, still blind due to his closed eyes, and pierces toward Eldest's eyes with two outstretched fingers. A wall of muddied ether guards the motherbound this time as he twists, his soul shifting to form. An explosion. Gritting my teeth as Blodwin already knows the plan. We dive to protect the undead. I hardly make it in time, even with my proximity, as my vision goes black and I end up in the ground. Coughing out blood, smoke, and dirt, I amble back to my feet, finding Bonfire to have already joined the battle. Glancing backward, I see that Virgil is still preoccupied with the ether in the air. Unfortunately, he cannot simply burn the ether in the air like Emmett Knox. While shaking my head to focus, I realize how similar this is to the fight against Eli Weiss. Now, it's a 5 versus 1. Killian Graves, Lazarus him, Lycan, Bonfire, and me, against Eldest. Fuck, they weren't lying. This bastard would give Vincent a run for his money. His Surza is just as effective at making you feel absolutely powerless. Nonetheless, I don't give up. I inhale a deep breath of freedom. Then, two, and I go one step further for a third, not waiting a single moment as Blodwin also gives it his all, reigniting Blood Nexus. My vision narrows as I can see Lazarus move. He's fast, very fast, but he's not impossible to witness with all that crackling electricity. Lycan still is, but only during his movement. When he attacks, he's nowhere near as speedy. Time feels to slow as I kick forward, appearing behind Eldest and stabbing a soul bone toward his back. Ether warps in the air, conjuring an open palm of spikes to close around my skull. Gritting my teeth, I shout to my partner in my skull, throwing my head forward. Bone! Blodwin listens, curdling bone around my skull as Lily joins in, too, her petal shields dark amber guarding my brain. The impact against the hardened ether leaves me stunned. Yet I am forced into action as another open palm comes for me. I squint as I know what to do now. His soul is moving differently, but I can still cancel it with shape. This isn't the explosive one, but likely the paralyzing one. Tightening my soul into a conic shape, I send it toward the hand. Eldest's palm wraps around my bicep as my soul twists his, damaging it and negating the Dominion's effects. A howl of pain follows as I sink a soul bone into his side. Then, everything goes black as something strikes the insides of my lungs. Waking up, I find myself on my hands and knees while Lycan's body is beside mine. Blinking rapidly, I don't understand why he's not moving until I notice the bone spike in his skull. The fires in his eyes are gone. He's gone. That's what soulbone does. After all, it damages souls. Whether or not that has killed him forever is unknown. I haven't tested its efficacy yet. Pushing myself backward, I feel how much Blodwyn has continued the fight as our muscles are beyond strained. But more than that, I see the bodies on the ground. Every prime that joined the battle now lies on the floor. The only exception is the Thunderbolt Titan, the man trained by Remington Shaw himself as a child. Though, distant rumbles tell me the Hurricane Hunter isn't dead yet, either. Killian is fine. Well, as fine as he can be with more spilled blood than internal crimson. Virgil is, too, likely because of Flicker, but so is Bonfire. That is the curious one. He has no way to escape the spikes, but how did he? Oh, I see. His soul. It is moving with that unique rhythm. It's regenerative yet destructive in nature. I can see scabs on his soul from hasty recovery. How interesting. But things are not good for any of us, and that includes Eldest. He's almost as bloodied as Killian, yet he refuses to fall. Groaning in pain as Blodwyn is unable to even speak from exhaustion, I draw Lily. She is excited and ready to rejoin the fight, but I need to use this last bullet wisely. I need to land it, no matter what. Again, I dart forward to rejoin the fight, delighted that I had my partner to protect me while I was out. Lazarus welcomes me with a nod, speaking without words by using his hands. The language is simple. Most of it was taught to me by Virgil for cases such as these. Spike dangerous. Spike good. Kill with spike. I will distract. Fire will too. Understanding what he means, I wait for the old prime to begin the play, of which he starts nearly instantly. Lightning cloaks his muscles and long hair as he slices a claymore of electricity for Eldest. Ether, like always, blocks him, but I notice it is more powerful than before. Yet, so is Lazarus. His lightning is more expansive and explosive. Ether meets ether, clouding my vision as I run around our opponent, witnessing Bonfire diving in a flurry of flames toward the Motherbound as well. Even Virgil flickers to toss his scythe and daggers into the fray. Seeing a moment of weakness when all the ether around Eldest is preoccupied, I dive in, stabbing with a newly formed soulbone. The spike is quickly blocked by a hand made of ether, but that's not all. The hand trails down to create another full body. Gritting my teeth, I take the risk, knowing what will come to me. This is the thing that stabbed the rest. I know that. Lazarus knows I can get past this based on earlier. Inhaling deeply, I don't stop the expansion of my lungs until daggers and spears form within them. Tightening my soul, I compel the ether to obey me as I pierce through the weakened figure of ether. Only then does the spike sink into Eldest's flesh. I meet the Motherbound's frenzied gaze as he grits his teeth, swiping for me with his hand, filled with those explosive dangers. Unable to spare my focus from my lungs, I let his hand hit my face. Yet, I don't fall back. My legs dig into the floor as Lily creates hands of ichor to anchor me. Her cheerful voice guides me through the agony of the detonation. Tipping away on my heels, I pull the trigger through the smoke. 4:57, let on time. A river of darkness connects Eldest to me as the black powdered smoke clears. The grimace on his face relays such joy to me as I feel utterly replenished with life. Energy flows through my being while Lily stomps with jubilation, stumbling into being beside me. Still, Eldest has some fight left in him. He grasps back out for me, dark light washing over his hands to supplement his damaged life and soul as a complementary river to my own, but it doesn't reach me. A lithe spear knocks his hand to the side, stabbing through the flesh. The return of the hurricane hunter is quickly cut short as the retaliation costs her a head, specifically hers. She chose to ignore the genuine threat against her and protected me instead, as her head and torso simply ceased to exist. The act gives me enough time to stab with another soulbone, as Lily also lashes out with her abyssal ichor. Yet, we both miss as Ether protects eldest. Virgil, Bonfire, and Lazarus strike all at once to break through the defenses with us as the skies above rumble with danger. The Sirza is only continuing to grow. Right, they only stop if forced. Shouldn't my father's be the same? It probably is. Or, it's not finished yet. I don't know, and I don't have time to worry about it. Gritting my teeth, I push with my dominion, canceling each and every attempt of Eldest to avenge his injuries as he's now slow enough for me to keep up. The only thing keeping the motherbound alive at this point is his Sirza. Seconds rapidly pass as we push him into a corner, drawing a few more wounds with each instant. In less than a minute after Lily's round is fired, Eldest falls to a knee, gasping for air. None of us let up even a little, doing everything within our power to kill him. Virgil's light slices against the ever-changing ether while Bonfire's flames also feast on it. Lazarus and my father strike with colossal weights, shifting the earth at large. Not every attack opens a weakness to exploit, but some do. A rumble through the court, however, is what pauses us for a moment. Chuckling rabidness comes from Eldest as he falls onto his back, staring at the ceiling of the underworld. You think they would let me die? I'm her eldest here, her most prized mortal. The gods will break this court for me. Otherwise, Mother won't be happy. Quite the Sirza, Killian. If we were both at our full potential, I frankly wonder who would win. Too bad Mother predicted one would try to take Death's place. I won't let him continue, dashing with another soulbone, and the others join in, frantically attempting to end this in case what he speaks is the truth. Lazarus appears beside Eldest with a flash of thunder, the crackling lightning around him forming into an entire bolt that transcends into the heavens as if they were what was above. The third raises a hand, creating a gun with his fingers like those of a child. His lips twist as I hear a slim whisper, one that doesn't make any sense, both the words and how they cut through the Sirza. I am sorry. Then, my ears suddenly return to the noise as a burst of light, so grand I momentarily lose my sight, wreaks havoc on reality. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds pass before Blodwyn restores my vision, and when I can see again, the battle is over. Virtually. A crater hundreds of feet deep, but only a half-dozen wide in each direction, offers home to Eldest, the demigod reduced to a malformed husk of his previous form. Ash is all that remains other than his burnt head. Even still, he is not dead. Stepping to look over the ledge, I form a ballista with what remains of my ether as Bonfire saddles up beside me. Meanwhile, my father thanks Lazarus as both are unable to stand, breathing heavily and struggling to regain their energy. Thank you, Lazarus. I know drawn lightning is not easy, especially without your true body. The third releases a low hum of laughter, managing to reply as his body begins to splinter into motes of ether. It would seem Killian Graves has lost his hold on his ether. Of course, just remember, Killian, never hold us for longer than 5 with your own ether. We might reach our full strengths, but my father nods sagely, understanding the unspoken words fully. I know, Death will have to die before I can do anything more with Reaper's seal. Listening to them, I pull the trigger of ballista while my friend tosses a bundle of fire into the hole. Lily even throws some of her own ichor, aiding in ruining what's left. I hear a chime of a bell, likely denoting the end of the battle. But the arena doesn't shift or shrink, nor do we escape it and return to our seats. It is still as vast as a territory and as awful as can be. Lily, however, is ecstatic, howling beside me as she skips side to side. We did it. We did it. 2 dominions. Yes, I can grow again, Wyatt. Do you think I'll be taller? Last time, I think I grew an inch. Bonfire smacks a meaty hand onto Lily's head, the man only several inches taller than her as opposed to his previous height. I already know he's going to say something before he does. However, my worry is why she received 2 dominions from this. Why was there 2? It doesn't matter if you grow. You'll never be taller than me. Haha, shorty. I didn't know why it was hiding you and his gun all along. How come you never showed me? Huh. I shake my head in spite of my own exhilaration for Lily. The two immediately get into an argument the first time they have a chance to speak. I'm quickly pulled right off my train of thought by the two of them. Hey, who are you calling short? I gave you your life back, Bono. Bono? Bono? I'm Bonfire. You dim-witted gun. Bonfire. Remember it, or I'll scorch your paint job. And PSHCH. I didn't need you. I could have done it all on my own. I slide an eye to stare knowingly at Bonfire. Emmett Knox grins sheepishly as he tries to defend arguing with a little girl. In the background, Lily stomps and threatens, Bono's fire with water. Hey, it's not. I'm a child now, too. I can make fun of whoever I want. Ha ha ha. The flat part of a palm slams into the back of Emmett Knox's head, and the man practically rotates in place to face-plant against the dirt. Virgil rubs his wrist softly while staring down at Bonfire and the man's younger form. His look is both remorseful and furious. Bonfire. I leave Virgil to speak to the maniac and instead move toward Lazarus' fading body. My father and the ancient man are still exchanging words, but that time limit they spoke of is fast approaching. He's dead, but there are many more to come, Killian. Eldest might have been the strongest, but he came alone to make the push for godhood. Luckily, he didn't remember what I said I wished to do all those years ago. Such a shame how it turned out. But the others, there are many more. Gods too. At least, that's what I remember. My mentor and his king delved far beyond what anyone could follow. The gods beyond this court, they are many, and they are strong. Hopefully Apocalyptic was killed back then, or he is truly just as lazed as the legends say. I raise an eyebrow as I've never heard that god's name before. Who is that? Lazarus faces me with a grin on his weathered face. Even as the motes reduce him to nothing but a floating skull, he answers my final question while my father is lost in thought. The morning star, the eminence of tomorrow, Apocalyptic. Back in my day, or before that, he was the strongest of the old gods, yet sadly, the least likely to help as he despises life. With Hutash dying, the mantle was left to death to wage war without her brother and sister, all equal in age. Goodbye. Hopefully, I see you again, young man. A long breath leaves my lungs as the Thunderbolt Titan leaves the realm of the dead, entering Death's gullet once more. It must be awful to be returned to a place such as this, only to be forced back in less than 5 minutes. At least previously, during that grand war, he wasn't so injured he had to return immediately. It seems that due to his injuries, he has to be sustained with Killian's ether. However, that raises another question. Were the primes not that instrumental in aiding Vincent? Or were they just enough to turn the tides and let that crazy old man win? Who knows? Only he would, I suppose. And here, I stand before my father as he is just as grievously injured as usual. To him, it must just be normal, immune to pain as he is. I take a seat beside him as the sky blinks with a flicker of golden aura. The devil must be doing something, probably trying to pull us out of here. Why didn't you use your power? I propose the question into the air, and a grumble is the swift reply. A second response comes shortly after, and it's quite a surprise. Who says I wasn't? Not all are external. Mine keeps my soul in my body. If I were to stop the ether flowing through my body, I'd die instantly with my body in this state. Makes sense. We both stay silent for several moments as I realize that my father is not very talkative. His one remaining eye watches Bonfire and Lily's interactions like a hawk while the insides are shifting in rapid thought. The wounds on his body gradually recover, the bone and flesh mending over what was there before. Oddly, though, he doesn't heal into the flesh of an average human. He recovers to match the parts he put onto himself. I watch it with interest while Blodwyn comments on how inefficient it is. I don't think Blodwyn comprehends how difficult it is to regenerate an arm as fast as he does. More time passes before my father abruptly speaks, his voice abnormal and his words oddly meaningful. It almost sounds like he has an issue simply talking at all, like he doesn't know how to connect with another person. I am proud of you. The 5 words are robotic and obviously practiced. I turn my head to look at my father as his face is twisted into a grimace. Not one of pain, but instead shame. I see why he is the way he is. Without Ma, I'd be the same. Have you ever been close with anyone? My father is whisperless for only a second before eking out the harrowing retort. No, I have never had the chance. I was always on the move, doing one mission or the next for Vincent. While he was off exploring godhood, I was left to kill the demons he left behind, searching ruins, experimenting for him, and even heading to the underworld. All of it was planned by him or Eli. My whole life, I hid you from him the best I could. The child I found when I turned the world's rivers red. The day I gained my dominion. My mind flashes back to the legends of Tornridge and how the riverbeds were all stained red from its liberation. How one man killed all the monsters, demons, and creatures of the night within it. Heavier shoulders, indeed. Do you regret it? A creaking rumble comes from the jaws of the demigod beside me. The sheer force of his anger would be enough to kill any mortal in his presence. Through clasped teeth, he nods. Yes, every damn thing. But what was I to do? The old man is invincible. Despite what I said, I doubt he'd ever actually lose to Eldest. And it'd be worse if he was dead. So I sucked it up and did my job, no matter the cost. The cost is apparent as I watch his body meld back together. None of his skin is uniform, all built from some creature or another being. His arms are asymmetric, with all the bones I've seen differently colored and grained. Even his eyes are inhuman, glowing with otherworldly intensity. Worst of all, his heart is not human either. Mine, at the very least, still looks to be. Killian Graves' heart is not a heart at all. Instead, it is the furnace of a demon, their unique organ capable of generating heat, bestowing grand physical strength, and allowing a more efficient flow of ether. To many, it may be a blessing, but to us, Graves who are already so far from humans, are you even human anymore, Father? Two sparkling eyes face me, one only halfway regenerated with the skin near it still split open like spiderwebs. Within those orbs, however, I can feel the brilliance of his soul. It is beaten, tarnished, and even broken. He has bowed to forces beyond him, submitting his own life and glory. Yet, he has not yet allowed himself to die. Within his eyes, I feel his dominion through my own soul, and it speaks to me just like the visions of sigils and tomes of the cabin. The undying promise is more than just an oath. It is a certainty. Death will not come for the one who has a purpose beyond his chains. The undying oath-bound, the slavened wretch, will not fall by any man or God's hand but his own. His dominion and power work in concert to keep him alive, binding his soul to his body. I bow my head slightly, respecting the tribulations he's been through. I have hated him for much of my life, but it is hard to hate a man such as him. Not with the way he looks at Lily, the protectiveness. Not with the way he smiles at me, the pride. The way he stares at Aniwai could use some work. But he's my father. I don't care if we aren't bound by literal familial ties. He found me in blood. That's good enough for me. Still, a question lingers. How did you find me? My father answers me just as golden light covers us. A Graves can feel another. You've already sensed it down here. So have I. I stumble as I reappear in the stands right beside Aniwai. She catches me as she nearly tumbles over from my weight. Confused by her weakness, I glimpse her smile as she congratulates me. Little one, nicely done. You got your dominion finally. I embrace her with a laugh as my eyes fall on the two men behind her. My heart abruptly stops as I witness them speak with each other. You wish to kill death, no? It would seem we are in concert then. Her reapers seem to want my life quite severely. A god is not so easy to kill. Yeah, and? Something tells me His Majesty will join us. I clamp down on my rage and boiling emotions as I find Louis Fern trembling with a hand on the wall. Everyone here, from Lennon's comatose form to Bonfire's crazed lips, falls silent. It is partially due to respect, but also to worry. Worry for his condition. He's a god, yes, but we don't honestly know where such limits lie. The court is soon to break out of my control. Unfortunately, another wonder is coming. It'll take a whole lot of death and destruction to reach that point. However, as it grows off judgment, sadly, all are subject to its brutal lens. Few in history would be led off by her gaze. I only earned mine by fighting for a millennium. The devil points in the opposite direction of hell, staring directly at me. I know some of you have come to enter hell, but that is not an option. We must be out of here before the court enters its first hearing. Anyone could be your opponent, a demon, a friend, or yourself. If we... A golden hand appears in the air in a hurry as a warning goes off in my mind. His sudden entrance pauses and shocks the devil, but it only causes my eyes to widen. Remington, the one in the... whatever that was warned me. Do I trust it? My king, you must stay. If you leave, there will be no one to scare the gods away, even if the court forces you. With every word, Remington's hand gets a bit closer to Lewis Fern. Inch by inch, the golden dust seems to grow just a little more ominous. I step forward as my brain makes a connection. The missing hand from Eldest, the absolute control of ether. This, Remington. The single word forces everyone in the vicinity but Lewis and me to shout in pain as they hit the floor. Even Killian and Eli fall to their knees. I simply bear the pain with a hand on my head as I grind forward with a harried step. What confirms my thoughts is that the hand is also subject to that same pain. That's not Remington, devil. She got him long ago. I don't get to finish as the hand explodes into motion, flying right for Lewis Fern's neck. The devil's cane twists, catching the palm as time abruptly slows to a crawl with my warning. I can feel everything stop, yet it seems less against me. It feels like I'm moving through molasses, but I'm not as crippled as the others. Striding forward, I rush toward the god as he is similarly affected. Still, Lewis Fern is a god, an unnatural one, too. Phantasmal balances appear behind him that strip away the sand from Remington's palm, or I should say Eldest's hand. I don't know how it has happened, but all that I do know is that Remington's domination over time must have been impossible for the mother below to fully grasp, so she sectioned it off and tossed it into the sandy river. Who knows how many eternities passed until I pulled it out? The time that passed in the real world before Remington was subdued had to have been counted in centuries, but in the mysterious river of time, it might have very well been millions of years of decay. Only with that could she overpower his true dominion. The one we saw before must have been a false one, formed by his raw mastery over ether and his own soul. The king battles his alchemist with a fury, hauling out all the strength he has. Remington, she really got you? Really? But beneath the heavens and mountains of ether that move in but an instant, I see tears in the old human's eyes. 1,000 years had passed, and he thought his friend had clawed his way back. Lamentably, not all reunions are happy endings. I reach out with my soul in this augmented time, grasping out toward the hand with it. Remington has no reply against us other than to shatter one of his fingers. And with that shatter, I watch as the devil visibly ages 100 years. His body withers, his muscles wane, and his eyes fade. Still, a god is a god. Age matters far less than it does to a mortal. And before a second finger breaks, I tap my soul onto the hand, ripping away the dominion at work. And that's when my heart skips a beat, because nothing happens. This isn't a dominion. It isn't even a power. It's just ether. Ether positively filled with a concept, that of boundless time. 458, Freshet. Despite the dreadful ether roaming in the air, augmenting time itself, the devil is not stopped. He isn't even nearly as sluggish as I am. I may be resistant to such chains, but he's a god, and as such, stay back, Graves. This is not an opponent you can face. Leave him to me. Thank you for the warning. It gave me some precious time. My eyes widen as time only continues to stutter, and another finger is lost from Remington's hand. The shattered dust ages Lewis Fern even further, the first unnatural god, the first, coming close to a natural death. Then, the old man retaliates with all the abstract and incomprehensible might of a god. Ether, so dense and crippling, weaves through the air against Remington's control. In less than a second, I'm forced to the ground as the two beings, the demigod and god, war for supremacy. My vision shudders as I barely manage to keep my eyes open. For a moment, I worry about my own strength, wondering how I could ever stand up to gods. But then, I remind myself, Lewis Fern is no ordinary god. He was born in the direst time in all of human history, and so was Remington Shaw. The two strongest men from their millennium war with their minds, their souls, and their ether. Half a century of non-stop battle honed their talents, even more for the Soldier King, who had slain hundreds before his first sigil. A millennia of accumulated strength detonates all at once. 1,000 shifting balances surround Remington's palm as the sand continues to shuffle and spread like that of an eternal river, unimpeded by any force. But they are impeded. Order is set upon time as I feel things gradually grow normal. At the same time, chaos is set upon the hand. Grains of sand explode when motes of ether so dense with meaning they sing words collide against them. Moments pass as it seems that despite his aging, the devil has the advantage. Remington may be supremely talented, but his time has long since passed. He is only a hand, corrupted by the mother below and ripped from his whole body. Lewis Fern sighs with longing as he clenches his fist, the clatter of countless jail cells closing. With the noise, the hand implodes to become a single grain of sand, like that of a bean. I am sorry, my friend, but it was you who chose this path. The devil then addresses me as time swiftly restores its balance. Still, he is focused on me and the grain of sand in his palm. You fought against him. I'm sure you have figured that. Eldest, Remington, what a clever plan. Sadly, he couldn't have made it. Remington never made a failed plan. That means, I nod alongside him, knowing what the god is alluding to. She ruined his mind and soul. A shuddering breath comes from Lewis Fern as he leans direly on his cane. The old age of the man is becoming readily apparent. He must be thousands of years old now. Yes, his brilliance was shed. His greatest strengths were rid of. He was ripped in half, and even still, he left a wound that will not heal. Squinting, I look him up and down as the others react to the sudden aging of the devil. He was an old man before, but now, he's all skin and bones and carries the scent of death. You're a god, right? How come you age? The devil looks up at me, his back bent and lowered from the weight of his wrinkles, time beating him down. The frown falls onto his face as he quickly answers me before changing the subject. Time ages all, child. The divines simply have far more time. Only naturals can live forever, their bodies built separately from life. If I was but a soul, save this for later. We must leave now. Remington acted to make us stay longer. Lewis Fern twists around with his cane, moving awkwardly in the opposite direction, but he only makes it a single step before stopping. At his pause, his head creaks up toward the sky. Damn it all. Above is an all-consuming maw of darkness, of death. My soul trembles at the sight, but I'm no longer the child I once was. I meet the gaze of Kudo, of the biting embrace, the inexorable touch, death herself, without shivering. Not all can say the same, however. Otto and Marion scream in horror, diving to the floorboards for safety, while Aniwai and Birdie struggle to stand in her presence. Funnily enough, though, Lennon makes it to his feet just in time to bare his teeth. My father speaks through pained lips to the man beside me, Lewis Fern, demanding an answer. Must we kill your wife today? Or? The deafening news shocks me, and everyone else to the core, but the devil doesn't treat it as anything special. He simply wipes his face with his hand before turning back to us. Then, he stares specifically at Eli, Alexos, and Killian. It would seem so. She has been called by her mother now. I hoped she could hold a while longer, but the awakening must have sped it up. You three, you all want to slay death. No? Join me. It has been a while since I slayed a god. Nearly 1,000 years. They were too scared to try me. My father immediately bows his head and agrees despite his injuries. Sighing, I step to him while Eli negotiates the fight. Alexos has already signed on to this. After all, here, let me help. Killian eyes me oddly, but he doesn't refuse as I let the ether for sacrifice run through me. Rarely do I finish a battle with some ether to spare, but it seems today is the case. Still, I must be careful. A god is so close. After all, I let my left leg and arm vanish into nothingness to repair my father's body. The pain doesn't cripple me this time, though. I stand my ground as a martyr and have my limbs quickly regrown by Blodwyn. While the flesh stretches out from my form, I enjoy my father's odd face. Then, I ask something I've wanted to know despite learning the truth of my birth. Do you truly not know who I am from? Who? The woman I came from is. Killian's eyes fall to the ground as he hesitates to answer. I egg him on, grabbing the arm I gave him back as he finally caves. Yes, I do know. It was one of Edmund's first students, Lisa Hartwell, a damned fine spearwoman. Is that why? A shaking head cuts me off. No, Edmund and I. We were longtime friends. It pains me to see what has happened to him, but there was little I could do with my hands tied here. I nod as Silas runs past me, bowing deeply to the devil as a silent message passes between them. Raising an eyebrow, I know Mia must be saying something to Lewis Fern through her mental connections. Still, I have no clue what it is. All I know is that the devil refuses. Then, he comes to me. The wizened and wrinkled fingers of the god lifts up the grain of sand toward me. His voice is crackled and pained, but it does not stop at all. I killed him. This is the half of his soul in that body, and the compressed remnant. Remington had a unique sigil himself, 4 of his 8 when I knew him. The copycat, it is a mighty one, the sigil of impossibility, but unless it is taken first, it simply molds to match the harvester. Take it. It is not quite ready yet for digestion, but it will be soon. Shatter the remnant and take the sigil inside when you have the chance. The grain of gold falls into my hand as the devil walks away, leaving me in awe. The copycat? Interesting, yet another unconfirmed sigil that I don't think I've ever heard of. Makes sense though. Remington probably had all the ones in the world. Nonetheless, it has changed a lot. I was worried I'd have to get lucky to find a demon with a philosopher, but this actually makes the search easier, even in the future. I have one more sigil that I can use. The devil announces to us all his departure with an apology. I am sorry. I cannot break all of you out of the court. If I were to, I'd be too weakened to have any confidence in killing Kudo or any of the others to follow. As such, when I leave, the court will gain its full power. Do your best to escape. I believe you all can now that those 3 are gone. I bite my lip, frustrated by their sudden departure, but I suppose it makes sense. Death. The sky-length maw above is just as worrisome as the gods on the other side of hell. The only difference is she's right here. But what happens to all the undead when she dies? Like Silas? Turning to my friend, I find only fury in one eye while the other is lost in thought. Mia and Silas must have conflicting opinions about all this. I really need to talk to them. The 4 leaving to kill a god quickly gather into a tight-knit group, but not before saying goodbye. My father simply nods to Aniwai and me. Alexos doesn't look at anyone in particular, not even me, while Eli grins mischievously. As the 3 are covered with ether and an iron grate closing sounds through the air, the devil speaks once more. Good luck, but remember, the devil's luck is made, not given. Escape the cruelty of my own design and join me. 4. It is almost time to strike back. 2 more is all we need. 2 more. For some reason, I feel as though the devil's attention is not upon Killian, Lennon, or Eli, the 3 closest to what he speaks of godhood. Instead, the aged pupils brandish their lights onto me. The weight of his words linger as he and the 3 others vanish, leaving the original group that came here on their own. Laughing slightly, I turn and face them all, surprised to find them so ready. Otto and Marion, despite their fear of death, get their shit together and have their weapons raised. Aniwai, too, stands undeterred, a wide smile beneath her lone eye. Virgil and Lennon are the only ones sitting, but I know they are ready, prepared to fight some more in their own ways. I only worry that Virgil hasn't rested long enough. A few minutes is not nearly the time needed for his recovery. Nonetheless, Silas, his voice overlaying with Mia's, cuts through the momentary silence. I am going to kill that bastard. We all know who they're talking about. Eli. But it's not realistic for them to dream of that right now. I open my mouth to say something, but Silas just exhales sharply, stopping me. I know, we're too weak, but there will be an opportunity soon. Will there not? I shrug, not knowing exactly what to say as a timer is inscribed into the air before me, counting down from an hour. The earth rumbles beneath us alongside each shifting second, and Anawai's voice is the only one of reason as we're stuck in this literal godforsaken land. Relax. That must be the time we have until we are forced to fight. The Crimson Court must be preparing for something big. We needn't have to worry, though. If even the devil was having such difficulty coming and going, with this place at its full power, I think our only enemies will be demigods at best. Her words, while meaning to be encouraging, only managed to make Otto, Marion, Bertie, and Silas faces pale. Well, even more so for the undead. Birdie worriedly proposes a question as we sit in the stands, waiting for our judgments. What will happen to us if death dies? To the underworld? I bite my lip, not having an answer, but that doesn't mean I cannot give her some peace of mind. From what I know, gods leave behind objects just as sigils do when they die, and these divinities carry much of their powers. As such, I don't think much will change. As long as someone has access to her lingering divinity, then I think things will be fine for you all. Hell, we might even be able to remove death itself. Who knows how things will work? The death of natural gods always seems to create problems, but I don't know if one as important as death has ever died. Birdie nods to me as we mostly fall quiet, some people breaking into hushed conversations. I look at Silas and Mia as the timer counts down, considering speaking to them, but I really just want to rest for now. That fight, it wore me out. Me too. 3. Holding in the sigh, I nod with the two who share my mind. Although, Lily really shouldn't access it this easily. But whatever, I don't mind. Instead, I close my eyes, feeling the darkness take me quite quickly. There is another reason I want to sleep so badly. After all, Lily has killed her second dominion, meaning she is due to evolve. In what seems like no time at all, I find myself back on the lonesome beach of Lily's mind, the cardinal within. She's not here anymore, despite me just hearing her voice. I guess the ascension was waiting until now until I could help put her back together. That's good. She has more control now, it would seem. And already, the river seems larger, more lifelike than before. Standing, I turn and head towards the distant shack, not wanting to wait a single moment. My steps rapidly turn into a sprint, the incarnadine flowers twisting with each of my paces past them. In no time at all, I enter the ruined and damaged shack, just as true to life as the one beside the cardinal, only a bit further away. Though, to Lily, I'm sure everything feels far away since she didn't have legs to walk with for a very, very long time. Striding to the table with all her scattered parts, I focus on the notebook beside it. Could he have written something already? Maybe, though he was busy fighting for his life in the court. Nevertheless, I open the book, not expecting to find anything on the pages. And to my surprise, I do. The words are short, but they seem oddly recent. One last step for my little girl. It's been a long road for you too. I can see that. Due to our proximity, I can discern some more about her evolution. Once more, she's grown to be closer to you. She can't stay outside forever, but a few hours a day is likely. Furthermore, her dominion, it is blooming. I hope you can withstand always having a link to River Cardinal with you. Good luck, my son. And as for your next steps to bring her to the final frontier, she has to kill a god, not just land a hit or siphon some life like the other times. She needs to kill one and take their place, becoming the natural god of the cardinal, of vitality, of decay, and of goodbyes. Don't let your sister down, Wyatt, or me, though I know you won't. Someone raised you to be better than I. I finish reading the note in just a short few minutes before turning back to the parts with a smile. That last sentence is new, very new. He must have just written it. He acknowledged her. Finally. I know Aniwai has been waiting years and years for it, but he finally has. With determined hands, I rebuilt Lily's frame, in awe of the magnificence of each piece. They click together like masterpieces formed for each other. It's a wholly different feeling than before, and in just a little while, the blooming spider lily is put back together. Alongside the colt in my hand, the lithe young girl smiles back at me with a grin of bloody fangs. At a singular glance, 1,000 meanings flow through my mind, the ether of the weapon in my hands entering my mind, the knowledge of how her dominion works and the understanding of just how amazing it is. Furthermore, her connection to the cardinal has finally reached a point where she can reach it from here. Maybe not from the surface, but from here, it is easy. She darts for me and wraps me in a hug, and I return the touch, ignoring the chill from her skin. Rivulets of water trail down her now wet dark hair, falling to the ground. Each drop blooms a lily, the other shore flower. Quite a dominion indeed, to never run out of flowers or the water for said lilies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 459, power to wheel. When my eyes reopen, there is a row of bloodied and sharpened teeth grinning over me. Blinking rapidly, I push Lily off me, surprised to find myself in a different place than where I fell asleep. Lily prances around, shouting out her joy and happiness while I feel the dust and dirt beneath me. The arena. Are we back inside it? Frantic, I search for anyone else who may be with us, and the only figure I find is a familiar undead, his one eye glowing purple, seated upon the grounds of the arena. Silas. Hey, Silas. What happened while I was sleeping? Mia answers me first while Silas tends to the knife in his hand. The court has finally awakened. Look up. Following her words, I crane my head upward, and when I do, I find strings of text awaiting me. The words are written in the same incoherent language as the cabin's tome, but I understand it all nonetheless. It is ether, manifested into meaning, just as a Surza is. Judgment has begun for the creatures of this venerable court. In order to be fair and righteous, as some are incapable of fighting alone, the sessions have been set to have 2 instead of 1. The first session begins in 10:11, 10:10, 10:09. Shit, shit, shit. Does that mean we're against each other? My brain immediately understands the dilemma here. With a sinking heart, I wait for Silas' response. The undead man twists to face me grimly, the sand shifting underneath his movement. Yes, we are each a pair now. I don't believe Lily counts. I scramble to my feet, searching for something that can be done. Racking my mind, I get Blodwin, his cleverness, to also help. Shouting at Silas, I force him to join too. Get up, think of something. We only have 10 minutes left. Despite my words, the undead doesn't stand. His partner answers for him. It's been nearly 6 hours. There is no way out. If even the devil struggled, unable to believe her words, I peer at every corner of this arena we are in, stunned to truly comprehend its size. In every direction, the battleground seems to stretch endlessly, space somehow manipulated in this place. From that, I look to the sky, staring beyond the dome, only to find a distant battle in the sky, with thunderous waves shaking the air but unable to reach us. The 4 are already fighting death, and we're stuck here. Why 6 hours? I ask the question, hoping there is some kind of hint. There is none. To be fair, it said. Bullshit. How is any of this fair? We have to fight each other? To the death? I know that nonviolence isn't an option here. Something will force us. I pull at my hair as even Blodwin turns depressed and defeated. Lily's joy is stifled by simply looking at us all. I don't think there is any other way, Wyatt. We either win, or we don't. And then what? Whoever wins will just fight again and again, until they die and gain this thing's demented form of justice. No further answers come to be as I stand, hands out from my body without anything to grab onto. Cursing, I turn and sprint to what was once the edge of the arena before abruptly stopping. There is no wall for me to break. There is nothing to escape from. The dome above must be dozens of miles tall, and based on the fight with Eldest, the horizontal distance could be thousands of miles or more. Despite it all, I refuse to die, and I refuse to let Silas die. Turning to examine the sky and the horizon, I hear the undead speak to his partner, and instantly, it breaks my heart. I am sorry, Mia. It seems our end is upon us. I promise to help you to the best of my ability, but this is where my limit lies. Don't say sorry. I'm sorry. I was too mean, too lost in anger. If I had treated you better, you'd already be a virtue. I'm sure of that. I don't turn and face them, even as they pour their hearts out. It's the first time I've heard anything but arguments between them. It would seem that they were not as disagreeable as I thought. They were only similarly grieved. Even still, the admittance doesn't feel good to hear, no matter how it sounds to my ears. It wouldn't have mattered. They are our opponents. Reaching for my dominion comes to me without effort. My soul leaks out of my body, reaching outward like 1,000 different tendrils, 1,000,000 different feelers. My soul is formless, and as such, it is malleable. It can shape. But what exactly does that mean? I kneel and thrust my palm against the ground as Blodwin warns me against directly antagonizing the court. But at this point, I don't give a shit. This fucking place, and all the people here, it's like the universe is giving its all to piss me the fuck off. I won't kill my friends. I will not. My vision wobbles and flickers as I feel my soul spread out into the ground, only to be quickly rebuffed by a force 1,000 times my size. Twitching in pain, I spasm to the floor on my back, groaning with each fizzling aspect of justice that runs through me. But I smile despite the pain. Despite the agony that prevents me from resisting even a little bit, I grin through the twitches, through the tremors, and even when I can't hear Blodwen's voice beyond the weaves. I smile with bloody gums from biting my own tongue out because the ground moved. It shifted. It rippled. That means there is a chance. A chance to escape without hurting or killing Silas. I just am not strong enough yet. But there is a way. It appears I won't be able to wait until the ideal time. Forcing my trembling hands to pause through raw spirit alone, I fish out the grain of sand from my pocket. It is tiny, yet it is mighty. The golden glow washes onto my body, only managing to make the blight upon me worse. Still, the smile remains. Blodwen. I speak aloud to my partner, one of the rare few times, and he replies with certainty, already knowing what is in store. He's been ready for a long, long time. I am ready. Do it. I will take what you do not. The voices of the other two continue while I begin to apply pressure on the grain of sand with my fingers and with my soul itself. The sand resists my strength, but I only continue to add more with each concurring second as the justice fades from my system. I've been wanting to tell you something, Mia. Don't, Silas. Whatever you feel, it's not real. But it is, Mia. I know it's stupid, but it is stupid. You don't love me. You loved a woman and forgot her existence, clinging to the closest person with all that lingering love. Do not. I do not want that to be the last thing I hear before I die. What you feel is rushed and not genuine. You don't want to hear that you are loved, that someone cares about you, as if you were a person. Their words only embolden my fingertips, placing more force into them. But it's not my hand that matters with this. No, it is my dominion. I feel my soul flow into the grain of sand, and I'm instantly buffeted by a storm of emotion. 1,000 years of pain and suffering directed solely at me. The heartache creates pangs in my chest as I struggle to breathe. Tightening my eyes, I attempt to focus but quickly lose the bearings. I quickly get lost in the pain of dying endlessly, realizing that this was yet another weapon left behind by the mother below. First, Eldest was there to possibly ascend, and even if he didn't, weaken the rest of us. Secondly, Remington's hand was set to kill or severely weaken Lewis Fern, which seems like the latter happened. And thirdly, a trap was set for me. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe this is simply the price I have to pay to bear for time. I wonder, how did Remington set himself onto this road from alchemy? I retreat into my own body, pulling out from the grain of sand, but the harrowing awfulness only follows me back to my body. Fortunately, though, I am not alone. A river of darkness and steaming blood meet the proverbial sands of time as they attempt to grind me down bit by bit. Lily's voice comes to me from my right ear like a whisper, the young girl managing to control her energy for an instant of brutal clarity. No matter how much I see her as a child, I must remember that she is a weapon first. Go, dive into the sand. Bring little brother Blodwen with you. I won't let him take you. A river? Huh? We'll see who has the better one. Despite the devil's entrapment and imprisonment of Remington, some leftovers still linger, namely, the emotions supplied by the river of time. Still, I trust Lily to handle it, for now at least. The Cardinal is on the same tier as the river of time, both ancient wonders, natural gods without minds, or, more likely, ones that lost them long ago. And while Remington might be some kind of channeler of those yellow sands, Lily is a vessel, a burgeoning god of the Stygian waters that first gave birth to life. And as it is the one that gave life, it can take it away too. A war occurs within my body as those dark waters flourish in between my veins. I can feel time pass with reckless abandon as Lily struggles to prevent the loss of any of my lifespan. How ironic. Gritting my teeth, I slide my soul out of my body entirely, knowing that it is possible only because I feel it is. The hunch quickly turns out to be a fact as I push my whole being into that grain of sand. Furthermore, I drag Blodwen's soul with me, ripping him right out of my body, too. Though the latter is only possible because he doesn't resist me in the slightest. And together, we enter that grain of sand while its remnants are distracted. I think, I think I know what Remington meant when I saw him in that darkness. A remnant of a remnant. The one I saw in there was the tiny vestiges that remained of one of the most extraordinary mortals to ever walk. Bowing my head in respect, I feel the sigils within the grain. I reach for the 4 out of the 9 that seem to resemble mine, knowing that it must be the copycats. Blodwyn scrambles for another, taking a copycat as well. Together, we rip apart the seams of the long-forgotten human. As I feel the sigil merge into me, I find myself standing in a familiar field without any trees, nothing but grass waving in the wind. It is a peaceful place, a place beyond time itself. Across from me is a smiling middle-aged man, the scars of time apparent from the weight in his gaze. The man is utterly ordinary, with a cheap brown robe and blemishes all over his face. If anything, he's closer to a drunkard in appearance than a demigod. Nonetheless, the man doesn't say a word to me. He simply waves with a hand, saying goodbye with an action instead of a phrase. But with that wave comes a split vision, a split future, 2 lanes of the same life. The first has Remington Shaw frozen in that realm with the mother below for all of eternity. Both are forced to undergo the limitless torture that is eternity in repetition. But Remington Shaw refuses to simply fade. The second vision, however, is a little different. It is of the body that Remington left behind to chain Yuuzhan for eternity. It tells the story of the body that is desecrated, of the sigil forced out of it by an implantation of an arca. The sigil of Remington Shaw is cut off at the hand, falling to the ground. And with that, the one within eternity lost his edge. He lost his only anchor. From there, he began to fade. Still, at the end of his time, at the end of all that he is, Remington Shaw leaves with the goodbye of a man of his stature. Finally, as I feel my body vanish from this grain of sand, taking his sigil with me that morphs to match my others, I hear his goodbye to the world. It was an interesting life I led, I suppose. One last gift for those who follow my king. One last. Oh! A soul shatters before my eyes as I blink rapidly, watching the grain of sand detonate into motes of ether into the air. This is my first time seeing such a thing. I've seen people die, their souls sucked away by death, but I've never seen a soul genuinely break like this. And break it does. The soul of Remington Shaw floods the world with ether, with a specific type of ether, one imbibed with the concept of time itself. Conceptual ether, the highest, grandest form of ether in all of existence. The ether wielded only by the gods themselves and those at the precipice. This ether wraps around Silas and me, intertwining us within an orb of swirling sigils. I pivot on my feet, too shocked to investigate my own advancement, as I notice something far above. 8:10, 8:10, 8:10. The time doesn't change. It stands still. Silas and Mia have long paused their conversation in total awe, just as I am at this spectacle. It might not be as destructive as Marshall's final strike or my father's Reaper's seal, but the ether speaks nonetheless. Time stills for my king. The ether around us, swirling like a veritable river, utterly copies and replicates the river of time. It weaves through the air, shifting the very laws of reality as they are. It's utterly beyond anything I've ever seen so close up. From what I know, Sirzes, at least those with conceptual ether at their base, have the capacity to grow to form natural gods if left unchecked. Yet that takes a long, long time, 1,000 years at the least, from the devil's example. And yet, something tells me a feat such as this, so deeply imbued with conceptual ether, had it not been a final act of a dismantling soul, it would have quickly joined the Crimson Court. What is this? Silas' voice is shaky, insecure, and doubtful of the world at large. It's almost as if he cannot believe what is happening. I grin at the duo before me, respecting the man's last burden. It is Remington Shaw's final gift to the world. Don't waste it, Silas. Meow. The two stare back at me. I can hardly endure the many questions in their burning gazes, but Mia focuses on the most important first. I don't even think they've ever heard the name before today, but the Arca still knows how to pick out the vitals. What do you mean? What should we do? Train. There are 7 sigils left in those waves. That means Silas can grow again, though you can't, Mia. Silas shakily nods, raising a hand toward the river of sand that encapsulates us from the rest of time. The question would be effortless to guess. even if he didn't vocalize it. How long? I shrug, not having an answer. Who knows? As long as we want? I'm not sure. But we can't stay in here forever without food or water for me. Or maybe we can. I don't know yet. Either way, we likely have a while. So, get to it, you two. With that, I sit, close my eyes, and enter the internals of my sigil and soul. Blodwyn flows alongside me, already back inside our body, as the emotions left behind by Remington seem to have been gobbled up by Lily. The lithe girl stares at me, and I can see her despite my lidded eyes. I think it's about time to gauge what's changed. First, I want to know about my friend's dominion. Blodwyn chuckles ominously within our shared body as he demonstrates it to me. Or well, he shows its soul to me, and somehow, I just know. My mastery and dominion over my soul seem to have matured in such a short time frame. Not even a single day. Blodwyn's is more straightforward than mine, but still complex. It fits him, though. Reaching out with my right arm's hidden blade, I cut a line across my left hand and smile as the wound vanishes. But it doesn't just disappear entirely. No, it manifests upon my other hand. Woundwrithe, his name, of course. It does more than just move our wounds, though. It's so much more than that. We can writhe our injuries onto others with a simple touch. I can just imagine it. Even the injuries we give to others can be augmented, enhanced. It'll be weaker on others with dominions to guard their souls, but those without could be easily killed by a paper cut. With our toughness, we could be a walking corpse and a mere tap onto another being. They'd take our place in the pale lady's fingers. Of course, the more grievous the wounds, the more difficult it is for Blodwyn to push onto the target. But that's beside the matter. Because we're both ninth sigils now. We're both demigods. Together, opening my eyes, I stare down at the midnight purple chains covering our body inside and out. It's been a long road to get here, and while I want to delve into my own soul and figure it all out, all the improvements and whatnot, there is something more pressing. Thank you. My partner simply returns the two words, adding one of his own. Thank you, too. When we first met, we were at bitter odds every damn second. Who would have thought? Who would have thought we'd make it all the way here together? Back then, I didn't even know demigods existed, let alone that I'd join their ranks. But as I try to focus, to set my mind upon my soul and sigil, darkness overwhelms me, and a terrible fit of fatigue befalls me, forcing me to close my eyes. I fight it. I war with every smidge of my existence, and Blodwyn does too. But it is not something that can be refused. Slumber takes me just as it did when I became an angel. 460, kicking up the skies. A man's hand crests the top of a scarred cliff face, the gnarled fingers twisted and scarred from a century of discordant strife. The nails of the centennial fingers dig into the rock that has stood the test of millions of years unmarred. Somehow, the flesh pierces through the impenetrable. Then, with colossal strength and a lungful of breath, the man hauls himself over the ledge, crumbling onto his back, hardly able to breathe at all. He is not all too injured. There are only a few open wounds here or there with dry sand that leak out instead of typical blood, but it is exhaustion that eats at him. It is the ceaseless war he has set himself upon, the one that rages within from the countless he has devoured. One large inhale after the next, the man raises his hand to feel the wind, the air, the ether from the peak of the world. The air feels unique, untouched, and untainted by life. It is peaceful and ancient. He closes his fist as if to take its power, to devour the sky above the peak. Because that is where he is, at the absolute peak of the world, the Zil. A place that he had long been fearful of, that he, despite his unmatched strength, cowered from. Because, at the top of this mountain, when the sun crests just over the edge of the horizon, there is a god. And not just any god. The mighty fist of the man crashes into the unblemished stone beside him as he forces himself to stand despite the wear and tear. Blood leaks from those arms of his, trailing to the ground. But the taint upon the rocks is not red. It is golden, the ichor of something far more than human. That ichor twists and turns as it flows back down the mountain, tumbling off like grains of sand, heading back to the long road he came from. A flicker of memory passes through the man's mind, that of a cradle, of a loving hand upon his chin, of a warmth upon every morning. Then, He tightens his jaw and sets his eyes on his goal. This man has long cast away any resemblance to his old kind. Long, long ago, when he was but a child, he set himself upon an impossible goal, knowing that it was the only way to ever mean something. He had seen countless rise and fall, dying without a whisper into the cosmos, and the young man wanted nothing more than to mean something, to not be a waste. There was a brief lapse in his pursuit of the goal along his journey, the only love of his lengthy life, but his enemies made sure he would have no such distractions beyond it. All that is now left is a fervent desire, a wellspring of emotions, an armada's cumulative experiences, and the perseverance of a man with the world on his shoulders that leaves him undefeated throughout his travels to allow him to finally clench his fist around that finality. Endlessness. He has sought immortality, but so much more than that. He has warred for all that comes with the endless, going so far as to imbue the concept into his very form, the first of his kind ever to do so. The other gods that arose before him either shaped an external part into their divinity or were born with their power. He looks down in those like the devil and war scythe. To him, they are not real gods, either cheating or outsourcing their power into an object. But this man is different, the first of his kind. All others are fakes, not truly understanding where the peak lies. The endless, however, rests within his every drop of blood. And yet, it is not always enough. It can be, though, without end. He shall grow with the right fuel. Walking forward across the rocky ridge, so far above the ground that the stormy clouds of night are to his waysides, the man continues with a sliding limp. He stumbles again and again while he wipes the leaking blood of his lips on his bruised flesh, but he never slows. Crackling lightning on some distant region of the world tests his reactions, but he never glances in that direction, no matter how the thunder strikes, no matter how the heavens tremble at his presence, the warnings ringing throughout the night. His eyes are set on only one place, the very peak of the peak. The focus is so singular that the pain washes away from his mind. The years and years of strife fade. The countless lives and loves he has lost vanish at this moment. To him, to this man, only the goal exists. Endlessness. He might have absorbed it into his everything, but that is only the start of the road. All ends are equal, and all paths converge, but it is the length and the struggle one has walked that gives one strength. Bit by bit, step by step, he climbs the natural edifice of his planet, the world's end, staining the rock with his golden blood. Yet, he does not care for the lost ichor. The man has bled more than any natural river has flowed. After close to an hour, he finally climbs that last little bit, finding himself at the very Zill. And here, even he takes a gasp. A long, narrow bridge of earthen rock, mud, and dirt crosses the horizon, entering some distant land. Two beings, however, guard the slim passage. A low growl comes from the man as his eyes flicker defensively and his knees droop in response. He quickly takes note of the chains of sunken sunlight that imprison the two figures on the mountain, wrapped around their bodies in such numbers that it is difficult to see any skin that they may have. This place is not simple by any means. Earthen links tie the two corrupted beings to the ground, forcing their feral nature to act as guards. The man sighs and relaxes his stance, lamenting what has been lost but thanking what could have come to him. So you always existed on the surface. Ology, Muha. It is a shame to see what the great manifestations of the moons have fallen to in that collapse. I will have to thank him for this opportunity when I see him. Goodbye, twins. May you find peace in my endless. Thank you, both, for at least trying when so many others stood aside. The man who has been fatigued for a century raises a hand toward the two creatures, both carved out of identical white rock, the very same as the moons above. They growl and howl at the motion with enough force to shake the very sky and disperse the clouds. A terrible reckoning befalls the man as gravity itself distorts, stretching to crack and shatter the stones near him. Yet before the man loses his footing or bows his youthful countenance, his hand turns to a wave of eternal sand. In but a moment, the sand flies to the two and gains fangs. The endless horde dives into the two beings' bodies, devouring them from the inside out. Seconds pass as the sky trembles, both the moons above shaking to the naked eye. Gravity yawps with danger, unraveling the cosmos around the man with violet streaks of lightning. Despite the visceral phenomena, the man does not stop or hesitate in the slightest. He bears the weight of the moons without a grimace. It must be done. I need all the power I can get. I am sorry, twins. With his last word, the two bodies turn to nothing but scattered ashes as they fall to the ground. All their energy, ether, and power are nothing before the sands as they officially join the endless. The man's head twists as if in pain at the inclusion of two more mighty beings in his essence. Still, he doesn't falter, restarting his trek across the heavens themselves. His steps are slow and unhurried, but filled with consolidated struggle as he limps with a tad more effort. The Slayer of the Twin Moons crosses the bridge in the sky bit by bit, second by second. Gradually, the night continues its ever-present current, even with the moons above in chaos. The twins wobble, tremble, and emanate dangerous noises beyond the vastness of space as if they were crumbling. The man finally stops as a gate manifests to welcome him on the other side of the bridge. The Moonslayer looks up at the sky, and a long exhale leaves his lungs. Then, his hand reaches for his chest before sinking into the flesh as if it were only a dune of sand. The endless shifts to his demand. A clenched fist leaves the chest where an opened palm enters. The Godslayer opens his hand to reveal a pair of earrings with an orb on each of them. No more shall she torment you. Your nightmares are over. Twins, watch over them all for another eon. Be careful who you choose should you grow lonely. Not many can handle the stress. The very instant the Godslayer reveals the earrings to reality, ripping them from the endless, the skies stop their awful tremble. The moons relax their fervor, falling back into their typical rhythm. With only this slight stop, the man continues walking, but not before tossing the earrings off the side of the bridge. They plunge into the clouds, disappearing into the vast whiteness, to eventually greet the frozen ocean below. And the man doesn't stop to watch them fall. He quickly passes underneath the arched stone, sliding his vigilant gaze over a circular field nestled within the skies themselves. Within the center of the field is a throne carved of sunlit marble and glorious obsidian, seeming to fit only a giant's frame. Spiraling suns illuminate the throne just as the daylight itself opens its dreadful brightness onto the sky. The Dzil is the first to receive the day's light and the last to lose it. The man opens a smile as he faces his goal, a being gradually forming underneath the light of the morning sun. This is what he has been waiting for, and as such, he clasps his hands behind his back patiently, counting the seconds for later. Before long, a man weaved from sunlight rests with a hand on the side of the throne, his closed fist holding his chin that bears two lidded eyes. They are perfectly symmetrical, utterly divine in all aspects. The god resembles no human. His features are alien and too luminant to grasp for any but the most powerful. Still, the once human before him fits that category of being powerful. He has for a long, long time. Maybe not to the sun and moons with equal ages, but to himself, he has possessed power longer than any being ever should. Apozirates, we finally meet. The grieved man, the God-slayer, the endless, the swarming wastelander, the executioner of dust. Desolation greets the most powerful god of his planet, of all the planets within knowledge, and the god that can only form upon the minute instant of the sun's radiance upon a world. The morning star, the eminence of tomorrow, horizon, scowls at the human. What do you want, worm? I am enjoying the sunrise. Fury rages within Vincent Harvey. It is so absolute in nature that the endless within vibrates with the force to shatter a mountain, not even to devour it. The fire that ignites at those words nearly blinds the man from his goal, but he reins it in within a fraction of a second. The man hates, no, he loathes, this being. For all his power, he doesn't use it. This thing squanders the greatest thing in all of life, power. At least the twins fought for the world and its mortals. Their falls filled the world with grief. Yet this god's death, no one will lament. Not even the wind around him suffers the slightest touch from his soul or fingers. That is the control desolation holds over his own being, reared into harness from a century of battle and exploration. Few, no, none can boast the same. None in all the worlds amongst the cosmos have fought as Vincent Harvey has. It is a miracle to all, including himself, that an enemy has not put him in the dirt yet. Some call it luck. Others call it providence or fate. The old man knows it is nothing such as those. It is his unbreakable will, capable of bringing millions to the knee, that brought him to the ends of the world and the heights of godhood. I have come to demand you to join the battle against Yuzin. This is your world, Apazirates. You were the first, born before Kudo or Hutash, before River Cardinal ever set its slimy fingers onto this planet or any planet. You will join this battle. Silence. A second passes as the moons in space halt. The sun on the horizon flickers, and the clouds below vanish, revealing the icy waters of the northernmost tip of the world that they hover over thousands of miles below. The very sky itself sunders and trembles beneath the gaze of two peerless gods. The morning star's brilliant teeth, forged out of the sun itself, grind with the sound of a collapsing star. The winds abruptly pick up, centering upon the bridge of the gods and the two that stand upon it. They swirl so dangerously that the currents are visible to the naked eye and lethal to any mortal life. But these two are not mortals. They are far, far more. One was born into his power. The other slaved away to gain his while, forcing others to aid him in his endless quest for power. The slave loathes the king, just as the sun despises the sunset. They abhor their origins, but owe them everything. Apazirates chained any and all that came to kill him to this mountain before, his seat of power. Whether they were human, god, or godly motherbound, he didn't care. All fell to him. But Vincent knows in a direction conflict, even Apazirates would perish to Yuzin and her crazed children. The mother below is a god, just as they are, but not all gods are the same. The difference in strength between gods is as vast as the skies themselves. Apazirates stands from his throne slowly, the radiant sandals on his feet searing marks into the dirt beneath him as he towers over the human. At 12 feet tall, the morning star looks down on the pitiful human. His frame is otherworldly, sacred in nature, and forces all other beings the human has met to be pale manifestations in comparison. Bits of his insides vibrate, but they bow to a greater ruler than the horizon. And why? Why should I? The worlds have never done anything for me. Not that they could. I do not care if a billion of you little wretches die. There will always be a sun to rise, no matter what that little gremlin does. I have never wanted a part in any of these foolish trifles. Leave, before I make you. The Godslayer creaks his head upward, bending it to stare at the god's face, unfazed by the glow with enough heat to burn away lawless lake's waters. Vincent Harvey's face is solemn, but it is not fearful, nor is it defeated. He pauses for a second, but not in thought or hesitation. The lingering second is not for fear or worry. All those puny aspects have long been ground out by the vastness of the world. The man who has seen it all simply rolls his tongue over his right canine, a habit formed over a century of struggle whenever he is about to fight. It originated against his only rival, the last time he ever felt as though he was unconfident. But now, his existence shows no sign of cowardice or nervousness. If you do not help, I will make you. The unnatural god returns the natural god's words back at him. For moments, the two simply stare at each other, waiting for the other to move. Then, Apazirates laughs by bending back his neck toward the grand stars above, streaking back his long, luminous head of hair to rest behind his waist and infringing upon the sun-kissed earth. Then, his face abruptly twists back down with a violent grimace, growling out a warning that melts the earth of the bridge of the gods, turning much of the fabled land to charcoal as the horizon manifests behind his hair. The smell alone could cripple an army of men, the rancid heat so gorging in nature. Is that so? Do you know who I am? Human? What I am? Truly? Do you? You might have ripped some power to be nestled in your chest, but I was born with the horizon in my essence. You are nothing to me. Nothing. Do you wish the unnaturals to lose their only god, not teetering on finality in all the worlds? She has ripped most of you apart already. Do you truly wish to doom them all? A broad smile christens itself onto desolation's maw. It is profound, filled with all the meanings in the world other than happiness. It describes the sorrow that would lead a man to leave behind his everything. It describes rage, the fury that would propel a man into the beyond without a hope of victory besides his desires. It describes the endless furnace of war, of struggle, that desolation is, the simple declaration he made on a sunset all those years ago. It concludes with a serene acceptance of all that exists within reality and a lone man's crusade to not only become strong, but to become the one who decides. The final hand to deal the cards as he has grown to despise the current dealers. Vincent Harvey hates more than just the gods. He loathes more than just the way the worlds spin. He viscerally detests the very way that power is gained, that the best way forward is to take from another. He has done his fair share of taking, and he's not done yet. Nevertheless, he abhors the nature of the world and how some beings possess all the strength just to watch billions crumble to dust before their eyes. He closes his eyes for a fraction of a second, that flash of a core memory emboldening his ether and soul, tapping into every aspect of ether all at once. It is emotions that give man strength. It always has been. Arnold Pilner. I will kill you, and I'll do so much more than that. I'll kill every damn thing in this world that dares to tell me what to do. We were born to be free, not shackled beneath the stars. One day, I will own it all of it, and I'll treat them so much better than any of you ever have or could. No matter the cost, no matter the price, it will be done. And then light bursts from the closed eyelids as the flesh evaporates into sand, and the god opens his terrifying jaws, the insects within already beginning to swirl dangerously to speak his final words to the morning star. A hand rises from him, transfiguring into the vastness of the endless in preparation for a battle against the horizon. In fear of the coming battle, the very planet trembles beneath them as the distant oceans hide and the stars vanish from view. There is nothing but the sun in the sky and the sands on the earth as 30 words enter the air. I am Vincent Harvey, feared by all things. I have lost to no man. I have lost to no monster. I have lost to no god. And I never will. And with those mere 30 words, Vincent Harvey sentences the oldest god in all the realms, born with the very first star in existence, to death. A note from Broken Saint. This chapter is different than all my others, as I'm sure you all will notice. I wanted Vincent's POV to be third person, both as I think it is very fitting, and because it's a little bit of practice for my next novel. I hope Vincent's first chapter hasn't let anyone's expectations down. 461. A Gone Man. Silas Pale Wisherman Moon. The man before me crashes to the floor, his face sinking into the dirt limply as his colt stares down at him in confusion. The little girl, who possesses more genuine power than my partner and me combined, seems to be on the verge of tears, sniffles already disrupting her words. WY. Wake up, Blodwyn. You too? Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. I got stuffs to show you. Air enters my lungs despite the fact I have no need for it. The motion is to simply release some pent-up stress, of which there has been plenty. You think they're okay? Doesn't. I shrug, both physically and mentally, to Mia's inquiry. No one knows after all. I've learned from Mia that Arca fall into a deep slumber upon becoming one. But then why is the blooming spider lily awake? And why is Wyatt asleep? Is she not an Arca? Wow, that'd be a surprise, huh? Who knows? Seems we have some time, though. What do you want to do? The eye in my right socket twists and turns, taking in every lick of detail from our surroundings. The mind's eye is meticulous with her perceptions, just as she is with her thoughts. To her, however, the answer is seemingly obvious. We train. No, until one of those sigils flies right to you of its own accord. Otherwise, we'll have to deal with her. My rear hits the ground as I find a less poor seat than anywhere else in this small sphere. A slightly raised mound of dirt. Mia won't like my answer, but it's the truth. Nevertheless, I make sure our discussions are internal only, no matter how much I hate to speak with my thoughts. It just feels so intrusive. What's the point? No matter how much we train, we'll never beat those three. It's useless, Mia. I'm sorry, but why don't we just enjoy the time we have left? A low growl comes from my internals, echoing throughout my body and originating from my eyeball, the only one I have. Psychic force, caused by her wondrous ether, collapses upon my hands, from them to form fists. How dare you just give up? Just because you've died before? It doesn't make this one any better. You're an angel now. If you die, it'll be a final death. The last words are unsaid as choked tears come from my partner, the liquid dripping down our shared eye. My focus turns to the floor as I don't know how to answer her. We have only been tied together like this for a week or so. Hardly any time at all. But it feels like it's been years already. Neither of us had anyone anymore. She lost her only family, her only true friend, and I don't know what I lost. I only know that I lost something because Mia noticed my mental state to be warped and distorted. Is she right? Did I used to love someone else? And I forced myself to forget it? Who could I have loved so profoundly that it persisted through my deaths? Or did it blossom after my death? And I wanted to not feel the pain of losing them again? I don't know. But what I do know is that Mia is crying. Her tears refuse to stop. Artifacts always have severe emotional reactions to things, something I've quickly experienced from helping her with Stankate's death. And those emotional tendencies always require an anchor, something to latch onto, just as they require a host to perform their most extraordinary feats. Turning my head up, I peer through the warbling and shifting sands of gold with the few flickering sigils within to view the battle beyond the court. It is distant, so very distant that I can only see the god they face in halted motion. Death is terrifying, so bone-chilling in stature that I swiftly look away, unable to hold that gaze for longer than a second. If I had peered at her through any other circumstance than being frozen in time, I fear I'd already have lost my soul. That's just how weak I am. Mia's tears flow without end as she pleads with her whole heart. Please, Silas. I don't want to lose you, too. I don't want to be alone. I don't want to go back to the dark. I want to stay with you. Don't give up your final life. You made it this far. No? Are you not worthy of pursuing a greater goal? Something that will get you to put your feet under your body? I laugh, not even meaning to at her heartfelt desire. It's not a joyous chuckle, though. It's a self-deprecating one. Mia shuffles deeper into our body, as if trying to hide from me and my laughter. I feel bad, but there isn't much I can do about a natural response to my own uselessness. What goal could possibly do that? Nothing like that exists in this world. I have been without a goal since I saw the sun. I am nothing but a shambling revenant who has forgotten the warmth of love, the shine of family, and the pride of himself. My partner is silent about my response, and I don't press her about it. Instead, I watch the young man before us. A flicker of thought passes through my mind that I could just kill him now and grant us freedom onto the next stage, the subsequent judgment. But all that would do is delay our deaths. Plus, I don't have it in me to kill the kid. Never have. I've never been brave. I've never been strong. I've just been. How hilarious. Again, I laugh. This joke of a life and afterlife is too comical to ignore. The rumbling motions rise from my stomach to my chest and all over until I'm cackling into the air, hardly able to move. As I laugh in frozen time, my body and lungs continue to move as I realize just how far gone I am. I'm batshit fucking insane, aren't I? Yeah, I am. I've forgotten all that was ever important to me. I took an anarcha, became a damned Wendigo, and set myself on a collision course with the most powerful beings in the whole damned heavens. Only a crazy person would do any of that. Why? Why did I do this? Why am I here? The cackles don't stop, even as my stomach starts to hurt from the motions, even as Lily stares at me with confusion, and even as Mia prods me with her concern. I just can't stop. Something is just too far gone. There is no coming back from this. I've been insane for a long time. When was it, though? Was it when I watched all those soldiers die under Marshall, knowing where they'd be sent, forced to fight all over again? No. Was it when I died before that? When I woke up on a battlefield of scarred humans and invading demons, immediately forced to scramble for a second survival? No, it wasn't that either. After all, unlike the others, I stood and fought without a second of hesitation. That is not a sane thing. The others ran or died again, flooded with tears while I stood. It was nothing that came after my death, nor was it my actual death. It was when she went missing. Only the faintest hint of memory remains, something so deeply engraved into my soul, it won't just leave no matter what tribulation comes. It was when I lost her that I lost myself. All the plans for our future went into the rivers, never to be seen again. My thoughts only continue to deteriorate, but a tiny, fearful voice slides in between my brutal melancholy. Set an impossible goal, something never done before. It's how Vincent got strong. How Killian got strong. How Wyatt got strong. They all have a goal, even if they won't admit it. The only way we can compete is if we have one together. Some part of me latches onto the idea she presents. An impossible task. What is something impossible? Becoming a god has already been done. Killing death is underway. So, what is it? Living forever? No, I don't even want that. I think for a moment, pondering a dozen goals that could become mine, but none feel right until the perfect one settles into my mind. Resurrection. True, authentic, real resurrection. Not this phony and cursed existence that I am. I want to bring someone back to life. And I know just who. Very well then. I found my goal, Mia. Would you like to hear it? Mia nods mentally, aching to hear what will put a fire under my ass for the first time since she died. I'd bring her back if I knew who she was, but she's been gone for so long. It wouldn't be the same anymore. We'll bring back Kate, wholly and in her flesh. Not this undead thing. Mia shouts with joy, ecstatic and overwhelmed with emotions. Her mental force even leaves my hands, allowing me to move them as I see fit. The woman screams with her telepathy, letting even Lily know what she feels. Yes, thank you, Silas. We won't lose. Get up. We can do this. We can bring her back. A slim smile serpentines onto my face as I listen to her joy, her happiness, her thankfulness. It warms a part of me I thought was lost. It reminds me that, despite the years, the deaths, and the desolation, I'm still human. I clench my fist as I slide a coin into my fingers. The movement is smooth, near imperceptible to anyone who would be paying attention. This might be a waste. Hell, it probably is. But the things we must do begin with a wish. Without that wish, without that dream, the goals are meaningless thoughts. I wish for Kate Summers to be brought back to life as she was before her death. The coin rumbles dangerously, heating up to a painful sear. The gold within it quickly turns to copper. With a grimace, I drop the coin onto the ground as it flips and scorches the air before sinking into the dirt below. I nod, expecting it not to work in the slightest. That means I have to start with the small, or the smaller. And from what I've learned, gold is not the only thing I can sacrifice. The value of things matters to me, and only to me. Furthermore, my memories are the things most valuable to me at this point, and I don't want to live anymore. I've seen enough. I've felt enough. I've lost enough. But I don't want to leave Mier in the dark. It's not right. Plus, the feelings that have grown, while possibly not genuine, are still felt. I reach into my pocket and draw out another gold coin. Mia questions me as I do so, but I don't listen. I simply ask for another wish. If I cannot bring her back, no matter the wish right now, I'll just have to become stronger. I can always make new memories, but I cannot make new lives. I wish that my ether saturation was higher. Flipping the coin in the air, I feel the heat already ascending. The gold on me is not enough to complete that desire, but I have more than gold to spare. Scraping into my insides, I rip out the memories of my childhood in Blackreach. It was not bad. I had a drunkard for a father, but a loving mother. Still, despite his faults, my father was not an evil man. He was just troubled. My sisters were great siblings, too. I wonder, are any of them still alive? Grandmothers, perhaps, after all these years? No, I must let them go. It is a strange desire to want to give, but I have it nonetheless. I want to provide Mia with a future. She deserves her own life, her own body. I've only been close to her for a week, but I've learned so much about her. She's smart, so dreadfully intelligent that if she had hands, she'd give Earl a run for his money. She's strong, too, and her skill with ether is enough to craft a Zill if it weren't for my own ineptitude that affected her. But beyond all that, she's kind. I think that's my greatest weakness. Women who are kind, motherly, and patient. It must come from her, right? Who else? What else could be implanted so sincerely? So, I let those memories go, trading them in for another step toward the impossible. The coin I flipped up a second ago flies back to me, striking my head with enough force to fling me onto the ground. Pain lacerates throughout my skull as Mia screams in horror, but my smile doesn't leave my face. Raising a hand to my face, I feel an enlarged coin sit right in front of my eye socket, melded with the undead flesh. Still, I see through it just fine, but I immediately feel my ether move smoother. It's not a grand difference, but it's discernible. It's progress. And all it took was 15 years of memory, most of it shattered and fragmented. Much came back after my visit to the surface, but now I've set myself to rid myself of it all. If I am to die, what is the point in having any of this? So, I pick out another coin, gazing at the inscribed curls onto the gold for a moment. Then, I prepare to flick it up once more. My ether is dangerously low, but something tells me I can do another. Stop, 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 Silas. This isn't what I meant. Why are you so self-destructive? So suicidal. Stop. I can only shake my head to my partner. She doesn't understand. She couldn't. Only, perhaps that Alexos could. I have nothing to live for, only something to die for. She said just the words to get me moving again, to get me alive again. I can only die for something if I am alive. After all, I wish for my ether saturation to be higher. Again, I delve into my grove of memories, and I burn away those of my early adulthood. The first sigil I gained, stolen in a drunken bar fight, gone wrong after someone insulted my childhood crush. Her. I still can't believe I won that fight. It was just pure luck that I did. Pure fucking luck. Now, the only proof of it will forever leave. And so will the second sigil, as I took the job of a hunter to help my family with money. And to who her? The flipped coin flies back to me, sinking deeply into that eye cavity once more, pushing my socket into obscene proportions. Nevertheless, I don't falter, no matter the pain. Again, my body feels lighter. I feel better. And all it took was 10 of the most strenuous years of my life. Again, I reach for the coin. And again, I lose more of myself. It is worth it. I tell myself that with every lost year, every lost friend, every lost emotion, every lost trace of her, she is gone, never to return, nothing but a phantom of my past. It hurts to think that, but it's true. I've held on to a memory for no reason other than to wallow in the past. I need to move on. I need to die. I want to die. I will die. I am weak, too weak to do what needs to be done, so I'll cheat. It's the determination of a dead man that pushes me onward, the fact that I will be dead soon, that nothing I do to myself will matter, as I will die, and I want to, but not before doing this, not before leaving someone for Mia to cry to, the one that she wants to cry to run to laugh with, and to live with. Stop, please, please stop. I wish for that copycat to join me. 462, Stewing in Juice. Wyatt Graves. There is no ground beneath my feet, no sky above me, just an endless void stretching out into infinity. Confusion washes over me as I try to make sense of my surroundings. But there are no landmarks to guide me, no points of reference to cling to. A semblance of memory, the bits that occurred shortly before the darkness consumed me, flows throughout my mind. Right, I'm a ninth sigil now, a dominion, a demigod. It's so weird to think, but it's true. All three of us are Lily, Blodwyn, and me. But then, why am I here? What is this? Oh, I know. It must have been the sleep that happened after I became an angel. But that one was just a quick wink for me. What am I doing here? Is it different because I'm a dominion? I spin around, searching for something of note in this emptiness, but nothing seems to exist at all. Weird. I raise my hand, surprised to find the right one obey the call, as I cup my chin. Right. I molded my soul to restore my arm. Looking down, however, I find a sparkling figure void of any distinct features greet me. Is that me? Suddenly, a flicker of light catches my eye, drawing my attention from my soul to a small orb of radiance hovering just beyond my reach. It pulses softly, casting a gentle glow in the surrounding darkness. Intrigued, I reach out tentatively, my fingers brushing against the calm surface of the orb. As soon as I make contact, a rush of energy courses through me, filling me with a sense of purpose and clarity. And beyond that, I feel things. They are hard to put into words, but I know them all the same. This is my soul. This is the internal, nonsensical, and impossible to discern piece of my soul. I'm manifested here through my dominion. A grin falls onto my face as I find a familiar string of meanings pass through this ball, a visualized aspect of my sigil. There are 1,000 visions, 100 echoes, and 10 vestiges of something of the philosopher. As it stands, I can only access 90% of it all, 10 more than before. Still, with every additional bit of authority over a sigil, it matters more and more. And as these meanings flow through me, I tighten my jaw, remembering my favorite way to receive this information. It calms me, and I mold the meanings, I mold my soul. I shape it to match my desire, my want, my freedoms. Each aspect, each vision that would appear, I shift to match a word, to replicate a sentence, to be how I want it to be. Your ninth sigil toward limitlessness. The flesh and soul have changed. Now, they are one and the same. The shapeless pioneer, the intrepid strife. The eyes that pierce through any falsity, the mind that resists any burden, and the soul that rages against its mortal coil. Able to peer into reality to unveil its fabrics, stepping into realms never known. Able to see that which has never been witnessed and force it to bend. One cannot be chained if one can see the origin of the links. They must only grasp the roots, and all shall submit. An absolute boon immortalizes, pioneer. Authority is everlasting, but it is not limitless. Not yet. Still, the soul can shift, it can change, and it can pressure others. Your soul and body are one, but they can separate. Nothing holds a candle to the inferno of a soul ignited. May your journey be evenly scaled and no more impossible than your limits as you step into the unknown and out of your restraints. My chest heaves with effort as I use a muscle I didn't know I had. A power I was aware could exist. Am I like him? Like Glusgab? But he was the god of knowledge, right? Yeah, he was, but I have the sigil of souls. And they overlap in this area, as my sigil gives me the ability to peer into souls, to know what they are and where they can go. And because of that specialty, despite not being a god, I think I know just as much about my sigil as he would. With that, despite the slightly cryptic words I conjured, I know what they mean to a T. I can see more than just the chains on the outside of a person. I can see the inside ones, the ones that speak their weaknesses, the ones that they hide from all others to remain safe. That is why I can halt other dominions, and even alter their ether in some cases. I think, at its peak, I could probably disable powers and virtues as well since they come from the soul, maybe even, eventually, sigils themselves. Furthermore, because of my soul and body fusing, my form has grown significantly more durable and enhanced. My physical strength is still likely far from Lenin's on my own, but that's the thing, I'm never alone. Blodwin's soul must have also become that heart within my chest instead of the flowing sigil and soul within my body that is commonly centered there. Now, if that heart is destroyed, so is he. I'll just have to make sure to keep him safe, and I can leave my body, becoming something akin to a ghost. But there is more to it as well. If I can turn my soul into a body, then I can turn my body into a soul. I don't really know what all that will do, but I know I can do it. I'll have to test it when I wake up. Shaking my head of my current thoughts, I caress the orb more, taking in more insights from the sigil to form into words. A pioneer has the duty to do the impossible, the undone, the unthought. A pioneer is nothing to anyone but themselves, but everything to all. The first to go anywhere is the last to believe something impossible. Limitlessness is a destination, but is also a journey. The eyes see an endless journey, but to have no end, to have no limit, is a paradox. But paradoxes are nothing to one that is truly limitless, and yet they are. Peer into the path ahead, through the infinite clouds and tribulations. Imbibe limitlessness. The last line is formed by a vision of something collapsing. It reminds me of both a radiant star sinking inward on itself, but also an expanding black hole. All the words and meanings are confusing yet make perfect sense. Usually, this stuff is indecipherable, but it is mine. It always has been. I was simply too weak to see it before. To gain the right to become a god, I have to do something never done before. I have to do the undone. Furthermore, doing it would imbue me with a concept, that of limitlessness. Curious. Does that mean conceptual ether isn't the end? That there is a step above it? To push that ether into your being? To embody your path? It must be. After all, the soul, sigil, and body have fused at the ninth sigil. The soul part isn't unique to me. I just gain more from it than others. To go beyond that, however, would require the final part of a god, what they represent, what they are. Though, I think that still counts as conceptual ether, just the last and final stage. Death would possess death. Lewis would possess balance. Vincent would possess endless. And I would possess limitlessness. These concepts, though, what are they? Are they universal laws leveraged by ether and the soul, or are they simply the final stage of power? Something leans me to believe the former is the truth. But does that mean some concepts and some laws are stronger than others? The first thought is yes, that the concept of cold would be weaker than the concept of time, but that's not necessarily the case. It just depends on how it's used. If something is cold enough, wouldn't that stop time? It's an insane thought, but I don't think I'm wrong. Cold can freeze things, so who is to say at a high enough level it can't freeze time or death? That must be why unnatural gods are stronger than the naturals. Our minds, our ability to use our powers in ways that the naturals could never imagine. All their experience is having those powers of theirs, not anything lesser. So how could they imagine something else? Do they even have surzas, dominions, virtues, powers? Or do they only lord over their concepts? I see now. I understand. Everything is about these laws. The sigils start with minor fragments of them, tiny, infinitesimal usages of the concepts. Chain Eyes was merely tugging on the part of limitless that deals with inherent limits, allowing me to see others' chains. In a similar way, Night Owl gives one the ability to see at night and increases bodily functions while the sun is down, capitalizing on some aspect of the law of night or maybe lightless. Each sigil governs a single law, but with the addition of other sigils, any law could be made theoretically. And for me, I need to use the very concept of limitlessness, meaning I need to learn Soulful Strand, Conceptual Ether, and somehow go one step further. Now that I think about it, though, Behemoth, Leviathan, and Vincent had near black-colored chains, unlike the other dominions with dark, midnight purple ones. That means they have completed that step. Wait, no. It means they are on the stage where they have mastered their conceptual ether, but they have not yet put it into their everything. Mastered concept. That's the level those monsters are at. Behemoth, Leviathan, Vincent, Remington. The gap in strength between dominions is not zero. I've known that for a long time, seeing Vincent toy with the other dominions and the gap between the lords and Etern alone, but it's still surprising to see. Behemoth and Leviathan could likely kill a god together. Something tells me that's not beyond their limits, and a part of my soul is informing me of that. Meanwhile, it is not a stretch to say that Vincent, as a dominion, and Remington, at full power, instead of the many shattered souls he became, could kill gods on their own. I don't think that's entirely a different stage of being a demigod, but more so being on the verge of leaving it. Meanwhile, those like Tanyuan, Etern, Isaac, Eli, and Iva, while powerful, would not be able to do anything of that level. Altogether, perhaps they could slay a god, but not alone. I think my father is near or equal to Behemoth and Leviathan, maybe a little higher. No, he definitely is. He has definitely reached mastered concept. I don't know what it is, but it has something to do with being undying. Invincible, perhaps? No, then he wouldn't get hurt. Immortality. That's it. Immortal. That's his concept. It's about immortality, specifically the parts about being unkillable, not being everlasting. Damn, I feel like I know so much more now. My brain is so clear. It's wonderful. Where would I place myself then? Alone. I'm hardly at Eli or Tanyuan's level, but I'm never alone. With Blodwyn aiding me, I think we could contest Isaac pretty evenly. Adding on Lily, I don't think it's impossible that we'd win. In fact, I think we'd have the edge. That means, in terms of strength, we aren't far off those with mastered concepts. Of course, all of these considerations aren't perfect. Fights are not simply how much ether one can wield or how fast they are at doing so. There are a million different aspects to a battle to the death. Most of this is a simple generalization, which is why having two other dominions alongside me evens the scales so significantly. Still, the judgment is another aspect of my soul's new intuition. It extends beyond just my eyes, reaching even that of my thoughts and gut feelings. Quay. I step back from the orb and speak aloud, setting some information to follow through with, my soul guiding each deduction. We are strong now, capable of fighting Leviathan or Behemoth to a minor loss or win against Isaac. Those with mastered concepts are not far from a natural god's strength. Those with mastered concepts and are reaching for godhood are beyond a typical god. Taking a deep, phantasmal, and soulful breath, I continue reciting the situation to myself. That means, death will die. I don't even need to help. Between Lewis and my father and the other two, they'll win. It'll be close since death is so primordial, the age of a natural mattering a great deal in their strength, but they will win. So, I need to focus on getting everyone else out of this place. The Crimson Court is a brutal deity now. Its concept is judgment, a twisted form of Lewis's balance that he must have used to try and levy for more power. That's it. The danger of us unnaturals. Our unique ways can lead to deviations and catastrophes. Is that what happened to Blackreach? To Pained Peaks? Is that where Remington finished off that other demon alongside Leviathan and Behemoth after they were lost? Did he and Vincent push too far too quickly, or was it on purpose for more strength? A question I could only ask him myself. Nodding, I close my eyes, forming a plan. Hell is about to break out into the Crimson Court entirely as the Mother below, Uzin, wakes up wholly from Remington's time rewinds for my king. Despite the profound discomfort his two showings of a mastered concept hit me with, I focus on the future. The Crimson Court, while prohibitively dangerous, will not last against Uzin. It simply won't. I know that because even Vincent hasn't gone against her yet. And that man, that god, is the mightiest thing I've ever seen. Even now, seeing the devil, the Crimson Court, and death, my soul vibrates when I think back to the day Vincent Harvey ascended. For a moment, it seemed as though he could destroy the whole world. Tightening my fists, I set the plan. Find the others in the court, gather everyone up, and escape. The Crimson Court will buy time for us to regroup and prepare for a more advantageous fight. Lennon needs to become a demigod. Aniwai too. Aniwai has to be close to her dominion, and Lennon just needs to… Motherfucker. He needs my help. Of course, his saturation is too low. He hasn't been a virtue for very long. A week? 2? Not everyone has the philosopher's gate. Past that, I need to figure out what is wrong with Louis Fern. His aged body cannot be normal. It must be weakening him extensively. What else? We need more allies. Several demigods and a god are not enough to keep back the entirety of hell and all the frenzied gods locked within. We need to find Vincent. And, despite how much averse I am to the idea, we need to find the other demigods, Leviathan, Behemoth, Tanyuan, and Etern, even the Grayskin King. How though? How can we reach them from the underworld? There is one man who can do it. Abraham. I need him. He could reach my dreams in the lighthouse. That means he could potentially reach other dreams? I could loosen his chains and boost his power, extending our minds outward to find the others and call them here or let them prepare for when we get to the surface. That could work. It will have to. But how will I find him? Will I have to sneak into hell? That is not ideal. Let's see. Can I reach him from here? Maybe? I extend my soul, tendrils spiking out from my humanoid form. They continue outward for about 30 feet before hitting a wall, a sphere of some kind. Right. Time stills for my king. I need to wake up, and so I do. Bleary eyes blink open to the golden orb around me. Wearily, somehow still sleepy and definitely not at my best, I rub my face to wake up. Lily crouches over me, clapping my cheeks annoyingly with joy. I slide her hands off me as my brain finally comprehends her words through the exhaustion. Yes, you're awake. It's been a year. What? No. I sit up and search around, surprised to find Silas seated with his hands in his lap. Violet chains encircle his body as midnight purple chains wrap around his eye. The other is a dull pale flame devoid of a past and only seeking death. The impression is macabre and inspired by just my soul, an instinctual comment. Despite that, it breaks my heart as the worry I thought had passed has returned. Silas? The man nods slowly, and Mia tearfully says hello. Her voice is aching and hollow from something. It's not been a year. It's been only 2 months in this frozen place. If we don't try to stop it, then we might be here forever. In that slight amount of time, though, Silas has changed. A lot. He's a dead man walking, Wyatt. Be careful. I'm scared of what's happened to him. He's still him, just missing much of who he was. I stand and offer a hand to Silas, to have him stand beside me, but the man only cares for something else. Are you able to break us out? I reach for Blodwin, only to find that he is still asleep. Cursing, I can only shrug. I'd be way more confident with my partner's help. Alone, I'm not sure. The undead TSKS, obviously annoyed by my answer. It's so unlike him. Something is seriously wrong. Lily stares between us as she, too, notices the difference. What happened, Silas? He replies succinctly before pointing to the golden, flowing wall that is missing 2 more sigils than before. That's where the other copycats went. Nothing. Try to break us out. Nothing I've done has worked. His single-minded purpose is vastly different from his old, joking, yet depressed nature. I sigh, knowing from the inner weavings of his soul that he is empty, or more empty. His wishes, he must have given more than just gold. He gave himself away until only a purpose of some kind remained. The sudden drastic change leaves me reeling. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. All I know is, I didn't do enough before. I saw that he was in a rut, but has always gotten out of them on his own. But this time, I don't think he will. Sighing, I nod, not having much else to do but to try to escape. I can't talk to him right now. I can't even look at him, but I do. I'm sorry. I wasn't there for you like I should have been. The pale flame in his left eye flickers inquisitively as the pinkish right eye flows out tears. Mia is crying, and Silas is only confused. What do you mean? We only met a few months ago. 463, Janine about. Unable to remove my eyes from Silas, I think back to all that we've been through together. We met nearly a year ago in the underworld. The man was a leader of many other undead, but with a purpose that was beyond that. He wanted to see the sky, and we helped him escape to the surface. Past that, though, while he has been quiet and often on his own, he has still been a good friend. He's protective, darkly hilarious in his own way, and dependable. He's chivalrous and kind. I don't think I've ever seen him be rude to anyone that wasn't to him. We fought together. We bled together. We celebrated together. To me, those are the things that matter most. He's a good man, a good friend. Just now, though, everything has changed. To him, we met only a little while ago, and I feel sick to my stomach seeing him this way. But is there anything I can do? Squinting my eyes, I peer into Silas' soul, hoping that there is any indication of a piece my dominion can latch onto. I scan every inch of his soul, the charred and scattered piece that remains, but I don't see any way to fix it. I can put him back together and connect the disjointed parts, but what's gone is gone. What should I do? Do I argue with him? That would hold no purpose other than to antagonize him. Silas is obviously on edge, likely from the discomfort of losing memories and his damaged soul. It also seems as though Mia has been keeping him up to date with the current memories he should have, seeing as he knows me, and he doesn't seem too bizarre in that way. Instead, I'll go along with it. My friend chose this path. I don't know why, but I will respect it. If this is how he wants to live his life, or his undeath, then I won't stop him. He's always been without a purpose since he saw the sun's radiant beams. But right now, I see a glorious purpose behind that pale flame. You're right. I don't know what I was thinking. Something from waking up from the coma, I suppose. Let me see what I can do. Silas waits patiently for me to answer, but his foot taps on the dirt through my words and thoughts. He's patient, yet not that patient. The undead nods, then returns to following the swirling sands with his eyes while I change my focus. Mia, why is he doing this? I ask the woman while I search for a way to break out of this thing. She is hardly able to form a coherent sentence without crying, but I get some information from her. He's doing this for her, to resurrect Kate. A pretty lofty goal. I'm not one to dissuade him, though. I only wish the method he chose wasn't so drastic. Exhaling heavily, I raise a hand to the golden sands, finding a willowy connection between the sigils and the ether that holds the concept of time within the walls. The sigils and miniature souls around it seem to possess miniature but unintelligent souls, able to guide the ether outside and around the sands on their own. A million tiny minds help regulate the skill, allowing it to function without any oversight. The few remaining sigils are the largest gatherings of these souls, and I can tell that by taking the sigils from it, we have weakened its function. Stepping forward, I tug on my soul, drawing it out from my flesh and toward one of the sigils where the mini-souls gather. The instant they come into contact, a rush of feelings, emotions, and general force overwhelms my mind, but I quickly rebuff the attack. This is only an automatic response from whatever Remington set up. It doesn't hold any strength that can genuinely overpower my soul. So, I clench onto that sigil with my dominion and squeeze. The noise of a sigil cracking and breaking into 1,000 miniature souls is akin to that of a whistle, only 1,000 times higher pitched and more piercing. Upon breaking one node, the wall doesn't shatter. Remington's too good for that. He builds his skills sturdy and adaptable in a way none can understand. He wouldn't have held Yuuzhan for 1,000 years if they weren't. An artist of ether, an architect of the world's most fundamental powers, that he who is was. Again, I reach to destroy another node, going through them one by one until only a lone collection of souls remains. As I stare at the final piece of the puzzle, I remember what Johnny spoke of regarding another way of using ether. The book he read described manipulating infinitely tiny pieces of ether to replicate the effects of grand machinations. Here, with all these minor souls, I see what he means by it. The ether around us isn't all that impressive in volume. It's only about the same amount of power like Primrose or Richard could wrestle at once for any of their skills. But its efficacy is beyond belief. In awe, I analyze the final node before I reduce it to nothing but flowing souls that deteriorate rapidly without a vessel. But I reach out for them, taking the miniature things with my soul, and I feel a rush when they enter me. Memories, that of something not sentient nor actually living, pass through my mind. The memories are of untold eons doing nothing until they are called, created, and summoned for a purpose. The sensations are bizarre, and I cannot recall anything of substance from the memories. But it's not useless as I feel my soul grow in size, my dominion a little more responsive, a little bit stronger. Clenching a fist as the distant godly war resumes, I feel amazing, better than ever before. I see now, dominions. They can grow, but each has to do so in their own way. Lenin's dominion develops through battle as the man pushes himself beyond his limits. His soul responds notably to stress and the act of overcoming that stress. Eli's is likely similar, focused on learning, replication, and clever manipulation. His dominion will probably grow whenever he is at his limit for copied powers, and he uses them beyond what they should be capable of. As for mine, my dominion governs my soul. It is adaptable, formless, and ever-changing. It makes sense that I could assimilate other souls to fortify my own. I wonder, are gods similar? Do they also grow in their own ways? Are there things they must do to become more powerful? This must be why it is so hard to become a god. There are so many conditions. One must develop their dominion to a certain extent, formulate a grand skill that uses conceptual ether, and finally, they have to live long enough to do both as well as all that came before. Something tells me, too, that the dominion aspect is the harder one to discern. It's not easy to figure out how to grow your dominion and capitalize on it. As for me, I have 6 easy ways to capture a soul, even if I don't know how to do it quite yet on my own. Unholstering Lily, I spin the cylinder of the Colt, smiling at the 6 new rounds nestled within the weapon. Lily even approaches me herself, grinning from ear to ear, literally with those bloodied fangs. See? 6 more. Oh, also, I won't need to recover after each shot anymore. The Cardinal will take any excess that I can't instantly handle. Then, I can ask for it back later. Isn't she awesome? Well, I might have to recover after 2 or 3, but I'll be all good after one now. I nod with Lily's energetic hops and skips. She's right. That is amazing. 6 bullets. Plus, now that I'm a Dominion, she won't be able to steal as much of my lifespan. Or, more accurately, my life is more meaningful, meaning she takes less in exchange. But I've done enough reminiscing at this point. It's time to move. Silas, Mia, Lily, gather around. I have an idea. The duo nods with one head before standing a few feet to my right, and Lily gets right behind me. The timer is still ticking down. It's almost gone, though, meaning the battles are soon to roar into action. That means I need to hurry. I need to find a way to break out of this place. But the Crimson Court isn't some typical bar with a door to walk through. I need to find something to grab onto. With my eyes, I can see that space is distorted, overlayered, and stretched to accommodate thousands of arenas. Tightening my focus, though, I peer closer, ether flowing into my eyes and allowing me to peek through the disheveled space itself. I see all 8,064 of these arenas. A few more even pop up with every second. But I need to find my friends. I don't care about all the demons forced to fight each other. I search and scavenge through the battlefields for nearly a full minute before finding Otto and Marion. But they aren't all I see. I see their opponents as well. Two virtued demons, their bodies covered in violet chains. Shit, I need to hurry. Gritting my teeth, I reach out with my soul, my dominion, and grab onto the space itself. Doing so, at first, is a battle against futility, but I don't relent even as I fail to find purchase. My soul expands from my body, and with 100 new arms, I twist the air before me, focusing upon the ether saturated thickly through the atmosphere. And as I inspect it, I find a hint of a soul. It's tricky, hard to see, and hidden by something I don't quite understand, but I find it nonetheless. Now, I know I am far too weak to cancel out this whole thing with my dominion. That'd be stupid to even try. So, I don't. I latch onto that meager bit of the soul I can witness and twist, forcing it to change the arena as I want it to connect two battlegrounds. My teeth creak, and my head pounds with agony as I meet a steel wall with my soul. The natural god refuses to budge, shouting at me through our subtle connection. Cease your futile emissions for freedom. The words are harsh, so awfully spoken into the atmosphere, and they cut into my very skin, but the noise only reinforces my endeavor. Bleeding from the eyes, I feel something give, only it's not me. A shimmering door appears in front of me, possessing no frame or handle, just an opening in space. Hurried, knowing this will only last a moment, I yank Silas to follow me, and we tumble through the portal just as it closes, falling beside Otto and Marion. Hey, Wyatt, how'd you guys get here? We were just thinking we were dead meat. I smile at my two friends and quickly reassure them. Now that I know that works, getting out of here isn't an impossibility. I might just need Blodwyn. I broke through. It was not easy and angered the court, but it was the only way out of here. Unless you want to fight for all of eternity, of course. Otto grins, ecstatic to not have to die here, while Marion keeps his head cool. He points over at their opponents as the counter reaches less than 10 seconds. The demons across from us seem to be discussing something quietly with each other. What about those two? Are we going to fight or just leave them? Silas crosses his arms as he shrugs and answers for me. I have already started searching for the leverage point of the Crimson Court soul here. It took me over 5 minutes last time, so worst case, Wyatt'll be busy for a few. We'll have to hold them off if they want trouble. Surprisingly, though, a human is not the next to speak. Instead, it is the female demon who, even more surprisingly, isn't corrupted by dark light. I've gotten so used to it that I think I just imagined they were. Wyatt, are you Wyatt Graves? I am Aneria, and this is Otis. If you are who I believe you are, then we mustn't be enemies. For a moment, I pause on my inspection of the ether and flowing concept of judgment to look at them. What does she mean by that? Yeah, and why? Are you not a demon? The male demon with dark chitin for skin and pale blue eyes grins as he laughs ceremoniously. To him, his words are nothing but the most apparent course of action. Of course we are, but are we sworn enemies? Surely, someone Abraham spoke so highly of wouldn't be so judgmental of other races. I say, we work together, my Lord Dominion. You would see us to be of use of that, I am sure. Otis bows as he addresses me with the utmost respect, nearly hitting the dirt with his head. I don't know how to respond to his adoration. I've never been treated like this, much less from a demon. Beside me, Otto gapes with an open jaw as Marion's focus leaves the opponents for the first time. You're a demigod. A ninth? Impressive. Never would have thought that when I first saw ya. The two twins speak simultaneously, and I can see how they've grown apart since the older one died. Otto is still capable and intelligent, but he relies on Marion to do most of the thinking to have his own fun. I don't really have the mental acuity to reply to them as I reel from Abraham's name being mentioned. I take a step forward, only minorly noticing Silas' confusion with all these names. You two know Abraham? Both of the demons nod up and down swiftly. Otis smiles widely, the chitin surrounding his mouth cracking open ominously like an insect. Psionic nails is tough as shit. I've always heard humans are nothing but cattle, minus him, yet Abraham is obviously different. And from what I can see, you all are the same. If it weren't for him, Ineria and I would have never made it to the court. Though, this isn't quite what we thought it'd be. Ideas swarm through my mind as I realize these two demons know the situation on the other side of hell. But before I can ask another question, whether about my friend or hell, grand words appear above our heads. Fight, or be judged guilty. Shit, fight. Guys, just buy me some time. The court isn't wholly sentient quite yet. I think you can deceive it for a while. The four all look at me with confusion for a second before Silas strides forward, sliding his sleeves up. He points backward with a thumb as the gold liquid runs up from his pockets to cover his body. He needs a little to break us out. Fight like you're about to die. I'll take Otis. Mia will help with Ineria. You too. Addressing Otto and Marion, Silas darts forward, Mia's psychic shift accelerating his body right at the chitinous demon. The gold in Silas' pockets turns into a weapon as he makes minor wishes. I wish you were a little more to the left and that I had a spear. I stare in awe as Silas finally seems to take full advantage of his absurd power, adding in whatever his virtue gave him. The short words end with Otis' body shifting to the side from a surging coin, and alongside that, none of his ether does. That leaves Otis open to the strike as the demons forming. Sonic scream utterly misses. A shockwave passes by Silas while Otis ends with a golden spear in his shoulder, but the two aren't done yet. A surge of shift from Yes smacks Otis and Ineria in the face, sending both hurtling in opposite directions. At this point, Otto and Marion join in, rushing for the female demon. Seeing their seriousness, I peer into space, squeezing all the potential in my eyes as I probe for that bit of the court's soul. The battles rage beside me as I see the demons hold their own after the initial conflict, but Silas is far more powerful than he used to be. From grand wishes to minor but essential ones, Silas has shifted his whole method of fighting. Only, I don't know what he's sacrificing for each wish. I can only hope it is not more of himself. Still, I don't divert my focus, and fortunately, I spot the flicker of its soul only a minute later. Though, a minute of battle is quite long. Without wasting a moment, I rip the soul, twisting it to open a door for us to head to another arena. Throughout them all, I see Birdie and Lennon against a demigod and a virtue, twisted by dark light. The Dominion is, ostensibly upon first glance, weaker than gorgeous just by the feeling I get from looking at them. So, trusting the swordsman, I scour for Abraham, worried for my friend. He made it here. Somehow, someway. Thousands of arenas pass by my eyes as many finish their battles, entering new ones immediately. And I find him. Abraham is standing next to Motherbound of his own, tossing his own teammate away from him as they betray him with tossed daggers of glass. His actual opponents are also Motherbound, all of which are powers. I'd have some faith that he could beat them if he wasn't so injured. His eyes are gone, turned to leaking mush, while his arms are limp and hanging. And so, with far more determination than last time, I contort the soul, no matter how much it backfires onto me. With that, another door opens. Screaming, I hold it open as long as I can. Go through, now. The others all stop fighting on a dime and rush to me. They aren't fast enough, though. As the court rages against me, I fall to a knee, struggling to keep it open. To my rescue, Lily forms beside me from hiding within the cult, and she offers me her hand. Hey Wyatt, I have something to help you. These are all the nearby dead people. With the door hanging open, my cult gives me the souls she has stored up. Writhing from the agony of contesting the god, I take her offerings, the few hundred souls that rejuvenate my mind, body, and soul. They bolster mine, even as it is beaten down by the court. One after another, the others pass me, and I slide through last, calling out to all the others, kill the Motherbound, protect Abraham. Then, I immediately start to search for the next way out, knowing that we won't have much time before we are forced to fight each other again. 464, Stevedore. In less than a minute, the three Motherbound are slaughtered. It's not even a fair fight, not in the slightest, between Silas' newfound strength, Mia, to bolster his wishes with support, and the two demons, Ineria and Otis, the Motherbound didn't stand a chance. Even worse, Lily, Marion, and Otto join in to seal their fates. Though they don't do it to be faster, they join in to force the Motherbound into submission as I move to Abraham, still scouring the surroundings for the hidden piece of the court's soul. With them covering the Motherbound, they buy some extra time before the court loses its mind and forces upon us its judgment. I'm unsure what it is, but I'm positively certain I don't want any of this natural God's judgment. With one hand, I take Abraham's wounds from him, sacrifice eating through my flesh to restore his. It's painful, but I've grown used to it. A little. I wish I had some more practice, especially without Blodwyn to push away the hurt, but I manage fine. Abraham thanks me and attempts to speak to me, but I don't have a spare thought to lend to him. Every morsel of my being is fraught with finding another exit, and withstanding the pain of my body looking like Rougarou's favorite meal. I quickly get to fixing that issue, copying Blodwyn's skills, though to a lesser degree, while frantic to find the way out. Another minute passes as I begin to sense a creeping danger, one growing over our heads. Faster. The court is furious at what I'm doing, but it must be at its limit with the gods in hell already. That means I can make some moves, but nothing too big, or it'll divert all of its attention to squish me. Found it. Another contest of souls, and I force another portal to a different arena into reality. This one leads to a war between Motherbound and uninfected demons, all possessing the sigil of a power or virtue. Not all the arenas are reachable from one another. Some take multiple steps, shouting at everyone. I hold this gate open. It's strenuous, and Lily has to pass me more of the nearby souls that she devours just to keep my soul from breaking down. As the final person, Ineria, passes through, I dive into the next arena. The dirt ends up in my mouth from my fall, but I cannot seriously spare a shit. Pushing my arms down, I end back onto my legs in but a moment as the others are already fighting. Apparently, these demons are not with Abraham, Otis, or Ineria, but the female demon knows of them. And now that I have a second, as my mind spins with exhaustion from my soul, I finally get a good look at her. She's unique. Azure wings the size of hands rest upon the sides of her arms, and feathers line the top of her head with brilliant autumn. Furthermore, her use of ether is something quite interesting. She can absorb skills, not to reflect them back on what I would imagine Eli would do with powers, but instead, she uses them to amplify her own, of which they are mesmerizing. With each beat of the demon's arm wings, or her actual arms, a rift in the air opens, slicing open a blade of bloody air beside her opponent. I only watch her fight for a moment before resuming my focus. Again, I need to find it. The next destination is Aniwai and Virgil, but I'll have to go through another before I head to them. My vision is already swaying back and forth. Dominion overuse. It's not as dangerous as ether oversaturation, but soul exhaustion will still put someone down for the count. Flicking my eyes back, I see Lennon locked in a battle with a Dominion through the folded space. It's not going all too well for him, but I can't see him losing. Birdie is distracting the other virtue. So it's a simple duel. Lennon versus another being. In a duel, always bet on the monster, not the man. A common phrase among hunters. It's to differentiate the innate strength of monsters, demons, and the like from humans, highlighting how we must stand united. Only, in this case, I pity the motherbound Lennon is pitted against. If Lennon is not the monster in this metaphor, then Motherbound is, at most, a rabbit. It might be, ostensibly, at an advantage, more potent in every way, but I've never seen Lennon lose an uninterrupted duel. He might be comatose afterward, but not even Gorgeous could put that tough bastard down. So, I continue the path toward Aniwai and Virgil, worried for the two of them. The former and the latter are exhausted from previous battles, pushed to their limits, and then some. Another portal opens, and we pass through it. Then, another, gathering a few more pure demons to join us. By the time I fall onto the ground in front of my mother, our group is composed of more demons than it is humans. However, Otis and Ineria do not tolerate any disrespect from them. A few stare at my gasping form with derision, yet the winged demon threatens their existence. How dare you give him such a look? He's your savior, Gammon, equal to your queen you used to follow so devoutly. Now, Go help the ogre and the shadow. Can't you see they are losing? I give Aniria a nod of thanks while the others rush past her to take down the two motherbound virtues as soon as possible. She doesn't seem to find it as meaningful as I do. Appreciate it. Of course. A moment passes as we're the only two together while the 6 demons, for humans, and 1 Arca overwhelm the virtues in a mirthful fashion. Wounds build up between them from the many fights, but if it ever gets too bad, I intervene, sacrificing some flesh to protect their vitals. Why are you here? Glancing up at her, she stares down at me, her luminous eyes, the pupils shaped like feathers, reflecting my own wretched figure. Then, the demon crosses her arms, those wings flapping slightly. I'm guarding you. At this point, you're our only escape. If you die or become too injured to continue breaking open those portals, we all die. So, continue. I'll guard you. Court Leaper. I laugh at the title she gives me, the odd 2 words in a language she obviously has only learned to a conversational level. I have to comprehend much of what she says through bodily motions or context. Gripping onto an open cavity in my stomach, I get onto my knees, reigniting my search for the way onward. Unfortunately, I'm nowhere near as practiced as Blodwyn is in reconstructing our body, plus I have little time to focus on it. Still, the buildup of wounds are not at a dangerous level yet. As I peer into reality for the weaknesses of a god, I inquire into my new friend. She seems close to Abraham. That's close enough for me. Next stop. Lennon is still doing good. Bonfire is next then. But where is he? What kind of demon are you, Aniria? I've never seen one such at you, even in texts. The woman laughs, her voice merry and purposeful as she lays a soft palm on my shoulder. She starts her words with pride, but it quickly descends into mourning. I'd think she was human if it weren't for her eyes, feathers, and miniature wings. Her skin color is slightly offset red, but that could be sunburn. I am an Adaensic. It roughly means sky and woman in Chero. There are not many of us ever since. When Aniria trails off, I finish what I assume she means. Demons once lived on the surface. All of them, not just those that remained. These sky women must have lost their advantages without a sky. Since you all were forced into hell, no? You demons used to walk the surface, correct? Still probing for that bit of a soul, I listened to the Adaensic speak about her past and people, giving me more clarity on the world before the collapse. Yes, a long time ago, many years ago, we demons used to rule the lands. We were the most abundant civilization. But we demons are not a single, undivided race. And that led to our downfall as others rose and toppled us by using the wonders in addition to her arrival. We are a collection of similar offshoots of beings. Not even I know what we were once, but I do know we were all once the same. The notion that demons aren't all the same race isn't all that new. Many have considered the conjecture because demons are so varied. I've spoken to Aniwai about it too, but she didn't have a definitive answer. I suppose only a demon that kept their ancestral knowledge would. Still, more questions remain, even as I force open another portal, acclimatizing to the struggle of souls. So, what happened? How have you all fallen so far? Aniria sighs, shoving another through the opened gate through space as she helps my wobbling body through. I could inhale for freedom to help my movement and stave off my injuries, but I'm saving my ether saturation for an emergency. The Adaensic only answers as she holds one of my arms over my shoulder, allowing me to see the ongoing warfare as we travel toward Lennon, unable to find Bonfire. My parents, Adaensic like me, passed down much of the past to me, hopeful for my potential, but they did not receive all of it themselves. I only know that one part of the Nationals reached out to the gods for help during our civil war, praying that one would save our empire from destruction using our greatest augurs. One did. Only, it wasn't one we wanted. Was it her? A melancholic nod solidifies what must have happened to cause the demons to be so disarrayed, so disjointed. They are scattered all over the world, from different continents to the underworld, even to hell itself. All over, they have been forced into. It makes sense that if they once had a grand civilization all over the world, they would end up so scattered. Furthermore, if they were so powerful, they must have had access to some sigils, but likely only those of the base sigils. I find it hard to believe that a wondrous individual existed before the mother below arrived besides the natural gods, seeing as none care to help, even Glusgab, before that, and sigils themselves were said to be hundreds of times more scarce. History is such a complicated web, but I now see that demons aren't our enemies at all. They might have summoned or called Yuzin from whatever beyond she was in, but they were victims all the same. Innately powerful, sure, but their civilization crumpled like all the rest. Ineria pats me on the shoulder, ending our conversation as a piece of shrapnel flies at us. Ineria's wings beat, and two identical rifts in space open, slicing the shrapnel away. Despite the danger, I never pull my focus away from my mission. Though, it's getting convoluted again. I think the court is adapting at an incredible rate and being besieged by forces beyond my knowledge. How long has it been, do you reckon? The demon shrugs, spouting a number that answers it all. Dunno, at least 10,000 since our original empire? Maybe a little over 1,000 for the scattered countries left over which participated in the Civil War. I doubt anything we built even remains to this day. From what I've been told, sigils weren't abundant back then. Even the demon emperor was only a fourth despite being the strongest of his time. How funny is that? An undefeated fourth sigil? How comical. Nodding, I find another string of the court's soul, sending us through yet another door in space. With my dominion, I hold it open, getting Lily's help once more as the god's focus returns to me with weighted fervor. In this new arena, I find Lennon finally making it to his battlefield. But as I step on the dirt, I discover it is no longer the brownish sandy tint. It is bloody crimson. Birdie is off to the side, resting on her back with a hand on her stomach from an awful laceration that would kill any mortal by emptying their guts. Meanwhile, a bloodied man stands subtly bent amongst a mound of thousands of dead bodies. Each corpse is identical and wields a long sword and dagger in their deceased palms. As I scan the grounds with my eyes, I find one figure of midnight chains, but it is not the dominion I was expecting. Lennon Hull reels back, his hunched form aiming to the sky and dripping fleshy crimson as I witness the most primal, deep-seated, and relieved scream of my life. It is the howl of a man who refuses to die, who refuses to be anything other than the best. His dominion shifts into phantasmal arms, revealing itself to any eye, not just my keen ones, as they unfurl, opening to the sky to join in the blood-curdling war cry. Crimson continues to drain from Lennon as I take a stumbling step toward him. Both Virgil and Anwai reach out to help me, but I wave them aside. I don't have time to walk to him anyway. Lennon. The swordsman turns to face me on a dime, his scream ending with a prolonged echo throughout the endless battleground of ruby dirt. The countless bodies of a demon who, from the whispers of the others, could replicate himself into the hundreds at a time, give even me pause. The man's eyes are just as crazed as the environment is, bloodshot and aggrieved. Still, the monster recognizes me and strides down from the mountain of carcasses with a limping gait to end before me. I see you haven't fallen behind. The words are spoken with a hidden, veiled threat that I know Lennon means with the utmost respect. He has finally seen me as an opponent. Bated breaths from the demons nearby are held in the air as I extend my brutalized arm, and Lennon takes it, clasping our forearms together. No, you'll get that fight eventually, but we have bigger worries for now. Lennon grins with unveiled joy as the swordsman lives for such environments. If it weren't for the lack of gods in these arenas, something I know he sees as his next big step, I would reckon he'd want to stay here. Of course, it can wait until we're gods. What better a time, my friend? The final word of his is genuine, something Lennon does not bestow lightly. I nod, acknowledging his friendship. To Lennon Hull, friends are respected and liked, two things no one else receives from him, other than Kate and his old comrades, all of which are gone now. Just as we shake hands, though, a blaring pain wrestles its way through my mind as the court strikes down with its judgment. Bloodied rain falls from the sky, each drop possessing such appalling danger that Lennon and I move immediately. I twist, ripping for the exit while also freeing Lennon's chains. With my aid, the astronomical amount of ether siphoning into the man, the skies of this realm turn into slips of sliced paper. His formless hands are clad around a single, lone, featureless blade. Dia bears no teeth, yet its every single strike holds devastation not unlike that of Marshall's final punch. The foremost difference is that each cut has no aftereffect like Marshall's did, the ether swirling into a storm. But at the same time, Lennon can swing much more than Marshall. Trusting Lennon, I devote everything to finding our way out. And I do, shortly after. Then, in this new arena, which is already cleared as less and less are still ongoing, the rains begin immediately. I grimace as the two winners die unceremoniously, turning into pulped meat. I'd rather not have that happen to me. The others join in to help Lennon however they can, likely agreeing, as I carve a path to the edge of the various battlegrounds. Step by step, we move through battlefield after battlefield, but we still don't find Bonfire anywhere. A growing worry turns from a seed into a tree that I can't ignore. Is he dead? No, there is no way. I'd believe he found a way out faster than he died in his session. Nonetheless, even as we reach the edge of the arena, the first session already turning into a second, I collapse to the earth, unable to move much more. Lennon is also severely fatigued after swinging that soul of his tens of thousands of times. Our whole group stands exhausted around us as Silas presses a question, the rains forming above. A droplet here or there has touched everyone at least once. So many are missing large segments of flesh, bone, or even limbs in some cases. Silas, however, is unmarred with Mia's aid. What now? Wyatt, Lennon, can neither of you two break us out all the way? I shrug, unable to formulate a surefire response. Instead, I shift to Abraham. He is the only one that can save us here. My soul and Lennon's soul are overused. There is no way we have the strength to break out. Abraham, this is on you. You need to daymare someone in to help, or us out. The alabaster-skinned man groans in pain, hardly able to stand as he nods grimly. Slapping his hands together, he closes his eyes and asks for my help. Can you enhance my mind, Wyatt? And who should I grab? I can reverse daymare now with my recent virtue, but I can't do it here. It's still not all that natural to me. Who will be able to break through this final wall? As I scour my memories, my first thoughts are of the lords, Tanyuan and Etern. As far as I know, only they currently possess the strength needed to escape. Silas could also try to wish us out, but I won't even bring that up in his current state. Instead, my mind flickers back to that brief touch I shared with Bonfire after his body reformed. The pain upon my soul. The Crimson Court's soul, dominion, whatever it is, holds this all together. If Bonfire could somehow burn it, I could use that moment of weakness to pull us out. And so, my answer is the man who Abraham has called the most to his aid. He's not what I would call reliable, but he is always there when you need him. Plus, I want to know where that dumbass went. 465, bloody lucky. Get Bonfire, no matter where the dunce is. With my help, I believe he can get us out of here. The reverence or abject horror that depends on the situation from the demons continually throws me for a loop, but Abraham simply nods with clasped eyelids. With a slight hum, he flows his ether within his body, something I can see oh so clearly. As the half-Nahalo does so, I grit my teeth, forcing my living manacles to release the man's chains as much as possible. Then, I inhale. The ether in the surroundings, including the falling drizzle of blood, dissipates like morning dew exposed to the sun. The ether appears within my body, expecting and desiring to clad my form, to weaken my restraints. But I do not let it. As I inhale once more, declaring freedom for another, I deviate all my ether into living manacles. For a brief moment, Abraham's mind detonates with untold power. It eclipses Anawai's psychic force and Mia's mental fortitude combined. His brain, his mind, and his soul reach beyond a god's restrictions as I cloak him with my own soul, my dominion. And I follow along, placing my faith in Lennon to protect the others and myself for a while longer. Seconds pass within the blinding light of daymare before Abraham and I stand inside an arena with only our minds, formed from mentally attuned ether. This one is different from all the others. Skulls, an infinite amount of heads without a lick of flesh, are the very earth beneath our feet. Fortunately, our bodies have no weight in this state to crush the bones. We are mere dreams given substance. But that fact gives me little comfort as I witness Bonfire pursued by a cloaked figure in black. I raise an eyebrow, unsure of what I see, yet the court answers for me. You may escape with your might, Wyatt Graves, but this twice-lived belongs to death. To take him means warring against two gods at once. Stunned by the ethereal voice of the Crimson Court, I stay frozen while Bonfire burns against a robed scythe. Abraham glances at me, speaking through our connection. The man is worried for his friend, and so am I. What do we do now? Normally, it'd have already taken him. I nod, understanding why it didn't go through like the typical daymare. Yes, death has claimed him. The court also resists our attempt. I can only imagine that she is pulling some strings. Racking my mind for any idea, I search this realm of green skies and crunching bones. With each of Bonfire's movements, rabid and fearful, he destroys another mountain of bone. But he must, or else he'd be too slow. The fires of creation gifted by the Cardinal are not working correctly against an agent of death. His wounds are not healing as they did against Eldest. So, what then? I did all this for him. Are we to lose him again? My hand wipes the flesh on my face as I yearn for a solution. Unable to find one, I squeeze harder, contorting the false chin. He's right. We've come this far. What can be done? Death. Court. Yuzin. The Crimson Court isn't aligned with Yuzin, but this specific desire works with what she wants. After all, the mother below nearly got Bonfire once. I'm sure she believes him to already be hers, which is doubly reinforced by the fact that he's technically already died once, giving death some dirt to work with. As I shift my mind in thought, Isaac's wisdom comes to mind. When I asked about dominions, his response was simple yet profound. Get your own, or figure out their restrictions and cripple them with their own strengths. I believe this also applies to gods and whatever powers they have. Sure, they are vastly beyond anything a mortal can conjure, and yet they have fallen to some. Vincent, as a dominion, was mighty, unbelievably so, but he didn't contest the gods with sheer, overwhelming force. He struck Hurakan where he was weak. The god of storms was unfathomably massive, which, while a strength, can also be a weakness. His storms were too big, his attacks too comprehensive, and his existence too spread out. Desolation took advantage of that, turning into the fine sands of his endless to strike the god. It made it impossible for Hurakan to levy all his power, plus it allowed Vincent to batter where the god was weakest, his expansive flesh without much defense. I don't know how the fight with the other god went, but Hurakan's makes complete sense to me. So, how do I overcome these two gods' weaknesses? Think, come on, think like Earl. Find a fucking loophole. Something. Like Earl. Like Earl. What would he do here? Yes, I know. He'd make a gamble, one based on past logic and experience. Bonfire has died once, killed by the Cardinal, and was brought back. Who is to say it cannot happen again? I just have to keep his soul in his flesh and let Lily reignite his flames of creation. Of which, I think those flames might just be the kindling for a dominion. Maybe not, though. It is weird. They seemed aligned with two opposing concepts. Can't be his ether, right? Or, I don't know. It seems he can only use the burning black or the healing white one at a time. That's not important now, though. What is? Can I do that? Can I resist death's pull of his soul? I failed with Edmund, but back then, I was weak. So very weak. In the eyes of the gods, I was nothing but an ant. Now, I have some bite. With death distracted by the others, there is a chance. The chance is higher than combating both at once, as the court will release its hold on this arena once all are dead. The rules are unbreakable to itself and others. The court will follow them. Also, the court won't touch him if he's dead, the judgment already placed. That's it. I will only have to face death. Bonfire will die, and I will help him bring himself back. Tell Bonfire to get caught, to die, and that we will save his soul just as we did before. He's come back from just a soul. It'll be fine. Abraham wide-eyes me like I'm a madman. He sputters out some gibberish, but I don't have time for his confusion. Now, do it. He'll understand. The pale fluster vanishes as my friend inhales a hopeful gasp. Then, he extends his hand, and his mind with it, unto Bonfire. I feel how his mind bulges with a similar force as before, still augmented by my ether. Abraham howls with his psychic winds for bonfire to hear him. I cannot hear the words myself, but my hands are tightly clasped. Bonfire stumbles in shock from the sound. He tumbles and trips into the bones, earning yet another wound from the scythe. Fire splashes out from his injuries instead of blood, as his being is a genuine inferno. He is not human any longer. He is a creature of fire. I've heard of these before in Ma's books. A Hashkazini, a name I can hardly remember, let alone pronounce aloud. There is another name for them that she told me. Black gods. The earliest creatures in existence first formed when there was nothing but darkness in the universe. Creatures of fire and flame that birth light into all, born from nothing. They were not actual gods, but they might as well have been, as nothing else existed outside floating rock. Back then, I thought it was a simple story to explain the creation of stars. But now I see they were real. And this development makes things easier. I don't need to transport and protect flesh. I just need to get a spark under these gods' eyes. All I need is a spark. With bated breath, I observe Bonfire's silent contemplation. Emmett Knox weighs the words from Abraham painfully, with his face faithful to his perplexion. Still, in less than 10 seconds, the Hashkazini bows his head for the scythe to take, making sure to place one hand on his heart and the other beyond him, a smile on his face that reflects on the blade. It is a simple resignation of his life, bestowing complete faith in Abraham and, by extension, me. What a pure man. He doesn't doubt me in the slightest. Tears wallow in my eyes as the blade descends and removes Emmett Knox's head, my friend dying for a second time. Fire flows out of the open veins and arteries, not blood. It chills me to the core, even as I wait silently. I cannot move yet. I have to wait until I feel the court's presence fade. So, I simply observe without motion or emotion while Abraham screams beside me. I listen to only the first sentence before tuning him out. Save him. Wah. My jaw creaks with agony as I even listen to Bonfire's soul howl in betrayal. He yearns, he expects, and he desires salvation. Yet, as the Reaper leans down to take the heart from his chest, he doesn't plead or beg. He merely waits for me to move. But I don't. The court is still here. It's still watching. And so, I remain still. The Reaper takes Bonfire's heart with skeletal fingers, a fiery core that houses his soul, and walks toward the edge of this realm. Space distorts with each step as it seems to just die, vanishing before the robed figure. Swiftly, the agent of death, with near impossible to discern bits of dark light wafting off it, reaches the boundary of this minor plane. The Crimson Court doesn't prevent or halt this being's travel. Instead, it opens a gate to the outside as its job is done. With a pounding heart, I see the Reaper take a single step out of the gate, half in, half out. And that is when I move, for the court has left. With all the velocity of a ray of light, I allow for nothing less than for my soul to wrap around Bonfire's petering flames. Death's agent immediately whirls backward, striking out at something that isn't there. It cannot hurt me in this form. I know it cannot, but this being isn't what I'm worried about. So, before death, or worse, the mother below turns their attention to me, I grasp onto Bonfire's soul, letting his flames jump onto mine like a parasite of some kind. It hurts. It hurts so much that I cannot even describe the feeling. I can only compare it to Yuzin's shattering. But as I hold this tiny spark of life within my soulful hands, and a domineering presence falls upon me, I can see the similarities between the first creatures and Bonfire. Born from nothing, with no one and not a speck of care, they find others of their own kind, those that wish only to burn brightly. They do not care for how long. They solely hope to burn. With the hopeful soul in my hands, I glance upward at the open gate. A skeletal hand, removed of all flesh with 1,000 creeping, biting maws, reaches out toward me. This one will hurt. Now, Abraham, now or never. Spinning around to face my friend, I cradle Bonfire's radiant everything and turn my back toward the pale lady's cruel bite. Abraham, psionic nails Ulrin. A second before Wyatt's whole mental construct is overwhelmed by whatever that is, I pull the plug on Daymare, refusing to put any more of his monstrous volumes of ether into it that he can somehow share. With that, he only gets bit by the hand once. but once is still too much. Returning to our location, I see that the Graves has fallen to his knees, spitting out blood and bile, still cradling a miniature flame in his hands. It is nothing but a spark, one that would prelude a mere bonfire, not a resurrection. Nevertheless, Wyatt refuses to lose consciousness just yet. I can see that his mind is teetering on failure, like that of a broken organ. It is hardly there. He's pushed himself too far too quickly. A demigod, yes, but a boy nonetheless. I drop to a knee to join him as all the others are fighting a war against a crimson sky. What do I do now? Wyatt fumbles with his left hand, reaching down for something. As he does so, I realize what he wants. The lily. Nodding, I retrieve the legendary colt for him, handing it to his trembling palms. Visibly, the tremors seem to calm, but the soul remains horribly marred. The boy doesn't care. He aims the gun at a point in the sky, firing it without ammo 3 times in a row. A hushed lily tapping upon a river falls into my hearing despite all that surrounds us. A demon dies just a foot away, unable to resist the rains any longer. Marion and Otto stick with Bird, relying on her faltering shields to protect them. Lennon guards the most people, his mere reign enough to bolster the likes of Otis, Ineria, Silas, and Aniwai to keep up. However, I can tell the swordsman's goal is to cover Wyatt's head. How long they'll last is unknown to me. What I do know is that a little girl appears beside me, her eyes shaped like spider lilies with identically crimson fangs nestled in her maw. It is a terrifying sight, but I've long lost the recoil reaction of fear. I merely gaze at her as her attention falls on Bonfire. Big Brother Wyatt said Bono is the key to our survival. That Bono can burn souls with his help, but Big Brother is hurt. So, I don't know what to do. The beady eyes of the lass throw me off. She reminds me so much of a genuine child that, for a moment, I can't reply. Still, I get my shit together as the clock is ticking. This is a 9th sigilled colt. She might look like a child, but she is vastly more powerful than I. Just do what you can. The blooming spider lily nods, reaching out to the fire in Wyatt's hands. Then, she cups the flame before water emerges from her palms, dousing the fire. My heart craters knowing my friend is dead. Without that flame, Bono, Big Brother doesn't want you to die, so I won't let you. Just as I collapse to the ground, the fire reignites through the abyssal waves, consuming even the waters of the Cardinal with its heat. Lily drops the fires with a yipe of pain, backing away as a being of fire quickly emerges to stand before me. Emmett Knox, without any scars, blemishes, or burns. He even has all his clothes on, something not all that common, to be honest. Hard to get him out of a brothel if there is one nearby, and he has spare cash. Still, he is now made of fire, born of fire, and nothing but fire. Though, he is still younger than he should be, at most 14 or so. He won't like that. Still, the smile on his face tells me nothing has changed at the core. Bonfire steps forward, hauling me to my feet for a hug. It's warm, absurdly warm, but none of the licking flames burn. They only nourish. Good to see you, friend. You too. I see you came quite a long way. Emmett Knox immediately jumps into a boast before doing something uncharacteristic. He stops for something more important. Of course, I even died twice. Sorry. That can wait. There is something I have to do. Wyatt asked me. Bonfire pivots to face the sky, the exact point at which the blooming spider lily was shot. Then, he rummages through Wyatt's pack to find some sort of spyglass. With a proud grin, the man aims it at the sky as I feel a wellspring of energy surge from Bonfire. Twin flames, pale creation, and abyssal destruction flow together into that spyglass. Yet, I feel no ether the moment they meet. It is as if some authority has taken control of the flames and turned them into something magnificent. I made a promise I'd take things seriously, and, Wyatt, if you can hear me, this is my guarantee. With Emmett's final word, I comprehend what is manifesting before me. A dominion of primordial fire, wrought with the same potential as that of the stars, of creation and destruction, emerges from that spyglass into the point in the sky. The beam of fire, no, the beam of Bonfire's soul made into reality, struts through the crashing crimson as if they do not exist, evaporating all the liquid in the sky. Then, the light hits the point, the minor crack formed from Lily's bullets. A blinding light that proceeds through closed eyes devours all the darkness. The heat overwhelms me, washing over my body, but it is only painful for a split second. Then, it rejuvenates, it nourishes, it creates. When I reopen my eyes, there are no more arenas, no more battlegrounds, no more red skies and falling lava. The region above is dark, not the sun I've come to miss so dearly, but the darkness alone is a comfort. Living every day under the threat of collapsing magma is not ideal. I sink to my knees as all others follow, those that remain echoing my relieved gasps and agony. I don't wallow in the exhaustion for long. Gritting my teeth, I hobble to Wyatt's crouched form with Lily beside him. Will he be all right? The colt nods with those awful fangs. Nevertheless, she is not as joyful as the rest of us are. Though, it's hard to be with those celebrating demons. This, to escape hell, is every demon's goal. Ineria and Otis are the only ones from our group who still live. It seems the others were too weak or not cared for enough by Lennon, Bertie, and Virgil. It pains me, but Lily's response warms the coldness. Yes, it'll take a few days, but I'm feeding him all the dying souls nearby. Just keep us safe. Yeah. I nod, so very relieved to hear the news. Then, I collapse onto my back, unable to be strong any longer. 466. A Fire New Council. F asterisk 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 asterisk. Johnny, lead hourglass Caldwell. Leaning back in my chair as I crack my knuckles, I take in the sights of the innards of the Nahullo's most grandiose building, the iced rampart. At least, that's what we humans call it. To the Nahullo, this is simply their citadel, their capital, and, in the centermost round table of their most vital fortress, I am seated with one other. Etern, the stalwart spine, sits across from me, healed from most of his wounds, the physical ones, at least, as the mental ones linger. On top of that, though, he sports one less eye than before, the left socket now replaced by a pane of ice that covers his brain on the inside. Nevertheless, even on his ass, the man would be taller than me standing. The thought gives me a slim smile as in the corners of my eyes, I see a dozen council members stock still in front of their war master in their salutes. None speak, none dare to. I receive glares from nearly every last one, but they don't have the guts to show it before a turn. The journey here was long, but it had better be worth it. After all, we are expecting 2 more guests, and a potential third. If she comes, though, it won't be pretty for anyone. How does it feel, Caldwell, to be in the heartland of my country, of my people? Constagia is cold, but it is ours. Twisting my lips shortly, I answer the Nahullo, at least 100 years my senior. I give him honest words, as, we've been through some shit the last month together, from the fight with Leviathan that went all the way to the edges of the atmosphere, and then the subsequent fall when the demigod attracted the attention of something in the darkness between the stars. Of course, that was after I fell unconscious the first time. It turned saving me for the next round with the Lord. After that, we had to survive the clash together. Any second now, Leviathan should be taking that final step. Any second now, and it terrifies me. But it also terrifies Etern and the rest of the demigods of Mari. I do not prefer it over my home, but it is better than the wilds or the underworld, little son, but at least it's there. The best part is how safe it is. Your warriors police the tundra and taiga better than we humans ever have for our woods. The War Master bows his head, appreciating my honesty. Etern then continues, waving his right hand to the wall on my left. There, the council members stand to attention. It is rare to see such truth from a human. I almost miss the days of dealing with Eli or desolation, but I do prefer this directness. I do not believe there has ever been such an event between our people, not since the collapse. In honor of such, how about we make our treaty formal, Caldwell? My people make such alliances with wives and spouses or whatnot. I do know that your people are not as open, however. Are you already taken, my friend? My head nods upward as I understand what the moved hand was for. Etern points toward the group of 4 female Nahullo clad in their carcasses, the metal armor a work of art to behold. I must continue my nod as I ruin some of his expectations. Yes, Etern, I already have someone who has my heart. Is our friendship not enough? The stalwart spine shakes his head with dismissal. Then, he leans back in his chair, brushing his temple with his palm. The agony must still be explosive. I, for one, feel the pain in my head nearly every pulsing second. It's become an excellent, if annoying, way to track time. What a shame. It is the best way. My houses and families do it all the time to solve internal strife. It is why we are so collected compared to you humans, on average, at least. Nothing lasts without a guarantee. We could also die in the next day. Council members tremble in anger, fear, or some other unknown feeling as Etern expresses his mortality. Biting my lip, I delve into consternation before I come up with something that might solve it. We don't have to do a marriage trade or anything of the sort. How about I give you a few people to lead, and you do the same? A show of trust. Etern nods to this, pointing at his side before calling some names. 3 council members walk to stand behind me at his beck and call. Tigris, Karn, Hassan. Only one of the names is familiar, but as I glance back at the only figure with a weapon among the 3, I meet Karn's eyes and the spear attached to his back. He smiles at me. The deal we made so long ago allowing the virtue to live until now. I must say, I'm surprised he survived Vincent's ascension. Behind him, too, I notice another familiar face, Enodra, and with the collision of our eyes, I realize that she is of a higher sigil than before. I wonder what made her split up with Teeming and Mythos. Nonetheless, I won't turn down 2 powers and a virtue. Plus, it doesn't matter. She isn't coming with me. In exchange, I offer Etern a promise. I'll send a group of 3 once I return. I don't have a virtue to give you, but I'm sure I can manage 3 powers. Laura, Primrose, and Richard are their names. The War Master smiles, his pale skin creeping backward to reveal his joy. Then, he places his palms facing upward on the table, the gesture some kind of oath for Nahullo. Good. We will have to rely on each other in the coming days. Tanyuan is almost here, but he tells me that the situation in the underworld has deteriorated massively. He summoned his daughter back from scouting because it went a shit. Gods are released, and only the devil is there to stop the outbreak of her with all the others already converted or dead. Damn it, Wyatt, Lennon, Virgil. So many are still down there. I stay quiet despite my worries so that Etern can finish. But we know how Vincent is. When he shows up, he'll be worth at least thrice his weight if not more. Leviathan should help, too. Despite her incorrigible wickedness, she doesn't want the world to end. If anyone has reason to hate the one below, it's her. That means we'll have 2 gods. 3 with that old devil. Not a lot. Though, it's enough for some hope. Just as the Nahullo's words come to a pause, a shimmering series of lines appear on the chair to my left. Raising an eyebrow and shifting my hands to my Colts, I prepare to fight, just a move of caution. But Etern stops me with an open palm. It is only Tanyuan. That chair has his summoning bestowed into it. Sinking back into my chair, I observe the oddity in space as Tanyuan and 2 others come from whatever realm they were just in to find themselves in ours. Tanyuan immediately takes a seat in a chair, making me feel better for my shortness, but the other 2 with him gag and choke. Teeming and Mythos can barely handle the transportation that they just underwent. Inspecting them with my eyes, I sense greater danger than before, especially from Teeming. She and Mythos must be virtues as well. Impressive. Though, I suppose they are all geniuses of their generations. The Primar only manages to make that strength higher, and if I look closely, she gave it to Mythos. Why? Why would she give him something so powerful? Tanyuan only eyes my presence oddly, but Teeming questions my being here with a vaguely veiled threat as she bows to Etern and the council. What are you doing here, human? War Master, is he your prisoner or something? Smiling, I listen to Etern's reply against the hot-headed pygmy. The Nahullo is more on my side than he is on anyone else's at this point. Do not speak to Caldwell that way, Teeming. He possesses strength not unlike your father and I. This is your only warning. Should he challenge you, the law of might reigns in Constagia, and no one will save you. Personally, I feel as though he is exaggerating, but I won't disagree openly. Between learning Heather's ether and managing to combine canyons with it, I've grown massively. being able to use accretion and dust plasmic ether alongside both ash and wood allows me a terrifying versatility and volatility. Adding in glitch and imbuing my weapons with ashen rounds, I can deal some severe damage, even to dominions. Goldeneye and Excavator also prevent my death. Canyon's skills help keep me alive from being forced to just rewind my death, but I'd be lying if I said I was on par with the demigods. At most, I can give hurt like they do, but if my eyes run out of juice or I can't react fast enough to use glitch, I'm a dead man. The good thing is, there are no hands or eyes faster than mine. Virgil is close, but no cigar for him, even if he'd outrun me. Nonetheless, I sit proudly as Tanyuan nods, waving his hands forward. The chair across from him begins to light up with similar inscriptions and deviously ingenious ether. With my virtued eyes, I can see the weave more clearly, but it still throws me for a loop. Behemoth might not be so kind to you taking Levi's spot, even if she doesn't want to be here ever again. So, be quiet for us to explain, Caldwell. Nodding with complete understanding, as Behemoth is known to be the king of all meatheads, I merely witness his appearance with silence. The inscriptions balloon into a mighty figure of rippling muscle, hair, leather, horns, and teeth as Behemoth's awful figure takes form. He's close to 30 feet tall at his smallest, the him without his Sirza taking action. Nevertheless, he nearly reaches the ceiling of this grand, church-like building. His billowing eyes reach out to all within range as his rumbling voice begins. What is this runt? Before he gets anywhere, though, Etern stops him. That is Johnny Caldwell. He is now on this covenant. His strength does not need to be tested. He fought Leviathan and survived with me. Now that she is becoming a god, we have some new things to discuss. Because, well, if she fails, it won't matter. Listening to learn as much as possible from the figures that used to conspire against Vincent, I shift my head back and forth as Tanyuan takes the lead. Behemoth, the ancient and dreadful demon, sits on the ground where he is, cracking bits of the stone under him. Previously, we only gathered for desolation. There is no need to intervene or find Leviathan as she ascends. There is nothing we can gain, nor would we want to. Devouring a roaming god is no easy feat, so instead, we shall focus on the future. Tanyuan elucidates the situation in the underworld and hell, catching Behemoth up to speed. Then, he starts to formulate some plans once we establish the threat. Desolation will surely defend the planet after he is done, even if he wishes to be king. And if any of you are unsure what he is doing, Vincent Harvey is attempting to kill Apozirates. That is why the skies keep trembling as if they are crying. I am hoping he succeeds, as that will strengthen him greatly. This is no time for selfishness anymore. We missed our chance. If we wish for another, Behemoth, Etern, Johnny, then we must survive this coming collapse of everything. With awe, I watch as the great binary lord, Behemoth, nods his head in acceptance of Tanyuan's wise words. The pygmy, incredibly intelligent as he may be, surprises me to no end as he manages to get Behemoth to listen. I thought he heard none but Levi then. Nevertheless, Tanyuan consolidates a plan as the building starts trembling. Whether it is from Leviathan or Vincent, who could say? We must stand together, more than we ever have. I even contacted Granulin. After his duties at the boulevard, he'll come. If you know of a gate of death, please let me know. I can reseal it temporarily. That should hold them back for a little while to buy Vincent some time, and us some as well. Surely, they'll be more forgiving with their knowledge in such a dire time. I tell Tanyuan about the one I have access to in Blackreach, though we cannot close ours. We have men inside it still. Behemoth and Etern also expose their own in their homes. Not that they've ever successfully used them, though. The two keep one just as the estates used to, for the growth of sexton sigils, as most of those kinds can control and use spirits that may wander their way to the gate. Again, however, the whole of Constagia begins trembling dangerously. The ceiling creaks as dust falls onto our heads. I turn to Etern, but the Nahullo is already motioning for Tanyuan to act. Take us outside, Mystic Weaver. The pygmy doesn't wait for an instant as ether spews from his hands, forging an intricate weave around all those within the room. Behemoth, Etern, Timimi, Nados, all the council members, and even me. Not a second later, space seems to distort before I find myself on the roof of the rampart with all the others, besides Behemoth, who is standing a ways away. His head is not much lower than we are as I watch him expand, the muscles bulging further for the demon's eyes to become level with me. I don't give him much attention. However, looking up, I see two distinct phenomena happening simultaneously. The whole world seems to tremble as the rising sun pauses, the rim of luminance shattering into a wave of light that crests the horizon. I watch as it approaches us while in the skies above, a new constellation appears to form. It resembles a serpent, only it possesses claws, teeth, and horns as it covers a significant portion of the morning heavens. Despite the sun, it lingers too, proving just how it's not an actual constellation. It is simply Leviathan. I don't know what she's doing, but the battle between Vincent and Morning Star is. The wave of light reaches us, and I immediately duck beneath the heft of it. It turns strides before us all as a wave of curved ice covers his city. It is translucent yet sturdy while acting as a shield for the radiance that melts much of it instantly, but it doesn't pierce it, instead bouncing off to the heavens above, saving all those south and west of us from its terror. Rain drips down onto us all as a turn pulls back the icy fortress he conjured. With the ice gone, the wave of light passed us, and the horizon only growing in luminance. I finally see the frozen waste from a vantage point, while hoping that Tomas somehow came up with something to help the West from this wave of heat. What was once nothing but ice and snow is now a sprawling landscape of mud and rivers of brown. That's not ideal. Flicking my eyes to Etern, I see a brimming smile on his lips. Well, maybe it's better than I thought. However, I doubt this heat will last forever. Maybe with this treaty, though, Nahalo can move south. I'm not against them living among humans as long as they can control themselves. Better Nahalo than demons, and I've already settled myself to live with the fact that Aniwai stays in our lands. Abraham's only a halfie, but I'd like him no matter what percent he was. To my left, however, Behemoth instills a different kind of worry. I can never see him walking within Onyx Gate or Gravecross. He'd destroy the road just walking. My eyes wander as I wonder about the sight of mud until they gaze upward at a falling figure. A cratering god. Etern? She's coming right for us, isn't she? The Nahalo War Master nods his head solemnly. That she is. Drawing my pistols, I aim upward, remembering the bullets I loaded in this thing with ash and wood ether. Just as practice, I inscribed her name into it. Great, I only have 12 rounds. Doubt that's enough for a god. My friend shakes his head sadly as ice creeps over his skin, hair, and city. Tanyuan backs up a bit, waving at his daughter, while even Behemoth puts effort into his Sirza, proliferating to match the descending god. Hilariously to me, Karn props his spear upward, lowering himself into a stance to fight. The damned maniac, just like Lenin, only a little bit more reasonable. After all, he can be ordered around. Shit, this can't be good. Well, I can always hope she is dropping down for a talk. After all, Behemoth is her. Fucking hell? Are they even friends? 467. Croker's Dilemma. Wyatt, unbound Wendigo Graves. Screams cover the darkness as bits flow in and out of my consciousness. For a second, here or there, I can almost see what is happening. I think I see cracks like the wall of the Crimson Court in the distance. Panicked voices ring out, and I'm hauled across the underworld. Death's spine-trembling howls of malice and pain permeate my mind, piercing through whatever haze this is. As long as she's in pain, I know the Pale Lady is still alive. I fight to regain my body, but it's pointless. I'm too injured. My soul, that is. Plus, Blodwyn is still slumbering, though I feel as though he is soon to wake. Nonetheless, I can feel myself rapidly recovering, and, with the pieces of my soul reforming from what was taken by death, I sense that they are stronger than before. Another way to grow my dominion, I suppose, but not one that I would ever like to repeat. So, I simply flow along with this kind of rejuvenating coma, enjoying the comfort for as long as I can. I trust that the others will protect me. After all, I hear bonfires promise. Barely, but I did. That is enough assurance for me. Lenin, Bladis Monster Hull. Everything aches. Not that the sensation is new or even abnormal. It's been consistent throughout my life since I met that old man. The difference is that this ache goes beyond the physical and mental. It pervades all the way to my soul. I've overused my dominion before, but never this much. my mighty body, the one I've been proud of all my life for its near impossible physical strength, is not enough anymore. I'm too slow, too weak, and too unresponsive to keep up without ether to augment my body. So, I have to use my soul. Blades are not an ideal form of augmentation. Nevertheless, I use Jia to walk, run, dodge, attack, and even breathe when the damage is too much. I'm nearing my limit. I can feel it. Wyatt's already down. He's been down for 2 days at this point. If he doesn't get up soon, I don't think I can keep any of these people alive much longer. Because between death and the leaking power of the gods within hell, only a dominion can guard a life. There are too many motherbound who have slipped through the court. Some deal happening between the new god and that damned bitch down there. Stupid bonfire could survive, but not when the court finalizes a decision on hell. From this mountaintop, I stare at the straying and brutalized path we came from. 2 days. In 2 days, we traverse thousands of miles. But it's not enough. The court is only continuing to grow. I had thought that spatial distortion was only internal. How idiotic. The Colosseum that fields the god's body must be the size of a smaller territory by now, and it's not done yet. It's growing. It's learning. Just as my dominion evolves through strife, this god is similar. It is only through others' strife and judgment that it gains power. The Crimson Court, or as it berated me by its true name, Kachina, is the only thing that stands between the awakened mother below, her armies, and the rest of reality. If the mother below were to convert Kachina, it'd be disastrous as just fighting would strengthen it. There has never been a god of war, but if there were, I can only imagine it'd be the strongest. Would be fun to fight though. Still, I think that might be why she is so overwhelming. The corrupting deity gains strength with each vassal, something not easily replicable compared to other gods or dominions. Growth is tied to the meaning of the action, as far as I can tell, which is why those who grow when taking a life or the equivalent grow the most. But at the same time, I doubt Kachina wishes to be forced to intake Darklight. No, I know for a fact it doesn't want to succumb to that fate. A god such as he or she, not sure, believes and wants only what they want to. And in the Crimson Court's case, that is its own sense of justice, the skewed judgment of death. So it has to make a decision. Either it resists the Darklight until it breaks under the stress, or it moves aside and grows throughout this whole conflict. Meanwhile, death is still raging in the skies overhead. The damn thing just refuses to die. I'd go and join, but I owe Wyatt for saving my life, returning my leg previously, and bringing me down without a trick or deception. So, here I stand, staring at what is to come. Humbless feet land beside me, prompting my eyes to meet Virgil's dark irises. My dominion intuitively flinches. The danger that this man holds against me above just about everyone else. I'm not afraid of losing a direct battle, but those kinds of battles are not what Virgil does. The man nods shortly while glancing at my now visible dominion, joining me in my observation of our near future. How long you think we have, Lennon? Because once that thing opens, I don't answer him immediately as I ponder the question. It's obvious what will come. The entirety of hell, likely all converted at this part, save for a few escaping demigods who might have held until this juncture. We should recruit them. Heh, how funny. Beyond that evident course of action, the consequences of hell breaking loose are calamitous. A plethora of gods, probably dozens of dominions, and untold legions of other inhuman figures tainted by that dreadful light will rush outward. The mother below is the worst part, too. And it's not just her either. I'm willing to bet that the gods she brought with her all the way back then still remain in some fashion, ones that we know nothing about. There is a chance she isn't moving yet, or hasn't escaped whatever hole she was tossed into now that she's awake. But while that chance is high, that doesn't mean she will be absent for long. And on our side, there is one god. Vincent is, I don't know, he's just not here. Still probably cleaning the surface of any tainted gods in hiding or slumber to raise his strength. Abraham has been practicing with Damer to reach Vincent, but there is no possibility he will do such a thing without Wyatt's help. The all-around enhancement he can give is astronomical. I see that if it weren't for his power and Arca, he'd be relegated to a vital support role, one more effective than any I've ever seen. Virgil waits patiently for an answer, but I know he won't like the one I have. Days. He might not even wake up in time. Abraham better get his shit in order. We need our reinforcements. I don't fucking care who it is. He could bring Leviathan and Behemoth, and I'd whip them into helping. The assassin glances at me before shifting his gaze away. It's not the habit of prey, but that of someone adept at hiding his nature as a predator. It's interesting to watch from so close by. It is rare to catch a raven in your hands and inspect its manners. It's not that easy for him, and will it even matter? We're so vastly outnumbered and overpowered. My eyes trail the burgeoning Colosseum, considering his point. He's right. We're up shit creek without a boat, let alone a paddle. No matter what we do, things will only get messy, eh? But that only excites me. Gripping the illusory handle to deer at my hip, I imagine the coming days. The blood that will spill, the bodies that will fall, and the gods that will crumble to less than ash. It gets my blood pumping in a way nothing else ever has. This is it. This is my final war. I can feel it. I have fought many wars on several different fronts, but it is this one that shall be my last. Even if I survive, there will be nothing left to fight. Not for me, at least. Nothing of genuine worth besides Vincent or Wyatt, who may also not survive. A sort of melancholy settles into my bones, a sensation of finality. Here, it is finally here. There will never be a better war. This is the last struggle. Either we successfully rage against a god older than our planet, managing to end her and all traces of her divinity, or we rage against the dying of a light, refusing to accept a sealed fate. Both are what I was born to do. It doesn't matter whether or not we can win, Virgil. What matters is that we fight. With my words, something shifts in the distance, as if to mock my decision. The crimson court bulges slightly, the entire body of the god uplifting itself and moving out of the way from hell's gates. The sheer movement of the god causes all of the underworld to crash and burn. Rocks fall from the sky, and the omnipotent fog that blocks one's sight vanishes for the activity. The stirring of a god allows me to see the entirety of the underworld. I can see the distant cities populated by other races, by different species, and by a variety of beings on this planet, and I know they must be shitting their trousers. A good chuckle comes out of my throat while we are all possibly doomed to death. A surge of forces flows from that open gate built of flesh, blood, bone, and molten rock. First, come the weak, the mother-bound most distorted by the dark light, forced into grotesque figures befitting those of non-angels. Then, the powers come in the dozens, virtues in the double digits, and with 4 dominions. They all hound after a group of 3 weary demigods, the earth already stained with their struggles. Those must be the final survivors. Doomed, above and behind the vast army, more expansive and powerful than any ever fielded on the surface, are 6 gods, more than even the number of dominions beneath them. Though, I suppose we have killed quite a few of those recently, likely all those they could manage to send over. The gods' figures are vast and mesmerizing, their bodies filled with such danger that my whole being tingles with adrenaline. A demon appears beside me, the one called Ineria, as she recounts our grandest foes with shivering fear. The 6, Flint, the goddess of winter; Sigwan, the god of spring; Nanoma, the goddess of summer; Bavav, the god of autumn. Those 4 titles mean nothing to the demons of now, but that does not mean they are without true godliness. The other 2 are Nogami, the god of mountain, and Maximista, the gods of forests. But they are not all there is. Those are only the 6 from hell. Ineria's words put names to faces, or, more accurately, things. The 4 gods of the seasons look nothing like people. They are hardly humanoid, simply clumped together pieces of their livelihoods with arms, legs, and heads. Flint is a massive snow woman forged of clear ice and pure cold. Sigwan is dirt and grass formed into a body that is constantly drenched in rain. Nanoma is nothing but a dry, crusted-up pile of dust topped with a head with less moisture than Vincent Sands. Bavav is the oddest, though. She is a massive stick covered in leafy feathers. The other 2, Nogami and Maximista, are far more humanoid. The former is a grand figure of rock, rubble, and gems that resemble a mountain-sized stoneclad. Meanwhile, Maximista must be the originator of the Urayuli or something, as it appears to be a giant covered in leaves, hair, and sticks. The 6 are daunting. No, they are more than that. as their perceptions scour the entirety of the underworld. Unable to wait even a second longer, the world trembles. A yap from the devil is heard across the underworld, a vast command that rallies all the undead still alive. At the same time, I notice that the god above is gone, death somehow unsealed back into her original state, a feminine version of her reapers. The devil's words don't reach me, broken on their path by a rippling soul that passes through me. Smiling, I turn to face my rear while ignoring the other civilizations of undead that meet Lewis Fern's call. After all, not a single one of them possesses even one demigod. They won't matter much. Other beings tend to give up after dying and quickly fade away wholly. It seems only humans, a few Nahalo, and a pygmy every now and again retain their ambition. Still, there are not many among those three. I haul the awakened soul to stand with me on this wretched cliff with a clasped palm. His eyes are clear, but I can see that he is not yet fully healed. Neither am I. Neither am I, my friend. Together, we stare at the devil as he departs the battle with death and her reapers to land in front of the approaching army with a swift teleportation, somehow bending the rules of space. The lone man, the solitary god, unravels his aged back and meets the six. With an ever-reaching voice, he remains unbowed, if even challenging. You all have forgotten me, it would seem. What did you use to call me? You were all too afraid of even uttering my name that you gave me titles. The Hellwalker, right? No. That was before you all met me. What was it? Ah, the Godcleaver. No, even before that. What did you all call me? Right. The world's king. My eyes widen at the incredible title bestowed to the god, something I wasn't aware ever existed. Then, after a slight pause, not waiting for the army to retaliate, the devil offers a final warning, one that I know will be ignored. Yuzin, we can end things here. No one else has to die. This can be it. We can go our different ways. All of the half-dozen gods freeze in place while the army does the same. The sudden inactivity of such a lively force sends shivers down my trembling spine as a creeping voice echoes out from the insides of hell. It is pained, raspy, and unpracticed, but it is godly. You will pay for what you and yours have done, World King. My love shall spread. 1,000-year hiatus is too long. All kings must bow, even you. I will enjoy this greatly. Now, don't die too quickly. I'm still a ways away. A note from Broken Saint. This ends the 11th volume. On Monday, we start the 12th and final volume. It is significantly longer than the rest, but it is the last one. I hope you all enjoyed this one, and that you will enjoy the next, Among Gods and Graves. 468, Stanchious Minds. Wyatt Graves. I avert my gaze from the gods, not wanting to see any more than I must. Simply looking at their ether, their concepts, and their blinding strength is draining and strenuous. Instead, I call for Abraham. There is something we have to do before anything else. The pale man hurries up the rocky edifice to stand with Virgil, Lenin, and me. He isn't out of breath either, showcasing how far he's come from Rustbank. He wasn't physically weak back then, at least compared to a typical human, but he wasn't much in comparison to myself or Virgil. Now, he's totally different, and it wasn't just hell that changed him. It's been more than a year, I think, since Rustbank. It's a little hard to tell because of the lack of a son for how much time has passed, but we've been through a hell of a lot. Meeting Abraham's confused pupils, I tell him my plan. I'm not the same little kid anymore either. I've seen enough death. Enough. We need to call for reinforcements, and you're the only one who can do so. I don't really know who can help us here, but anyone is better than nothing. With my current strength, I could probably reason with Etern or Tanyuan to help. They are the least insane of the Dominions. Are you up for it? The half-Nahalo shuffles slightly, but Virgil pats him on the shoulder, giving him some encouragement. Meanwhile, the underworld continues to shake. How long will the devil last? Can my father, with the other two, truly kill death? I don't know. Things seem near hopeless right now, but Lenin's right. We'll fight anyway. Abraham's hardened gaze proves the same. Yeah, I can do it. I'll just need some help. Taking his forearm, I nod, already on it. My living manacles extend from my flesh onto his. Then, they release his chains. No problem. I'll do what I can to help you. Abraham gives me some thanks as he closes his eyes, likely trying to enter whatever kind of trance Daymare needs. The devil really messed up his shit, from what I hear. Taking away his nightmares? That's crazy. They were almost everything he had. Through his lidded eyes, I can see them roll backward, the whites exposing themselves wholly to his lids as if they were open. Then, he begins to shake. Worried for him, I dive into his body with insight, serpentining my soul along with his. I quickly feel myself travel thousands of miles in a moment, a mind connecting to mine. Abraham's mind. He searches outward, but there is one blindingly bright radiance within his sight, more colorful than even mine. It is the only one he can reach for as it drags him close. In less than a moment, I find myself inside a dream, staring up at a vast creature. It is serpent-like in nature, only thousands of feet long, with multiple arms ending in claws, scales tougher than any armor, and teeth sharper than any sword. Backstepping in awe, I crash into Abraham, who is similar. Then, a voice booms from above. What are you reaching out with your mind for? This is one of my domains now, the mind. I answer immediately, not waiting a moment, as I know who this is. I recognize the shape of this creature to be how Leviathan's ether would form. She has created a lifelike body of a dragon using her mind. It is a physicalized mental force. Incredible. Godlike. Leviathan. I am Wyatt Graves. This is Abraham Ulrin. I take a short pause after introducing myself, attempting to think for even just a second longer. This aura, she's become a god. Wait, that's a good thing. Leviathan has nothing to do with the mother below. In fact, she probably hates Yuzin. We are currently in the underworld, fighting the hordes of the mother below. The devil is already fighting her gods. We were trying to reach out for help, and Abraham gravitated toward your vast strength. My words were careful not to ask for help. I figure she won't like that. Not one bit. So, I wait as the flying being without wings waves in the air, using only her mind within this realm. A long growl comes from the grand being above us. For a moment, I worry that it is directed toward us. Again, I backstep despite the fact it won't do anything. We're in her realm now. Abraham whispers to me just as Leviathan's voice shuts him up. I think, Yuzin, she's awoken. Then, I wouldn't mind a rematch. The last time she was awake, she took Mammon, and the little human had to erase him. Another growl comes, this one far more bestial than containing any amount of intelligence, less so from such a brilliant mind. However, Leviathan doesn't seem to care as she releases her grievances. I'm going to kill that bitch. I was only a virtue back then. Now I'm so much more. You there. Take me. I've been itching for a good fight. Behemoth wasn't enough. These lackeys aren't either. No point in roughing them up any further. I want to kill another god. I shift to look at Abraham, worried if he can handle it. He immediately shakes his head to indicate that he cannot. Well, I should have assumed that. Maybe I can? But won't all the pressure go to Abraham anyway? Not if I sacrifice. Yes, we can try. Bear with us for a moment. Abraham widens his eyes, immediately letting me know this is stupid. I don't disagree. He whispers silently, in spite of the fact it doesn't matter. I'm sure Leviathan can hear us no matter how we communicate. Are you insane? I can't move her. Throwing up my hands, I can only attempt to convince him. We need Leviathan. This is so much better than we first imagined when asking for help. However, someone will still have to let the surface know what's happening. We have to. I'll handle the burden. You just start to daymare her, and I'll do the rest. The pale man grits his teeth, infuriated at the situation. He likely hates that he needs my help at all for this. The mind is his realm of expertise. After all, mine is only the soul. He waits a moment, filling himself with anger before letting it all out. Sighing out a lungful, he agrees. I know he doesn't want to do any of it, though. Abraham refuses to back down, however. Instead, he raises a hand as he moves his ether toward Leviathan. He even manages to speak to her, gathering all his willpower to meet her gaze. I don't know how he does it, but he withstands a god's gaze. The instant he does, I throw my ether at him, connecting the two of us in the way that only sacrifice allows for. The first pulse of pain is gargantuan, beating me straight to my knees. The space around us distorts as Abraham hauls Leviathan's mind and her body. But that means I have to bear the weight of a god, and it hurts oh so very much. Splashing colors surround my whole being as I grit my soulful teeth and bear the expense and pain of moving a god in place of Abraham. Yeah, there is no way he could have done this. My soul spreads outward, wrapping around this formless pain and pressure that threatens to crack me from the inside out. But my dominion is not nearly enough. My whole body creaks and warbles within this realm, this place, despite the shifting colors. It is similar to Yuzin's gargantuan force, only so much closer and more direct. And then, it's suddenly over, and I'm spilling my guts out onto the rocky mountain, both the non-literal and the literal, hacking out my lungs and food from the last time I ate, which has been a while. I feel Blodwyn regenerate my flesh to fill the open wounds left behind from sacrifice, which are all over. Anyone else would have died to that. Gasping for breath and still recovering moments later, I find everyone nearby staring upward, not paying the slightest bit of attention to me. Right, Leviathan. Aniwai whispers just under her usual tone toward me. Is that her? I nod. My mother's old queen, Leviathan. My father broke her out of any and all servitudes, but some things linger in her soul. The ogre, now sized to a human, visibly trembles in fear. But Leviathan does not give any of us even a second glance. There is but one thing she wants at this moment, and that is to bloody her claws and mind. The air shatters as Leviathan moves with so much speed that I can only see a flickering shadow. A blast of wind nearly tosses Abraham off the mountain, but Virgil catches him with a night whip. Ruptures form in the hills on the way fall off, descending swathes of land into havoc and turmoil. That is the travel of a god. Leviathan continues, heading right toward the most brutal aspect of the entire ongoing war. She hovers over where the devil stands, protecting him from a freezing of space itself by breaking the standoff with her mind. Flint, the goddess of winter, that was something she did. With awe, I hear Aniwai speak, recounting whatever Leviathan is saying to the devil. My mother must be able to pick up the remnant mental ether from the binary lord. She just greeted him, as if they already knew each other. And now, they will fight together. Just like old times before. Mammon. Pursing my lips, I stare at the distant tremors, unsure of what it all means. I suppose it makes sense. From what I know, Lewis and the demons fought together long ago. For them to be friends, it's not that long of a shot. In fact, if Behemoth and Leviathan hadn't left back then, things might be different now. Regardless, the War of Gods is a primary concern. In fact, it's the most significant one. But if we want to worry about it, then we'll have to survive long enough to deal with it. From here, I can already see a wave of darkness approaching us. There are tidbits of light within the depravity, and my whole body shakes. It's an army of motherbound. The devil couldn't stop them all, distracted and focused on surviving from the other gods. So, now we must deal with all those who are not divine. I don't even see where the demons went that weren't taken over. Did they die? Did they escape? Who knows? All I know is that I see a lot of varied colors in this army. There are many warm and low-sigiled colors, but there are a worrisome amount of purplish tints, magentas, violets, and even the midnight purples. Thankfully, I don't see any pitch-black chains along the horde, meaning none should have mastery over their concepts yet. Tightening my jaw, I look right at Virgil. He's going to hate what I have to ask him, but there is no one better. I can't trust anyone to do this except for him. My friend meets my gaze, already knowing I require something from him. What is it? Do you have an idea of how we kill them all or something? Earl sink into your head that badly? Laughing and feeling just a bit of relief as my idea is not even close to that, I force myself to calm down. Then, taking a deep breath, I retrieve Death's lantern from my hip. Virgil immediately starts to refuse, nearly to the point of shouting, but I slam it into his hands, not even listening. You are going to take this, Virgil. You're going to take this and everyone else, including the undead of Heights, and you're going to get the hell out of here. Someone needs to warn the surface. You're fast. The fastest. My friend's lips tighten as he shakes his head, denying it all. Frustration rises as we are running out of time. The army is getting closer. So, I grab him by the neck and pull him in close so that only he can hear me. I need you to do this. Only you can do it. Otherwise, I won't have peace of mind. I can't fight thinking about everyone above. All our friends. Your family. I just can't. You're the only one I trust to have my back like this. You're my pocket ace. Lily's the other one. So, take her for now, and give her back when we see each other again. I don't want you dying to do this. Lily cries from my hip as I take off the holster from my hip and give it to Virgil, too. He's strong, but I need reassurance that he can handle it. I require him to be safe and everyone else to fight at my best. There isn't any time to practice my ether in safety anymore, meaning I'll need absolute focus without any distractions if I am to grow my control in a battle. Virgil simply stares down at the blooming spider lily as the cult itself appears beside us. She beats her arms against my chest, but I quickly catch her fists, holding them aloft. She isn't using any real strength. She just doesn't want to leave me. I don't want to go. Take me with you. Please. Pretty please. I'll be good. I'll be the best. Just you wait. I'll show you what I can do with the river. Big Sis Cardinal is awesome. It breaks my heart to push her away, but it needs to be done. I need to grow. Fast. Way too fast for me to have a cushion such as hers. Blodwin, too. Go with Virgil. Lily begins to tear up, and so I kneel in front of her as she mumbles underneath the hand against her face. Lily, you're strong now. You don't need me or anyone else anymore. You can pick yourself up, but Virgil needs you. He's our friend. Remember? What do we do for friends? Through her tears, the cult manages to respond. We help them. Yes, we do. Now, help him save a whole bunch of people. Take Bono with you. A little way down the mountain, I can see Bonfire clench with anger, but I don't get distracted. This is for Lily. Emmett can handle it. He's a grown-ass man. Well, he was. Bonfire's a bit shorter now than he was, but his mind has only matured, not regressed like the rest of him. Lily nods to my words as Virgil hangs the lantern on his hip. Then, he carefully and respectfully places the holster on his belt, thanking me and patting Lily on the head. I appreciate it. I'll do it. But I'm coming right back when it's all done, okay? And I'll take care of her. Don't worry. I smile at Virgil and nod, never worried in the slightest if he's the one with her. He's a good brother to his siblings. He can handle Lily. Then, I push him a little bit off the mountain, hurrying him along as the distant footsteps of the horde become something I can no longer ignore. Go, take the demons and everyone else with you. Abraham will stay because he can daymare out, and my mother is strong enough to hold her own to escape. Virgil agrees with me, but the second he turns around, he notices something that he brings up. Yeah, makes sense. Where is Silas, though? I don't see them anywhere. Motherfucker. I spin around, scouring the landscape for any hint of violet chains, only to find a distant figure heading toward the battleground where death is. Those two, are they really going after Eli? No way. Right? Well, if it's really their wishes, then I won't stop them. There are more critical things. Silas has changed a lot, and even if I feel sour for him and Mia, I can't just up and leave. I have a duty to more than just him and her. I can't drop everything like I once would have. Instead, I turn and face the rumbling apocalypse with a crouch and a hand on the rocks below me. Staring downward at several hundred miles away, there are just so many. I can't see their distinct faces, but it's crazy. Are we really going to fight all of them? Well, I guess I'll finally figure out how strong I really am as a demigod. How do I square up to Behemoth and Leviathan? To Tanuan? To Etern? To Vincent? To my father? Am I weak after all this struggle? Or am I finally strong? Only one way to find out. But something within me tells a grand tale. I clench my hand on the rocky surface of the mountain, crushing the stone into dust while staring outward. There are thousands and thousands. The thought makes my stomach sink and rise in a continuous rhythm, refusing to calm. Is this what Marshall felt all those times he stood upon the top of his fortress? That he was the one, the only one, who truly stood in the way of madness. Sure, Lennon, Abraham, and my mother are here, but they all are either not wholly invested in the defense of the surface or strong enough to make a difference. Perhaps you were right, old man. We are a lot alike. You said it often, lamenting how little time we had. But in the end, I think we had enough. A few months is nothing in the grand scheme of life, but I'll remember the teaching you left behind. You and all your soldiers. My rapidly beating heart slows, a calm overtaking the storm raging within. The blood in my body moves at a glacial pace, preserving every last morsel of energy in my body for the heat of battle. This is it. I can feel it. This is why you beat me so much. This is why you never held back in your teachings. I've never hesitated to enter a battle for my own sake. But looking at this vast army, it makes a fist tremble, and that is exactly what happens. Only my fist trembles so much that it becomes unnaturally still, surgically precise. My vision narrows as only the steps behind me and the wind of the underworld remain in my ears. This is the calm before the storm. I only wonder, can I do what he did? 469, full chisel. My most trusted ally rushes away, bringing Lily, the demons, and the undead with him, including Bonfire. Marion, Otto, and Bertie attempt to refuse the retreat, but Virgil doesn't take no for an answer, forcing them to follow. Neither Otis nor Aneria have a problem running for their lives. It seems as though the current situation has disrupted any pride they may have, so that just leaves 4 upon this mountain as an army approaches. I take a long look at the 3 beside me as I steady my breathing further, preparing mentally and physically. Fortunately, I think my soul has already recovered for the most part. Lily is really useful for helping my soul heal. Did my father plan all of this? No way, right? Looking at Anawai's face, her shorter and more human-like stature, showcasing some genuine fear of the coming army, I shake my head. No way. There are some things you simply cannot plan. He and she likely knew that souls are critical at the highest level of strength. So, he built Lily to be able to collect and gobble them up. Speaking of, Aniwai seems to be legitimately anxious. Her brow is furrowed, and her hands are slightly trembling as she forms the cleaver I've often seen her wielding out of glassy ether. Long ago, she possessed an actual claymore, but since the fight with Kai, she's only had a weapon of her own mind. Seeing her fear, I flicker my eyes over to Abraham, and he's even worse. I can tell he's attempting to be brave, to be courageous, but his hands are slick with sweat, and his forehead is sheening with trepidation. Furthermore, his eyes are constantly moving all over while the ears under his prolonged white hair twitch with every rumble. I speak for the 2 of them to help them feel better, as when I look at the army, I only feel what Blodwyn feels. What Lennon must feel. I'm excited, thrilled, even. It's odd. Truly, it's madness, even. But what my mother said long ago holds to be a golden rule. A little bit of madness is needed for greatness. For godliness, I suppose a great bit of madness is required. We'll be fine. If you 2 are overwhelmed or run low on ether, get out. Abraham, daymare yourself to Bonfire, and, Ma, if it gets to be too much, don't be afraid to run. I'll be all right. Blodwyn's with me. As I console the 2, I leverage my mind and my soul, forming figments of madness over my arm. Adapting the usual ballista, I create the terribly durable substance on my right arm to fit on top of it instead of having to hold it. With my recent advancements and my dominion, it's not difficult at all. The ether, the madness, flows like it should, and my soul seems to gain physical form. Is that what it was all along? And I just couldn't yet understand it? Incredible. All along, my soul gave me power, and I just didn't know it. Weak at first, but by the 4th sigil, at the least, it became something worth using. Abraham and Aniwai both gape at the weapon formed over my forearm with the bolt already loaded. Twisting my arm over to inspect the spectral glow over the glossy structure, I tap it with my fingernail, understanding immediately just how dense this is. I will be careful, little one, pale one. Stay close to me, and be careful what is behind your target when you fire that. It is equal to a Zil in penetrating might from what I can tell. Nodding, I feel that her words must be right. After all, while this cost less ether than I expected it to, it tired out my soul immensely. How interesting. Much of my skills have been adapted to fit with my dominion. Are all dominions like this? I would have to guess so. Lennon's an unusual case, but I could definitely see Eli shifting his skills to fit with whatever powers he steals with his dominion. In fact, I saw that in Onyx Gate. Breathing in once more, feeling the weapon on my right, I speak inwardly, discussing the battle with Blodwyn. You ready for this? A deep hum reverberates throughout my chest as the Arca agrees. Of course, I am eager to use Wundrive. I think it'll change everything just as much as your shape has. Any injury we take will be lessened while any we deal will be magnified immensely. Smiling, I agree with the typically silent artifact. My heart, our heart, beats with exhilaration as I peek at Lennon. If I thought I was excited for this fight, for this chance to grow stronger, to prove to myself how far I've come, Lennon has been waiting for this his whole life. He is a soldier at heart, a man willing to die for a cause. Yet the only edict he follows is that of his own. The man is slightly crouched, his body bent at the waist and tilted downward toward the coming army. His eyes are wholly peeled, and the tremendous white orbs turn bloodshot through pure fixation. Lennon's feet are twisted to the side as if he is already ready to leap off the mountaintop. Looking closer, I see the muscles under his tattered clothing are so tensed and ready for this war that they seem as if they are about to explode. The physical might of a dominion with all martial sigils like soldier is not to be underestimated. His physical strength, without ether, must not be that far-off marshal's pinnacle. The final aspect of the man who yearns for blood, who surprisingly didn't need my help to advance, is his arms. The literal things are gone, but he has created two formless ones to replace them with his soul. And they are visible to any with some sort of ocular enhancement, not just my sight that peers into the soul. They are nearing my level of madness physicalization, and nestled within those two arms, pointed backward behind the swordsman, is an identical copy of Dia, his old blade. It is scarred, beaten, and chipped all over. I remember seeing it in newspapers and posters. He used to be called Diabolical Lennon Hull, named both for his claymore and his unreasonable nature. The original sword Lennon carried has long since shattered, unable to withstand the turmoil he puts himself under. The swordsman treats his own body worse than his enemies. Not a day of rest, not an hour without practice, not a minute without discipline, not a second without focus. That is this man. I can only admire the absolute devotion he has toward his path. I need it too. If I am to complete that old goal, the one that I tossed out of the back of my mind, to become a god, I'll need that fervor, that confidence. I'll acquire it here. Otherwise, I'll die. Just as I finish analyzing Lennon, I notice a minuscule twitch in the muscle fibers of his calves, and then the rock beneath him detonates from the force of his leap. The roughed-up swordsman soars through the sky of the underworld, hurtling for the army of Mother Bound. Unfortunately, the army is still nearly 100 miles away, a distance too great for a single leap of Lennon to reach. I begin to shake my head in confusion, but I swiftly stop as I watch Lennon's soul shift. The man spins in the air, flinging Dia behind him, and then another blade emerges from the depths of his soul, swinging at his body. Lennon Hull brings his own dominion against itself as a piercing shriek enters the atmosphere. Flinching from the sudden noise, I witness the clash of a formless blade on a physicalized soul, and it sends Lennon even further away like that of a bullet. I grit my teeth, knowing adeptly how much that had to hurt. He just cut his own soul, or his dominion, however. One wants to see it. The bastard candidly doesn't care for his own well-being. Sighing, I glance at the other two. We better join him, no? Aniwai nods curtly, her lone eye still locked onto the battle against death along the horizon. She's still worried about Killian. If she doesn't direct her whole focus on this war, she might get hurt. Or worse. The half-Nahullo hops from foot to foot, psyching himself up for the coming bloodshed. I listen to the muttering under Abraham's breath and can only grin with pride. You got this. We got this. Come on. Come on. Now. Abraham grasps outward with his hand, as if reaching for something far beyond the corporeal. Watching him do so, I can only balloon with more and more satisfaction at seeing his growth. The pale man's forehead creases while his ether focuses on a single point before him. Yet, the central aspect of whatever he is doing comes from his mind. From his waking mind. From his memories and his soul itself as he cuts out a portion. This is bestowing strand. Incredible. He's still only a 7th sigil, though he does have a virtue. Better than I was at his sigil, that's for damn sure. With admiration, I observe the ether swell, gradually forming what appears to be a human form. Squinting, they seem to be phasing in and out, as if not relatively stable yet in their phantasmal form. They are kneeling with one fist downward onto the ground, facing the direction of the battlefield, but I recognize that back. There is no man who I would recognize less. plastered upon every bar in the territories with a poster, honored by street names and district labels from Onyxgate to the ends of humanity, given his own statue within the depths of Blackreach that still stands despite the wastes, known by heart to all living humans. The man who shattered the sky. Marshal Travis straightens his unscarred back, the legions of marred and recovered wounds revealing themselves over his arms and his chest as he slowly turns to face us. I can only return the smile the phantom of Abraham's memory gives me as I swell with joy. No more nightmares for Abraham to obsess and hate himself over. Only idols to adore and aspire to be. My mouth hangs open as I don't know what to say, but Marshall doesn't speak. He isn't real, after all. I turn to face Abraham, and the man's face is sheet white, obviously from overusing his ether. Chest-length gasps of air fill his lungs as he nods to confirm my burgeoning thoughts. I did it. Seeing Lennon move like that, and all my practice the way here. I recreated my nightmares, only better. I think I made it, Zill. A damn nice one, too, don't you think? It's a little different, shorter, and can only repeat things I saw him do. But, helping the man stand tall to face one of his heroes, I pat Abraham on the back. The only option I have is to agree. Yeah, it's incredible. Can you make more than one? A shake of the head is my answer. Makes sense. No, that is my limit for now. If only I had this before. My previous nightmares were too weak, unable to replicate the strength of the originals. My father also had that issue. His were closer, but still not perfect. Plus, he had to kill the target. Once Abraham is back to normal as he can be, with his ether saturation so high, I nod to Aniwai, who has been watching us this whole time. Time to go. Watch him for me, will you? With my mother's confirmation, I close my eyes to focus. Lenin has already fallen into the throes of the army, slicing up waves of lower sigilled, and even some higher sigilled along with them. I need to catch up. Fast. How? I have an idea. My body and soul can separate, but my body is my soul, right? It's relatively bewildering to think about, but I think I got it. Taking my soul, I gradually consolidate the spread-out nature. It flows like a liquid, but I force the liquid-like soul into a ball. With that, I move Blodwin's soul, his resistance absent since he knows it's me doing so. Then, I push my soul outward with everything I have. It's not easy and definitely impossible to do in a fight since I have to stay completely still, practically meditating, but I feel a wheeze of relief enter my soul as I find myself floating in the air. Beside me, Blodwin's soul hangs cradled within mine. Our souls joined partially together. The art of fiction. That joining must have started when we became angels, and it's only sublimated since. The world around us is much more challenging to comprehend as I no longer have eyes. Blodwin is even starting to panic a bit without any senses, but I quickly reconcile my new sight with the old. Everything is discolored, made of only black and white shimmering figures. Aniwai and Abraham are looking around, all confused, attempting to find me but unable to. Interesting. Aniwai seems to hold a hint of my location, but she isn't certain that it's me. Seeing their worry, I know it'll fade once they notice me amongst the army. Instead of shifting back, I face the distance and move. The reason I did this is because Abraham, he shifts into a mental force or something of the like when he daemars. As such, if I can turn into a soul, then I should be fast. Maybe not as snappy as his teleportation, but it can't be that far. And I'm quickly proven right. Space practically weaves around me as Blodwin and I crater through the underworld, utterly silent. Wind, noise, and motion are absent from our movement. In just a second, no, a tenth of one, I arrive at the battle, traversing the 100 miles as if they never existed. The motion is so swift, so alien to me, that I can hardly believe it. This soul trek isn't teleportation, but it's so fucking speedy it might as well be. Near instantaneous travel as long as I can spend a minute to focus. And to leave the soul trek, I expand my soul, holding Blodwin tightly within the depths of my soul as my body rapidly reforms. Flesh grows from the soul as bones, muscles, tendons, and even brain matter form in but an instant. My eyes open to view the army that extends beyond the horizon as I fall from the height of the mountain. Shit, I only went horizontally. Whatever, it'll be fine. Glancing to my left, I see that the arm-mounted ballista is still there. Good. I scour the surface of the underworld below me as Lenin is surrounded by hordes and hordes. He kills hundreds only for more to replace them with identically diverse abilities. I even spot a pair of midnight purple chains sneaking up on him. Locking my gaze onto those two, I dive for one. I don't have much of a way to travel in the air like Lenin, but I can make one. Or Blodwin can. You ever make wings before? Blodwin laughs and says no, but we both think back to the leathery wings of the previous demons we've seen. Wings are rare among demonkind, but they aren't impossible to exist, and with the might of our muscles, tendons, blood, and everything inside, it's all right if they aren't perfect. A split second later, as I fall, bones spurt out of my back while tendrils of blood and cords of muscle follow them. Before I even get low to the ground, Blodwin takes control of the wings, beating them and hurtling us toward our target as the blood nexus beside our heart delivers untold power. I'd use Pain's Forge, too, but the transformation didn't hurt at all. Glancing back as we fall just for curiosity's sake, I don't know how to feel as I notice the wings. Each kind of look like a hand, with 5 bony spines that resemble fingers along them to hold the structure together. But I don't have time to linger on them as the demigod below spots me. Or, more accurately, one of the many motherbound do, and they inform them. A splattering wave of hundreds of different assaults of ether head my way, and a gatling of living manacles bats most of the danger aside. The little that remains, primarily mental attacks or those that are difficult to deflect like this spinning bone tendril, don't make it further than my skin. Diving further down, the demigod stares right up as I feel their dominion shift. It seems, staring closing, I get a feeling of teeth from the soul. Interesting. I'm not close enough to cancel it out with shape, so instead, I twist in the air, letting the newly shaped wings cover me from the coming danger. A colossal maw, birthed with the eyes of an incomprehensible terror, emerges from nothingness and bites at my wings. Before impact, I do what I can to weaken it, but I can only rely on Blodwin and my living manacles to lessen the force. Pain radiates from my body as the teeth puncture the wings, and a few enter my stomach, but I do not get bit in half. Smiling through the pain, I feel Blodwin has already gotten to work. The gaping hole in my stomach as the creature vanishes shifts to be a missing hand. Windrive can transfer and augment injuries themselves. How incredible! All the wounds, including those of my newly generated wings, equal that of a missing hand. Good work. Blodwin grunts in acknowledgement as he's still focused on doing other things, namely regenerating that lost left hand. I leave him to it as I further close the distance to the demigod, finally landing on the ground as another maw appears above. This time, I'm a bit closer, so I can weaken the dominion more. Furthermore, before the tangled mess of darkness reaches me, I inhale deeply. Ether fills my everything, joining into my body and lessening the effects of my restraints. Then, I tighten my fist and force all that ether out of the freshly regrown hand, letting the buildup within my heart explode outward.